Yeah. Boy, Jeds. Bullet.
Yo, it's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, TRILLUMINATI Live, Red Pill Trio. Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please put your number if you like in the chat, you know, like that. Bank Holiday Monday settings. Let's get into this, man.
Thoughts to come things. Yeah. Boy, Jeds. Bulletproof wing. Yo, these niggas are Jamie Foxx, law-abiding citizens up on my crazy block with a 4-5 is killing friends, rival turf, Mortal Kombat. Who's the winning ends? Niggas with the smallest IQs have got the biggest skates. Niggas with the least heart have got the biggest slaves. Kids get turned to retards on a ricochet. You better do like FIFA and get to kicking, mate. Like little niggas with the ER ain't spitting straight. No cartoon, I'm just trying to illustrate where the scum's from. Young ones with dum-dums, welcome to South London. Where dummies with the dons for sneaky species into functions. The same Donny will be breathing from a trunk. I set a handcuffs, uniform and walkie-talkie. I'm busy having naughty orgies with these naughty shorties. I stay high and on point like the corners taught me. These ain't scars, they're medals from all the times I fought for glory. Yeah, I know I'm hard to read like an awkward story. Or maybe you're dyslexic, nothing worse, pisses up on the page. I've been left with paranoia, hunger and rage. Still I'm blessed with a daughter, a son and exchange. When shit's hectic, I'll make it through the thunder and rave. This message from the case, yeah. Nothing but love to be paid. Wish I could take away your fears and numb with the pain. Can't wait to see your feelings jump from the flames. Nubian, goddess, warrior, blood in your veins. Remember, thoughts and things are one and the same. When you're in between dreams and I'm in between scenes. Am I a rapper? Or shot of with bars is in between themes. I fit in no genre, I'm in between scenes. Trying to stay positive, it's hard when you're in between beats. Thoughts, feelings, and the pen menage in between sheets of paper. Call it a collage of these mean streets. Them haters would rather see me starve than watch your GEs. But you can't block the path of a star in ascension. Still I rise, eyes in the prize, no intention of breaking my stride. Spirits on my mom's bones in the cradle alive. Champion, see your name, I was made to survive. There's no more smiley faces. I represent the lost that reside in grimy places. Spend their lives in cages. Highly dangerous, malevolent go-getters. For the funds they clap guns and dash them like old sweaters. Some Euro thugs, high of Euro drugs. I'm a German Luger, Euro cats, busting Euro slugs on my last name.
Scumbag, first name sexy. Girlfriend sent me, your girlfriend's deadly.
I know you won't reply.
Always on my mind, fam, your girlfriend's deadly. One thing that's always on my mind, paper. She's got me higher than the sky. Scraper, told them to cry later. Hi, hater. I'm a no mercy, no roof either.
No breaks, cause I ain't planned to stop. To fuck the enemy, your progress and the box. If what goes up comes down,
I better land in what?
Cause I want to be a cleaner and brandish rock. I want the money, cash, holes, and the
My wings are like a shield of steel.
Shout out to my boy Southside. Kept banging that Star Steel and ransom in my head. So much I had to jump on it myself. Yo, all we are seeing. Yo.
Like at the show, man. Keep these lights running, man. Coldest star. Join the show.
What is that? The law, fuck the judge on probation. Giving gunshots now, ain't got no patience. Free my nigga slugs, all my guns that I caged in. Sentenced like a racist, be a wild mason. They call me a pagan, call me a pagan. Cause I don't live in fear of man-made religion or Satan. So many brothers converting cause they're faking. And priests are trying to fuck the kids in the congregation. Call me a pagan, call me a pagan. The truth in the Bible, nothing translation. Don't fake hellfire or eternal damnation.
Adam and Eve's story is a man-made creation. And I eat. Look like I'm an MDMA when I'm two bad bitches. You can call me real. I ain't playing with these. Hey. Sitting in the station.
Switching on a man, them making all these statements to the boys in blue. Hell no, I'm not mistaken. Call me a pagan, aka
I'm ulterior. Stand me. Ask round there. Round there. Ginger beer. Bambi. Yeah, the Illuminati. Party.
You bag of fruits, every you, in my secret army, who you lose the army, if you love real niggas, you should salute me, Lana. Half the vanguard, the sprinkling in the deep retarded. I see it all through the eye of horrors, man, that white people Singing the Jedi chorus, the blue team UK. They can't try ignore us. The game Jurassic Park and I'm Tyrannosaurus. The opposite of Rizzle kicks. These little bricks that fugitives can get pistol with. Call me your fair bro, call me your fair bro. A 9E from being check the way that my head rolls. Music and warming up, blessed with a rare flow. Raising the end and done to the tear go. Call me your pagan, Trump from the other side. Every day hits homicide, they don't let nothing slide. Shoot a smiley face into the side and your brothers right. They say God to a godly blood up from the gutter side. We just wanna touch bread like a butter knife. I ain't gotta lie, this is life, it is trouble time. Sitting in the station, no road runner, I ain't playing on these pavements, playing on these pavements, sitting in the station, aka I'm ulterior. That's why they can't stand me.
All right. One more tune. What are we gonna go with? One more tune. Ooh. Oh, only you make my world go round. Only you can make my world. I don't know the lyrics. Only you. That sounded quite good, didn't it? Don't fucking lie. You heard that for raw. Jets could be the next fucking Elvis. Can make my world. Only you. Jeez. Hey. Laugh at the show. Don't be a hoe. Laugh at the show. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Big up everyone in the building, man. Happy Monday, man. Shank holiday, gun day.
Giving niggas guidance.
Alliance of
hey. Freedom or violence. Speaking my truth, no one's keeping me silent. Seeing shots like I'm David. When he was
Deep in Goliath. Catapulted into a life of colliding with giants. With a mind deeper than a trident. Held in the palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami, two pirates get drowned in my way, but I fly like a pilot. Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me their privates. Last time, I wanna live alone in my clothes when I hey. Ghost in my iris, please don't approach when I'm like this. I mix DMT with psychedelics, not sure if I'm woke cause I write this. Yeah? Yeah? Yup. Hey. My probation officer says Queen does witchcraft. No. Perfect. It's quiet. Stabbed in the heart. I could not stop him from crying. Hope he knows he's a king with bulletproof wings. Keep these lights rolling in, family. Hey. Shopping for items. Besotted with icons. It's true talk whenever my mic's on. Blood bath in the streets, people pulling my waist and my heart on my sleeve. Oh, relax, man. Where the rich get fat, man, it's starving to eat. I think crypto currency, the mark of the beast. I can smell blood like a shark in the sea. Michelle is a man and the barman's agreed that it's sparking the bark after dark. Look what the shotgun down to the bark of the tree. Sometimes I'm gonna ask if my feet inheriting negative karma for me. It's getting harder to sleep. All right, mate. Cool. No one rushed to jump on. I see ya. No one ran to jump on. Click the link. I see ya, man. We gotta run shit differently around you sides, ya. Yeah. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Oh, mate. Mhm. Man said their great uncle is 102 years old. Congratulations, man. Woo, boy. Red Pill Trio arrived for gold pay tribute to the Queen Elizabeth II. La!
Big love.
Well, I got MD. Big up, big up, big up.
Do you like, comment, subscribe, hit the cash out, PayPal, all that good stuff. Yeah.
You're doing extra silky voice because it's just me and you. I see you, man. I know what you're doing.
Hmm?
Oh, can you hear me? I said you're doing extra silky voice because it's just me and you. I see what you're doing still.
Oh, is it silky? Oh, thank you very much. You know what can I say? I'm smooth like that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Sorry. No one asked for the accent. Just keep it the silky voice you did. That was cool. Don't spoil
That
it now.
accent's silky too. What are you talking about?
The accent ain't as silky as the other voice you did. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Yeah, that was the silkiest.
Yeah.
Hit me. Welcome, Silk Boss. What's going on? Hmm?
Nothing much, just busy.
You
Do you know
busy?
when you do? Yeah, like lots of, because lots of hair appointments because everyone's going back to school. A few of my sisters, they just had babies, so their daughters need their head. Like it's easier to have your daughter's head in K-Rolls than out when you got babies. So yeah.
Okay. So you became rolling babies' heads, yeah?
Yes. Children's hair at K-Roll, yeah.
Children's hair. So how many appointments you got today?
Today, 3.
I'm trying to fit myself in. When you got time for me? You get time for me, man. Huh?
What hair did you have? No, but you know what? Obviously, you cut your locks at no hair appointment, but you can have a beard appointment. Why not, man?
A beard appointment. What are you gonna do to my
beard
beard?
appointment. You can steam.
Yeah.
Some fresh mask. With real avocados and everything.
Are we gonna use the same steam that you use though? Because I'm sure you got to use different ones, right? Just for etiquette.
I'm so damn balling it. All right, people, what are you saying in the chats?
This famous steamer. The chats ain't saying nothing, man. The chats are there. Fuck them. It's just
I know
us.
what people gone to sleep. What's going on?
Don't worry, man. Let's talk. Fuck them, man. Fuck them.
Yeah, get out of here, man. People to the left.
Yeah. So what have you been up to, man? What's been going on with you, MD? How's your weekend been? What's on your mind? What questions have you always wanted to ask me? Let's do this, man.
Weekend's been busy. Life's busy. What can I say? It is what it is, innit? We just drink buna and get on with it,
Mm-hmm.
That's how it goes. Yeah, man. But in terms of questions, come, let's start up a conversation.
Go on, and I'm here with you. I'm here. I'm your co-pilot today. Talk to me. What questions have you got for me?
In terms of balancing people, when do you think is a good time to cut people off?
Why are you cutting them off? I'll tell you what.
Mm.
You cut people off when entertaining and acknowledging their existence and interacting with them no longer serves you in a fruitful, progressive manner. When it's no longer fruitful or progressive or constructive for you, then you're supposed to keep it moving, just like you would do with anything. Don't feel guilt tripped into holding on to relationships or situations or even acquaintances that are not serving you. And that is the highest form of selfishness, which selfishness in its highest form, in its progressive form, is a positive attribute. It's not to be confused.
Self-love.
Right, basically. It's not to be confused with the negative selfishness. Me and you've had this conversation already. So yeah, as soon as it ain't serving you, you're not getting any lessons out of it. You're not getting that, then keep it moving. Bear in mind, an annoying relationship with someone could still be fruitful to you, because the thing that's annoying you could be something that needs changing or addressing, and therefore the relationship is fruitful because it reminds you that there's something that needs to be done or improved or worked on. So I'm not just saying, oh, as soon as someone gets on your nerves, fuck them off.
Yeah.
You have to be reflective and search for the how can I say, the reward. Search for the
harvest, basically.
Yeah, the harvest, exactly, man. If that's just what you're trying to get out of it, and if there's nothing out of it that you need, even if it's just lessons, but it's lessons you already learned, then you can cut them loose. You know? People that's
a good way of putting it.
People like scabs, yeah. Once they've done their job, they tend to fall off naturally. So it's just about not forcing it and just letting it be what it is. Because people go out their way to fall off. Can't lie.
For real, no, but that's true.
You be doing more work holding people on and trying to stick them back on and sellotape them on and blue tap them on because people want to just fall off. You probably do more work holding people on
than you would if you were to let them go.
Right. So yeah, get rid of him if that answers you.
Big up. And who's joined us on the panel today? All our things are moving. How did you get your avatars to move, by the way?
I don't know. It looks like he's on a game on mute or something. He's sharing a computer game or something with us. What are we looking at, bro?
Sorry, bro. I was muted. Why does it sound so quiet?
Oh, big up, eh?
Yeah, no, this is I don't know why it's got that weird dude up there. It's just one old school game. But I just started playing it recently, fam. And there was one mission where you go to a village, fam, and it's surrounded by soldiers, enemies in inverted commas, and they're all fucking children. And it's in fucking Zaire, for people who don't know. That's now called the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mad fucking situation, bro. I just took my time and tranquilized them kids, carried them out one by one, and airlifted them away. Why does it sound so quiet here, though? I might have to jump out. Did I kill them? Hell no.
But is that what you're supposed to do? Are the enemies are enemies?
No, you're supposed to extract their leader and maybe rescue a prisoner. I'm gonna jump out. Let me check my audio settings before I jump out. My audio sounds ridiculously quiet.
Oh, well, you sound alright to us.
Normal.
No, I mean my ears. I can't hear you. It's like a whisper.
Big up, Naomi.
Big up.
Blooded Trillo. I think Trillo said she might have a. I asked her a direct question.
She had a quiz. Yes, she does. Come on, we know you got quizzes in you. Have to pause. Yeah,
you got quizzes inside you. We know that, man. Just
big
like
up, Mo.
We know you're full of quizzes all up inside you. So please
pause.
Huh?
Yeah, I can hear you properly now.
Yeah, what are you pausing for? So yeah, I was in the gym today. Yeah. Like honestly, I usually like it when gyms are empty and there's no one there. But I got two gyms, and there's one gym that it's just like so European.
Oh, was it eerie?
Like, it's just European, like, and I say it's like posh and polished, and everyone that goes there got like a matching
David Lloyd or some shit.
Nah, everyone there's got a matching tracksuit, or the girls got matching lycra and matching sweatbands, and it's just like pretentious. And it seems that all the real ones that like grunt and scream and that seem like they're not going there no more. And you go in there, they play love songs. So I went in there today anyway because it's the closest to my crib. I went there. They're playing love songs as usual and some weird house that doesn't motivate you. And then, like, I'm looking up at during my workout, and all I can see is these massive TV screens with Westminster Abbey plastered all over them. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh. I'm training. I look up again. I'm just seeing white and black checkered floor, like some madness. So I had to get up, and I just was like, yeah, you know what? I'm turning off these TVs.
Yeah.
Let's turn off the TVs. Then I got into my workout a bit. But yeah, like, family, stay away from your TVs. That is not a good, like, and Trillo's like proper drinking it up, and we're telling her, like, why are you watching it? Like, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary, man. Trust me.
You want it?
Especially, I would say, yeah, especially live.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to hear a really strange story about the TVs, bro?
Hold on.
Someone sitting in jail right now, yeah, has said today, yeah, their TVs in that jail are locked on BBC One and have been since Saturday, yeah, because of a so-called fault. So the whole prison's just locked on BBC One, fam.
That's devilish, man.
Devilish as fuck.
That's
because of a fault.
Ha!
That's proper. What do they call it? You know when they do that kind of torture thing, but it's like through imaging.
Big up, family.
Big up, big up,
man.
Big up.
Hey, I've been watching a little this thing on the screen, yeah.
Don't, man.
No, but the one thing I was looking at, like, where's the black folk? I was like, where's the black folk?
Don't watch it, bro. Don't watch it, man.
Listen.
Yeah.
It's a
don't summon
ritual.
black folk to the ritual.
No, I thought that.
Yeah, this is one cookout we ain't going to.
Hold on one sec. I'm thinking that, right? I'm seeing the thing, the body being brought in, all of this type of stuff, right? I'm like, where's the black person? I spot the black person. None whatsoever. Public, whatever.
You know where we are, Sniper.
But wait. The first person to speak was a black woman.
No, I don't want to know,
man. And then I'm looking in the audience of the Queen's family, like, you know, like they do it in rows.
Stop telling us DL, Sniper, man.
Bro.
You're trying to make us
No, man. I didn't tell you about
I'm turning it on. Fuck it.
Listen. I didn't tell you about Mahid on the piano, on the organ. Yeah, I didn't tell you about the Sikh choir member. Sikh choir member. How you got? What? How's this working?
We're not going to escape
coming like a diamond, trying to get us. No, thank you.
Maku's coming like a Damon.
Now you know what happens did. You know that for the blind people, the Queen
Closed caption.
Yeah, Charles puts down his cup. Like, yeah.
But it's like I wonder us. Yeah, if you're deaf and you don't do Patois Plus, it's gonna be peak for you.
Listen,
the alderman walks across the checkerboard.
And Harry had that cross on, the Rosicrucian thing. He had normal clothes, yeah, but he had the one.
You look cover your ears.
Yeah, because I don't know what's going on.
Sniper's describing it bit by bit. And you know he's got
for the hearing impaired.
Photographic memory. He ain't gonna leave out no detail on that. Yeah. So they walk up 13 steps, yeah, and then they blow out
13 candles that are on this altar covered in purple velvet.
Yeah. All of that. No. But there is a hell of a lot of black people in the fucking audience, bro, sitting down behind. It's a fucking mess. Yeah.
I hope they all catch common sense.
Innit? And die.
And I would agree with. Actually, I wouldn't say I fully agree with what Silverback says, but I half agree with what Silverback wrote.
What did Silverback write?
You know, you had it up on the screen.
Oh,
you know about the two different types of cutting people. There's two different types of cutting people off. One where it's completely cut off, and the other one where it's kind of, you know, like love from a distance, you know. And he's saying that most people would choose to love from a distance. But then I agree that there are two different types of cut-off, but I don't agree that most would choose the second one over the first one, personally. I think because the second one can get messy.
I think it's avoiding violence, man. Like, listen, I'm a grandmaster at cutting people off, so I just have that in my repertoire. And it's very rarely used, but definitely the people feel the coldness of the absence of my presence. Yeah, because I like the idea of cutting people off is not, like you say, personal. It's about your own personal space. Yeah.
So sometimes it is personal, wouldn't you say, Maku? Because like for me, my weapon of choice is indifference. I find that the most effective way. You see what I'm saying?
It can be relative. It can be a partner. It can be anyone. It doesn't matter. My judgment is final. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't use emotions to do stuff. Yeah. But what Jedi said earlier, where you think back to, you weigh up the pros and the cons.
in a sense, right? All the good things that the person's done and but if this is a constant pattern of, you know, bad behavior, you ain't done nothing to them, and they keep digging at you or or just irritating you and blah blah blah, just keep it moving, man. KIM. Yeah.
K what? Sorry.
KIM. Kim. Keep
Kim.
it
What's
moving.
that? What's that sample?
Keep it
Oh, keep it
moving.
moving. Oh, okay, yeah, Kim. Okay, big up. Okay, new word to my vocabulary. Acronym. Yeah. All right. Kim.
It's not hard, because if the person doesn't feed you or clothe you, it's not that difficult. You know what I'm saying? You don't have a reliance on the person or like really. You know, you enjoy their company, you enjoy conversations, but a living, you're gonna have loads of people that you can, you know, refer to and just say, you know what, right now you're not the one, you're just getting on my nerves. I don't know what's wrong with you. Anyway. And you might not even
but
have
then
to
sometimes
say
it's a case of, but there's a difference because sometimes there's a case of just space. You need space. Do you see what I'm saying? Big up, big.
But
You
you're
know,
always
so
in
it's
your
like
own
you can
space.
have your distance. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like,
But
look,
what are we talking
we're
about?
cool,
Just cutting
but,
someone
you
off
know.
or relationship? Because like,
Well,
so
do you know
weird.
what? I would say you use the same kind of parameter for more or less everything, wouldn't you? Like
No.
the same map system or navigation system.
No. If I don't know you,
Why wouldn't you?
it wouldn't make it very difficult for me to cut you off. If I know you, obviously, yeah, we're gonna go into the files and see like, yo, well, this person hasn't really done that. So there might be another issue why this person's getting on my nerves or or maybe I misconstrued something, But you can always
Okay, I
talk
see
it out
what
with
you
the
mean.
person.
If the person is closer to you, you're gonna think
Man.
more of why is it they're acting in this particular manner if they're not you're not accustomed to them being that way. Yeah.
All right, it's like the Queen. Yeah, she
Why
was
do you
cut
want
off.
to join the Queen back? I thought we took this right off that
Yeah,
right off the conversation. Okay,
she was cut off to man from man was young. Yeah, when she came and opened Wood Green Shopping City, and I was at the front row and I misbehaved, got sent to the back row 2 minutes before she walks across the front row, shaking everybody's hand. Yeah, I think the Most High or someone, changed the circumstances for me so that I would never get to meet the woman or like shake her hand or all of that rubbish. You know what I mean?
Sweet.
I was like 5 or 6 years old, man. Sitting there like, you've got all the primary schools and why? To come and open a shopping centre. It was mad. I mean, but yeah, man, you just cut them people off, man. I feel no way. I sit here and people are like, oh, you don't even care about the Queen and rah. At least a little bit. No, fuck you, man. Yeah. Oppression is forever.
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry to cut you, Maku. Vic, what are you doing, by the way? You show me screen. I have no glasses on. I have no idea what you're showing me. What is it?
I'm just checking things, finances, text messages.
Okay. I thought I thought it was something interesting. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
No, I'm just literally swiping through my phone. It's just held on an arm in it, so it looks ethereal, I suppose.
Dramatic.
Well, that's a bit rude if you're coming in for a conversation. Have a conversation.
I'm listening to you. Would you want me to just talk all over you guys? Inside with the mix and blame when I come in. Nah.
Big up, Vic, man. We say this.
Good, man. What you saying?
I'm good, man. Vic told us you lot went, what? How many hours? 20-something hours?
Yes.
Well, I woke up at 6 o'clock and jumped on. On 6 o'clock Sunday morning.
Just as I was logging off on the back end of 20-something hours. Yeah.
You lot are
man, I ain't stopped streaming for about 48 hours now.
No, I rate you guys.
Oh, you've been going this whole time? Fucking hell.
And big up family. Sorry, I got to go. Yeah,
you
like,
talking about 6 o'clock today when
big
it
up,
was
big up, MD. Big up, MD.
Big up,
bless. Yeah, I stopped playing when you came on today, S. You know the ones there. So my stream was double Metal Gear back to back. So I just called it Metal Gear X2. Let's go.
Bro, Jets, is this light skin stuff or can anyone judge?
Bro, you see, my dark skin is a pink clothes, bro. My dark skin, I didn't even detect.
Yeah.
I was about to leave and jump back on because I thought my speaker stopped or something. They're speaking in that light-skinned dog whistle. Bro. I don't know.
Stop understanding, yeah. They're jargon. Yeah.
48 hours screaming
Yeah,
and that.
it's-
Like, love
Yeah,
it,
all
man.
I hear is black noise. You know what I mean? I don't hear none of this shit, man.
Big up, Mark.
Right.
Nah, you're taking the piss. This guy is taking the piss.
Mute him, Jed. Mute him.
Fuck.
Emotion. Pause and bigger. Pause and bigger. First
Big
thing
up,
first.
man.
We're doing a lot of blowing first thing in the morning. I know.
Wow.
I know them cheeks was inflated just now.
Mad.
Pause.
I Dutz was feeling it though. Dutz was like, fire. Yeah. That's mad.
We got
mad.
cater for all, I suppose. We got cater.
We just, even in banter, you just joined the ritual just now, you know. Seriously.
Say what?
Yeah.
God say you just played
Oh
God Save
my
Our King,
God.
bro.
Nah,
Sorry,
man, I
sorry.
didn't play that. Did you not hear the bum
Another
notes?
black girl on the screen.
You didn't hear the what?
Did you not hear the shit notes?
The shit. Who's playing that? Who's playing that?
Did you not hear the shit notes for the king bit?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man, probably contaminate that shit. You get me?
Yeah, I try not to play bum notes though. I heard you the first time, but cool.
Ah, shut up, bro.
It's the same, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
don't have
It
to.
happened, Mosh. It did happen.
Oh, your rugby guy's at the ritual still.
Who's rugby guy?
That guy
Yo,
with
I
the top
turned
rugby.
off the TV, bro.
Yeah.
No, bro.
Watching it. No,
Even
you're
the fucking preacher. Hold on.
Nice
Even the
one,
fucking
stop
reverend.
I thought Sniper was one of the man them as well.
Bad man's watching it, yeah?
Bro, this is a ritual.
Did you just say you thought Sniper was one of the Windsors?
One of the man them. Oh, mad. Big violator.
I could be. According to this, I could be. Cousin.
You ain't gonna feel good, bro. Like, turn off the TV. Turn off the TV, bro. Play your basketball, your NBA. I know you ain't played that for a while. What do you mean?
I was about to download the new one, you know. That's
Yeah,
what we're
please
doing
do that,
today,
man. But just get off. You got the ritual playing in the background on the screen. I can feel it.
But
I can feel it that it's there in the room with you, bro. Come on, man.
Turn that shit.
Unique Diamond, come on.
Wait. This is mad.
Wait. You end up watching the whole thing, Slaps.
Nah,
Trust me, but bro, you go there looking for things, but you're gonna all day they're gonna show you things, bro.
Yeah,
all turn it off now, bro, and just.
I'm saying the best thing to do.
I think I've seen enough still.
Is watch it. The
every channel.
replay. Watch the replay. It's not live.
No,
listen.
I turned to the next channel. Yeah, it's got the see here guy with the same.
Oh my
thing.
God! Sign language in what is it to sign language?
I know.
Tears.
I turned it off, man. I turned it off.
It's scary, bro. Listen.
Fucking hell.
You know when you just trace the line with your finger between
Reggie,
the eye
man.
and the cheek.
It's too early for this caping, man.
The roads are.
Reggie's there, in fact.
Let me tell you something. The roads are empty, bro.
I know.
4 people in my gym since whatever 7:30. 4 people, like in the gym. The roads are empty, bro. Tesco. See these little puss cells in the area, yeah. You know they don't love you, bro. How can you be like basically be in a position of power to feed the community, and then when the queen dies, you want to close? But you find a way to be open during carnival, though.
You know the worst part is.
Bro?
Do you know the worst part is they're giving people spaces to sleep on trains that are going to see an empty coffin, and you got homeless people sleeping on the street, and the train company. It's mad,
and it's all free.
Wait,
you don't even have to pay.
What the fuck? Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, bro. Like they've literally opened up trains for people that missed the last train because they was queuing up outside the box. That's what they did. You can go sleep on the train. Yeah, literally go sleep on the train.
It's 24 hours.
That would be fun though. I bet them trains are lit. You know what I mean?
And they're doing it now. I mean, today is 24 hours as well.
Crazy.
People are going to come into London to the thing and then go back to, you know what I mean? So they're saying that's free. Everybody, wherever you go, you can just jump on the train and just go back your Kala.
Crazy.
Be a good time to go country. Oh, freezing. Yeah, yeah. I'm going the other way. I was just coming from there. It's fuck crazy.
Yeah, and I see my brethren, well, not my brethren, but the guy that I bought the bike from. I see him just now.
Oh
He's
shit!
sitting there with a bunch of drunks. And I said to him, "What about, brother?" He said, "Oh yeah, man. How are you doing?" I was like, "Yeah, cool, man." I was like, "Did you go to the thing?" He said, "Yeah, man. You were right, man." I said, "What do you mean?" "Yeah, it was just bare judge. It was bare ritual, bare." Yeah, but you know this. Yeah, I just wanted to go and show my support, but yeah, it was bare judge. I just felt funny. I had to leave. Yeah, after you would queue up for 11 hours, then you feel sorry. Then you feel funny and have to leave. Joker.
Yeah. After the judge is infused into you.
You're infused, bro. Joker.
Yeah, man.
Like the 11-hour wait weren't a major part of the ritual.
I know.
Major. Yeah, that was like pure fandom, worship.
Yeah. Visualization.
You can think of. If you're gonna wait 11. And you know what is cracking me up? Let's do a little maths, yeah? Hold on, where's the screen? Let's do a little maths, yeah? Because Sat and I want to know. Like, truly... why did I do that? Truly want to understand something. Uh-oh.
I need to put a decent...
Lady Demented. Schiffer Demon. Both of you came in together, yeah?
Nah, do you know what? I'm in the shop today, but I'm close till 5 p.m. I'm close till 5 p.m.
All right, say that, bro. Say
Don't
that.
hate, Jed. Don't hate. Big up,
Closed
family.
until further notice. Sorry, closed until further notice.
That was wild. So what was you do? You walking first and I walking after that. I walking after.
Yeah, trying to make it big.
Actually,
We started to team up, man. I got a team up with my sisters then.
You notice how Lady Divine hasn't said hello to Schiffer like they've already done it.
Yeah, we done said hello, man. You know we together in this.
Separate rooms and that.
Yeah, don't watch us.
In the same house.
You get me? Well, you lot are
Same
gang, the real gang turning up now. You get me? Mafia.
Did you go see the Queen? Yeah. What?
No, Maku, you tried to mash up our morning. What you doing, bro? Stop it.
I did go to a burial today still, but I'll have to do my Mexican voice for that.
Right. Mexican.
Did you not see the thing in Spain?
Oh no, you went to a Mexican funeral,
bro. There's things going on everywhere. Like the first thing I wanted to ask is this. This is the first thing. Does anyone know when the Queen died?
Nope. No, we don't. We don't.
No.
Okay, sorry. Was anybody told when the Queen died? Let's put it that. Is anyone aware of?
I remember it being on the TV during the Tottenham match with I can't remember who Tottenham was playing. They was playing someone.
September.
I think it was in Europe.
7th of September.
Right.
Okay. Cool. And the date today is the 19th of September. Right. So I was wondering.
Oh, you want me to look at my judgment?
Can people tell? And from what we know, the body of the Queen traveled to Scotland, chilled in Scotland for a while, and then made its way back down to London. Is that?
That's what we saw on TV. That's what they told us anyway.
Okay, cool. So the 3 days or whatever, people been queuing up.
Yeah.
That's been a dead body just sitting in the box.
It's empty.
Outside, right?
It's empty.
Are they saying it's empty?
No, it's empty.
No. That's not what I'm asking. Are they saying it's empty?
No, they're not. They're not saying it's empty. They're making out she's in a state of rest.
In the box?
No, they said she's in rest, isn't it? They said that she's in a state of rest. That's what they said. So we're taking that as she's in there, right?
What? Moj, you got something contrary to that?
Me? I always got told she won't be in the box. Would you remember the thing that we watched the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't it say that the box would be empty?
I don't know.
Because they would have had to. They wouldn't have it lying there for that. They would have had to prepare the body and and so on and so forth over time. There's no way that's just sitting in a box from the very next day up until now.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just getting to the funeral now. I'm gonna tell you this box is empty, man.
Practically, because you know what? Another thing was, I thought they was doing the open casket.
Never.
I don't think they ever do for
I don't think they've ever done that, Jed.
They don't do that for the head of state. I don't.
This ain't Stalin.
Okay, cool. Fair enough.
Stalin, they ain't burying man in glass.
Obviously, lying in state would you'd assume she's in the box, right?
Yeah, we're just going by blindly what they told us. Yeah.
There's no way she can be in that box though. Everyone, that come on. That's
I know
obvious.
that. I know that. That box tiny as well.
I feel the same thing with Pablo Escobar, man.
No, I just did a quick Google and to say it's right, but it
Nah,
says the
yeah,
body
yeah.
is in Westminster House and the coffin is just there as a like for something, you know,
Symbolic.
as a representation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a representation. It's not the real body.
It's a structural link to the real body.
What are you saying? It's Madame
The
Tussauds
body's
version.
in Westminster Hall.
Yes.
And Silverback said it reminds him of Fat Lamb Leg laying in the boot of his car, laying in state.
So remember, Jets. I said on the 7th.
On the hottest day of the year, my man was driving around talking about, yeah, he's got some lamb in his car. He's gonna cook it up.
What?
We never heard back from Fax after that, boy. Yeah, but I think it was in there because the cat Richard, the family standing next to the coffin, is a transfer of evilness. Nah, TT, slowly. We just got to deal with reality. Yeah. There's no way they're gonna put the rotting body of the queen in a box that you can get meters within. It's not happening, family. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they do when you queue up on that, yeah, and then it's your turn. I ain't even seen what happens. I refuse to look. But what happened?
They literally walk up to the empty box, look at it, and then walk past. I saw because they've been talking about this David Beckham thing. Oh, Beckham.
Yeah.
So they've showed on Twitter, they show like a couple soldiers, whatever, and they just go up, walk up, look at the box, and then walk by. That's it, literally. You don't, nothing else, literally.
That's an actual.
Yeah, so you're still
been
6
to a
feet
proper
away from
funeral?
the coffin, right?
Like, Jed, have you ever been to a proper funeral, like where there's a body there?
Yes,
I have.
I've not been to an open casket. No.
Oh, okay, that's probably what it is then.
No, I've never done
Right, that's probably what it is. I've been
No,
to
it's not.
many.
Not Lady B. It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
It's not
Open
like
casket, you
No,
walk up and look and walk on, but
Jed Smosh, that's probably why he doesn't get like what they do when they have the open casket things.
Oh,
That's
okay.
no, but this weren't an open
No.
casket.
I do get what they do when they got open casket.
Oh, okay.
But I thought that the queen was supposed to be in an open casket. Then I found out she wasn't, and then I'm like, then it just obviously got me thinking. So we're gonna wait 13 hours, roll up to a box that they're telling me the queen's in. This is interesting. Interesting. I wonder what's in the box. I wonder.
But don't they have a ritual that they perform? Like, I'm sure that they're supposed to like cut the body in three and put one to be tombed, one part of it to be put in some other place, and one part of it to. I'm sure that's how the royals do it.
Where you get it from? That sounds mad.
Because that was the ritual back in the day. That's what they were doing it. They believed that some three-part business. I'm sure I saw it.
Any kind of link for that would be amazing.
Yeah, let me get a documentary. I'm sure I saw it. Yeah.
I'm about to perform a funeral service in about 10 minutes, Holmes.
So if she's not in the box, then what's everyone doing? Just out of interest. What is that?
They're looking at a box.
It's a ritual.
Performing a ritual.
It's a focal point. Central focal point for everyone to focus their energy and attention on. And the focal point works as a structural link to whatever intention, whatever their intention is.
All right, cool. Now we got that out of the way. Now check this. So the queen died, and I believe that there was a demand for some energy, right? So what happened? The queen died, Chris Kaba died. So that's got the whites and the blacks involved. And then they start kicking off.
Who did you say died? Chris who?
Chris Kaba.
It's Kaba.
Who's Chris Kaba?
The guy that they police killed, that they ran and shot through the window.
Yeah, they might be transferring consciousness into his body, man. He might not really be dead.
Check this. The queen died. Chris Kaba died. So that's the white community, the black community. And then they start kicking off in Leicester. Got the Asians involved. Can anyone think of anything else that's going on around this time?
Someone was talking about them bringing back slavery and in Tennessee or something yesterday.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else is going on. The new ritual with the new PM.
Right, yeah, that was another one. Yeah, that was another one. Yeah, that was a big one.
All that stuff.
Big one. So I feel like they've been harvesting a lot of energy, boy. Because you know they're getting mad in Leicester. They're getting mad.
What happened in Leicester?
The Hindus and the Muslims had a madness over cricket.
There's 100,000 Muslims on the roads talking about Allahu Akbar. I'm getting flashbacks looking at these scenes.
Are you being serious?
Takbir.
Are you mad, bro? Right, we're gonna get into that because that Leicester thing really hasn't really been spoken about in mainstream news. I mean, not like I watch the mainstream news, so I wouldn't know. It'd be one of you lot telling me that's getting reported, but I just assume it's not. There's probably been a news article here and there.
Did you say 100,000, bro?
No, do you know what? It is more than you think, my brother.
Bare roads in Leicester, bro.
Yeah, you see where I get the information from is people sharing things off TikTok.
Right. That's
a
what
lot
I've seen.
Yeah, a lot of them have been TikToking and putting the videos on and showing like one bagger Hindus going to the Muslim areas and vice versa. You get me? And there was a few where they had like the police in between, and the police were saying they're not going until everyone's dispersed and all them kind of things. Yeah,
I hope you man are ready for all of that though, because it's going to be conscious eye open's fault. But you know, we all here, man. We was all here.
I'm still looking, but so far what I have found is that the coffins are lined with lead, and they are lowered into a vault at St. George's Chapel. So I'm gonna keep getting something, and I'll get a link. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Google is the Queen in. Just Google is the Queen in her coffin. Literally.
She's not in her coffin.
No, have a look in the private chat.
They're telling this. I want to know whether they're telling the nation she is, or it's just like they've got to be, because what would be the point of going to look at Fox?
Ritual, just ritual.
Yeah, no. I get that, but I mean,
what would be the point in line?
What would they be telling the public is the point of looking at an empty box? They wouldn't.
It's not that, bro. It's not that. They understand
that you're going to your house, showing respect and things like that. You know,
they understand that the British public.
There's something else in the box, man. There's something else in the box.
I reckon there's something else. I reckon it's not an empty box. Put it that way.
It's not an empty box. We all know this now.
Clearly, the Queen's probably not even dead, or she was dead months ago or years ago, whatever. Yeah, that part of the storyline. But there's something in that box, man.
There's definitely something in that.
There definitely could be, but there doesn't have to.
No, there is, man. There is. There's something.
Okay, look. All right, listen to this. The box is made of wood,
like a crystal or something.
There could
be like that, or voodoo dolly. Voodoo dolly.
Because look, the box is made of wood, and they said it's lined with lead. Yeah. Now the exterior shell, the wood shell, absorbs energy, pushes it inwards, and the metal reflects it, which means the wood's absorbing it and the metal's pushing it inwards. Sorry, focusing it all inwards. This is.
Is it normal to line?
Oh, I literally just Google searched it, lead line coffin, and all that's coming up is why is the Queen's coffin lead lined?
Okay, and why? Why is it?
Voodoo dolly, man. I'm telling you, voodoo dolly.
I know that if the coffin's lead lined,
I think it's something to do with the smells and the decompensation of the body in it, or whatever the word is. Decomposition.
There's no technology that could look through the lead either. You can't look through the lead with any kind of technology you might try.
Right.
So you can't see what's in there.
So you can't see what's in there.
They could have Tutankhamun in there for we know.
Yeah, man. They thought Superman might try and get a peek, so they said, "Nah, sir, that can't
Can you
work."
get close enough to the coffin to touch it?
No.
From what I've seen, there's like a barrier. But
we'll be locked up if we even go near it.
You're about 6 feet away from the thing.
I get that, but I mean, is it close enough to like physically just do a mad thing?
No.
Yeah, you could. You could. From what I've seen, you could. You could walk up to that thing and touch it, but you probably get
nowhere near that box.
They kill you there, bro.
Yeah, you probably
get. As soon as you put your arm out to do it, they're on you. I doubt it, man. You'll be a few feet away from this thing. So risky.
I don't think they could risk.
No, they might allow you though, because you know people get passionate like Michael Jackson and like, no, I want to go with you.
But this is the type of stuff that I say. Why I suspect the world is scripted, yeah, because there's certain things that just never ever happen, right? I've seen enough funerals where people dash themselves on coffin out of grief and that, yeah. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Out of all the people that for 3 days been queuing up, not one madman. I said, you know what? Fuck it. When I get there, 4 of us, we're just gonna rush it. Whatever happens, happens. We're gonna prove that she's not in that motherfucker.
Tip it over.
tip it like a wet. I don't even know what can you do. His lead line is gonna be too heavy to tip, right? But like I'm dragging the top open. Like I'm gonna prove. Look, it's empty. Oh, look, there's a in there. You know what I mean?
You ain't even that right, so.
As they shoot me, it's empty. So if I ran up here, no disrespect, right? Because I would never do this. I'm just putting this out there. Hypothetically, if I ran up and slapped the coffin open, like, and it was empty, I'd get rushed. You'd probably never hear from me ever again. But I don't think things could go back to normal after that. If you tell me she's lying in wait and she's not in there,
they will just explain it away, Jets. They're just gonna say, "Of course, we couldn't put her in there."
Yeah, but tell the people that they're not telling the people this. They're not telling this.
I just googled it, bro, and this is like if you look in the private chat, there's a statement there. It says her body's not in the thing. Her body's at Westminster.
What? Wait, hold on, wait. The Queen's body is currently laying in state in Westminster Hall, the oldest building in the House of Parliament. Her coffin is on display on a raised platform, closed and draped with the royal standard and topped with the imperial state crown. Oh, but she's in there. What are you talking about? She's.
But notice that, like,
it just said that she's in there, bro.
I haven't really been following it, but I just googled like a bunch of stuff this morning. And it keeps saying the Queen's coffin, the Queen's coffin. It's never saying the Queen.
But it says the Queen's body is laying in state in Westminster Hall. And that is Westminster Hall. Like that where the coffin is.
In the hall.
Westminster Hall.
Yeah, they took the body out of the coffin, man.
Okay, true that.
Yeah,
so they are claiming it's there, right? Now, I saw something about embalming because I'm very naive about this. So when someone dies, you embalm the body. Like, what's the?
They drain out all the blood and they put all them embalming fluids in it.
So she's like rock hard.
Yeah.
So now, so that she cannot. It slows down the decomposition, or it stops the decomposition.
Slows it down.
Yeah.
They've probably taken her organs out. And
yeah, all of that.
Well, they take them out anyway to weigh them, don't they?
They ain't even dead.
As part of they take them out to weigh them and all the rest of it. So it's natural.
If they're embalming her, they have to take all of it out and not put it in.
And take out all the pores, juices, and things like that.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah,
they look shriveled up after it.
It's mad, isn't it? I just.
Did you not see the Did you not see the Barbados president's
don't tell me she's sell out already.
But she was actually crazy. The Queen Mother. And for fuck's sake, man.
How have you just got rid of the woman and now you're crying?
Mad.
I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna watch that.
Oh, crazy.
It's definitely empty. So yeah, that's an empty coffin. I just want people to think about that. They're telling people that the Queen's body is in there, and if you believe that the Queen's body is dead in that box, I don't know, man.
You a sheep.
It's a very naive thing to think, even in terms of security or whatever. It's just really stupid to think that her body's in there. But then, if her body's not in there, you got to think about all the people that are queuing up, that have been told it's there, all the people that know it's not there, pretending it's there, all the security. Like, this world is weird, bro. It's like I honestly believe that when we first discovered the reports of the Queen being dead, that's the likelihood of when she died. And I think for national security, they can't tell you when a head of state dies straight away. They have to get their shit in place. They can't just tell you that stuff. For national
I just did another Google.
Yeah.
Sorry, and it just said like about the lead coffin. It's saying that I'll just read it. Whereas the Roman families are buried inside a chamber rather than directly in the ground, their coffins are lined with lead. Ordered to slow decomposition, the lead seals the coffin and prevents moisture from getting in, preserving the body for up to a year. That was written 6 days ago. So she could be in that thing for 1 year without, or slowing the decomposition anyway.
We're not going to see the burial, innit? We're not. Is she going to get cremated or whatever?
She's gonna get interned.
You're feeding her all of this energy, man. I don't want to talk about the Queen no more. Let's talk about Eduardo, man.
In a box.
Matthew, say that again.
She gets interned in it, so they've got a place, a chamber inside the building. Like when I went to St. Paul's Cathedral, a lot of the kings are buried underneath St. Paul's Cathedral. You know, like they've got these.
Prince Charles has got a body hanging in his bedroom like a puppet. He's got it on strings.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand still.
They've got these stone kind of coffins with like a effigy of the person on top. You know, like king died with a sword or whatever. You know.
So do you think that? I mean, is her body gonna stay?
It's gonna be something like that.
Or are they gonna like roast her up, or what are they gonna do?
No. I'm just saying that she's not even dead, but yeah, for this whole ritual and all of that ceremony thing, yeah, that's what they do. So forevermore she'll be in that place.
Man said she's not even dead. Is she in Cuba with Tupac?
She's probably just gone mad. Yeah, got dementia. She's dressed up like Batman, running around Prince Charles's house right now. Saying, Batman.
Yeah, man, they've been taken out of commission.
I man. I don't believe she's not dead. I believe she's dead. I gone, she gone. Just understand.
You don't know that emotion, man.
I said I believe. That's what I said. I believe. I said I believe, and I believe what's there is just a fucking. It's a representation for people to direct towards. Yeah, and that's it. Like they always do public tests. They always do these kind of shit. They did it with Big Brother. They've used working class people to turn the public against them and then bring them back around. They do it all the time.
Yeah, but she's not dead. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I reckon her and her husband live under Prince Charles's house and they run around and the Joker.
Yeah, that's all death certificate and all of that for the rest of us. What is it?
So she lowered into the ground then, yeah? They lower her into the ground of Westminster Abbey to join the rest of the vampires. This is the vampire thing. Yes, man. What the fuck is going on, bro?
Stone.
They're all under there. Bag of them under there.
Bag of them. Right. You know what I mean?
Go to certain cathedrals.
And it's sealed, so it can never be opened again. Like, bro,
But I never knew that they had the same thing in Parliament.
So let me ask you something then. Okay, cool. So we're a Christian country, yeah?
Yep.
What for ash to ash, dust to dust?
Yeah, I was just looking it up, you know.
You're not telling us how Christian the Queen is, yeah? Walk one for ash to ash, dust to dust.
I was just looking
in her case,
the Church of England, isn't it? That's what they're meant to be under.
Yes.
And the committal, it says the committal is perhaps the most solemn moment of the Church of England funeral service, and it may take place at a graveside, in a crematorium chapel, or in the church before the body of the deceased is transported to the crematorium.
They're not cremating her.
That's what this thing is saying.
It can't be. They've got her in a lead-lined coffin, brother.
All the old kings are buried under vaults in certain cathedrals throughout the country. York Cathedral, all kinds of cathedrals. You can go there.
Westminster.
She's getting buried there where she's at now.
That's what I'm saying is different from any other monarch can do the dirt, because most of them are in St. Paul's. Yeah.
Okay, well, people are saying she's getting buried in Windsor.
Yeah, Windsor Castle or wherever. I mean, all of her homes.
Now I'm getting conflicting stories because I was just told that she's getting dropped into the ground basically at Westminster Abbey, where there's 25 or 24 other royals there.
That's right.
And then I'm hearing she's getting buried in Windsor. You lot, come on, let me get it right.
They're gonna have to bury her in a place that nobody knows.
Right. So
they bury her in vaults. No, they will know that they buried them in vaults. So I can't remember who it was.
I don't think
remember that. Time Team. Do you not remember Time
Team?
Yeah?
Imagine war before.
You're such a nerd. Imagine Time Team.
Big up, family. Jeds, we read it the other day. You asked this question the other day, and we read it. And she's going to Windsor. The ceremony that they're doing right now is in Westminster, but her body apparently is going to Windsor.
What was the source?
I don't know, some article or something. Do you want me to find an official source?
Yeah, I want to know. I
was the source. The research team was the source.
But I'm saying, okay. What has anyone else been buried in Windsor before?
Yeah.
Who?
Let me try and find out.
Yeah, it says here the royals have been buried.
Yeah, you're right. Her
Whilst
husband's
the
buried
Prince
there.
the Queen
correct.
buried in with King George the Sixth, Memorial Chapel, St George's Chapel in Windsor, where her parent and sister are already interred.
Oh yeah, you forgot about
Excuse
that
me. One last question. Excuse me. Sorry. I know I've got bare questions, but like, fuck it. So, I've been to a funeral before. I went to the funeral, sat in the church, priest chatted. They done some hymns. Then we got up. Then the coffin was led out, carried by the brothers and that. In fact, was I carrying it? I might have been carrying it actually. No, I didn't. No, I wouldn't. No, I weren't. But yeah, the brothers carried the funeral, tears in their eyes. I went to South's Nan's funeral. That was so sad, so fucking sad. And we roll out. We walk out after them. We bop to the spot where it's getting lowered. We're all there. Then they say in a few words. Then they lower the coffin. From what I remember, then everyone takes turns to like put some dirt on the coffin and whatnot. Obviously, everyone fuck up, barleying and whatnot. Few words. It's really horrible, man. It's really, really, really horrible. I've been to two funerals in my life. I don't plan on really going to too many. Sorry, man. I pay my respects in other ways. I didn't go to my mum's. Anyway, that's a funeral. So if we're in Westminster Abbey and there's a funeral going in, what are we supposed to be doing now? Following the Queen to Windsor?
All right, but Jeds, the thing is, but there's some places where they will have a graveyard on site, right? But that's not always the case.
Right.
Like sometimes people go to a graveyard, like a separate graveyard,
That's
and
usually
that's
the
where they
way,
get
yeah.
buried. That's been my experience most of the time. So
you
you're going to
have a funeral here, a funeral somewhere, and then you travel to the graveyard.
Yeah, you might be half an hour away from the site.
Yes,
far from the site.
Right.
You go to the graveyard and then you do that, but it's still that ceremony though, right? The lowering and all that, right?
Yeah.
That still happens.
Unless you're being cremated, but yeah.
I don't think we'll see the lowering part. That's the point. I think when we'll see this ceremony and then we might see some pictures of them man in Windsor or wherever, but we ain't gonna see the lowering business.
Right. But I would have said all of that is the funeral, right? The church service.
Yeah. The whole thing is the funeral. Yeah.
That's part of the church service, but that's not that alone is not a funeral, right?
No, that's just the ceremony.
And the burial, isn't it? It says here, by the way, the Independent. When I asked the question, it says after the Queen has been buried in the chapel, Prince Philip will be moved to be in the chapel with her. He was previously interred in the royal vault at St. George's Chapel. Where's St. George's Chapel?
Do you see what I'm saying now? So he's not been buried yet.
No, he's in the vault waiting for his missus.
You see what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah.
Yeah? So where is he? He's where? Waiting. Now what the fuck is going on here, brother?
In a vault. He's waiting at home with his feet
He's alive,
up.
waiting,
He's waiting for his cup of tea and a
vault.
sandwich.
He's in a vault. And then he's gonna now be moved. This is all complicated now. I'm all getting confused. So he was never buried. He's just been chilling. That's why they're in these lead-lined coffins, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can't dig him up, innit? So he must just be out.
Entombed. Man, there's some jokes going on there, man.
Yeah, man's awake right now, man.
This doesn't seem like a very Christian process.
Wow.
So he died what? 3 years ago? 2 years ago? When did he die?
No, that was only like a year ago or something, wasn't it?
A year ago, and he's been coaching, waiting for the day where his wife would die, so that they can be buried together. Is that what we're saying?
Where did they put Diana?
She's coaching, waiting for Charles.
Diana's at her family. Diana's at her family home.
Okay, so they got to decide where to put
Spencer or Stuart or whatever she is. Spencer.
Spencer.
They will bury her on top of him or next to him.
That's gonna be some super Megazord fucking lizard boy.
Megazord Royal. Royaltron.
Yeah, man.
Gosh,
the
said that
trouble?
word,
Let's
didn't it?
get it.
The proper little ceremony. Now, the other thing I was really interested in was the public, what information they're gonna put out about the inheritance or the what she's giving out. Right? Some stuff about King Charles or whatever, but to be fair, I didn't take it seriously because I thought that the Queen's estate and all that would be private. You're never gonna know what he really inherits. But what I did
Big
hear
up everyone.
was that Prince William
Yeah.
inherited 950 something million from his grandma. Nice.
What, from the funeral?
No inheritance.
No,
They're making
inheritance.
money at the funeral, bro. Bare money they're making.
But so has the Queen got her own money then, or has
Yeah,
her own
of
money?
course,
I thought
man.
everything, but I thought everything belonged to the crown.
No.
She's
So how she got $1 billion sitting there?
The Queen has
Listen. Sorry. She was the
Queen's, they've always said that the Queen's wealth cannot be estimated. So now they're coming out with all these numbers. I'm like, this is all bullshit. They've done told you can't estimate her wealth.
You can't.
Do you know what she owns? What
she got a rug that is priceless. She got diamonds, she got things, gold, all sorts of things passed down. That's not held thing, that's held by the crown as in her family, right? Passed down from generation to generation. Now she's got her own personal wealth, yeah? Because the Forbes list, when it was created, you can see the first 8 years, she was #1, yeah? And that's what you can record. And remember, only when Windsor Castle burnt down did she have to open her books, yeah, to show them what she earns via the state. Because remember, she works. She got a job. Do you get what I'm saying? Being royal is a job, right? So she gets paid for that. And then all her personal assets, because Windsor Castle's hers. Now the repairs for Windsor Castle when it burnt down came from the state, and everyone was moaning like, "Yo, you've got this much billions of your own wealth. Why couldn't you do it? It's your castle. It's But then she could jinnel it back and say, "Yo, but it's all of ours." You get it? All of ours. Remember, it's her government. Anything the government's holding is hers.
Yeah. Can I ask a question though? Like you see, Maka actually it's directly to you. You see, so we're saying that she owns Windsor Castle, she owns Hyde Park and Green Park and all these. Are we saying that? Are we what are we saying in terms of the nation now? Right. So all of the land. So like for example, David Cameron, I think it was 2010. Lockheed Martin tried to buy. To get David Cameron to sell at a lower price part of the English countryside. Yeah, and there was like an uproar. That's the thing I remember. Who's selling it? Who owns it to sell it? I'm confused as to. Yeah, go on.
No, so basically the families of the historical families, were all lords and that were given land and title. Right. So
aristocrats, man. Aristocrats.
So like the Spencers, Diana's family. Their land, they apparently have more land.
Yeah, they're the aristocracy.
Right, and they've been doing this thing for a long time.
Sorry. The grandmother was side chick to the king, right? It was side chick. It was his side chick, right? Like Camilla, right? And then he gave her and her descendants wealth and titles, so they weren't always royal in that respect. Yeah, she's basically.
What I'm saying, land wasn't necessarily given to royalty.
Royal slush. This is royal slush. Yeah, nobility is a thing. Just like how the Queen has to pay, and everybody has to pay. Slush. Yeah, that's how. No, it's facts. It's facts. Side chick. I said side chick earlier, but no one was responding. So yeah, I had to go for a more effective.
More effective. Oh shit! Yeah, they got my attention. Royal slush.
Right. So when Diana looks into her thing, it's peak. They've already done the thing on the space.
Yeah, come on, man. You know what Diana was as well.
I watched a documentary, not even a documentary, but there was a video on YouTube. And it was like how related was Diana to Prince Charles. Right? And then they went through the families. And it's just obviously there's like 6 cousins, 7th cousin.
They're related.
But
But then
That's why it's royal
but guess what though? When the public was told the story, weren't she basically almost like a common chick, like a commoner? Yeah. They had her in her little dead pale blue dresses and that looking all common.
The people's princess.
That was her work.
Right.
That was her job, supposedly.
Meanwhile, her family is like more than affiliated. In fact, nobody's random. Can we just get over that?
That's right.
Midland, Katie, Fergie, no one is random.
No, of course not.
Get me? There's no such thing.
Family. Literal family. Yeah. But yeah, the Duke of Westminster is probably the richest of outside of the Queen and that. One of the richest royals because he owns Westminster area. That includes Buckingham Palace and the land, right? The land is what you're talking about, MA.
Yeah, the landowners, the aristocrats.
Right.
Yeah,
but again, it's still the Duke of Westminster is a cousin.
That's right.
So like when people are like, but the Queen has to pay the Duke of Westminster. So what?
Yeah, but when you're an invading family, you have to marry into the wealth. You have to.
But hold on. He still has to pay what? Tax. To who? Cousin. It all swings round in roundabouts. Yeah? Via the government, whatever you want to do. You get me? The government has to pay money to hold to work in that building. Don't you see? It's all business. It's all business and her money. How she balances it, as in the nation.
One thing you got to remember: these royals, even though they get up to debauchery and fuckeries, compared to their ancestors, they're on their good behavior. Because back in the day, kings and dukes and princes, they would have had so many bastards running around. They would have done so much fucking. That was what their purpose was. They were trying to produce the next generation.
Well, they do have bastards running around.
But my brother,
but it's minimal. If you look at the European population, how much of them is genetically related to, for example, Charlemagne? Charlemagne was a proper king. Literally everyone in Europe's related to him. He's on Genghis Khan mode. But these lot, they're just like the toned down version.
Bro, there's no tone down if we've been colonized and oppressed.
How many kids has Prince Charles got? There's one guy that turned up that said, I'm Camilla's bastard child, and he's probably a mad person. Really, Charles should have about 25 kids by now, if they were operating the way a monarchy's supposed to operate.
Yeah, but we don't know that. He may do.
What are we talking about?
We don't know that if he has or not. He may do. That's the point.
They sacrifice children, children that have come through unholy union. Yeah, side chick. Yeah, Camilla's a side chick, so she's had.
How is side chick unholy? How is side chick unholy?
I'm saying, bro, it's unholy because you're already married.
What do you mean? If you're a king, nothing is unholy to you.
No,
you can have 25,000 concubines.
Yeah, remember he's a king in a Christian country.
Right, it's all unholy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Being a king and being a Christian don't go together.
No, it's true. But what I'm saying is, the real reasons and the real things they're doing is unholy. So let's just throw them all in the bin because they're royals, right? And that royal title and all of that and the rituals and what they represent and the institutions and the Masonic institutions that they represent is clear to see. Yeah, there is nothing holy about this royal family or any royal family. Nothing. Yeah, they're just business people, a business family who are in the business of taking over countries and the world. Yeah, and it's quite evident because this little island is Great Britain, right? So she solidified the wealth. Who owned more land on the planet than the Queen? Not many.
Not many.
Not many. So when we talk about England, that's bullshit. That's your family shit, supposedly. You know what I mean? Anyone who owns other parts of it, England, Ireland, Wales, or whatever, and Scotland, that's all your family. Yeah? Prince of Wales. Do you know what I'm saying? Duke of Edinburgh. Listen to how they're talking and the titles they're giving themselves.
Yeah, man.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's mad. The grandma got buried in supposedly in Scotland.
That's right. Was it
Balmoral? So they're moving it up and down. Yeah, they're just moving around the thing. They've got ownership in places all over the country, right? From their ancients. but they've solidified the crown. They've solidified it. Do you get what I'm saying? And then they've done it in other places. Their descendants now are Americans. The ones that were never going to be king or queen or blah, blah, blah. They went over to America on some slave thing and became landowners and and now senators and mayors and, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's the second generation of these sets of people. Your Bushes, your Obamas, your all of it, all related to them.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? So like she was mother to a lot more like nations and people than we think. You know what I mean? The whole of America.
Yeah,
That's why I
but
said America.
my question
America
is, why are you
should be
calling it
mourning.
unholy? Why are you calling it unholy
I just
and
explained why
making
it's
that like
unholy.
that's not what God wants us to do?
Married
That's not
to
what God wants us to
somebody.
do. We
Why?
told you
Because
that.
we're all supposed to be like Jesus. Are we all supposed to be like Jesus, turning up and going, nail me to the cross? I'm doing it for my people. Nah, bro. That's
I
a
don't know what
made
you're
up
talking
religion.
about, bro. Like, what is that?
Yeah, because your lot's idea of what God is or what a good person is based on Jesus.
You're saying the Queen. We're talking
I'm saying
about
the
Queen.
Queen's a monarch, right? She's doing what she's supposed to do.
Remember, yeah, not all Christians believe Jesus was God, you know, so you got to be very specific.
Exactly.
But we can start judging you
I never
by
said he was God. I'm saying he turned up and
that's-
said, "Here I am, nail me to the
Yeah, but
cross."
Nana,
He didn't raise no insurrection. He didn't raise no army.
Relax,
Hold
calm.
on, everyone, shush. You just said that people use Jesus as their idea of how to work out what God's about, and I'm saying they
No,
are
what good is about.
Oh, what good is
What
about?
good? Yeah, what good is.
Why would they? Well, my thing is this.
You know, like, go
some
on,
people
go on.
still defer to God, like they still like place the ultimate example on as being God and what God tells you, not just Jesus. I'm just letting you know that not everyone.
Yeah, but there ain't no Christian that don't use Jesus as a role model and an example. Whether it's as a son of God or a prophet.
If you want to talk about the ultimate example or whatever, or the ultimate leader, it would be God, and Jesus just being a perfect man, but still a man. There's lots of people that believe that, just a man. So
also, that what you just said there is false, brother. You said he didn't cause no kind of insurrection or none of them kind of things. So, bro, when people were going into the temples and doing markets in the temples, and he goes into the temples and chases everyone out and flips over tables and says, "Well, no, bomba can't do both." Yeah. How you gonna turn around and say he didn't cause no insurrection or them kind of thing? There?
No, but that's what you just explained.
Let me finish, my brother. What you are, what you are attributing Jesus as is the European sense of this meek shall inherit the earth, the soft, quiet little
exactly.
When clearly that's not the case when you read the Bible. When you hear him talk and he admonishes someone for asking him a stupid question, and he gives them an answer for a stupid question, you have to understand what that is, bro. And if it's not in your language, that's fine. As a West Indian, if I ask my mother a stupid question, she gives me an answer for a stupid question. You understand me?
Moshe, you're saying the same thing what I'm saying. I'm not arguing against you. You're saying that you have the real understanding of what Jesus was about. I'm saying I agree with you. But what we're talking about is the mediaed up version that's been sold to everyone as, oh, Jesus turned up saying, nail me to the cross, and he just gave himself up. When really, that's not what really happened.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. You didn't come across.
It's like Martin Luther King. Once Martin Luther King was assassinated, they rewrote the geezer's whole lifestyle, bruv. Everything what he was about got rewritten. Like, oh, have a dream and all that. Nah, man wasn't about that, bro. Man was about his business. He was a serious guy. You get me? He was a respected guy, and then they just rewrote it. Same like with Jesus. Same like with anyone.
He was on his Keisha and Becky thing for true. Yeah, he was militant with it.
That's what I'm saying. And people under this weird ideology now that a king can't be a king, a man can't be a man can't have a wife and be like, you're subservient to me, I'm the man. No, you can't do that no more. Why? It all goes back to the same ideology of everyone has to be super good to live in this world. No. There's good and there's bad. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
And she's bad. And she's unholy.
She done right by her people still.
Yeah, but
that's what everyone should be doing, right?
Hold on, that's not the English people, though. That's not the people of the country. She did right by her people, meaning the hierarchy.
Her financial people.
Well, not only financial, but her family. Her friends and family.
You have to understand, for the elite, the queen in some ways, and if you believe the indoctrination on it, the queen in some ways has served with distinction. She's had no scandals, so on and so forth, unlike certain other people in the royal family. So for the elite, she's been like a representation of what they want. You understand me? So she's done her job.
She's kept them in business.
Right, she's done her job, man. That's it. Literally.
And no one's made more peace than her. This is what you've got to understand. No one has made and maximized on all of their colonials and you know what Queen Victoria did. She's the one who came and solidified everything. Commonwealth, all of this bullshit. Yeah? So she's an excellent businesswoman. You know what I mean? The best that ever did it as a royal. Yeah? Let's get it right. The best that ever did it as a royal. So all the other royals and all the other heads of state or whatever, she's the perfect example, as Motion was explaining. You know what I mean? And even her family, look at Charles. Look at the pressure on Charles now.
He's getting vexed over pen and that.
It's the level that he has to obtain. You have to keep that level up of the Queen. Now that's a different level because she's coming from a
he's only got to hold it together till they train up William. Yeah, once William's ready to take over, he's just going to be like, you know what? I'm retiring. Let William do it.
All away. He's throwing it in the bin. This guy is unstable, man.
You know how long he waited for this? He would never.
Who's going to have his day in the sun, innit? He's going to have his little moment.
Charles, I'm saying Charles is going to do a mad thing.
Yeah, I reckon.
What to do. The parameters already set as far as the business. Yeah, just wait for his.
He's just a handover guy. He's just a handover guy. He's going to hand it over. He's going to prepare everything for the handover.
Right, he's king already, but yet to sign and be down for the business, is the coronation. You know what I'm saying? There's lots of things processes going on, but it's a lot of that one is a business one.
Definitely, man.
Yeah. It's like you're already king, and then what? They're gonna crown you king. Oh, piss off. Yeah, but no, you're gonna step on the stone of destiny and sign up the paperwork. Yeah, so it'd be Rex now instead of Regina.
I love it, man. I ain't got no problem with none of it. I wish it was me.
But anyway, evil family, yes.
Evil how? How is it evil? What's evil about it? You're doing what God put you on this earth to do, innit? To be successful. Like to rule, innit?
This is the thing. Hold on. Because this kind of way of thinking, so no one's evil because God created evil. No one's evil. Shaitan or Iblis is just doing God's work.
That's correct.
And any fuckeries that happens has been permitted. Any child that's been raped has been with God's permission. And this is what you lot believe in, right? This is how you
don't. Why are you putting words into my mouth? That's a bit disingenuous of you.
No. Relax. Let me respond to the brother, man. No, but that's essentially what you're letting us know, that God has a plan.
No.
Let me finish. You're letting us know that God has a plan, and the royals are working towards within the remits that God has allowed them, right? And therefore they can't be evil. What are you saying? No, you literally just said that.
Because you're putting words into my mouth. Speak for yourself, innit?
That's what you said.
You just said that, bro. You said, how are they evil? Yeah, they're just successful because God has allowed them to be, right?
No, listen to what I'm saying is evil, yeah? When you step out of righteousness, you're committing evil. Righteousness is what God's told you to do. Now, what you lot are saying is evil ain't what God said is evil.
Let me ask you a question. Before I harm a Muslim, do the angels need to get permission to allow it to happen from God?
That's a sick question.
So before a Muslim child is raped, by a paedophile, an angel has to ask God's permission, and God has to give it the okay before it happens.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. So then how can raping a child be evil because it couldn't happen unless God wanted it to happen by your logic.
No, God, no, that's not true because you've missed out the part where God allows you to choose between good and evil. Just because God's giving it the okay to happen, don't mean you got to deliver the killer blow. Listen, see, look, 5 people speaking over me, but yet you want to put words in my mouth, though.
But the point, no, there's no words. The point is everyone is protected. Everyone has an angel, on their shoulder, and no harm can befall them unless God decrees it.
Yeah.
The other part of that is,
hold on. Let me, because I just want to make sure, because I don't want to have to come back in 20 minutes' time and have to clarify this point, because Khan's really good at confusing himself. So where
no, because you just skipped over where I just said.
Just, I beg you, relax, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying. Nobody can be harmed without God's decree, without God allowing it, giving the cosign, right or wrong. So anybody that is harmed, that was co-signed by God. So where was the unrighteousness in that? Is God
because it's still what I'm saying is it's still you that did it. Just because God's allowing it to happen, doesn't mean God did it. It means you did it still.
No. Can I ask you a question then, Khan?
No, because it couldn't happen without God. It couldn't happen without it being God's will. You're not getting away with that.
Yes, that's true.
It couldn't happen.
It couldn't have happened. But you still did it, though.
No. Yeah,
you still did it.
Hold on. Check this.
But that was all part of the plan, right?
Check this. Yeah. Maybe someone opened my front door to let the intruders in. Doesn't stop the fact that intruders came in my yard and killed everyone in the crib. Everyone's to blame, bro. If you've the intruders might be the bad guys for pulling the trigger, but you're the bad guy for letting them in, knowing that without you letting them in, they couldn't have harmed any of my family. Everyone's guilty. Come on.
Yeah, no one is completely innocent. I agree with you. It's like if there's a bank robbery and I'm the driver and you go in and shoot the guard, I'm still going to prison for that.
When a child is raped, Allah is not innocent. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying Allah's given the possibility of good and bad to occur, and then whether you choose the good or the bad, that's your decision. That's what you're there.
Hold on. I can choose good or bad, but that can't override God's will. And because you got an angel on your side, the angel's gonna ask for permission for the misfortune, let's say, to befall the person. Now, if God says no, then nothing ain't gonna happen to that person. If God says yes, that will happen to that person. So
no, it will happen if you do it.
If I do it,
it will happen.
No, it won't happen. No, because it can only be permitted via an angel. An angel has to permit. I don't know if you understand the context of your religion. An angel has to permit before any harm befalls a Muslim.
And not just that.
And an angel has to seek permission from the Most High.
And not just that. Do we all do? Wait, Khan. In religion, are our paths and destinies set out?
Don't say in religion, just
yes and no. Yes and no. Obviously, obviously yes and no, innit?
Right. So if the Most High says, I'm gonna put goodness in his heart and badness in his heart, right? Because remember, your path is set out already, yeah? Who's creating it?
Well, I said yes and no. So what it is every time you come to a junction, you have the opportunity of moving into two different futures. You have the future, and you have an alternate future. Sometimes there's many different alternate futures, right? But there is still an overriding will of God, which means that everything you do is on a time delay. So if God wants to, he could correct your mistake, or he could just let it ride. So this is how human will, bruv, you lot are kiting me. You're asking me difficult questions.
It's not difficult, bro. Understand your religion.
No, it's not difficult for you because you already made up your mind about it.
No,
you're just reading off your own hymn sheet.
No, Khan. You have to stop this victim narrative when people are having a conversation.
Victim narrative, but I'm pointing at your injustice, and you're going to me, or you're being a victim.
Injustice, bro. We're asking a question.
Because you're speaking over me. You're asking me a difficult question, and you're not even letting me answer it properly.
Bro,
before the words finish out my mouth, you're jumping in with two big steel toe cap boots in my mouth, bro. Let me finish.
I asked you one question. One question. I said, is your path set out? Yeah, that's what
I said. Yes and no, right, and then you tried to make it yes. But I said no. It's yes and no.
Can I ask you that question? Yeah. Why you not got this tone of voice already? Like, what? Can we not talk? And it's
what
you,
I'm saying.
Khan, you know, getting all high pitch. It makes people
Yeah.
get all stressy. Like, relax, bro.
Just chill, bro. It's a conversation. You don't have to take everything as an attack on the religion you don't even
I
follow.
know, but when it's like
Yeah,
1
innit?
versus 3, it's difficult, isn't it?
Bro,
There's
listen,
no verses, bro.
Innit?
bro, we have our opinions and thoughts on things, and so do you, right? There's many occasions where you're part of a 4 or 5 on
Mosh.
Come on,
Let's just get back to forget about the conversation about the conversation. Let's get back to the actual conversation.
Cool. So you're saying that
Let me finish my point. Because it's hard for me to explain it without a little diagram or a drawing or something. I'm explaining something that's basically very not unorthodox, but it's just a little bit just what's the word? I'm trying to think about the word.
Relativity-ish.
Yeah, it's just a little bit confusing. Yeah, let me just basically say how I see it. Yeah. At every junction, you have the decision on your shoulders to go right or wrong, yes or no, left or right. There's the laid out obvious path of if you just go with the flow, but as a man, you've been given willpower to change things. Yeah. Now, when you change things and you make a decision, an unorthodox decision that you wouldn't have normally made, and you've done something completely different, both of them decisions, or even if there's a multitude of opportunities in front of you, whichever one you pick, God's okayed all of them. All of them are within the realm of possibility. 1 minute, let me just finish. The one you pick is down to your own personal willpower and intention, and the result of that rests on your own personal shoulders. Now, the point is this: whether God's will ultimately comes as the overriding factor, or your will is allowed to be the overriding factor, God makes that decision too.
Okay.
Do you get me? So you're on like a time delay. It's a time delay. So for example, when you're watching Big Brother in the house and you're watching it live, but the swear words are beeped out, you're like, how are they beeping out the swear words if it's live? Then you realize, oh, there's a 5-minute delay. They beep out the time word. So it's like that. So if you make a boo-boo or you fuck up or do something that God didn't want you to do, in terms of reality, he's got time to correct it. So his will is ultimately what happens.
All right. Sorry. Do you think that the Queen serves the same God that you do?
There's only one God. There's only one God.
No, there isn't.
Sorry.
There's gods, demigods, all kinds of stuff, bro. People worship.
Who told you that? And then if he did create the devil, right, to test people, and they fail, are they evil?
Sorry, repeat that last bit. Sorry.
If God created the devil, to test people, right? Test their resolve and to see if they're good or bad, because you won't know good or bad unless you experience, right? Yeah. So then that's his job, right? But the concept exists before him, right?
The devil's job to tempt you,
right. So and if you fail, what happens to you? What are you?
If you deviate from the path of righteousness that's been laid out before you, whether it's through temptation or your own willpower or your own perversions, you're a sinner, you're guilty, and you will have to pay the price.
All right, so Khan, can I ask you a question on this?
Now, when we're saying about the Queen, she's guilty of all those charges. Guilty, fully.
But that's between her and God.
No,
the things that she's guilty of.
1 second. It's not between her and God, because it's obvious that she is an evil, wicked person, right?
No, it's obvious that she's committed evil acts.
Okay, then that makes her evil, my brother.
But there's a difference.
Yeah,
Maku,
there's no difference.
Maku, 1 second.
There is a difference.
Go on, bro.
Matt Khan, can I ask you this question then? Yeah, it's an Islamic saying. Whose heart Allah opens will be open, and if he closes their heart, it's closed, right? Right. So who's closing people's hearts to the who's closing and opening people's hearts to the message? If Allah allows,
so do you want me to explain? Go on. Are you finished? Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
All right. My answer to that, or how I interpret that, is there are some people who their hearts are automatically opened by God. There are some people that their hearts are automatically closed by God. But there are also people who can go between the two. That's majority of the people, isn't it?
Majority of the people have to live a bit of life, learn a bit of suffering, and then their hearts are open through their own experience. Some people are just naturally gifted and talented and bestowed that. Some people are destined to never achieve that. But the majority of us, we have this life that we live on this earth, on this dunya, which is a lesson for us to open our eyes. So when we die, we accept our death and go into the hereafter with a bit of grace and dignity.
So the all-knowing,
not kicking and screaming.
So Khan, just final question. No, it's not even a question. This is my statement. Yeah. So the all-knowing, yeah, the one that knows what we're gonna do before we do it, will decide to put the evil choice in your way, knowing that you will do that, right?
No, I don't know where you got from where we were talking to what you just said. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know,
you skipped a lot there.
But what I'm saying is it carries on from that because I'm saying
it doesn't.
Bro,
it's the definition of omnipotence, man.
Bro, the all-knowing knows what you're gonna do before you do it. Am I wrong or right?
Yeah.
Right, cool. So he knows he knows if I put sin in front of him, he's gonna sin. So he puts sin in front of you.
Yeah.
Is the person who's committed the sin, at wrong, or the person who's given him the sin knowing he's gonna give him the sin?
The person who committed the sin.
But the Most High's put it in their heart to sin.
Right. But you're saying that you're ruled by your heart. Your heart is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. If you come across a temptation, you can't say no to it. Your brain can't tell your heart, no, don't eat a whole tray of Krispy Kreme donuts. You're gonna die if you eat that.
But what I'm saying to
what do you mean? You wanted to eat it, innit? You wanted to eat it, but you didn't.
Right, but the Most High already knows that you're gonna eat it, or if you are, or if you're not. Right?
Come on, man.
That's what I'm saying to you. I studied.
What do you mean? I've already said yes to that. He knows. He knows.
My thing is this, though, right? No one should be struggling with this concept of your God being all-knowing. Your God knows everything. He knows what's going to happen before.
No one's struggling.
Then the acceptance is your God told you he created good and evil. He created it, meaning before he created it, it didn't exist.
Right.
Right.
I've already agreed to that.
Any evil that we see is a product of God. And
but when you say a product, you make it like he's responsible for it.
Made a good point.
He created it.
But that's just something you.
Sorry, I'm responsible for all the things I create, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, but that's within.
I take responsibility for the shit I make and bring into existence. I'm not going to bring a whole thing of like evil into existence and then not be responsible for it. What are we talking
So you're saying when you're
when
you're thinking about God right now and thinking about how God moves, you're using yourself as the model, and you're like going, "Well, if I can do this, then God has to as well."
No,
that is what you just did.
He's saying God created
that's
it, bro.
Not what I'm doing at all. What I'm doing is quoting God when He says, "I created good and evil."
Yeah, right.
Let me give you a good example. Right, you have a body of water, right? A body of water. Right? There's no such thing as oil. Then I create oil. And I place the oil in the water. Now the water's all oily. I did that.
Yeah.
No one else. I did that. That's as much responsibility. Like the responsibility I have over the fact that there's oil in the water is the same responsibility that God has that there's evil in the world.
Right. And the other part is as well.
No, I don't accept that.
God created it, bro. Don't you understand what you're saying?
Hold on. Khan, please. Why can't you grasp that?
No, it ain't about grasping it. I'm just saying to you that you're judging it based on the life that we live inside of creation, where there is a duality, where everything has its opposite. But where God exists outside of that, he can invent things and add them into creation and let them basically run their own course and be independent.
Right.
Same way how you're independent of God, you can do things.
Hey, listen.
Why
No, wait,
let Giant talk, man.
Wait, please.
Hey, listen, just one sec.
Yo, no, wait, please. Okay, that's fine. But then it's almost as if you've just now undone the fact that nothing can be done outside the will of Allah. So now you're just like, oh, he just put that out there, and whatever it does, it does. But like that's not what we're told in the Quran. When nothing happens outside the will of Allah, So like, it's like you can't contradict that pillar of reality when it comes to how we look at the creator, which is all is within his power. Nothing existed before him. He created evil. No evil can happen to a Muslim without Allah's permission.
Okay, let me give you. I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to argue against what you're saying. Just put a pin in that for a sec, right? Let it hang, right? And we can marinate on that. But my point is this: everything that I create, I'm not responsible for in the way how you're saying. If I create a child and my child goes and creates a mass murder, do they throw me in prison for that? No,
if you knew they were going to do it, then yeah.
Okay, but for a parent to say that they have no responsibility for what their child goes
I'm not saying no responsibility.
It's irresponsible and dishonest.
Facts.
I'm not saying no responsibility. Obviously, God is responsible for the invention and the creation of evil. But what evil does through human action, God didn't choose those things. We chose those things.
Well, God knew it was going to happen.
Stop there. Last question. Did God know what the evil would do before he created it? I rest my case.
And the other part of that is
just because God knows. See, here's the thing though, because God, 1 minute, Jets, because God knows and God's all powerful, you're putting it as he's responsible. But with us, God's not all powerful to the extent that he does let things happen, but he's allowing us to have our willpower. So the responsibility then's on us.
All right. Before I choose to do the act of evil, did God know that? Did God know that I choose to do the act of evil?
Yes.
Before my victim,
he ultimately knows.
Before I do the act of evil to my victim, did God know that I will do that? Did God know that I will do this act of evil to the victim?
Come on, 1 second, my brother. 1 second.
Let me give an answer. Let me give an answer. Because
I don't want one.
No, but 1 minute.
They're rhetorical questions.
Let me speak then.
I'm still speaking, you dickhead.
Well, speak then, you fucking fanny.
He's trying to, bro. Just chill.
Come on, just chill.
Up until 6 months ago, you was a fat motherfucker yourself. Don't lie. Yes, you was.
Nah,
with your fucking 30% body fat. Don't lie.
You've been fat your whole life.
30%.
You've been fat.
It's hormonal. I had a hormonal issue.
Can't. Just chill.
When I call you a fat bitch, you should have known I'd call you a fat bitch before you came on the live. Yeah,
you're a little wanker. Go on, carry on anyway.
No, but then I feel
what do you mean, nah?
I feel like you're deliberately trying to muddy the conversation so it seems like it's confusing.
Yeah, but you're a bad-minded person. That's why.
I'm trying to ask everyone to just fall back a minute. Let me just have this. Like, I'm not gonna hog the mic. I'm aware now of how jarring it is when one person just talks all the time. But what I can't take is the noise when I'm trying to be clear. I like to be precise. So anyway, like I said, so if God created the evil, he created the victim, he created the bad guy. Before any of us were created, God already knew the outcome. And this is something we try to pretend. Oh yeah, there's multiple ideas and multiple, but did God know what the real outcome would be? Wow. Or is God just guessing? God ain't out here guessing. He knows the outcome.
Right.
That's
right. Right. When you're ready, when you're ready.
Yeah,
you're ready for me now.
All
right, cool, my brother. Listen, I want to say something.
Hold on. Bruv, if man wants to be annoying because I stepped to the live stream with good manners and that, and then my manners go, and then when I start going on nasty, you don't want to come around me no more. Like, please, ease up a bit, let me express myself, and then let everyone else express themselves. Stop trying to do these tactics that frustrate people. Because if I get frustrated, I'm going to make sure everyone's frustrated. It's going to be a
madness. Hey, we know that already. Yeah, don't worry.
Let's be nice, and let's talk normally. Let's just
I'm trying. Right. I'm trying my best. I'm not perfect either.
Anyway, I'm just going to say this last thing because it's just now jarring to talk, right? Everything has been DL'd and logged and known before it happened, according to Islam, according to Christianity. And in fact, I don't know an Abrahamic faith that denies God knowledge of what is to come. He's beyond that. He's beyond time, right? So he I hate this example, but I have to keep using it. Before the child was created, before the adult that would abuse this child was created, before any of their forefathers were created, the scenario that would unfold, leaving the child abused, was already known. There's no argument about, oh, the paedophile had a choice, and if the paedophile chose something different, he couldn't have gone against what was already predestined. This is what motion is trying to like highlight. This is basic. If it's predestined and it's known before the existence of those carrying out the acts, then the acts are not actually acts of free will. They're acts of destiny carrying itself out. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Right. Go for it.
Khan, you want to respond before I say something?
My response is this. I'm not invested in trying to change your mind because we're coming at this from two different paradigms. Yeah. Ultimately, we've highlighted the difference between Islam and non-Islamic thinking. In other words, where we believe that God doesn't enter creation, where you believe he does. So therefore, when you say God created something, you're making him responsible for that because he's all powerful. But in our dynamic, it's different because God's given us the free will and he's withdrawn from his creation and allowed things to happen. Even though he knows what's going to happen, we still have the choice on whether or not we actually carry it out or not. Let me just give you one example because you seem to think that I'm trying to argue against you, but I'm not. I'm not even invested in trying to change your mind. I'm invested in trying to express myself fully because you're giving me the opportunity to think through my own thinking and intuitively try to speak without contradicting myself. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to argue against you or win an argument, right? Believe me, if you think that, then you don't know me after all these years. You don't know me.
Just say your point,
right?
Say your point. Say your point. Say your point.
All right, I know he's listening to me, bro. This is important, bro, because it's all out of love. We all love each other here, and we're speaking for everyone's benefit, right?
Say your point. Say your point.
All right, my point is this. Let's say, for example, I want to train my son to take a perfect penalty, right? And I'm saying to him, I'm going to stand in the goal, and you're going to shoot the ball, yeah? And I know I can save the ball, innit? Wherever it goes, I can let it go in if I want, or I can save it if I want, right? But I want to see him bend it like Beckham, right?
Yeah.
When you set up the world in that way, right, God is still the goalkeeper. God decides whether the ball goes in or not, right? The person who's living, yeah, has the opportunity to perform perfectly. In other words, adhere to righteousness that's been set out by God, yeah, and not deviate. That's his job. Whether his righteous acts results in a goal or not is irrelevant. When I do good things, I don't expect nothing back for it. I just do it for the sake of doing things in a perfect manner. Yeah? And that's how I see reality. Just like that.
Okay. So can I say something?
Now, you might not agree with me. That's fine.
You finished, Khan?
Fully.
Yeah. So two things I'm going to drop on you, yeah? The Most High's words to I think it was Abraham. Yeah. Know for certainty your offspring will be taken to slavery. They will be worshipping other gods, right? That is something that's been set out on a set of people, right? By the Most High, yeah? From early on, because he could see and put in place, right, what would happen. Now, if this is in scripture of the Most High telling his prophets, your seed will become slaves, your seed will be unruly. You understand me? Yeah? That is the Most High telling him, I've designated it that way.
Yeah.
Right? So, and then the other part is when you go into the New Testament, yeah, the Most High says, I will show grace upon my followers because I know that they are going to perform these things and do the things that I've spoken about in the Old Testament. So now I will perform grace on them. So either way you put it, bro, yeah, whether it be Islam or Christianity, the Most High is telling you that he has set your shit for you, right?
Only in terms of that one particular event of slavery.
No, not just in slavery. He's saying, so basically he's saying your offspring, and how many children, how many offspring of Abraham is there in terms of?
Yeah, not all of them were slaves, though, innit?
Not all of them. No, but what I'm saying to you is this: not all of them were slaves. But part of it was the elder shall serve the younger. That was one that was said. The elder shall serve the younger. So those that came before will be enslaved by those that came after. Right? Did the Arabics enslave the people of the book? That was ordained by the Most. Did the people that speak Arabic, I'm not saying Muslims, people that speak Arabic, did they enslave the people of the book, as was ordained by God. So he put the hatred in their heart for the people, for them to actually enslave them. He put that hatred in there for them. Then he says,
I don't know. Like, give an example of what you're talking about, because I don't know.
All right, cool. So again, a nation that ye nor your forefathers have known will come through as swift as the eagle and wrap you lot up and kill you and put you into slavery and chains, like in Egypt again. This is another prediction he said. So he's put in those people's hearts from far away to go and enslave these people, rape and pillage and so on and so forth, right? He's told them this. This is a future prophecy. You guys, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see what's the problem. Where's the question?
He didn't put in the people's heart that I'm going to make you into good people so that no evil will reach you. He's saying, I'm going to make you into little shitbags and make the evil reach you. That's what he's telling you.
No.
All right.
Just because a bad thing befalls you, just because a bad thing happens to you, don't mean that it was by your own doing. Yeah. So, for example, who's the three brothers, Joseph and his three brothers that got taken into slavery or into prison or whatever?
It was just Joseph. It was just Joseph.
Him. Yeah. His brothers turned against him and he ended up in prison, right? He didn't do nothing for that to happen to him, right?
But the Most High.
But he came out on top. But he came out on top, right?
The Most High ordained
the three brothers.
So we could. The Most High ordained and put it in his brother's heart to settle him.
So like my argument goes, sometimes the penalty goes in and sometimes it don't. Either way, God's the decider, right? And you're saying he's prophesied it ahead of time. So that basically enforces my own model that I've laid out.
No, because he's basically saying, right, some of you are right-footed. I'm gonna make you take your penalty with your best foot. But the rest of you, yeah, I'm gonna make you take it with your worst foot. That's where you're putting the penalty analogy there. You have to understand some people are having to take it with their weaker foot, while some are gonna take it with their stronger. Now, wait, let me finish. So if you allow good, let me finish. If you allow both good and evil to take it with both their good and bad foot, right? Understand what happens.
Yeah.
The people that you potentially be good, you've already ordained that they're gonna make these flipping mistakes, and then punish them for these mistakes.
See, Marsh, let me explain something. Yeah, when you think of God or good working within creation, you then think of the opposite of it, which is evil, of also being as an entity that exists within creation, as if it's its own self-regulating spirit. Yeah, evil, the spirit of evil or whatever that comes on people. I'm saying that people have the choice to do good or evil. Evil is an act. It's not a part of creation or a part of humans that's floating around like a malignant thing. Yeah, it doesn't have its own like a cloud like floating around the earth. Like evil is what you choose to do. Now, what evil is to an Abrahamic person is when you go away from righteousness. So if God's saying to you, this is your path of righteousness, right? This is the rules that I've laid out in front of you. Now, when you deviate from them, there's going to be a punishment for them. Now, as you're the father, I'm telling you, some of your children will deviate from this path and the punishment will come upon them. And them receiving that punishment will be a reinforcement for the ones that stayed on the right path to know that, boy, if we fuck up, we're getting licks like my man over here.
Right.
Yeah, but the point is, does God know everything?
Of course God knows everything.
Yeah.
So did God create evil?
God created everything.
Did he create evil as well? Does that include it?
Yeah.
So that means he knows what evil's going to do because he created it.
Yeah, but he's not responsible for you doing evil.
It's been said already.
He's not responsible for you doing evil. That was your choice.
No, he said he placed the adversary. He placed the adversary to lead mankind astray. He gave him. He said, "No, wait, one second." He said, "This is my people. Go amongst them and take of those that will follow you." Right?
Yeah, that will. The word is will. They have willpower.
That will follow you. However, the Most High, that is all-knowing, will know. Yeah. What's the hadith? Let me just read it because the brother put the hadith up. Yeah. Where is it? And if Allah had willed, He could have made you of one religion, but He causes to stray whom He wills and guides whom He wills. So it's down to His will, not our will. His will.
Even in Christianity, the Lord's Prayer is "Let Thine will be done."
Even down to the fact that God.
You have to let God's will be done.
Even down to the fact that God has put a veil over the hearts of some of us. And that means that no matter how hard we try, we can't see the truth. God placed that there. Don't tell me this thing about God giving everyone the opportunity to be righteous. He hasn't. He doesn't say that.
No one said.
He said some people won't be saved. You did say that.
So if you look at
So everyone can't even be saved, even if they wanted to be, because it's down to God.
If I give a general statement and you bring the nuance to that statement, in a way you've corrected me. Doesn't mean I'm arguing against you though. So yeah, you're right. When I said everyone, I meant that in general terms. But like you said, some people they don't get that choice because God's already decided for them, right? And then people, they're like an example for us to look at and think.
So then free will doesn't apply to them.
Not to everyone.
There you go.
No, free will doesn't apply to anyone. There's no such thing as free will.
No, everyone.
Let's
free will is literally lack of knowledge.
Right.
If God to turn around, and I've said this before, to turn around and say that we've got free will because we act on the things that we think we do is to limit the power of God. God already knows how everything is. In Islam, he says to Muhammad, I've already written your name in the book before. So he already knew what was going to happen. He knew what Muhammad, he knew everything, how Muhammad was going to act. And you have the same in the Bible, where he knew and he allowed the prophets to come and speak the word that he has said is going to happen. Everything happens. God has the knowledge. Humans do not have that foresight.
But Raheem, let me make the point.
Hold on. Or future sight to say that we've got that, and to comfort ourselves, we say, "Oh, it's free will, and good and evil exist. Good and evil are matters of perspective that God has allowed us to think happen, but he implements them to allow for actions for His will to be done."
Raheem, the difference here isn't the all-knowingness of God, is the omnipotence of God. God being there to stop you from committing evil or making it so you do commit evil. You're arguing about all-knowingness. We're agreeing on all-knowingness. That's not the problem. The problem is omnipotence is the problem. So God is, in some people's book, omnipotent, all-knowing, and there's another one. What's the third one? I forget, right? Off the top of my head.
Omniscient.
Yeah, right. So there's three of them. But in Islam, only two of them apply because we don't think that God is omnipotent, omnipresent, because we're saying that God can't enter into creation. That's basically giving us the opportunity to choose good or evil.
Pause. Now, God not being able to can't enter creation seems to me that Allah is limited.
Can he enter if he wants to? If he wants to, can he enter?
There's stuff he can't do. No, he just said he can't. He just said God can't.
Yeah, exactly. So then you limit God.
And you're pulling me up on a word that I've used, can't or doesn't want to.
Yeah, but use the right fucking. Hold on.
Yeah, it's
hold on, Mosh. Just use the right words, bro.
So,
like, because I'm gonna take you for face value of what you're saying. You say what you mean what you say. So if I pick up on something you say, like, don't blame me, bro. You use.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, be aware of what you're doing. You're catching me out on a technicality.
No, I'm not. No, it's not a technicality. You said God can't enter creation. If you want to revise that statement, please do.
All right. God chooses not to enter creation because that then gives us the willpower. Yeah, he can if he wants to, but ultimately, he's given us the opportunity to choose between good and evil. For him to do that.
Where has God told you that he's choosing not to enter creation?
Right.
I was going to ask the same question.
In the Bible.
No, the Bible says.
No, sorry, guys, don't do this. No, don't do this, guys. I've asked a question to a Muslim, and you've interrupted with Bible verses. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Can we at least get a Muslim to try and answer the question before you lot chime in with your Christian versions? I'm ready to burn up all your religions.
I'm
your Bible.
It ain't about the religion, Jedi. It's about the logic.
I'm joking. But for real, because I want to get to the bottom of this, right? Pause. Yeah, like, what is the state where we got this thing about God and entering creation? I know this is a major thing for Muslims, right? It's a major
difference.
Major point.
What is there? Where is this stemming from?
It's stemming from the question of where is God? Where is he? right? So in a way, God exists within us, right? Like he's within us, that he can communicate with us in our hearts. Like to us, he's close to us, right? Closer than our jugular vein. But where actually is God? He is above his throne. Where is his throne? Is outside of creation.
But that doesn't answer
What,
the
in
question.
space?
Yeah, thanks, Khan. But like, whatever.
Jedi, what was the question that you just asked?
So,
It wasn't
the
answered,
question I asked was, Quranically, I guess I was asking, but the other brothers are going to answer in a minute. Where is the evidence that God refuses or chooses not to enter creation?
Right.
So my understanding, and from what I've read, and if you're a follower of Islam, then you're supposed to also follow that book, because the understanding of Islam is the Quran or Kareem is a more in-depth version of the biblical prophets, and gives you more in-depth stories into things, right? So the Most High says, I will turn my back on Israel. I will no longer come to their aid. So that's him telling you he's unwilling anymore to go to the aid of his people, right?
Right.
So I'm saying
that's not entering creation, though, brother.
No, what I'm saying, no, but it would be if he's saying I'm no longer going to support you. So basically, the prophets that worshipped, they were given, like for example, Moses or whatever, was able to do certain magic at the will of the Most High. Yeah, he was able to do that. So he then turns around and says, I am no longer going to intervene for Israel and allow you to have this. So there's no more staff turning into snake. There's no more water into wine. There's no more
miracles. No more miracles.
No more miracles, which I intercede on. Pause on the intercede bit. But you understand me? So he tells you in the Christian Bible, I'm no longer, I've turned my back on Israel.
After Jesus. That's after Jesus, right?
No, before
Jesus. Now I'm confused.
Yeah, now there's a problem.
And there's a load of bopping on water and wine and all sorts of fun.
Right. But you know what that was from? That was because the Israelites, and he knew this would happen, asked for a king, right, to lead them, right? And the Most High was angry that they wanted to have a king as opposed to him leading them. So then he blessed them with king.
This nonsense, man. It doesn't. That's the same way we're getting on to respectfully.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Same way we're getting on to what's his name, Khan. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? It's what he says. It's in his book.
No, but the simple fact is, you said, man said he's not coming back to go on to help no one. No more miracles. Lo and behold, it doesn't seem to be true. So what's he saying?
What's he saying? He changes. He changes.
Yeah, but it's not changing according to new information, rare. Like, it's very confusing. This omnipresent God in the Bible spends a lot of time asking people where they've been. What they've been doing.
because can't find Adam and Eve in the garden. Where are you, Adam?
Adam and Eve, he asked his Satan. People, man. Like, where you been? Where you been on? What one?
It's not
even though, like, to be fair, Zulu
did give a good explanation. This though, is it?
Zulu gave a good explanation for why God answers questions, which is, I think, it's a cop out, but it's one you can't really fight. And it was basically, God answers questions not to know the answer; it's for you to think about the question and blah 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 blah. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And it's for the reader. And it's for the reader because there's a point.
Why is that a cop out? No.
It's not the Almighty Creator who is asking these questions. It's a different being that's asked these questions. God does not walk. God does not walk amongst anything.
He does. In Genesis, it says that, bro.
It says, spirit begets spirit, flesh begets flesh. Spirits don't walk. Yeah.
Oh, so he didn't speak.
But spirits don't have crowns. Spirits don't have crowns. Spirits don't have swords and ride horses. Spirits don't have feet.
I've not said they do.
Yeah, but all of these things are in the Bible.
Different entity. I said it's a different entity. God,
either way, if it's spiritual,
admit that there are other gods by saying,
"Whoa, hold on. Yeah, but they're spirits too, no? God speaks about spiritual beings, right?
Can I give another example of God putting evil into people and allowing them to commit it? Yeah. Who built?
Only to help your own personal salvation.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So, 2 kings, Solomon and David, yeah, the father and the son, right? One son, one of the kings was actually allowed by the Most High to go out and war, yeah, to go and war and build a reputation as a warlord, right? However, I've allowed you to go and be a warlord. Let me finish. I've allowed you to go and be a warlord, but you can now not build my temple because you have been a warlord.
Right.
Why did the Most High make King David into a peaceful man and make him build a temple? Because he'd already ordained it, that his son would do it, right?
This is what I'm saying. So when we're looking at the sons of Noah, Japheth are the warriors. They're the ones that do all these injustices. But like you said, when it comes to the spiritual thing, Shem's on a bit of a higher level. So them 2 people, they sort of need each other. They perform different roles and different tasks. Like Abraham's sons are 2 different sons.
What? But they have the same dad. So do you and your siblings not follow the same God that your parents have, I say, indoctrinated in the loose term, to?
Well, before the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, all the sons of Ishmael, they fought. Well, not all of them. Let me just be like Jedi said. Use my words correctly. The righteous ones would follow the prophets of the Ishmaelites. I mean what are they called? The Israelites. Yeah, right. So although they're warrior-like people,
in the Bible, God says that the Israelites did evil. So I don't know.
I personally don't think the
prophets came from one line, innit? Prophets all came from that line.
Wrestles with an angel and kicks him in the groin can't be a positive being.
You can't say King David was in self-defense. King David went on military campaigns and also attacked. The Most High instructed Israelites to attack people also and to go and take over lands. Stop. What are we doing? Stop talking this self-defense rubbish, man. You're talking to people that know the fucking Bible, bro.
You said it was self-defense. Oh, in the thing.
Stop this self-defense thing, man. You man are so blinded by the books you read that you can't even just like fathom the truth of it.
Focus on the panel, not the chat.
No, but everyone's got an opinion, bro. And we can talk if it's a valid point that we could, you know, that we could.
What the facts are, yeah, God's a man in the Bible, bro, and you can't try and make him to be a spirit because God's got arms, God's walking about, God's got the mouth, he's talking, speaking words, he's got a mouth. So
it depends on what God you're talking about.
God as the Father, bro.
It depends on what you're talking about. It says there are many gods in the Bible.
Boy, God's a man, though. The God you're talking about is a man, bro.
No, not necessarily. It depends on which part you're talking about, because you have the creation where there is no physical being who creates something and creates the earth, creates man. Then
Raheem.
Wait. Wasn't Satan supposed to be a snake?
Hold on. Then you turn around and you have God say, another God say, come, let us create man in our image. So who was God speaking to when he said, come, let us create man in our image?
Yeah, who was he
talking to? A group of people, bro.
There are many beings who will be God, but there is only one who is the Most High, who is a spirit. However, there are
amongst them
physical form. And those who
are
amongst them.
Can I ask you that question? Because we're not going to go back down that road. We've rinsed that one many a time, right?
No, I'm just giving
a nice
an example
one, but you just say it. Can I ask you that a question, right? You said God is above his throne, right?
Right.
Ironical, yeah.
Yeah. Who created his throne?
What do you mean? He created the throne, but he resides above the throne.
God created the throne.
What for?
Yeah.
What for?
Thank you.
Spirits need thrones.
Huh? What do you mean? That's like me asking you, why did you go and buy a chair to sit down on?
Yeah, but I would have to buy a chair.
That means God's a man, then, bro.
Right. Well, I would have had to. Like, God don't need to sit down. Does God need to sit down?
Yeah, but a throne ain't for sitting on to rest your bum. A throne is to assume a station, assume a position. That's what a throne does.
Why?
Nah, bro.
You understand what I'm saying? I get all of that. It's still like a physical thing. It's a physical kind of attribute to have a throne, to have a house. It's like physical kind of stuff.
But things have meanings, don't they?
Yeah, cool. So what is I don't mind that. What is the spiritual meaning of the throne?
Yes,
I would my understanding would be
the
that
throne is basically means the spot where only he can be there. So that's the throne, isn't it? Like no one else can sit on the throne.
If you have been eternal and the only one in existence, why would I need to write first? That's like going to the chat, right? I'd be like, yeah, first. Yeah, why do I need to let everyone know? Who am I letting know? There's no one even to let know that I'm the supreme being. I'm just the supreme being.
Okay.
No, but
why do I need a real or metaphorical throne to show my superiority to?
And then be above that as well.
Because there are creations that come afterwards, aren't there? So you then create. If you're the CEO, when you register a business, you become a CEO automatically. You are in charge of that business. You're registering your business because
you hired it's God's not about material.
I hear you, but you don't need to do that if you had competition
underneath you afterwards.
You don't need to do any of that if you had competition. If you were putting your business into the business space, but there is no business space because guess what? Your business is the first and only business.
No, of course not. We understand already that God knew that He was everything that was going to happen.
You get there's no
created everything for a purpose, right?
When you've always been here and you always will be, there's no need for markers. You get what I'm trying to say? There's no need to clock in to say what time you started. There's no need to show everyone that I was first. You just first. Everyone's gonna know you first because everyone that appears is gonna know they appeared after you.
Right.
and another thing,
not everyone will know that.
Another thing,
when it comes to spirituality, if you create several beings and they will all vie for prayer, which is a form of energy and sustenance, then you have to let everyone know that as much as you're praying to these beings, I'm above them. This is me.
Why you create? No, but before you created these beings, you knew all of that would happen. So just don't create them.
Because everything is about duality. No,
doesn't make sense, bro.
Everything's about duality and balance.
Let me ask him this. Let me ask him this real quick. Yeah.
So when you turn around and you existing by yourself would not accomplish anything. There is an end goal that we.
Why do you need to accomplish anything when you're God? Why there's a drive now to accomplish something?
I'm gonna throw. But you're judging God by yourself.
No. If we're gonna do rationality, let's take it all the way. You are the first. You are the only being out there, and now you've created stuff for what?
All right. Can I answer this question?
Let me ask you one question real quick, yeah.
Let me have a go, yeah. Jedi. 1 minute, man. I'm trying to help you here, bro. I've got.
Did I ask the question?
Khan, to be fair, Conscious was waiting to speak, so let him go and then you can go.
And I'm waiting as well.
Let me ask you one question real quick, yeah.
You know what? I'm putting on my atheist hat today, man. Fuck it.
No, man. Let's play this game, man. Let's play.
I'm waiting.
I was gonna ask you
one question.
Just one question real quick, yeah. If God's a spirit, why does it say in Genesis, right, that God said the gold in Kush is good? If God don't care about material, why is He saying gold is good in Kush? What's that got to do with anything?
Where in Genesis?
No, but I'm trying to answer Jedi's question.
Jed, let me tell you in Genesis, yeah.
That sounds like Enlil and Inky.
That's Genesis chapter 2.
That sounds like some terraforming.
Verse 14, bro. I've got the thing in my hand right now, bro.
And boy, this is the story. This is the story of
Genesis 2, chapter what?
They came to harvest gold.
This is Genesis 2, yeah, chapter 12.
Why would God see?
And the gold is good in that land. What the hell?
He's saying it's good for you. It's not good for him. He's saying it's good for you to have.
To do what?
To do what?
Praise God with.
What do you mean? Gold does a lot of things, bro.
Multiplying. We're supposed to be being fruitful and multiplying on the earth.
That's not what Genesis 2 says.
Why is gold?
Bro, I've got the book in my hand. Let me just show you the thing. Yeah, I'll turn my camera on. Because look,
why is God
thing right here, bro?
Oh,
I got it highlighted, bro.
I see. Hold on. It's come up wrong. Hold on. I'll go on Bible Hub instead of this one.
Why is God telling us gold is good? That don't make no sense.
Yeah, when you lot are ready, let me ask a question.
Yeah, go on, family. Please just go through it, MA.
Are you Raheem? Are you gonna read something?
Yeah,
no.
I'll just answer that one bit. The whole bit of that is to do with the creation of the Garden of Eden, by the way. So it noticed everything to do with that, not just
and gold was good in the Garden of Eden for what? Allow it, man.
But for man, isn't it? Same way everything
to do
is.
What, brother?
to do whatever is needed.
What's needed with the gold? You're just answering now like you're in the book and you're part of this. It makes no sense. Like, stop trying to make sense out of nonsense. It don't make sense for a non-material God who put us here to be fruitful and multiply the earth to be telling us coincidentally in a verse, oh, and the gold is good there. Good for what?
For whatever it was needed for.
So,
like,
so God's a miner now. God's mining gold.
No, God created gold. God created gold and put the good gold there. But yeah,
so
go on,
bad
mate.
gold.
Sorry.
There's bad gold as well, yeah. Is
All right,
there such thing as bad gold?
let me come true.
Yeah, go on.
All right. So my kind of grasp of the creator, yeah, is founded upon what the statement I'm kind of gonna make, right? So it seems that it's apparent that when we delve into the Abrahamic version of the creator, to me it seems like this creator, okay, you say he's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, all this kind of shit, knows everything, and then when we ask questions of this being, yeah, it doesn't seem to make, it's not adding up, right? There's just bare contradiction, blah blah blah. To me, and again, this is kind of the foundation of kind of my current understanding or overstanding of the creator, yeah, is that this being is actually compelled by something else.
No, it could be. It could be, definitely.
Yeah, what? But is this being told to say that it's the one and only?
This being
thing. It's doing the Chesney Hawkes thing in the bedroom mirror, and then you say there's an older Don upstairs, like, turn that down. Yeah?
I would say I wouldn't put it in those terms, but I would say that when I say the creator, yeah, which is the only word that I really use when I'm referring to them kind of thing there.
Right.
I say the creator based on the fact that I don't think this whatever you want to call it, entity, whatever, I don't think that this being can do anything else but create, and is compelled almost, and is almost cursed to do these things. Yeah, and I use curse loosely because it's not a curse, but it's like the compulsion is insatiable, and
so it's
the decisions don't. And I'm not an Abrahamic guy, innit? Like, I'm not on that at all. But I'm saying, from what I can observe of the universe, what I see of some of the literature from the Abrahamic faiths and other belief systems, whereby it seems like there's an element of universal truth in there, and then it just goes left. Yeah, way left. Yeah, and people don't come back again. Yeah, but I can see the truths in them, and I'm saying that on one hand, there's a deep misunderstanding. I think if you can grasp the idea that this being is actually compelled to do things that are not actually decisions, there's no deciding going on. It's compulsion.
Yeah, I can agree.
I'm not agreeing with you at all.
Go ahead.
No. I got nothing to say, but I just don't agree with you. No.
So Jedi, you believe? You believe that there is a being that's deciding things?
Oh, you're asking what I believe? No, I'm just asking. I'm just dealing with it from a perspective of what's presented.
Okay,
what about? Do you know what I mean? None of this is my personal. Do you know what I mean? But we're dealing with what's presented in the text, in the different scriptures, in the different books.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. I picked up one book, and the book said "in the beginning."
No, absolutely. I'm taking it outside of the book, innit? I'm saying that
in the start.
I'm saying that my understanding. That's what I try to say. My understanding.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's actually my understanding of where I'm at. Yeah. Outside of the books, but I'm saying within the books there are universal truths that seem to be present. Yeah. There's wisdoms that are being presented to the people then, but then everything goes left because people don't really understand what going on in the universe. You know what I'm saying?
That's so true. And you got to realize there's truth in everything. You can find truth in other books that's not even religious. So it doesn't make the Bible like the truth.
That's not the point that I'm making.
The whole truth.
No. That's just the sidebar. That's not the point I'm making. I'm trying to understand. So, because the bare things that people have said today, Khan and yourself, even Motion, it's not making no sense. It's
the religious ones are not making sense. The non-religious are not making sense. You lot are all confused. I'm here to bun you up today, man.
The book, none of it makes sense.
Yeah. None of you that are making no sense. The man in the middle, motion, kind of religious, not religious, making no sense.
No, I'm not religious, bro. Not kind of. I'm not religious.
Yeah, kind of not. You're the most religious one here. Khan, yeah, has he left it?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he must have left, Khan. That's peak of Khan. We all took it onto Christianity just to ease Khan up, car. Yeah, he weren't a fair represent like for Islam. Just don't talk about Islam, Khan. Don't, man. Don't, bro. Cause even the layman like me, bro, I can't even hear it from you, bro, because it's not making no sense. Yeah, God knows everything, but He just allows you to do whatever you want. You can't go against His will, huh? And then we got this one in this. But oh yeah, there's two creations. There's one creation. Oh, God said this. I don't know, man. This like sometimes when you choose to ignore certain aspects of these religions, it makes some sense. Then when you go to these troublesome scripts and these troublesome ideas, it's like it goes. It's just a mess.
But that's the whole point of it. That's why I don't subscribe to religion. It's meant to be chaotic, and then it links to the individuals who find order through the chaos. It's meant to be that.
I just remember,
like, for instance,
his atheist hat.
Some people believe that the people that are in power are appointed by God, even though
that's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah, even though they are not religious people, they're saying that God has chosen them to.
It's convenient, isn't it? It's just convenient.
Yeah.
Yep.
God create like the killer, the cinch was God created the devil.
Yeah, of course. Evil. God is evil. That's why he created these manifestations to make.
You can't create something that you're not, can you?
Exactly. Right. That's what.
But then again, hold on. If God created evil, then God couldn't be evil for the simple reason that evil didn't exist before God created it.
But neither did good.
Right.
Oh, hold on.
God
Let me
have been good or evil.
Well, that's exactly right. So, hey. God, if evil is a distinct thing,
right,
and good is a distinct thing, and we haven't even distinguished what either of those two
what
things
that
are
is either. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Then, but on that level, he can't be exactly one or exactly the other.
It's both.
Or both.
He
can't be any of them.
He can be. Of course.
No, you can't be.
It don't make no sense for him.
Can't be. Listen. Let me just say. Let's say.
Go on, explain it, brother.
Let's say purple unicorn man. No, purple unicorn duck. No, purple unicorn. Yeah, I'm a purple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
certain people would agree you can identify as that if you want to.
For me to create, like, all right, not even purple. I'm a right now. I've created. Sorry, I'm gonna have to cut this analogy really short. I'm making silly noises now, but I've written it now, so I've got to see it through. So if I create, that means didn't exist before I created it. I can't be and then claim to create because would have already existed with me. So God can't be good and evil if He creates good and evil in a certain moment at a certain point in time. Because if you're saying He is his own creation, it's not going to make sense. He's created something that He's not.
It depends on your belief on what God is and what is created. If you believe that God is everything,
let's say this then.
God is everything.
If God is good and evil, He didn't
create do we believe in unicorns?
Is good and evil, hold on. If God is good and evil, if He Himself is good and evil, then He couldn't create good and evil unless God created Himself.
It's either existed.
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say that God did.
Well, then
do we believe in unicorns?
Then there was a beginning. Then He's not eternal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I suppose when you look at it that way, yeah, you are right in that sense. I can't argue that point. But in terms of the only thing that I have a modicum of argument towards is the whole there was no good and evil before it's created. You could be something internally and have a realization.
You can't.
As to your perspective, of course,
but then it would exist.
You can realize your
perspective. But then it would exist
on things.
If it was eternally good and good or evil, then it would exist. and he never created it.
But it's not said that he was eternally good or evil. It's saying that he existed eternally, and
No,
then there's a creation afterwards.
Internally. I'm saying
I thought you said
he cannot be
eternally,
good and evil internally. In fact, what is internal of an omnipresent being? What's internal? There is no internal. What's internal?
How's there not? It's a.
How is there internal? Why has God got internal?
Let me ask you this real quick. Yeah?
That means he's got external. That means he's got a shape. That means he's got a defined structure.
Yeah, for real.
Is that what we're doing?
Right.
Internally. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. God has a defined structure.
I wouldn't agree.
I gotta go work. I gotta go work. I'm gonna jump back in a bit. I'm gonna be dead.
Big up motion.
Soon forward.
Big up motion.
Come on.
Big up motion.
Why wouldn't God have a structure?
Let me ask you this real quick. Yeah.
If you're to know things,
the structures. I tell you why. Because structures were created.
If you know,
I tell you why. Because structures were created.
Yeah, and God has created it, right?
Yeah. So who created God?
Yeah, exactly.
Because in Revelations, it said God was created. In Revelations, that's what it says.
What does it say?
In Revelation chapter 3, verse 14, it says the Amen is the true witness of the beginning of the creation of God. Amen. So when you say Amen at the end of your prayers, he's another person as well in the Bible.
The creation of God. It doesn't mean God the day God was created.
Of the beginning of the creation of God.
The creations that God made.
No, but there was a witness to it. So there's someone before God.
Yeah. And they're gonna say, well, some people would say that's the word. Amen is the word. It's Jesus, isn't it? It's Jesus, the word, and it shows that
that's not what it represents in the Bible, though. Like, do you know what I mean? Like in Numbers 23, 22, it says about a unicorn. So I was asking you, man, do you guys believe in unicorns? So the Bible mentions unicorns as well.
Yeah, I got no issue with a unicorn. I've just because I've not seen one. What, a horse with a horn? A horse with a horn going out of his head.
There's fishes with horns.
That's not far fetched. There's kids with horns that going out their heads, so that's not far fetched.
Let me chime in.
The Bible ain't making no sense, man.
It's
look in the Bible, yeah.
A unicorn, right? a horned horse is not something that keeps me up at night thinking, no way could that existed.
In Genesis, God says that he cursed Satan, right? And he cursed him to walk on his stomach, to crawl on his belly.
No, it says the snake.
To crawl on his belly. So you're saying Satan was a snake that was walking?
It does not say Satan. It says the snake.
But that was Satan, though.
They're different beings. The serpent, it doesn't say snake as well.
It doesn't say Satan. You got to be very literal.
It doesn't say Satan. It says serpent. And it has dragons. It has loads of different things. And these are also metaphorical beings. Not metaphorical.
The fallen angel is considered a serpent, a snake. And it was crawling on his stomach. This is what the Bible says. It tells you that in Genesis, bro.
Where?
Do you want me to go pull out the scripture?
It doesn't actually say that, bro. Like,
it doesn't at all.
It doesn't stick with what it says. It's all good.
100%.
After Satan told Eve about the apple, the tree of good and of knowledge, good and evil, the serpent is a snake, bro, because it was cursed to crawl in his stomach and to basically on his belly and to eat dust for the rest of his life.
Just read what it says, not what you think it means.
All right, let me go and pull out the scripture. You guys continue to talk. Let me just get the scripture. 1 second.
Yeah, you won't find where it says Satan was the serpent.
No, I will find it, bro. Like 100%. But you guys continue to talk. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Where did Zulu go? Zulu, you're not here now?
Saw him, exactly. I saw him in the chat and then he's disappeared.
Which sisters did I speak to today? What sisters? MD, big up yourself. MD, MJ came on for a second. The rest of you lot, where you lot at, man? Where you lot at, man? Stop boycotting me, man. Moroccan. Jedi, you're not going to get anything about people who don't really understand why they took this. Jedi, you're not going to get any understanding of Khan. And
all right, look. Here it is right here. Yeah, look. In Genesis, Genesis 3, in Genesis verse 3, chapter 14, and Jehovah Elohim said to the serpent, because thou hast done this, be thou cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field, and on thy belly thou shalt go and eat dust all the days of thy life.
Right, but where does it say that Satan?
Bro, it says serpent, as in talking to...
you said the serpent is and Satan. You said Satan. Bro.
The serpent is Satan, bro.
No, it's
Who else
not.
is the serpent?
No, it's not. The serpent
so who's the
is
serpent now?
serpent.
Tell me who the serpent is. So the serpent ain't the
my
devil.
argument is this. My argument is
Serious.
this, yeah. It's not whether Satan is the serpent, it's whether the serpent is a snake. That was my argument.
Right.
Yeah, no, the
Right.
serpent is the
As the
serpent, and then it
serpent-
becomes a
So
snake.
that because your argument was man's now crawling on his belly. So what? The snake had legs. So it kind of shows that it wasn't a snake, was it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
So what
exactly
was
my
it?
point.
What is the serpent? What is that? Do you even know what the beasts of the fields are?
They're representative of people, I believe. Like how
What,
the
the beasts
trees
of the field?
represent nations. Like the trees represent nations. Native Indians, they said the white man comes and speaks with a forked tongue. Yeah? They're representative of people.
If we follow the description of the serpent in the Bible, it sounds like a reptilian, bro. Like seriously, a walking snake.
Something. You keep saying snake though. I'm gonna allow you with the snake thing because you want it to be a snake. But yeah, some walking something, but it's not walking no more. Now it's got a crawl. But is that literal or not? The thing with
Yeah,
the Bible,
that's the problem, isn't it,
the
Jedi?
thing with the
Whether it's
Bible is there's
literal or
no legend, there's no key to say, okay, this section is allegory, this section is fact, and then people just jump back and forth. Oh, this not serious, this not literal. Oh, this is literal. This not literal. This is literal. It's a mess. It's a mess. I mean, when I say it's a mess, I mean trying to decipher it is a mess. And then in comes where, well, the scholars can decipher it for you. The holy men can. This book and that book. If you read the Strong's Concordance, it will tell you what these words mean. And then a bit like the Quran. These perfect books always seem to need. You need some assistance. I read a lot of books, or I have read a lot of books, and I feel the best books didn't need a study aid to go with it. Right? You need to read. You read this book. This is the main book, but then use this separate book to decipher what the main book was saying, and then we got to allow it, man. And I feel like there's a lot of that in
very true
religion, man. So either that, or a scholar, or a priest. There's always some other human that knows
to tell
better.
you what it means.
And then it kind of goes against my intuition of what this book should be. This book should be a book where you read it, and even if you can't read, even if you're not that literate, the truth will slap you, and will be the same for everyone. But I don't know. This is why I have problems with the words of God being contained within the characters of men's language. I find it a struggle because I've had information conveyed to me outside of language, and do you know what I mean? And if a mushroom can do that, or a dream can do that, then God can do that. God can do that. If God wanted the whole Bible, the whole Quran to be inscribed on my heart as one of his creations, then he could do that. He could do that. I don't need a human being to sit down and explain to me what these words captured by a man meant. And oh yeah, these words are from God. It's my biggest bugbear of accepting any religion is to look at a book and to believe that the Most High, the creator of all, the unchallenged deity, the chief principal being of our reality, left it all down to fluke and down to like some letters on a piece of paper, and whether
It's
I
like,
believe.
yo, Jedi, when we be real, yeah, the Bible
it
was
just
written by
doesn't
man.
ring true.
You know what I mean?
Sorry.
The Bible's written by man. They called Jesus Lord. In England, you got the House of Lords.
Yeah, but like that doesn't mean
title.
anything. That don't mean, what's that mean? See, these are the little things that just don't make sense. So what if Jesus means? So what if they got a House of Lords? What existed first? Jesus being called Lord or the House of Lords?
Jesus is a title. It's not even his name, isn't it?
That don't matter, man.
Christ is the title. Sorry. What's Jesus?
None of them argument there. Them arguments are basic, man.
Nah, because it's all coming from Europeans. It's like all that terminology is coming from Europeans. Even Messiah.
Honestly, bro, like you're very disempowered by your perspectives. You're very disempowered, and you don't even listen to what they tell you about themselves, because they tell you where they get their Babylon mysteries from. Yeah, it's not from fucking Peckham. It's not from Scunthorpe. It's not from Germany. Yeah, it's not from Europe. They tell you where they get their wisdom from. So you want to keep likening everything back to Europe. And I feel like you need to understand, even the Europeans tell you where they get their wisdom from. They're not hiding it. They don't need to hide it, because it's not going to stop you. It's not going to stop them from having this wisdom. It's not going to stop them from having this information. So they don't mind telling you. It didn't stem from Europe. I don't know if you want to... I just feel
No, the
like
Bible's stories don't stem from Europe. It's like in the book, they basically plagiarize everything, man. It's just plagiarism. They
The
stole
Bible's
stories
not
from
even
Africa
set in Europe
and put it in the book. That's what
the
they did.
Bible's not set in Europe. None of it is set in Europe.
What were the Europeans going in Africa with? The Bible.
Europeans may have promoted it, but the stories and everything is not set in Europe at all. It's in Asia and Africa.
All right, bro, say if you create a book, right, and the next man goes around somewhere and promotes it, and you never gave a man the book. That's your creation, bro. If someone goes around, that's not going to be true, because it's your creation, fam. You created the book, so you're going to go around promote it. The Europeans went around promoting the Bible because they wanted to colonize people's minds and get them away from what they was doing originally. And that's what's going on right now. You got black men that say the Bible, but I don't come from you, bro. Do you know what I mean? And we can prove that through history, man. People can say, oh, no. But all their even the word Jesus in Spanish, Jesus, it derives from Zeus, the ancient Greek god. That's not African, bro.
Yeah, but why are you translating it to Spanish?
No, because Spanish is connected to Latin, and the Latins are the ones with the Romans, and the Romans got their knowledge from the Greeks, so it's all connected. It's all European.
Where did the Greeks get their knowledge from?
It doesn't work the way that you've
The
just
Egyptians.
Well, there you go. So it all comes back to there then, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the ancient Egyptians were doing something else that weren't basically going against the creator. The Greeks were going against the creator, bro.
Going against whose creator, though?
The Most High, bro. The actual
Who's
African.
that? So what makes you think that
the African tradition?
What makes you think that
Who's the Most High?
the Most High?
Who's the Most High?
Exactly.
We're talking about the universe. We're talking about actual entity, as in like the universe. It's non-physical. It's not physical. It's not. There's no throne. It's energy, bro.
But they had
Where's
all
the
of that
energy come
aspects
from?
on it. Osiris
Where's the
sat
energy come from?
on a throne.
Nah,
No,
man.
bro.
Where's the
Newt.
energy come from?
It's Newt, bro. Newt, the black woman that's painted as the universe, is the creation, bro.
What
And
do
you
you
call
mean?
it Atum. Atum is basically like
The black
Atom
woman is the universe. you
and
said.
Adam.
No. You gotta make some sense now. The black woman is the universe.
Yeah. If we're
What
going
came
by our
first, the black
ancestors,
woman
yeah.
or the
If
universe?
we're going by our forefathers, yeah.
What came first, the black woman or the universe?
The universe is the black woman, bro. It's feminine energy.
So the universe is feminine energy.
Yep. And
Where
it
did
gives
this
birth to
feminine
the
energy
sun.
come from?
It gives birth to the sun. If you study
Where
the
does this
teachings of
feminine
ancient
energy
Egypt, bro,
come
they show
from?
you Newt on the wall,
Where
and they show you
did
the sun
this
traveling through the woman's body.
Are you doing that deliberately? I don't need. Where did the feminine energy come from?
The Most High, bro. That is the energy, bro. That's actually like
listen.
the yin and yang.
Listen. You're now gonna fuck yourself up, and you're gonna put yourself in a worse position than the Muslims and the Christians when it comes to making sense on today's live stream. I don't want you to do. Listen, if you just take your time and listen to what you're being asked, we maybe can get somewhere. I don't want to do no circular running around answering the same question 55 times like the other religious people do. Now, you have come to slew all these religions and bring us the truth. Now it's your time to shine. We want to hear the truth. I beg you make sense. Now, what come first? Feminine energy or the universe?
The universe.
Right. How did the universe create feminine energy? And what energy was the universe made out of itself before the feminine energy?
Well, we talking about the universe, right? It's dark matter energy, bro. The universe is made up of dark matter energy. When you see the universe, when it's night, it's completely dark. That's non-physical, but it creates light. Light being the sun. So like stardust, things exploding, etc. That's called basically atoms. You got neutrons, you got electrons and protons. That makes up atoms, bro. And that makes up physical reality. That's coming from something non-physical, which is dark matter energy, we call the universe.
So basically, you can't make sense.
I just said what I said, bro.
No, stop. 1 second, pause. Okay, we've now discovered conscious eye is just another religious nut. spouting shit. You just went to the
so what's
universe, dark matter, the this, that, explosions, everything is stars exploding is what we call atoms. What are you talking about? The
Stardust, bro. They say that man came from dust in the Bible, bro.
The universe existed before feminine energy. You said
the universe is non-physical.
What energy
That's dark
is
matter
the universe made
That's
out
the universe.
of? Excuse me?
The universe is dark matter energy. It's completely
The
black.
universe
Blackness.
is dark
It's darkness.
matter energy.
That's non-physical. That's the creator, bro.
Stop. Explain to me dark matter energy. Because surely dark matter energy is different from dark matter.
No, dark matter energy is something non-physical. You can't control it. It's space. That creates physical reality.
All right, wait.
That has thought.
I don't think that's correct.
Stop there. Look, let's do this together. Right? And please feel free to bring any sources you have for dark matter energy, yeah?
They don't quite.
If you
know
type
what
up in
dark
science,
matter
bro, they tell you this
really
even in
is.
science, bro.
Oh, you gotta tell me where you're
matter
getting
energy,
your
bro.
info from.
Type in dark matter energy and see what comes up.
I am typing in dark matter energy.
That's cool. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah. Okay, science.nasa.gov. Dark matter energy. So you're saying that this is what the universe is. The universe is dark matter energy. It's not made.
So yeah,
up
you type in
of
dark matter energy, right? You got that, right? And then type in ancient Newt, and you see ancient Newt in ancient Egypt. There's a black woman on the walls, bro, with the stars in the body. Done.
No, see, and this
I
is
don't
what
know
I
if
was
you-
trying to say
see-
before. They
see,
don't
this is the
quite
thing
know.
now.
They
You
don't quite know.
You
what
don't
it
want
is.
to be meticulous when sharing the truth. See, we can be meticulous when we're trying to disprove other people's religions. When it's time to prove your religion, you're gonna be vague. You're gonna be non-descriptive. You're gonna just flash past errors of huge importance when it comes to detailing and outlining this theory so that the layman can grasp it. If you're unable to do that, I would have to question how you've managed to grasp it as the truth. If you can't break it down and explain it to us, then I want to know why you've accepted it as the truth, right? So can you break it down and explain it? If you can't, just say you can't. I don't think you can. I'll be I don't think you can.
It's real simple, man. It's like basically like in ancient Egypt, right? They call the sun Ra. Ra is masculine energy, bro. The feminine energy
You
of the
created
universe
Ra.
is Newt.
Where did Ra come from? Where did the sun
Newt.
come from?
I'm trying to explain it to you, man. Newt. And Newt is a black woman, right? That's why they call the sun in English
Newt is
sun.
a black
And then you
woman.
have a
Where
child,
did
it's the
Newt the
sun.
black woman? Who created Newt the black woman?
It's the universe, bro. That's
Who
literally
created the
physical.
universe? Who created the
bro,
universe?
The universe is God, bro.
No, we went over this on Maku.
As in, like in the Quran, it tells you what Allah is the God of the universe, etc., etc.
The universe
bro, that
is
is non-physical life, bro. That's the creator. That's the creator, bro. The creator created itself. What are you talking about?
Creator created itself. Please explain how. So something didn't exist, then it created itself.
It's infinite. It's non-physical. Like it's non-physical. It's not like a human, bro. It's space. You can't put a label on that.
We went over this on Maku's.
You're putting a label on it. You're putting a label on it. Dark energy matter. Dark energy, dark matter. Yo. Oh my God. Listen.
Go on.
Let's try not to both be talking at the same time. You described it. You called it God, the universe, dark energy, dark matter, not. And now you're saying it's non-physical and it can't be described.
As in the sense of you trying to put it as a human, bro. It's not a human. Like, do you know what I
No
mean?
one's putting it as a human. You keep doing
It's like
this.
on the throne. It's walking around. It's
No
none
one's
of that,
asked you
fam.
any of that
Like, you know what I
question.
mean?
Yeah, you put it in a woman. You just
No one's
said it was
asked you any of that.
But if
You
you look
said
at
it's not a woman.
physical life, where do you come from? A woman.
You said it's a black
That's
woman.
common sense, bro.
You're not making sense.
No, but you're not seeing what I'm telling you. Because if you're not looking at it through Egypt, then you're not really connecting the dots together.
I'm meticulous. I like detail. I like to slow it down. There's no rush. You're just running past.
Literally said,
You're trying to sum up the creation and the world and the universe in a sentence. And I'm trying to slow it down so we can understand. Because that's not how we take on board information. I'm not going to take on board nothing that makes no sense to me. I'm not doing that.
Bro,
so we're going to make it make
non-physical
sense,
life
right?
creates physical life. You got
Say that
antimatter
again.
and matter.
Say that again.
Non-physical creates the physical. It's
Well,
spiritual.
you said non-physical life.
The non-physical is spiritual, bro. So
It's
dark
a
matter energy is
non-physical life.
spiritual, but it creates
Who created
physical
the
life.
spiritual? Tell me about the beginning.
Bro, the beginning, it tells you that in Egypt, bro. It tells you like about the theory of not no theories, bro. Like you talking about Charles Darwin, he kind of stole our shit with the whole thing to do with the stars exploding, etc., etc. Because they tell you that we are children of the sun, right? And light creates physical life. Without light, there's just darkness. But the darkness produces the light. So when you're talking about the
Do you
beginning,
believe
the
the sun is
beginning
the
starts with
only?
darkness.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe that the sun is the only source of light?
Within this solar system, bro, if there's no solar, we die, bro. There's no solar system.
Nah, that's
So the
crazy.
sun
anything-
governs life, bro.
Okay,
That's
cool.
why the
Is there
children
anything
of Egypt call
Okay,
themselves children of the sun.
cool. No long-windedness. Is there anything outside of solar? Is there anything outside of the solar system? Your knowledge of the solar system comes from Egypt. Is that correct?
Africa. I like to say Africa.
Africa. So your knowledge of the solar system comes from Africa. Is there anything
right.
outside of the solar system?
Dark matter energy, bro. And other solar systems, galaxies, constellations.
So do they have light? Do they have
dark
sources
matter
of light
energy
too?
create life?
Do they have sources of light too?
Of course, if they are stars,
Okay,
they
so
do, fam.
are those sources of light God too?
They say light is thought. So if light is thought is consciousness. Thought comes from a mind, bro. So they say the mind is the
Who
universe.
said light is thought?
That's in science, bro. Light is thought.
No.
Light is consciousness,
No,
bro.
that is
No,
not
it
in
ain't
science.
in science. So, like, you're making statements. You have to back up anything you're going to say to me from this point on. Anything you say, I'm going to need you to back it up. So, light is thought.
Yes.
Can you back that up?
It's like, for instance, when you ever seen like a drawing in cartoons when you get a thought and they have the light bulb above your head?
Okay.
Light is associated with intelligence. You get intelligence from the sun,
It's
right?
called enlightenment.
Melanin
That's
is
why
condensed sunlight.
It's called enlightenment.
Melanin
Are you
is
giving him? Are you giving him? Are you
carbon,
helping him, or what are you doing, Raheem? What are you trying to
Correcting
do?
him.
neutrons, protons,
there's no need for
electrons
that.
make
Let
up
him
an atom, bro.
say what he
Do you
needs
understand what
to
I'm
say.
saying? That all comes from light. Without stardust, bro, there'll be no physical light.
How is this translated into light is thought? You're not making sense.
Light is thought, bro, because consciously the universe designed the sun, bro, as in the creator. So that whole process is like 365 days in a year and 12 months and etc. That's all thought out already, bro, by light. If you have no light, bro, there's no solar system, there's no days, there's no nothing. Do you
But there'd be
understand
other
what I'm
solar
saying?
systems.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
There'd be other solar systems, according to you, with other sources of light.
Look at the Dogon tribe in Africa, bro. One of the oldest tribes. They say they come from Sirius. So if they knew about a star system before NASA, of course we know that stars are suns and all stars have planets around them. So we're in a whole universe that's literally the copy.
No. This is what I'm saying. That, brother, with all due respect, when I'm trying to give you your shot to actually explain stuff, you're proving that microphone time ain't actually for you because you're a really rubbish teacher. You fly from one point to the other to the other. You're going to give us no sources, no evidence, and you're conflating different people's theories. So you're conflating the Dogon's theories with NASA.
The Europeans
And
that
you're
the British that went over to the Dogon in Mali,
you're
bro,
assuming
said
that the
that they
Dogon
had star
believes
constellations before
you're
NASA, bro.
assuming
That's
that the
Europeans
Dogon
saying that,
believes
bro.
I'm going to try to speak again. You're assuming that the Dogons believe every star is a sun with planets around it.
It's not what I'm assuming, bro. European
said
scholars have said this. European
Who?
scholars have said this, bro, and that can be pulled
So
up
we're
easily.
leaving the Dogon. We're going to European scholars now.
They're the ones that allegedly, according to them, discovered the Dogon, bro. Do you understand?
Europeans discovered the Dogon now.
This is what the British have said.
When I
If you
quoted
study
an
history, the British said they
Egyptologist,
discovered the Dogons, bro.
When I quoted an Egyptologist
It's like how
the
they
other
said they
day,
discovered
you said that
Sphinx.
Egyptologists are
called it
Europeans,
intellectual Tourette's.
so that we
Brother,
can't
like,
trust
hold on, one second. Consciousness, conscious eye, like you see what the flow, like you're saying something, I'm listening, right? I'm asking you questions about what you're saying, and you're just jumping onto other things.
It all connects, but you can't see the connection.
but-
That's where it is.
Yeah,
It all
okay,
connects, but you
cool.
can't see the connection.
I'm glad that you can see the connection, but now you have to slow it down and try and communicate these connections in a more succinct, followable style. A style where you can educate others into the information you have. Now, saying random things like just light is thoughts, or the Dogon believe this or that, blah blah blah, and then the Europeans say that, and then it's very disjointed. And I'm deliberately trying to pin you down to the things you are saying so that we can explore each statement you make and find the truth or the documentation or the reference points of where this information has come to you from.
So if you go into ancient Egypt, right? Type in
You've heard
ancient
a lot of
Egypt.
quotables, a lot of buzz phrases, catchphrases, and you're very good at regurgitating them. But when it comes to actually going into the intricacies of each idea, is where I think we're failing. Let's slow down and do it together. Let's do the.
All right, cool. Let's do it together.
now.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Go into Google and type in ancient Egypt Nut, as in N-U-T. And pull up a picture of Nut with the sun coming out of her mouth, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
The sun doesn't come out of Nut's mouth.
It does, bro. But
No,
you'll see for yourself. You'll see for yourself.
It does not. If you know the story, she swallows.
No, the sun travels, bro. The sun travels, bro.
We are learning from Conscious Eye today, right, for this minute. So, ask questions for clarification on his perspective. Please do not try to offer any information to the young man. He is teaching us at this moment. We want to know what he knows. I don't want to get mixed up with what you know and what Maku knows. Remember, use your expertise to ask him questions to reveal what he knows, please.
Say no,
right? This is his time today. This is his time now. Because everyone else is chatting shit except for him, right? So I just want to know, like, you get me?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry. Conscious.
You see what I'm saying? So here's Nut. Which picture would you like, my brother?
Hold on. You see the one right there that's underneath the blue with her covered as the universe. You see the one with the sun coming out of her mouth right there?
This one? This one?
No,
This
above
one?
that. Above that.
Sun coming out of her mouth. All right, look. This is what we do.
It's literally underneath the one on the right. It's underneath the one on the right.
Underneath the one on the right.
On the far left.
On the far left now.
What the fuck?
Are you all right, brother?
If you go to the left, and
you know you could just say like 1, 2, 3,
middle,
4,
the one on the
5,
right.
6, 7. There's seven pictures on the top, right?
And then go to the 8th and go to the 9th. Go to the 9th.
This picture. This picture.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Well, they spun it around, but this seems to be upside down. Do you know if this is the right way around?
But what I'm showing you is basically Newt, right? Is the woman, yeah.
This is upside down.
And you have the earth underneath her, right, Geb? But I'm trying to show you that Newt is basically, as you can see, that the sun comes out her mouth. It travels through the universe. It comes out her mouth, and this is where the phrase comes from of speaking things into existence. So basically, Newt is feminine energy, as in women create males to protect life. So the sun protects all physical life, and that's what the ancient Egyptians meant by Newt, producing the sun, Ra. And they called the children of Egypt the children of the sun. So in the sense of us being melanated beings, we are dominant in science, and our other genes are recessive. So the ancient Egyptians knew the science of the sun. They knew how we're connected to it. And basically, Ra, and you have the Amun Ra being the Egyptians. So us, we're children of the sun. Throughout Africa, they call them children of the sun. Newt is a representation of feminine energy, and that's why they had a matriarchy society. And Newt is depicted as a woman, right? And all life
How do we know?
on
How do
Earth
we
comes
know
from
to
women,
not?
bro.
How do we know to not take this literal? Like this is a literal being
that
the sun is traveling through. How do we know that this represents feminine energy?
Because there's a
How
woman.
do we know that this even represents the universe? Because from
It's
what
a
I
woman
can
with
see,
breasts, bro.
Sorry, yeah, I can see all of that. But from what I can see, she seems to be representing the solar system or the galaxy.
The universe, bro. The whole of the universe.
I don't see her representing the entire universe. Where is it? Where is the represent? This is the solar system.
With
you
the
keep
stars
showing
within
us,
her
right?
body, bro.
Huh?
The stars within her body.
Yeah, there's stars in her body, but like, can you not see that the sun is traveling through her mouth? Like,
No,
in
but
that
the
picture you
sun is
showed me.
Ra. Like I'm explaining to you, the sun is Ra.
Yeah, Ra.
And
That's
Ra,
the sun.
even Ra at one
But
time
Ra is the
warned
sun
people.
for this planet, though. Ra is
The
the sun for
children of
Earth.
the
But
sun,
you
bro.
said
The sun,
you said the
male,
Dogons
sons.
believe every
Yeah.
star is a sun.
Every star
Right?
is a sun.
Okay, so then where's the nuts?
They don't call it a daughter.
So who's the
You know what I mean?
so all those other suns? Who are they passing through?
But do you see where I'm coming from? They don't call the son a daughter. They
Who
call the son
are
a son.
they passing through?
The
All the other
universe,
suns,
bro. A shooting star's the sun, bro.
Listen to brother. All the other stars are suns, and the suns are traveling through the feminine energy of nuts.
Exactly, bro.
Well, this sun is. So what about the sun in another solar system?
What about the Dogons?
Same principles, bro. Same principles. It don't change.
How come the Dogons don't have the same sun?
So
What did you say?
So all these different suns are passing through nut. They're all from the same feminine energy, not separate.
Literally, bro. Because everything comes from a woman. That's what the ancient Egyptians understood.
Yeah,
and even
Does
the
everything come from
Africans,
the
bro,
same
'cause
woman?
they dedicated their whole life to women, bro. Like
Does
they
everything-
respected the
does
mother. They
everything
call
come
it
from the
Mother
same
Africa,
woman?
bro.
No.
They don't call it Father Africa.
The ancient, so you're saying the
calls it
ancient
Mother Africa?
Egyptians.
Who calls it
Exactly.
Mother Africa? Who?
Exactly what I was gonna ask.
Even the Rastas call it Mother Africa, bro. They call
Fuck
it the
the Rastas,
motherland.
bro,
They don't
man.
call it the fatherland.
Fuck the Rastas. Who calls it Mother Africa?
Nah,
When you
Africans call it
argue
the
about the
motherland,
name-
bro. Even in
when
the
you
Nation of
argue
Islam, they
about the
call it the
name-
motherland, bro.
when you
All black
argue
people
about
that
the
are
name
Pan-Africans
of
call it the
Af-
motherland.
Yo, when you argue about the name of Africa, whether it's even African within itself, whether it belongs to the continent. So
Is it
now saying
referred
they
to as the
call it-
motherland, though?
Excuse me?
Is it referred to as the motherland?
All land is referred to as motherland.
Mm.
Land is
am.
fertile,
All right.
right? Land grows your seed, no? And bears fruit.
So what about the Eve gene? Don't we come from a black woman in Ethiopia, scientists say?
So is this how you explain things? Is this the
But
way
the
that
oldest
you,
is women, bro. Throughout
So you
science,
just
women are
running
dominant, bro. They use
from
up their
place to
body, their
place,
whole
pillar to
human
post?
body more than men.
Yo, do you care whether someone can follow your argument? Do you want to be concise? Do you want it to be like a step-by-step thing that we can listen back to and say, okay, this is what Conscious believes, this is his evidences for it, this is where we got it from, this is the supporting information about it? Because right now, we've gone from the Dogon to NASA to that person to this to Nut to Egypt to Mother Africa to this,
Rasta.
to Rasta. Like, and I'm saying, is this how you like to fucking explain yourself?
In the umbrella of what I've been saying, bro, it all
Why
boils
are
down
we
to
on the
people being
umbrella
children
though?
of the sun.
Why can't we deal with
So
specific?
that's the science throughout
Point.
Africa,
Why
bro.
can't we
Before
deal with
colonization, you
specific?
can't escape that.
Why can we not deal with specific points? You said the black man was attuned to science. You're not being very scientific. There's no scientific method to your explanation. You're not breaking this down. We're not getting the equipment. We're not getting the man. It's been so long since I've been in school. The apparatus, the whatever. You know how you set out for an experiment. What you want to achieve, what you're using, what methods you're gonna do, the conclusion. Like we're not getting that kind of approach. We're getting a
Scattered on that.
sporadic, scattered. We're gonna say a million random sentences, and then sit back and feel like we've explained something. This is not how it works.
Maybe you're not catching what I'm saying to you because what
Well,
I've been
maybe you
saying
should
is
slow it
literally
down
the
then.
same thing
I've got all day
over and over again.
you in a rush?
It's just pretty much
Are
like
you in
this,
a rush?
bro. Yeah.
Are you in a rush?
It's pretty much like this, yeah. In the
Are you in a
Dogon
rush?
tribe, like I mentioned, the Dogon. I'll show you the connection.
Stop chatting.
I'll show you the
Communicate
connection.
with me. Communicate with me.
Okay, go on.
Talking at me. I'm asking you a question, bro. Stop talking at me, bro. I'm saying, are you in a rush?
What rush?
Are you in a rush? Are you hurrying? Have you got pressing other engagements that you need?
No, there's patience.
Pardon?
No, there's no rush.
You can't talk. You can't talk. Like, honestly, it's no point having all this information, bro.
I said to you, there's no rush.
I know, but it took a while. And what I'm saying to you now is, bro, listen. Focus on communicating. Focus on communicating. Forget all the facts that you want to keep reeling off like an autistic fucking esoteric Rain Man. I don't want to hear 1,000,001 fucking quotes and snippets of half facts in that. I want to have a conversation with another human being. I want to have a conversation with another human being that's going to respond and like make me feel like I'm talking to another sentient being. I could be talking to AI the way you're acting right now. Like, you need to chat to me so we can have a convo. I ain't trying to prove you wrong. And I'm not trying to prove you right. I'm just want to create the platform so that you can express what you think and feel, and we can explore that and understand and come into an understanding of exactly where you're coming from. Please stop reading off all the hidden knowledge facts. Like every 5 seconds. Yeah, did you know this? Did you know that? Did you know this? Did you know that? Rarely have you stated a fact or an opinion that we've not heard or I've not heard before. So it's pointless. You're not going to stun me with that kind of technique. Oh, did you know this? Did you know that? I want to go through slowly. Really, we got to Nut. Yeah, we got to Nut, the goddess of the sky, is what they're saying there. I don't see goddess of the universe. This is something you need to understand, because you said Nut is the universe. I've not seen her represented as the universe anyway.
Let me just say to you one thing real quick, Jedi, yeah?
I
You
don't
said
know
the
whether
Dogon, right?
Egyptians, please listen to what I'm saying, bro.
You see that black woman right there?
I don't know whether ancient Egyptians even believe in a universe. Please know what terminology you are using when describing your reality.
Do you see the black woman right there? You see how she's painted right there underneath? And she's painted completely black? That's how she was predominantly painted in Egypt as a black woman right there with the sun in her body.
Let me make it slower. Let me take it slower.
Besides that, real quick,
I read Nut, Egyptian god, yeah, which it should be goddess, right? I'm gonna change that. Egyptian goddess. If you find one caption describing Nut as the Egyptian goddess of the universe, I will turn off my computer and not stream for 2 weeks. Because I don't think
I'm saying to you, yeah, the Dogon tribe in Africa, in Mali.
The Dogon didn't believe in Nut.
They said they come from Egypt.
We're dealing with Nut right now. We're dealing with Nut. You go into the Dogon.
They said they come from Egypt, bro.
Sorry, my brother.
Okay.
The problem is that the Egyptians and the Dogons didn't build no pyramids or do no ceremonies towards our
The
sun.
Dogon said in Africa they come from Egypt, bro.
Sorry. Our sun, right? The pyramids are built to a sun or a star, but not our sun, right?
Yeah, that's Saturn. And
it's not our sun,
Sirius.
right? So it's strange that you're saying that, and we know we came from the sun, but what sun was the question asked? You know what I mean?
The Dogon tribe in Africa said they come from Egypt.
Okay,
the laws
but
of my act
in
is
Egypt,
of a woman.
Sorry.
The
In
laws of
Egypt,
my act is of a woman.
Cuzzy.
Not of men.
No, hey, listen. In Egypt, yeah, I can agree that they worship the same concepts, right? But what sun is it? Is it the sun that's out there that we can see every day? No, it's not. It's the one called the dog star Sirius, yeah, which is a bigger sun than our sun, right? Why are they worshipping a sun or have a connection with this other sun? You know what I mean? Not the one that's out there normally.
Yeah, not the one that's passing through Nut's mouth.
If you know about the Dogon tribe, yeah, they talk about the Nomos. The Nomos is actually a group of beings.
Right.
And just like the Anunnaki, they are supposed to be our forefathers, our ancestors, and they come from Sirius, and we're children of them. So if you know about the history of Africans, they tell you they're children of the sun, and they come from Sirius, and that's throughout Africa, bro.
Is that before the concept of Ra?
The concept of Ra is our solar, is our sun in this solar system, bro.
Yeah. So I'm saying the concept of Ra for the Egyptians came later than the concept of Nut and all of these.
Do you know about the Amon-Ra fighting the Hyksos dynasty and Ra telling the ancient Egyptians you got to fight
about
the
What we're doing again, bro.
No, but Ra is actually like the Amon-Ra are warriors of Ra. We're children of Ra. So we're children of Ra. That means we're supposed to fight the Hyksos dynasty, the invaders of Egypt, and that was happening in Africa, bro. And everybody in Africa called themselves children of the sun. So Ra is the same entity that all the Africans acknowledge, and you can't escape that, fam. You can't. Do you understand?
All right.
So the same sacred science they had in Egypt
Snipes,
Africa.
See what's happening? You're giving up now, innit? You're like,
yeah, I gave up, man. I gave up long time, man.
No, but
from the weekend,
you can't try and make it seem like it's all fiction and they didn't understand. The Dogons didn't understand what the Egyptians understood. The Dogons said they come from Egypt, bro.
You're running. You're like, it's hard to. You feel like, you know, like in school and that, yeah. Was you a very talented child?
Yep.
Conscious.
Hella talented.
Hella talented. Was you seen as being quite an intelligent child?
More like an old soul.
So in school you were seen as an old soul, not intelligent. Like,
intelligent, like you're the old soul. You know about Bob Marley. You know about the African way of life. Most kids nowadays, them days, they don't know shit.
You know what? Cool. Fuck it. I give up. Fuck it. I give up. I concede. I see what we're dealing with. I don't know what you're facing. I don't know what going mentally for you, but you're not prepared. You're not where I need you to be to have this type of conversation. You're airy fairy. You're everywhere. You're running left and right. I think you prefer to just throw like random facts out there and random quotables out there, but I don't think your psychology is set up to be DL'd and what's the word, thorough and meticulous, and you know what I mean, going through with a fine-tooth comb, as they say. I don't think you're really trying to do that right now. You got to do that in your own time, because you're just seeing pictures and colors and smells, and you just want to skip. I want to keep you in a classroom under this type of laboratory testing, because it doesn't seem to be working. So I'll make an analysis. I mean, I'll make an assessment of you while you play in the sand and do what makes you happy. Yeah.
Do you know about Osiris and Isis and Horus? Do you know about them? Do you know about
Yeah.
Constantine in 325 AD?
Yeah.
So you know about the Europeans copying the actual Egyptian way and making Mary and Jesus. So when I said Jesus,
if you insist, I don't believe that Constantine created Mary and Jesus.
So when I said Jesus in Spanish means hell Zeus.
Yeah, but you keep going back to
Zeus is an
Spain.
ancient Greek god, bro.
But you didn't,
so you
went
man are
back to
praying
Spain,
to the Bible
why wouldn't we go back
and
to
Jehovah
further?
and shit, but it's
Why
Greek.
if you know that these archetypes were taken from older time, why would you keep bringing it back to Spain?
If you keep on understanding that the Europeans stole the idea from the ancient Egyptians, you will understand that. No, fuck it, I need to go to Africa.
Is
I need to go to
Heru
Africa.
Jesus?
Not go to the
Heru
Bible,
Jesus?
so the Bible will lead me to the Vatican Pope.
Is Heru Jesus?
The Jesus concept comes from Heru.
Okay, cool. So, link Heru and Zeus for me?
What did you say?
Link Heru and Zeus. Link them for me.
Zeus, Hell Zeus, Hey Zeus in Spanish, bro.
Okay.
So Serapis, Ptolemy, if you know about Ptolemy went into Egypt and he created Serapis, Serapis was a copy of Serapis and actually the Greeks. And they made the first Jesus figure, Serapis. So if you type in Serapis, you'll see Jesus, and that was pretty much Zeus.
Zeus? So how have you got to Zeus?
Zeus, Serapis, Ptolemy got the idea of Zeus, bro, how to paint.
Wait. So you're saying that wait, I'm confused now. Heru, so we got Heru from Kemet, right?
Yeah, that's the Christ
And then
concept, right?
from Heru, you're saying Serapis was created by Ptolemy.
Exactly.
And then from Serapis and Ptolemy, the Greek came Zeus. So Zeus didn't exist before Serapis.
Zeus existed before Serapis. The way Zeus looked, they put that in.
All right, but
bro.
wait. This don't make sense. Forget looks, because Jesus didn't. They didn't copy Jesus's look. He's not.
Jesus'
He's not
look
woolly
comes
hair
from
and
Caesar
brown. He's
Borgia.
not woolly hair and bronze footed.
The Alexandra Pope.
But this
That's
is
where
you're
Jesus'
confusing
look
me.
comes from, man.
So Heru, what was Heru's look?
Heru's look is a falcon, bro. You know that.
Okay, so now if Heru's look was a falcon, how was Zeus fashioned after Heru?
Zeus is fashioned after the baby Heru with Isis, and that's how they got the Mary and Jesus through the Catholics. That came later. Serapis was first.
Sorry, Zeus was swallowed by his father. Pause.
No sense.
With all his brothers and sisters.
Zeus is Jesus in Spanish, bro. The Spanish
Kronos.
created the
What
Latin
about
created
Kronos
the
then?
Zeus is Jesus in Spanish. Great.
Yeah,
Zeus
cool.
is
That's
so you're saying in Spanish to say Zeus, you would say Jesus, which is incorrect. You're
Bro,
saying
if you type in
Jesus-
Horus and Zeus,
you're
you'll
saying
see what I'm talking
Jesus
about.
is Jesus, but there was no Jesus.
If you
right?
type in Horus and Zeus, you'll
They
see what I'm
didn't
talking
use
about,
Jesus.
and they can explain it all for you right
They
there.
won't even know Spanish.
So I was gonna go there. I was gonna go there to the Jesus. Like, why would they interpret into Spanish?
Yeah, like, what is going on?
Because the Spanish are part Latin. The Spanish language comes from the Latins, bro. Remember, the Spanish gave Christianity and the Catholic way to the
But this
people in the
shit was in
Caribbean.
Greek.
Religion was designed to brainwash people, bro.
The Greek is from the Coptic. So
No. The Coptic, it comes from the Greek. What are you talking about?
no,
That's what
Greeks
Ptolemy
were
is.
in Africa.
Ptolemy.
Yeah.
Ptolemy. Do you know who
But
Ptolemy is?
that's
That's
getting
what I'm
the
saying. You
language.
need to type in Serapis, man. You need to know these people, but you don't
You're
know these
talking
people.
about.
We
you're
know
talking about.
about Serapis. You're not making sense, my brother. And we're trying to get the timeline, and you're just moving left and like you're. I don't know what's up with you. Like you can't like slowly break it down. Just like, yeah. Zeus is that? No. Zeus is no. Actually, Serapis was no. Zeus was like you're not making sense, cuz.
Ptolemy created Serapis.
Slow it down for you and be
Zeus
like, okay,
was already
cool.
there in ancient
So
Greece.
Heru was
Yo, can you hear
first,
me?
right? So Heru
Big
was
up,
first.
Zulu.
Heru was way first, bro. If the Greeks learned it
Okay.
from the ancient Egyptians, of
So,
course
all right,
Heru was
so
first.
let me ask you a question.
That's common sense.
So you believe that Kemet is the origin of this triune family? Let's call it that, yeah? The
No,
mother, the
so
son, and the child, yeah?
Remember, Egypt is only one of the
Hello?
civilizations in Africa. You know, there's only one of them.
That's not. But you're the one that said it comes down to Heru.
No, but it comes down to
So we're
Heru when
asking
you associate the Bible, bro. When you
we're on
associate the
Heru
Bible and all
now.
that type of shit,
We're on
it comes from
Heru,
Egypt,
and
bro.
yet again, when we try to get some clarity, we descend to confusion. We're on Heru. Heru is Kemetan. Heru is the child in the mother, father, child trinity of Kemet. Are we in agreement?
Yeah.
You're saying that story was plagiarized, yeah, by the Spanish, and
By the Greeks and the Romans, bro.
By the
And the
Greeks
Romans
and the
created the
Romans,
Spanish language.
and by the Greeks and the Romans. So the Greeks turned Heru into Zeus, is what you are saying.
Exactly.
Right?
And what age did Jesus die?
And Zeus turned into Jesus, is what you're saying. So you went Heru, Zeus, then Jesus. This is what
When
you're
you say
saying.
Jesus in Spanish, it says Jesus. That means hell Zeus. And what age did Jesus die? What age did Jesus die?
33.
And how much parts do your vertebrae in your spine?
But what I was gonna
33.
What I was gonna ask you more interestingly
Heru was
is-
about the eye of
What I was going to ask you more interestingly is why your family trinity, the mother, the son, and the father, starts from Kemet when there's clearly older examples of that.
Yep.
No, but
Maybe
Jesus died at 33. You got 33 vertebrae of your spine.
Bro. This is not
but your
something that
highest
anyone asks
consciousness
you
is the
about.
high of Heru.
This
the
is
pineal
not
gland, the
something
third eye.
anybody is
So
asking
it wasn't
you
really about a
about.
man.
So
It
you're
was
on
about your fucking
autopilot
spine and your
again
brain.
because you feel the need to fill the gap of silence with random facts.
It's not about random. It's about
No
what
one's
the fucking
asking you about
essence
the
of Horus
33.
was, bro.
No one's asking you about vertebrae or what age Jesus died at.
It's
No
about
one
Christ
asked you that.
consciousness.
We're
It's about your
talking
brain,
something.
bro, your
No,
higher self,
we
the
are
most high.
talking about something. We're asking you something specific,
Let me see the
and you
connection.
can't stick. You can't stick with the subject. You make it confusing for anyone trying to listen, follow you or
Bro,
understand where you're coming from.
there's
Nobody's
33
asking you.
degrees of knowledge in
Stop.
Freemasonry,
Don't
right?
ask about 33 degrees or 33 vertebrae. No
But
one's
Jesus died
asking
at
about that.
33. So
No
what's
one wants
33
to know
about?
about that right now. We're
What's 33
dealing.
about?
We're dealing with the history of Heru and him transforming into Zeus and Jesus. That's what we're dealing
What's
with.
the
We're not talking
33
about
about? What's
vertebrae.
the age
We're not
33
talking about
about?
vertebrae. Do you want to have this conversation or not?
Of
Stop
course, but I'm
giving
saying
us
to you, what's the
random facts we're
33
not
age
asked for.
about?
Stop giving us random facts we're not asked for, brother. Let's just stick to what we're talking about.
Jesus, the Christ and the resurrection story is all about the brain. It's all about the brain, man. It's all about the third eye. That's what
I actually
Horus
can't be bothered, man.
represents.
Yo, big up, fam. Can you
What
hear
time
me?
is the next bus coming on,
Yeah,
man?
man. I have to. Yeah. I know, bro. We did this the other day, fam. On
I know,
Skype,
man.
This guy,
Yeah, man.
I don't
You're
know,
trying to
bro.
put a saddle.
But you don't understand the science, so you can't talk about
on the
Egypt.
horse. You know what I mean? Get the stirrups ready. We're not even riding yet. We're brushing the coat. We're feeding sugar nubs and carrots. We're calming the horse down. We're not even trying to gallop yet. You walk into the stable, and you're off. Like, brother, can I put my boots on? Can I, you know what I mean, fam? Like,
You don't
even
understand the
got
science, so
reins
you can't
on.
really talk. Because you don't understand the science,
What?
you can't talk about the connection.
Bro,
Do you know what I mean?
bro. You don't know what he knows, bro.
Spine,
What do you mean?
You
don't know.
If your spine vertebrae is
Don't let
33,
arrogance-
Jesus died at 33, and it's all about the resurrection of your mind, bro. It's about you being in your highest
Conscious. You're 24, bro. Like, how can you say he doesn't know
but
the
it's all about your
science?
highest consciousness, bro.
What
So
are
you
you
don't even
doing,
know about
bro?
the science of the fucking cross, bro. So you're talking to me about Horus, but you don't even know what Horus means.
Bro, I know
It's
more
all
about
your
Kemet.
pineal
I know
gland.
more about Kemet than you, bro.
It's all about your
We
pineal
went through
gland,
this
your third
yesterday.
eye, your
We went
mind's eye.
through Osiris. We went through
And you
Horus.
don't
We
even
went through
have
all
your
this shit
mind
yesterday.
correctly, man.
I
Your
know
mind
more about
possessed,
Kemet.
fam. Your mind polluted, bro. Your mind here
Whose
fucked up,
mind is?
fam.
Hold on 1 second.
Zulu.
All right, Zulu's mind is possessed. Yeah, whatever. Cool. But like, honestly, it's been about an hour, I think, where I've been trying to engage with you just to find out the beginnings of, like, you know, some of the things you believe. And I've found it difficult, and I'm very good at basically extracting people's thoughts and helping it to flow in a understandable, succinct kind of linear fashion. You very much are a spidergram thinker, right? And I get that. Brainstormer, I get that. But you have to be able to, it would be nice to try and convert your thought process into something that we can follow and understand, ask questions about, and get references to, right? That's all I'm trying to do. So while I was talking to you about Jesus and Zeus and Heru, Zeus and Jesus, I'm just trying to slowly understand what you believe their link is. You ran to 33 vertebrae in your spinal column, and now there no longer seems to be a conversation about Jesus, Heru, and the other fella. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
It's all about your kundalini energy rising to your spine, up to your third eye, bro. That's what it's about.
I know you want to teach a million lessons. I'm just here to help you structure your lesson plans, right? And say, right, today we are going to start on A. A is for apple. A is the first letter of the alphabet, right? A is alpha in Greek. This is what we're doing. Don't start telling us about U and X and Z. Don't start telling us about Arabic lettering and hieroglyphs and cuneiform. We are just dealing with the letter A on a basic level. In terms of you teaching us a lesson or us trying to understand what you want to teach us, we are starting from the beginning, right? And you keep running to more advanced aspects of this subject. That's all I'm trying to say to you. Take your time and slow it down, because that's the best way for the simple-minded to grasp your complicated message. I applaud you. I can see that you're clearly more wise than anyone here. You know more than anyone here, and your mind is clear, and you're where you need to be. You're ready for your mental whatever ascension. Some of us are not quite there yet, and we want to know if you have the ability to share what you know in a way that is digestible.
Of course, It's digestible, man. It's just bare simple what I was saying. I was just saying that you said about the 33 degrees in Freemasonry is related to Jesus having like the age 33.
I didn't say any of this. I wasn't saying this. This is you.
No, not saying that, but I'm
What's that
talking
got
about
to
what
do
I
with
said
Spain
and what
and
you're saying
Heru?
that I said. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because it's kind
So
of
we're
getting
on
complicated for
Spain
people.
and
It's kind of getting
Heru.
confusing.
We're on Spain. We're on Heru,
Zeus.
Zeus, and the other guy. That's where we are. We're still over there. We're still trying to understand what your perspective. We still over there. But you
Like in
left us.
ancient Greek culture, bro, you got Zeus, you got Mercury, you got Thor, you got even the days of the week are all in
doing it
homage
again?
of ancient Greek gods.
You're doing
Saturn,
it again?
Saturday.
You're teaching
Right.
us about Saturday and
Tuesday.
days of the week. I know you're assuming that we don't know about this stuff, and we're
I'm
gonna
not
pretend like
assuming,
we
I'm just
don't.
showing you that it's
We're
basically
gonna
all
pretend like
connected.
we
But it's not
don't.
in
But
Greek.
either way, we've picked up, we've joined
Thursday,
the course
Thor day.
about Jesus, and you're now telling us about other stuff. We joined the course about the link between Jesus, Heru, and the other fellow who I keep forgetting his name, and you're now talking to us about days of the week.
No, but I'm showing you that in the English, language, bro, everything goes back to something Greek because it's all connected. Even the word Bible goes to biblios, and that's a Greek word. So at the end of the day, the Greeks created the Bible, their whole version of life, like the whole Freemasons and the Anglo-Saxons that went to America and etc. They were all Freemasons, bro, and Freemasonry started by the Greeks. And they're the ones that went into Egypt and got the knowledge of the Egyptians, and they plagiarized it and created all this religion to basically blind us from our own sacred knowledge. So when I'm talking to you about 33 degrees in Freemasonry and the 33 vertebrae and Jesus dying at 33, I'm showing you it's about your pineal gland, your third eye. And the third eye in ancient Egypt was called the eye of Heru. And it's also to do with your consciousness.
You got to stop.
So if you're in your higher
You got to
self,
start.
you know what I'm talking
Show,
about.
man. Start it again.
But if you're believing in all their little spells and their illusions, you're gonna be confused. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, you better start your whole platform again, Jedi.
Nah, man, but my man's not understanding the science and how it's connected to Freemasons and ancient Greeks. Even the English language, even the whole thing to do with the English is all coming from the Anglo-Saxons that were Freemasons, and they connect back to ancient Greece. So when I'm talking to you about the Bible was created by Freemasons. So at the end of the day, it's like when you're talking about ancient Egypt and you're talking about like Horus was to do with your consciousness and your pineal gland and about you being in your higher self. And that's why they say that the most high and gods and goddesses and etc. And when I was talking about women produce life. Women basically, look, you come from a mother. So that's why they call it Mother Africa. And that's why scientists say the oldest skeleton on earth is a woman. And we all come
Is that
from
why
the
they call it
gene.
Mother Russia? Is that why they call it Mother Russia?
I don't know about no Mother Russia. I know
Oh,
about
you
black
never heard
people
of that,
being
no?
the indigenous people of
You never
all
heard
the
of it?
continents
You
in the
never heard
world.
about the term Mother Russia?
No, I don't know about no Mother Russia. I'm
Okay,
black.
well,
I don't know
letting
about
you
no
know,
Mother Russia.
letting you know they call Russia Mother too. So does
But
that
do
mean
they
that
say
we
the
all came from Russia?
forefathers? Do they say the forefathers in America? Isn't America Americo Vespucci, an Italian explorer? Do you understand what I'm saying? So all that stuff is giving homage to people that invaded and basically people that plagiarized our knowledge, bro, and invaded our lands that when we were the indigenous. And throughout the world, you can find black people everywhere. Like I said before, in England, the oldest skull was a black man called Cheddar Man. And in Asia, there's still African people there that go back 35,000 years ago. So we was doing something way before religion, and they made religion to blind us. So when I'm talking to you about the third eye, the eye of Heru, the eye of Heru is not a baby. It's not really a person. It's to do with your consciousness. That's all it's got to do with your mind, your third eye. And they call the third eye in Europe in secret societies the seat of the soul. So if you basically activated your pineal gland, you can connect to the cosmos, the universe, and actually have a conversation with God, the creator. Not the creator in the Bible sense, because the Bible is like a lamp and a genie, and they trap you in the lamp. It's not to do with anything about the creator. You won't learn nothing about the sun. You won't learn nothing about alchemy. You won't learn nothing about chemistry. You won't learn about atoms and science. They will just teach you about things to worship. Just like in the Quran and just like in the Bible, they're worshiping people. But the ancient Egyptians understood the science of the sun. They understood about the third eye, your pineal gland. And that's why I'm telling you, the Greeks stole that knowledge and made Jesus die at 33.
What about people in
Can I respond to that? Can I please respond to that?
Energy and your pineal gland. Go on.
Because I hear this rhetoric often from people that espouse the Kemet, yeah, that they didn't worship any deities. It was all scientific, and no one can deny the wisdom of Kemet in regards to science and technology. But it's very dishonest to say that they did not worship deities when they had temples constructed for these deities. They had rituals enacted for these deities, like the one we went through yesterday with the god Atum masturbating to create the world. That's why the ritual of the pharaoh going to the Nile, masturbating in the Nile to celebrate the creation, right? We went through this yesterday.
No, but you couldn't show me nothing that actually was true. You couldn't show me no hieroglyphs.
No, I showed
that
you.
happening.
Me and
So you're
Raheem
lying.
showed you numerous
Atum
sources.
is dust, bro. Atum
Me and Raheem.
Amun.
Hold on,
the
me and
god of war.
Raheem showed you numerous sources, showing you all the different rituals that the
Do you know
Egyptians were doing.
Khanum? Do you know about Khanum? The god Khanum that makes man out of clay.
Yes, the god
And they
Khanum, the
talk about,
potter,
they talk about
the
man
guy.
being made
Yes,
out of clay by
yes,
God.
like
in
Prometheus,
the
exactly like
Bible, in the
Prometheus,
Torah.
exactly like
Come on, man.
Prometheus with the
Don't
clay.
lie on Egypt.
But this
like
is the
that, man.
thing; it's all talking about Satan. Ra in Hebrew means evil. You didn't know that, did you? Ra is the devil. Ra is the Ra
When
is
was
the
Hebrew
devil.
created, bro? When was
Ra
Hebrew
is the
language
devil.
created, bro?
Hebrew language is old, older than you
It's
even
not
know,
old,
bro.
bro.
Because when we
It's
talk
not
about the
old. The Rosetta
Proto-Canaanite,
Stone don't have Hebrew
hold
languages,
on.
bro.
When we talk about the Proto-Canaanite script, which is where the Hebrew is from, that is what is similar to the cuneiform, and the cuneiform is the oldest written language found,
What
older
does
than
the
even
word
Kemet.
Hebrew mean?
The
Wondering, right?
The Kemetans were
crossover.
even hold on. The Kemetans were even using cuneiform themselves.
Why was
Before they were
Moses?
using.
Why was Moses lost in the desert, bro, for 40 days? Was it 40 days or 40 years?
Who said he was lost in the desert?
Bro, he was lost.
You
That's
mean
what the Bible says.
You mean he ran away from? You mean he ran away from Egypt after killing the Egyptians?
Why was his people?
So you don't even know the
worshiping-
narrative.
Why was his
You don't even know the
Why was his
narrative.
people worshiping Hathor, an ancient Egyptian deity,
Do you
woman?
mean you mean Apis with the golden bull?
Hathor,
You don't even know Kemet.
the wife of Horus, bro.
Come
So you
on,
don't even
man.
know the science, man. You don't even know the
Okay.
truth
Anyway,
about Hathor, man.
So what's your point?
You know-
Because I hear
all you
all
know
these
is the
little
Bible, bro.
slide shots to the Bible,
All
but you
you
don't
know is the
even
Bible,
know
bro.
what you're talking about, bro.
All
Like,
you
what's
know
your
is
main
your
point?
oppressor's Bible, bro. You know in
My
slavery they
oppressor's
gave the
Bible. That's
slaves
my
the
people's
Bible,
book.
bro. That's all you
That's
know.
my people's book.
You know in slavery they gave the slaves the Bible. That's all you know.
Okay, yeah.
They didn't
And
give
look
you
where
your history.
look where
They
the
gave you
Bible's got me.
slavery.
Look where the Bible's got me, and look where whatever your Kemet has got you.
Bro,
How
has
about
God
that?
saved you in slavery, bro? Did Jesus come through in slavery?
I'm not a slave. I'm not a slave.
Bro, you
I'm
believe in
free.
your oppressor's freaking
I'm
book.
sovereign.
So
I'm
how
not a
you not a
slave.
slave?
I'm not a slave, bro. I'm
you
free.
believe. I know. That's the difference between me and you. You believe, and I know. I know things is
What do
actually
you
a
know?
fact,
You're talking about
and you can't
stardust.
prove your
You're
facts,
talking about
bro.
stardust and
You can't
space. What
prove
do
your
you
facts,
know?
bro. So you
You
just believe.
rely so much on the
You believe you
European
can fly?
science.
Go and try
You
and
rely
fly.
so much on
Go
the
and try and fly.
European cosmology,
And you won't have
and
no
you
wings,
reject.
bro. You just drop to
And
the
you
floor.
actually
Gravity will pull you down, bro.
hold on. You actually reject our ancestors' cosmology because nothing in our ancestors' cosmology is talking about stardust.
Wait,
So
so they
you're
don't
the
call
one
themselves children
that's
of the sun?
actually brainwashed,
The
not me,
stardust
bro.
comes from the sun, bro.
Trust me.
Exploded stars.
Yeah, but
They
you
call
can't
us
prove none of
children
that's
of the sun.
NASA.
So you're
You
telling me they
can't
don't
prove
know
none of
about
that stardust, none of that space
Bro, they call
nebula,
us children
none of
of the
that black
sun.
hole.
Melanin
You
is
can't prove
condensed
nothing.
sunlight,
You
carbon,
can't prove
bro.
nothing. Come on,
Melanin
man.
is condensed sunlight, bro. Carbon, bro. Neutrons, protons, and electrons. If you don't know what atom is, you shouldn't even talk, bro.
Some more fairy tale physics.
If you
Yeah,
don't
but
know what
continue,
atom is, bro, you shouldn't even talk, bro. You shouldn't even talk, bro. You don't know about science, bro. So how you talking?
Because this isn't black science. This isn't the
You know
black
about
science that you like to talk about. This is again more
ancient
European
Kemet and
science.
chemistry, bro.
Continue.
Ancient Kemet and chemistry, bro. The study of life and how it affects
Again,
human
yeah,
beings
more
and the
wordplay,
environment.
more wordplay.
That's what chemistry is,
Abrama.
about
What
chemicals
we're
and
gonna
shit,
do?
bro. It's like
Wordplay.
poisoning
Or we're
people
gonna
and
do
shit.
actual information.
You don't even know, man. You don't even know, bro. So
I got a question. But let me ask a question quick. Like, okay, you're talking of the
Light work, man,
Kundalini
light work.
and things like that, and then the
Bro,
origin of language.
you believe in your slave master, bro.
Wait.
work,
Answer
bro.
this
Easy
question.
work.
Answer this question.
Bro, you're a
It's
slave
pretty
baby.
simple.
Shut up, man.
Got it. We're still arguing like children. So where would the like kind of Hindustan and that kind of faith fit into this picture? When you're talking about it's all about the Kundalini and the original languages like Sanskrit and things like that.
Exactly, it's about the Kundalini energy, bro. Every
Again,
African,
more
like,
Hinduism.
every African king,
No, I'm
bro.
just saying,
And
where
the
does it fit
pharaohs on their
into the
crown, bro,
thing?
they had a snake, representing Kundalini energy. Even in Hinduism, they have the snake on their head,
Yeah,
bro.
if you know anything about Kundalini, and if you know anything about Kundalini and all these
Kundalini
Hindu...
is energy,
Hold
bro,
on.
up your spine, bro, in your highest consciousness.
Bro. Kundalini, they have practices where you have to take up the bum, bro. What are we talking about? This is all
Meditation,
satanic.
bro. Meditation
Hold
is
on.
about self-discipline, bro. It's not about you being in your lower chakra, your root chakra, bro. And thinking between your legs.
Kundalini, Kama Sutra. Hold on.
Thinking between your legs is you being in your lower chakra, bro.
Yo, can I speak, bro? Kundalini, Kama Sutra, all of these Hindu New Age practices are from the devil. They are made to leave your vessel
real, bro.
open.
You the devil.
The devil's not real. So who's set?
You the devil.
Who's set?
You're the devil.
You don't even.
You the devil.
I'm the devil. I'm the devil.
Because you lying like a motherfucker, bro. Because you telling me, yeah, basically, oh yeah, the Bible's real. God basically made the devil. If God made the devil, that means God's evil, bro.
All right, bro. Is this all
So
we're gonna do? We're gonna actually have a conversation.
Not real. The Bible was made by Greeks. That's why the Bible is called Biblios.
The Bible was made by Greece.
Book. Biblios means book, bro, in ancient Greece language. So you can't be telling me that the Bible is basically from Africans. The Africans didn't create the Bible. The Africans are on spirituality, something that's non-physical. You talk about a throne. You talk about a man that's walking. You talk about a person being a father. God made man in his image, and then he made his sidekick the woman. Don't come and bring that to Africa, bro, because that's what the Europeans did in slavery. So you don't even know
what Africa was on in the first place.
They put in slavery, bro. The Bible.
Have you finished?
Bro. The Africans were way more advanced.
Have you finished? Have you finished?
Well,
you don't even know what
talk your Hebrew.
You don't even know what Africa was on in the first place to tell me what not to bring into
Africa means
Africa.
Africanus.
First of all,
Roman God, bro. Don't come to
First of all, hold on. Yeah, you can talk. You can't talk over me, bro. Hold on. Let's not forget, I'm an African. I can tell you all about Zulu spirituality. I'm not brainwashed. I'm not confused. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm avoiding, and I know what I'm taking on. So let's get that straight. First of all. Second of all, you don't even know ancient African spirituality because
Africa comes from the word Africanus, a Roman word, bro.
Yeah,
a Roman guy. Don't lie.
Yeah. What do you want to say?
Africa.
You don't listen to me.
Ethiopia, bro. On the old maps, they called Africa Ethiopia, bro. So how you calling yourself an African?
All right. Okay. First of all, let's get back to the topic because you're not gonna jump around with me like you did yesterday.
Bro,
okay?
On the oldest maps in the world, they called Africa Ethiopia.
Bro, you're saying things that we already know. We know that we're called Africa. We know it wasn't. Why are you repeating things that we already know? Is this your level of conversation? It's jarring me, bro.
Chinese people going to Africa, bro. You're African, yeah? I lie, you're telling me.
Yo, someone else jump in, fam. This guy's getting on my nerves, man.
Bro, you don't even protect your
like you can't stick to one point. Like, you have to make random facts to make yourself sound smart. Like we don't already know these things.
Bro. You protect the Bible, bro. The Bible was given by slave masters, bro. So how are you holding that to your heart?
Tell that to the Christians. Tell that to the Christians in Nubia and Ethiopia.
Bro, was Nanny and Maroons
Tell that to the Tell that to the Jews. Tell that to the Jews. Hold on. Oh my gosh.
Was Toussaint
you like the sound of your own voice?
Or was he into voodoo?
Tell that to the Jews of Timbuktu.
The Jews
tell that
the Palestinians.
Tell that to the scattered. Hold on. Tell that to the scattered Israelites in West Africa. Oh shit. Where did they bring them? When did they bring them a Bible? When did they bring them a Bible?
And they're ruling the world. If you say anything,
you don't even know anything about African history. You don't know anything about religious history. You don't know anything about ancient African spirituality. You don't know nothing.
Bro, you even know about the Jews, bro. The Jews rule the world, bro.
Bro, they're not even the real Jews. How about that?
They still rule you.
They don't rule me. I know who they are. I know the imposter.
Go and talk against the Jews. Go and talk against the Jews and see what happens to you.
Bro, we know who the synagogue of Satan is. Like, it's not that. Like, you're the only one that's only just found this out from watching Hidden Colors. You watched Hidden Colors last week, and now you think you know everything about history, and we don't know the science. You know the science. We don't know the science. Like, come on, bro. We've been doing this for years. A lot of us have been doing this for years. A lot of these guys have been doing it before we were born, and you want to tell people you know the science and they don't. That's disrespectful.
The Bible talks about slavery, bro. It says that Hagar should go back and be a slave for Abraham. So you're telling me that's the Bible's cool?
Again, another non sequitur. What relevance is that to what I just said? Where's the relevance to that statement? Where's the relevance? You're just jumping.
Hagar in Genesis was a slave for Abraham, bro. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, I'm gonna give you like one more chance, and then I'm just gonna mute up and let someone else engage with you.
Oh, so you believe the Jews
actually get on my nerves?
Oh, fuck out of here, man.
All right, I'm gonna give you one more chance. So What's your main point? Let's have a conversation because you're just jumping around, and I don't like that style personally. It's not something I like to engage with. So make your statement, and I'll respond. And let's stick to one topic, please, if you don't
Nania
mind.
Maroons of the Ashanti in Africa, bro, defeated the British in Jamaica. She wasn't a freaking Christian, bro. She burnt down a slave master's house because she didn't want to be a Christian, bro. Do you understand? You're upholding something our ancestors looked down upon. So you're actually the enemy in our community, bro.
Okay, when you say so let me respond to what you just said. Let's stick on this topic. When you say our ancestors, who are you referring to?
African people, bro, that were enslaved, bro, and they were warriors.
Those are not my
Do you understand?
ancestors.
Do you
Those are not
understand?
my ancestors. You don't know where I'm from.
So your people, the Italians, never went into Ethiopia, yeah?
I'm not Ethiopian.
But isn't Ethiopia part
You don't
Africa?
even know where I'm
Africa a
from.
continent?
Why are you saying
Isn't
our
Africa a
ancestors?
continent?
You don't
Is
even know
Africa
where
a
I'm from.
country or is Africa a continent?
Hold on. Africa isn't a monolith. You don't know where I'm from.
Africa is a continent.
So when you're saying
bro,
our ancestors, what do you mean by that?
Africa is a continent, bro. If you say you're African, that means you're upholding a continent. Do you understand?
No, I don't uphold a continent. I uphold my tribe.
Bro, your people basically got invaded, bro. If you was from West Africa, East Africa, South Africa, or North Africa, you was considered an animal in the Europeans' eyes, bro.
Point. He just said
In
the
the
best point.
Europeans'
He
eyes,
holds
you
his
all were
tribe.
animals. So for you to say, oh,
like,
go ahead,
none
bro.
of this
I'm
European
muting up, man.
definition.
You're dumb.
You're just
You're
talking
dumb.
over people, bro. Like, exactly that. He just said the best thing. He's holding his tribe, like, which is kind of prior to any colonization or European thought or impact. So that's probably more
All the Ethiopians united, bro, and
righteous
defeated the Italians and
than
chased
anything
them
you're talking about.
outside of Ethiopia and left them on a little island outside of there. So how the fuck are you telling me that Africans weren't going through the same things? Bro, all the Africans in Africa were getting enslaved, bro, in different parts. You got Chinese and Jews in Congo basically like making Africans mine and them to get minerals and shit, coltang and gold. And then you got in Gambia, the British going down there and the little African kids are getting sold for £2. And pedophiles get to go and rape little kids, little toddlers. So you can't tell me Africa is not a food basket for the whole other worlds, bro, or for the Europeans, and they don't
Where are you
manipulate
going?
Africa. You as an African
You're just
person,
going from
you
here
as a
to
black
there
person
to here to
you as a black
there,
person saying you're not
screaming out
African,
points
bro,
and shit.
is
You're crazy.
treacherous, bro. That's like a traitor. You're a traitor to your people, bro. Fully. Zulu, you're a fake African, bro.
Yeah,
Like, you're
Zulu.
not African.
Zulu.
Nigga, then what are you
With
then?
us,
You're
Zulu,
a
man.
Negro
Don't
peon.
worry, man. Let
Fuck
him.
out of here.
All right, cool, man. It's only because people want to have a conversation and they don't just want to have a random argument why people are giving up talking to you. It's not because you're making points that people can't answer. The style of conversation leads people into an argument. I don't want to argue with you because it's Bank Holiday Monday. I'm trying to keep a vibe. If I get sucked into an argument,
You
my
hear me?
energy is going to get drained. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to be disrespectful either. But, like, yeah, man, I feel like you should try to hold a better type of conversation, Conscious. You should make an effort to try and hold a better type of conversation. And it will mean that you find more people want to
He
get involved.
basically said
It'll
he's
be
from
better
one
energy.
tribe, fuck everybody else in Africa. That's a dickhead move, bro.
Say that again?
He said, I'm from one tribe in Africa, fuck everybody else. So he's saying,
No,
fuck
but you
Africa.
tried to make him responsible for the whole continent, though.
If your
And he
continent's
told
being
you,
invaded,
yeah, I'm an African, but
how's
I'm
that not affecting you?
Say that again, brother.
If your continent's being invaded, how does that not affect you?
Because we are countries, we're many countries, and it doesn't.
No, but Africa was originally one.
No, but you say our
Africa
continent.
was originally one. The
Nah,
Europeans
stop all
divided
that.
Africa,
Listen,
bro.
stop all that. Africa was originally one stuff. There's no evidence of this. Yeah, you're gonna go to Pangaea. Where we going? There's no evidence that Africa was one. There are many tribes, many nations on Africa. You have to give people their respect, right? Some people are independent. Plus, yeah, if you really want to go down that route, which I heard you saying before, where did Africa? If we go back to the ancient times, where did Africa stop? Where did Africa end?
That's right. The concept of Africa is European, bro. None of the brothers never said that word.
Huh?
The oldest structures is built in South Africa.
That's not why I asked you. I said if we go along your lines of Africa was one and we go to the older times, where did Africa end? Because I tell
Africans
you what,
all said they come from the sun, bro. Children of the sun.
It didn't end at the Levant, right?
All Africans said they're children of the sun.
The Levant was considered Africa. Mesopotamia was considered Africa. Where did Africa end?
Even India.
Africans all said they're children of the sun before they got colonized and all
Did you
invaded.
just
And
answer my
things were
question?
getting stolen and put in
What are we
museums.
doing?
They were saying they were children of the sun, bro.
Children of the
No,
sun.
no, he needs to take his
Everyone, and
medication.
this the thing. That's a lie. Everyone
That is a
didn't
lie.
say they were the children of the
Bro,
sun.
the Ashanti tribe in West Africa, where I come from,
No. You
call
can't say
themselves children
blanket
of the sun,
statements
bro.
like
And they were fighting the
everyone
British.
said they were the children of the sun. That's a lie.
No one said that.
Bro, the Ashanti tribe in West Africa, where I come from, bro, a tribe, they call themselves children of the sun, bro. If you investigate the oldest tribes in Africa and empires, they all call themselves children of the sun.
Pull up
All
a
the
list.
oldest empires and
Pull
tribes
up a
call
list
themselves
of
children
different
of the
Africans
sun.
that describe themselves as children of the sun.
Of course.
Pull up a list, not of course. I said pull up a
No,
list.
you have to go. You're the one that got the
No,
whole
you're
control of the
making
whole
the claim.
panel, like, you know what I mean?
You're making the claim. All Africans call themselves children
You
of the
just
sun.
yelling into
Bro, they said they come from the
To prove
stars.
your claim.
The star
Prove your
people,
claim.
the
Prove your
Nomos,
claim.
the Dogon, the South Africans. They all say the same thing. If you go into the
How
oldest
can
empires and
the
civilizations,
Dogons
bro, they're highly
be
advanced.
children
They
of the
come from the
sun?
stars.
How can the Dogons be children of the sun and then claim the Nomos from Sirius?
They said that's their ancestors.
From a different sun.
You're right.
They say that's their ancestors, but they all come from the sun.
Crazy, man.
They all come from the sun.
You
But
can't
that's
even
their
get your
ancestors.
sun right.
If you
can't
talk about the
even get what
Anunnaki,
sun-
Sumerians,
Man,
and
are
Iraq, they say
worshipping
the
right,
same thing.
correct. Or, you know
The
what I mean?
Sumerians and Iraq
Elaborations.
say the same thing. So
Nah,
what's the
'cause
point?
even in Egypt, when they deal with the sun, when they were in the early dynasties and whatnot, when they're dealing with the sun, they weren't even dealing with the sun that you think they're dealing with. They were dealing with Saturn. Saturn was the sun
Nah,
they
they're
were
dealing with the
dealing
sun, man. They're not dealing with
Excuse
Saturn.
me?
Saturn's Satan, bro.
Nah,
That's a
he's
Greek.
changed it. It
Saturn
changed, bro.
Day is Egyptian, really? Like, do you know
Did
what I mean?
you say Saturn is Satan? Did you say?
Saturn is Satan, bro. Santa, Satan, Saturn. It's the same
But
thing.
you don't believe in
Krampus.
Satan.
No.
And
You
the
said they don't believe in
Egyptians,
Satan.
and the Egyptians linked to Saturn.
Satan is Zeus,
predates-
bro.
Hold on, the Egyptians linked to Saturn predates Christianity.
But that's still in the concept of the Greeks. When you're saying Saturn, that's not Egyptian.
Greeks? What? We're talking
Saturn's a
about
Greek
the
god.
celestial body, Saturn. Nah, you're all over the place.
Nah,
The
Saturn and
celestial
Jupiter, all them names
the
come from the
celestial
Greeks,
body
bro.
that we now call Saturn. They didn't call it Saturn. They called it the sun.
They didn't call it the sun, bro. It's a planet. What the hell?
You mean they didn't call it the sun, bro? It's a
It's not
planet.
a planet.
Well, you're lying
So wait,
now.
Jupiter and Mars
You
and
don't know.
Venus and all them
Because you
places
don't.
is not planets.
Have I given you some
Saturn is not a
information
planet.
you didn't
Sun
know
is a
about?
star, brother.
Have I given you
No,
some
it's a-
information you didn't know about? Is that what you're telling me? Because you're saying they didn't call Saturn the sun. It wasn't called the sun. That's a
No,
lie.
it wasn't cool. It wasn't
a
called
lie.
the sun. Period.
So what did they call Saturn?
Not a sun, bro.
What did they call it? Because you remember, listen, you're very, very much confused. You said every star is a sun to our people, right? That's one thing you said. Right? Now I want you to show the differentiation
Planets are not
between
suns.
stars. Stop. Between stars and suns in our ancient cosmology. Show us where we believe stars and suns to be separate.
Bro, when you go into the Sumerian text, right? And when you
So
go
we
into
leaving
the
Egypt?
Egyptian text,
Are we
bro,
leaving
they,
Egypt?
They depict the
Are we
planets,
leaving
bro.
Egypt now? Because you want to go to Samaria. I was asking
They're
about
the same
Egypt,
people.
right?
They are the same people, man.
The Egyptians and the Sumerians are the same people, and their cosmology is identical. Is that what you're saying?
It's the same thing, bro.
Is that what you're saying?
It's the same thing, bro. I just told you it's the same thing.
Commit. It's not the same thing. They're
Okay,
separate. They're separate civilizations. They're not the same thing. That's a
Bro,
lie.
Africa was one originally, bro.
Samaria,
How do you think they got pyramids
where
in
in
the
Africa
Mayans
is
in South
Samaria?
America?
Where
How do
in
you think they got
Africa
pyramids
is
in South
Samaria?
America?
Shush. Where in Africa is Samaria?
Bro, their gods are the same.
Where in Africa is Samaria?
It's one. So it's
All
the
right,
same
but I can say
thing.
the Greek gods are the same. You're just talking shit now.
Nah.
What do you mean?
If
Nah,
they're
they
talking
are
about
the
they come from the
same.
stars,
You just said that
and
they
the
derived
Sumerians are
from
saying they come from the
from
stars.
Egypt,
It's the
Egyptian
same
entities.
thing.
Right.
Bro, you just said that they arrived. We just spent 25 to 30 minutes arguing about Heru and
Zeus
and Serapis. So now don't go and tell me that we're worshiping different things when your whole point was
No one's
that it
worshipping
was
shit.
plagiarized from the Egyptians. Now you're going from
The
the
Greeks
Egyptians
copied
to
the
Sumerians.
Egyptians, bro, and they plagiarized all their stories. That's what happened, and they made the Bible. That's
So
a
did
fact.
the Egyptians plagiarize all their stories from the Sumerians?
They're the same people, bro. So how
then the Egyptians
if
are the
they're
same people
they're all black,
as the
and
Greeks.
they all come from Africa. How
The
they
Egyptians
how
are
they
the same
copy
people
each
as the
other?
Greeks.
Don't make
then.
sense.
Well, what you're saying don't make sense. I'm
You're
mirroring
saying that the
everything you
Sumerians
are
and
saying,
Egyptians aren't the same people.
But when
they
I
had the
put it
same
to
faith
you,
and philosophy,
there seems
bro.
to be a different context now.
They had the same faith and philosophy, and they're black, and they're
didn't
not
have
the
the
same
same
people.
faith
No,
and
they
philosophy.
didn't, bro.
That's the lie, man. Egyptian
They're black.
Kemetan philosophy is not identical with Sumerian philosophy.
Is
So
there
either
lions
you're
in the
unlearned,
Sumerian text?
either
Is
you're
there lions?
unlearned or you are
Doesn't
a
matter
liar.
if there's lions, bro. Their shit's not the same.
That
You
does
can't
matter if
just
there's
jump
lions,
to
bro.
something new.
That does
Every
matter
time
if there's
someone
lions,
questions
bro.
what you say, you can't
That
just
does
say,
matter if there's
"Oh,
lions,
is
bro.
this
Because
true?
lions
Is
come from
that true?"
Africa, bro.
Fuck
Lions
your
come from Africa,
lost.
bro.
Lions do come from
No, they
Africa, but
don't.
because lions come from
Lions are
all right,
also
cool, don't
in
worry about
India,
that.
bro.
Wherever lions come
Nah,
from,
lions come from
Asiatic lions.
India. If you see
assuming lions
the
come
You
Indian
from
get
lion, bro,
Africa.
Asiatic
Hold on,
lions,
bro,
my
bro,
brother.
wait,
What can you
stop
not
All
let
the
the brother
lions you
speak,
see.
please?
Stop talking. Just stop talking.
Fucking hell.
Assuming that conscious is correct and lions come from Africa, lions coming from Africa does not mean that the Egyptians and the Sumerians were the same people. This is the point. Every time someone questions you on a point you make, you say, well, is this true? Is that true? Like you just say, well, isn't there lions in Africa? Like, bro, come on. What are you doing?
Bro, there's lions found in all cultures, bro. In India and
Yes, we
China.
get that. We
means their
get that. But
philosophy
you were
comes from
talking
Africa,
about
bro.
Egyptians
Period,
and
bro.
Sumerians
But
and whether they have the same, whether they have the same
cultures
cultures
at the same time. It don't make sense.
So you're saying there's lions found in India or China or wherever. There's lions
In the
found all
Hindu
over.
gods, there's a god that's a lion, bro. So what the fuck? How
Right.
does
So the
lions come in
Hindus are
Hindu?
Egyptian and Sumerian then.
Yeah, the Hindus come from fucking Egypt, bro. But in the sense of Hinduism, that comes
The
from the
Hindus
Persians,
come from
really.
Egypt.
Are you dumb? Do you know Hinduism is older than Egypt and Kemet? Are you okay?
It's not, bro. That's not
Yes,
true.
it is.
The Persians,
What
the
about,
Hindu,
bro?
the
It's
word
older than the
Hindu means
people that
slave,
worship
bro.
it.
So how's it fucking older than Egypt? The
Do you
word
know what?
Hindu means
What's
slaves in
getting
Persian, bro.
what I'm finding confusing though is that we just said that Egyptians, Sumerians, and Hindus are all the same people because there are lions in Africa and in India.
Mad.
Like, are we being serious? Is this what we're saying and why?
Yeah.
No, that's what conscious is saying.
Bro, lions, they got the national animal for England, yeah, is a lion, bro.
So the English people are Egyptian as well then.
Africa, bro.
And a griffin,
So where
and
the
a
fuck these lions
unicorn.
come from?
Like,
Africa.
what does that
What the
mean?
fuck? That's common fucking sense.
All right, so where does a griffin
There's
come
lions
from?
all over the world, bro. Yeah. As you try to,
Nah, man, you can take a lion out of Africa. It don't make
Where's
it.
the griffin?
There's lions all over the world. 1 second. There's lions all over the world. They were hunted. There was lions even in the UK. They were hunted. It's funny how you believe the people can spread everywhere, but the animals can't. What you're talking about don't make no damn sense.
Is there penguins in Africa?
No.
Penguins come from where? Exactly. So there's
Where
not
do they
all
come from?
animals
I
in
think
one
certain
place.
times of the year, I think there would be certain
That's
breeds
not
of
true.
penguins do come to Africa. Certain
Where
times.
do
Come on, man. Penguins are from the North Pole, man, in fucking cold places.
That's where they originate.
Bro,
Yeah, but the
penguins
lions originate
migrate.
in Africa in the warm
Penguins
climate.
migrate
When you see
all
the
over the
African lions,
place. Right?
when you see the African lions in India, they look very ill. They don't look healthy.
Are they lions? Who cares?
Bro, when you see the
We're doing
elephant
health
in
check
India,
now.
it looks ill. It don't look healthy.
I don't care.
They have the
Are they
tusk.
there? Are they lions? I don't give a fuck what they look like.
But bro, they're naturally,
man?
bro. They're not supposed to be there. Do you understand?
What about the South? What about the South African town where penguins rule? You wanna?
I don't know about that.
Exactly.
Oh, you don't know
I
about
told
that?
you, bro.
Would
Certain
you
times
like
of
me
the
to show
year,
you?
penguins go to
Would you
Africa.
like me
I
to
told
show
you
you?
this.
Would you like to see it? South African
Of
penguin.
course, go and show that. That's sick.
All right, here we go.
Man said that's sick.
You know what I mean, didn't it?
Okay.
Like,
Would you know about the Adam and Eve people in India? I don't
Conscious
think you know about that
discovered
shit, bro.
penguins
Yeah,
come
we
from
get it.
South
There you
Africa.
go.
Stop.
There you go. Look,
Yeah.
South Africa, Namibia. Look,
Penguins come from Africa.
So you're telling me the
Australia.
penguins derived from
You
Africa,
get
yeah?
to
They don't even look healthy.
I'm
bro.
not telling you penguins derived from Africa. I'm saying
They
there's
don't even look
penguins in
healthy
Africa.
though.
So they don't look healthy. I'm not playing.
They look
this
like
game
some
to you.
deformed penguins, bro. They don't
I'm
even
not
look
playing
fit.
this
They don't even
game
look like
with
they got
you.
some muscle
They
behind them,
naturally
fam.
migrate there. They naturally go there. They look.
Yeah.
Look, they're
That's where they
swimming
go
there.
to.
That
That's where
must
they
be
go
a
to
trip.
spend
That
their
must be like a
winters.
trip for the Europeans when they went to
This,
Africa, bro.
this penguin
Trust
looks
me.
fine to me. I don't
Nah,
see
they don't
that.
look like them real. They don't look like the real penguins. That
Bro,
look,
there's all
look
different
fit and
breeds
An
of
healthy, bro.
African
penguins.
You're
penguin.
lost,
They look
man.
An
skinny
African
and all
penguin
small and shit. Like
walks
the
in the
form
parking
they're
lot
taking
of
crack
a
or some shit, bro.
restaurant. An African penguin walks in the parking lot of a restaurant in Simonstown. Penguin look fine to me.
But when you see a penguin from the North Pole and compare it to that, the North Pole penguin is way more
penguin in
stronger, bro. That
Antarctica,
penguin there
bro.
looks small,
Down the
looks
south.
skinny.
They're in the
It looks like
southern
it hasn't
region. They're
eaten in
not
a
in
couple
Antarctica.
days.
They're not up
I
in
don't
the
even, I don't even get what the point of that argument is. Oh, this animal looks more healthy than that animal. I don't know what the point is.
The point is, it's not in its natural habitat. Just
Black
like a
people,
lion in India is not in
black
its
people.
natural habitat.
All right, hold on. Do you believe black people look healthier than Europeans?
Black don't crack, hell yeah.
You're trapped now. You felt the trap. Like, so you believe
But Africans look way more
look
healthier
than
in
Europeans. Is
certain
that what you
cold
believe? Yeah.
climates.
Is that what you
Africans
believe?
look way more healthy than certain black
Do
people in cold
Africans
climates.
look healthier than Europeans?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So
What, in
does
London?
a European in a cold climate look healthier than an African in a cold climate?
Nah.
All right, well then the whole
just
point is
killed your
that
argument.
But they're not the same.
Just
Oh,
then.
wow, why
A
they're not
penguin
the
is a
same?
penguin. You can't compare a
Oh,
penguin
bro,
to a
bro.
swan.
This is
Like, do you know what I
ridiculous.
mean?
This is actually a ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Bro.
Bro.
It's dumb, innit?
It's not dumb. You're actually trying to work this shit out, so it makes sense. At the end of the day, you can't tell me the lions in India look healthy as the lions in Africa because it's not in its natural habitat.
Brother, there's no wild animal that's gonna migrate.
And just like the Jamaicans, when you go to Jamaica, bro,
let's say
they're
that
closer
the
to the equator.
migration
You guys,
happened,
they're
yeah?
far near the North
All
Pole
right,
and shit.
brother.
They look
All
way
right,
more
all right.
healthier, man. That's just a
All right,
fact.
let's say that a migration happened. I don't even know why I'm getting involved in this fucking conversation.
I know. It's pointless.
Let's say the migration happened, yeah?
Bro, the Jamaicans are way more healthier than black people in Britain, bro.
Hold
That's a fact.
Brother, yeah.
Yeah.
What? Tell me one animal that migrates to a region in on the planet that is not for its own benefit.
A pigeon.
Explain that.
Oh god.
Pigeon don't pigeon migrate.
What is humans' natural habitat?
Don't pigeons travel to New York from Britain? They go all the way to New York.
Why do they? I don't know if they do that, but if they do, why do they
do that, man?
Okay, why do they do that?
That's naturally what they do, bro.
Migrate.
Why do birds build nests?
He's doing it again.
Migrating,
bro, there's certain things that do that naturally, bro, because they can. Why do
Why
birds
do
build
they
nests?
go there?
Like the penguins in South
They
Africa,
fucking
for
do, bro.
example.
It's nature.
Like
Why,
the penguins
bro?
in South Africa.
Why do they
I
go
never seen
there,
no
bro?
Never invade other continents and go and enslave people. I never seen Africans do
Bro,
that.
why are we changing the conversation again?
Because
We're talking about species. We're talking about humankind.
We're not talking about species. We just started talking about invasion.
And Jesus. This is about him explaining Jesus, Heru.
But you man there went to the North Pole. You went to penguins. You went to South Africa.
We went to the North Pole. We went to penguins.
I didn't show that.
Are
There's
you
a lot of
crazy
shit I
or
could have
something?
showed, and it wouldn't have been that.
That's what you
Not
mentioned.
right,
That's
not
what
right,
you
man,
mentioned,
not
bro.
right.
You mentioned this stuff.
You mentioned penguins.
No, but I
bro.
said to you, penguins don't like
You said,
lions.
is there
Don't come from
penguins in
fucking
Africa?
India, bro.
Yeah, and I showed you the penguins in Africa, so you could know.
But they don't still come from Africa, though. Don't mean they come from Africa, bro. A European can go to Africa. Don't mean they come
Where
from
does a
South Africa.
migrating animal come from, bro?
There's white people in South
A
Africa.
migrating
That don't mean they come from South
animal,
Africa.
a migrating
No.
animal comes from Earth, and it just
There's
follows the
white
natural
people in
cycles.
South Africa. It don't
And
make
that
them
those
South
penguins were
African,
going there thousands of
Bro,
years
if
before a
the
road was
penguin goes
made. You know,
between South Africa
Like, that's
and
their
and
home, bro.
Antarctic.
The penguins were in
and
South Africa,
wait,
bro. There's white
wait.
people in
If
South
the-
Africa.
if-
Don't
if
make them
there's
fucking
certain-
South Africa,
You
bro.
know,
Bro,
hey,
stop
you know,
talking
you
while
know
I'm
it's actually
talking.
called. You know, it's
Nigga
actually
talk.
called. You know, it's actually called an African penguin, right? Like just throwing that out there.
Just letting you know.
Hey, Rayhan, hold on. They call it South African penguins because they go down there to South Africa. That makes sense.
Yeah, I saw what Rayhan said.
No, they didn't say South African penguin.
Rayhan's a Muslim, man. He believes in fucking Muhammad
Oh,
going
you're
on a
jumping
horse and
around
going into the
again.
heavens.
You're
seven
changing
heavens.
the subject
So
again.
he can fuck off. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
He's just mad he got no high grade resume.
Do you know what we
He's
should
just
do,
angry.
man? We should do an exercise here where we have a conversation and we have to stay on the one topic without changing for 5 minutes.
That's possible.
Brother, I tried this all this morning. That's what I've been doing.
I've been listening. But I mean, as a thing, like it's an actual challenge.
A
You got to
challenge.
last. Do you know? Fuck it. Let's make it. You got to last 2 minutes on the same subject.
On the subject that we started on. Like, that's cool.
5 minutes.
No, but let's not go for pro series straight away. Let's
Get
do
rope.
something.
Get Rayhan.
Let's get some headgears. Amateur.
Yeah.
You get me?
Trading
And
wheels.
I said, let me put the
Training
stirrup
wheels.
on the horse. Can I put the stirrup on? Can I put the reins on? The saddle? Nah. He just walks in, giddy up, yeah.
And then as soon as you look like you're gonna catch up and overtake, he just jumps into a Formula One.
Jedi.
We know we got
Jedi.
some spots in here, so they're sensitive and they're emotional.
Hey,
I'm
Jedi.
calm, man, don't worry.
It's like when you take them out to a field trip and that.
Right.
It's like, yo, put your
Yeah.
helmet on. Like, nah, they're going straight. They're gonna kill themselves, man.
Conscious, can I ask, how long have you been on this journey of like seeking knowledge and that?
Since a kid, what the hell? What the fuck? I'm black. What do you mean?
First of all, calm down.
What the hell?
Secondly,
Like,
the reason I asked you, bro, respectfully. The reason I asked was because
how long
when
have you
talk-
faced racism, man? The fuck?
Bro, the sisters are
Alright.
talking to you,
I'm
bro.
just gonna be
Just
really
relax.
quick, bro. Like, you've got points and you can make your points. That's fine, bro. It's an open panel. But when you speak, it's very incoherent. And one of the signs of comprehension is the ability to be concise and coherent when you speak. Like, when you speak of timelines, you're jumping from one place to another time period to another time period. It's very difficult as a listener to understand. The second thing you tend to do is you speak to us like we don't know half of the stuff we speak of, or we've heard of most of the stuff you're saying. We've discussed it on the panel.
That's why we're like,
Like, you don't. It's old news to us, a lot of these things. Do you know what I mean?
I tried to like maybe indicate to him that, Raj, you know what? Because people are not saying, yeah, I already know. Yeah, I know that already. Yeah, I know that already. I don't know if you think that at 25, you stumbled on all this information that none of us have, collectively or individually. Like, you're on a, like, I want you to know that that's not the case. And I want you to know that some people actually recognize themselves in you, as in where you are or what is what you're discussing, where you're at. Yeah, where you at with your research, your awakening or whatever. Maybe trying to abandon things you were taught, things you thought were true or whatever. I get it. But you have to level off at a certain point. You will level off at a certain point when you start getting more information. Then certain of the information you get will contradict information you learned in the beginning.
You're
and then
constantly learning, yeah.
Right. The humbling
Constantly
process will
learning,
come on.
yeah, 100%.
You realize, you know what, this is just about learning and keeping abreast with the information.
What's the X chromosome and what's the XY chromosome?
Bro.
If
There,
you know so much,
that's
what's the
what
XY
I'm saying. The
chromosome?
level of the incoherence is there. Where you literally went off topic.
What's the XX chromosome and what's the XY chromosome?
What does that have to do with what Jedi was saying?
Because the XY chromosome's first, and that's women in science.
But what does that have to do with what Jedi was just talking about when you
I'm talking about the
butted in?
matriarchy.
No, but he was
of
talking.
women
He was
ruled in Egypt, bro,
actually
and
talking.
women was the
Wait,
first.
bro, wait. No one can hear you, bro, because I'm saying wait. What you're now talking about, what does that have to do with what Jedi was in the middle of saying when you just butted in and started talking about chromosomes?
Because we're talking about life.
No, we weren't. Jedi was
life and how life
in the
started.
We're talking about
middle of
seeking knowledge. We're talking
And
about
the
seeking
information
knowledge.
I got,
Bro.
this
Jedi
count as
was
the Bible,
bro.
Oh my
Jedi was in the middle of talking about the process of learning as you go through life, getting excited by what you've learned, running headlong into what you've learned, learning more, realizing that the new stuff that you learn you're excited about contradicts with some of the stuff you held most dear that you most recently learned. And then learning to temper your knowledge.
Do you know what the
with
X chromosome is?
I'm talking.
Wait.
X chromosome.
You don't even know science, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. And then you get to a point where you realize you need to temper your knowledge with experience and wisdom. This is what he was talking about. Now you
know
just
they used to lynch black
now
people,
you're asking
bro,
me,
in
do
the
I know
streets.
what chromosomes are? Everyone on this panel knows what chromosomes are.
Chromosomes to lynching.
So who's first? Women or men? Who's first? Women or men?
Whoa.
Who's first?
No. You know what you're
What
doing?
does that have to do with what Jedi was saying about
Egypt,
learning?
bro. It's got to do with Egypt. Are you slow? It's got to do with Egypt, bro.
What does Egypt have to do with what Jedi was saying about
slow,
learning?
Man, I don't even get it.
I hit the like button if you haven't already, man.
What does all your interruptions, what do any of them have to do with what Jedi was saying about learning at the time when you butted in?
Because Jedi's talking about the information of Egypt, ancient Newt, not
he's
being
not.
right.
No, he's not.
He's talking about the way you process and then go forward with the information you have.
No,
that's all
the
he was
ancient
talking
Egyptians,
about.
The ancient Africans were talking about women, bro.
They were talking about women first.
So what does
And in
that have to
science, in
do with
Europe,
what
they
he
talk
was
about women
saying,
being
bro?
first too.
Brothers and
So
sisters, you know
the
what?
information we had already, bro. We know the
Bro,
shit.
it's
We're
like you're
children of
not
the sun.
comprehending like
We're
what's going
children of the
on.
sun.
I don't
We're not
understand.
fucking vampires, bro. We don't
But
drink
what
blood
does
and
that
eat the
have
flesh
to
like
do?
Jesus was doing in the
What does
Bible,
that have
bro.
to do with the
But you
way
man
you
never believe the
conduct
Bible.
yourself?
Here we go.
Man,
Here we
slow.
go.
S, can you repeat what Jedi said, maybe, and then?
I've repeated it once.
Why don't we
I
ask him
repeat
to
it.
hold on? Why don't we ask him
I
to
kind
repeat
of
what he said?
Oh yeah, sorry,
summarized
say
it.
it.
To see that if he knew what he
Yeah, let's do it. Let's try this
conscious,
one more time. Take
conscious.
Wait,
Can you?
was Africans eating people's
He
flesh and
already
drinking
said
blood?
Jedi was talking
Africans
about
doing that?
Egypt. He already said that.
Was
But he wasn't
Africans
talking about
eating
Egypt.
people's flesh and
I
drinking
know,
blood?
but I made that clear. Then he went on to talk
why
about
doesn't conscious
Egypt again.
listen?
So
So why doesn't conscious listen to what people are actually saying rather than thinking about a counter?
Yeah, you're not
How about
responding,
that?
bro. You're purging. It's like you've got knowledge, you have no one to discuss it with, and you come on here and you purge.
Nah,
not
I
having a
got real
conversation
niggas,
with
man. You man there
anybody,
kind of
bro.
colonized. That's just what it is.
You're purging, and
Oh,
it's
so
fine.
now we're colonized. Now we're
Let's have a
colonized.
conversation.
Bro, you believe in the Bible. How the fuck are you not colonized?
Bro, you don't even know what you believe. You're all over the
You
place.
believe no, bro. I just told you ancient Newt, and you there confused like a dumbass.
Bro, you don't even
Like,
know that your
you
God
like that nigga
masturbated to
from
create
Get
the
Out.
world. You
Bro,
don't even know that.
you believe in a whole load
Zulu,
of
don't go
bullshit.
down that line.
You believe in a whole
No,
load
but
of
it's true, Sarah.
European
It's
stuff
true. We
as
went through
well.
this
No, but
yesterday.
as in, like, he's not hearing that. He's not hearing any of that. Let's just
You believe in a
practice
whole load of
comprehension
European
first.
doctrine as well.
What
You
they stole
believe
from
in
Africa, the doctrine they stole from Africa, yeah?
No. You believe in some of the
Nah, you sleep, bro.
whimsical.
You asleep. You need to wake up,
No.
bro.
Listen.
You need to wake up,
You
bro.
need to listen, bro.
Yo, you need to wake up, bro. You asleep.
Let's wake
That's
up.
what
Why
you're
do I
doing.
need to wake
Bro,
up?
you're the
Tell me
only
why
one
I need to
asleep,
wake up.
man.
No. Wait. Tell me why I need to wake up. Explain that to me.
Now you're being
If I
arrogant,
just
man.
told you ancient Newt is a black woman depicted on the walls of ancient Egypt, and they
Yeah.
tell you women are first in science in Europe, don't you see the fucking connection? Or are you fucking dumb?
You were supposed to be
Are
telling
you
me why
fucking
I
dumb? I
need
think you're
to
fucking
wake
dumb.
up.
That's what I think.
You
You
were
see what I
supposed
mean?
to be telling me why I need to wake up.
Bro, I'm telling you, yeah, out of respect, the ancient Egyptians, yeah, had a matriarchy that were women.
Can
The
you
gods
say
of Ma'at
What did
sentence
I
without
do?
saying
Right,
ancient
let me
The
Egyptian?
make it
gods of Ma'at
simpler.
are women.
Let me
What
make
we
it
were
simpler.
following was Mother
What
Africa,
did
bro.
I do?
And
What
we was
did I
upholding our
do?
principles and morals and the laws of Ma'at.
Listen.
You there lost your fucking
What
mind and
did
telling me to
I
listen.
do or
Go ahead,
say?
do your thing, man. Go and do it.
What did I do or say that made you say I need to wake up? What was it I said that made you say that?
I don't know, your energy. It's just
Right,
like
so
a
you don't even,
vampire.
you don't even know what I was saying. I was in the middle of saying you believe in some of the most nonsense European bullshit. I've heard you mention it in this
So
conversation
wait. We
today.
don't come from Stardust. We don't have melanin. We don't have melanin, yeah?
Which one, Stardust or melanin? Because they're not the
Melanin
same.
comes from Stardust, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, how do we know that?
How do we know we got atoms? How do we know we got electricity within us? How do we know we got water within us? How do we know we're made up of carbon?
How do you
we
know?
know
Where
about
did you
how
get
we
that
know about
Answer them.
oxygen?
Good
How do we
questions.
know
How
about
do
air
we
and
know?
carbon
How do
dioxide?
we know? How
Like,
do we know?
about trees being connected to us? Through
How do we
studying
know?
science, alchemy, chemistry.
Right, so
blah,
you're
blah, blah,
saying
blah, blah.
science. So
We
science.
studied this from ancient Egypt, bro. We had the science already, man.
I'm trying
We're
to
children
work
of the
with you.
sun. We
So
get
you're
it.
saying science tells us that melanin
Bro,
comes from
science is the
stardust.
study of nature, bro.
Okay, so does science tell us that melanin comes from stardust?
Yes, melanin is carbon, bro. What the fuck? Europeans don't have a lot of melanin. We got melanin in our skin. Our pigmentation has melanin, bro. That's why we're black.
Stardust is carbon, is it?
That's why we're black, bro.
Greetings.
So stardust is carbon, is it?
I have no idea, yeah,
The
what the
black
conversation is
substance
about.
in the brain.
Please try talking to this brother, man.
Melanin is, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Conscious.
It's definitely worth a try, my brother.
You actually named yourself conscious, and it's like everybody talking to you is wondering, is he even here consciously? Because you're not having the conversation. I just asked you, is stardust carbon?
No,
What did you say?
Stardust is more than carbon.
Shush. Is stardust carbon?
Wow.
Stardust, carbon comes from all of that, bro. Carbon's in the air,
You
bro.
said melanin is stardust, and I said, does science tell us that?
Electrons,
And you
all
said,
the
of
things
course.
that's formed into life, bro, comes from stardust, bro. We're
Okay,
atoms,
right.
bro. Do you know what atoms
Okay.
are? Do you know what
Okay.
atoms are? Do you know what atoms are?
It's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
Neutrons, electrons, protons.
It's got nothing to do, bro. Listen, you're a baby in this. Okay, stop asking these elementary questions.
Neutrons,
protons,
asking
electrons,
people, do
protons,
they know
bro.
what
That's
1
what
plus
fucking
1 is?
atoms are, bro.
Everyone
And my
knows
man
what
don't even
1
know what
plus 1
atoms
is.
are. What the
Conscious,
fuck?
conscious, conscious.
You know
Everybody
what atoms
knows
are.
what. Everybody knows what 1 plus 1 is. So stop asking. Okay.
So wait. If you know about atoms,
Everybody
did you know about
knows.
stardust?
If you know about stardust, you know about physical life being created by exploded stars. So the
Okay.
Egyptians call themselves
Okay,
children of the
stop
sun.
talking.
Black
Stop
people
talking.
got a connection with
Stop
the sun.
talking. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Nigga, you
I-
lost.
No, you're lost. Okay.
No, bro,
You're
you a
saying.
slave.
You're
You a
saying.
slave.
No, 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 no,
You told me,
no,
bro.
no. You're a slave, bro. You're a
Bro,
slave.
you told me, bro.
You are a
You
slave. No,
Samuel
no.
Jackson
You
in
are a
Django,
slave. I didn't
bro.
tell you
Who that
shit
nigga on a
about none of
horse?
that.
You gonna
Right.
sleep in the big
That's
house?
you, bro. That's you. That's
No,
you.
that's you, bro. You believe in the Bible,
No, that's
don't
you.
You
That's
believe in
you.
the Bible, yeah?
That's you.
You believe in the
What?
Bible?
He's never even talked
Do
about
I
the Bible.
believe in the
That
Bible?
nigga
This
believe
is
in
what
the
I'm saying.
Bible,
This is
bro.
why you're a slave, bro. What you need to
Bro,
do
you got a
is
slave
close your
mentality,
mouth.
bro. What the fuck you talking about, bro?
No,
You chat to your
you've
people
got
like
the
a
slave
slave. You a slave,
mentality,
nigga.
bro. You have the slave mentality. You're the one
Bro, you the coon,
regurgitating
fam.
bullshit.
You're the fresh coon,
No,
bro.
that's you, bro.
No,
You're the
bro,
one
you
cooning.
got cooneria. You got
No, you've
cooneria,
got
bro.
cooneria, bro. That's you.
You
Think
got
about it.
cooneria, bro.
Think about it. You don't even know why you're
Coonery
attacking your
comes from
black
your
brother
mouth.
who's trying to
Talk
help
that
you.
coonery, though. Go on, talk.
You don't even know why you're attacking your black brother that's trying to help you. And you're saying, I'm a coon. You're
Help.
making
You
all kinds
need
of
help. You need a
stupid
therapist.
assumptions.
You need a Doctor Who,
Right,
Doctor
but
Phil, all the
you're
doctors, bro.
saying all of this, but I can have a coherent conversation without losing my mind, whereas you're unable to.
Bro, you're telling me the philosophy of Africa is not about women. It don't take a
No, I
village
never
to raise
told
a
you that
child.
at all. I never said that at all. I never said that. I never
You're
said
saying,
any
bro.
of that. I never said that. I never
So
said any
what
of
are you
that.
saying?
That
What are
was
you saying?
never part of our conversation ever.
What? No, let's find out what you're saying. What are you saying?
No. Let's go back to what you just said. You said that I said something that was never part of our conversation, ever. It didn't come up. And I asked you earlier,
what are you saying?
Wait. I asked you earlier, what did I say or do that first made you tell me I need to wake up? Because you made a decision that I was asleep. So I asked you, why do you think that? What did you see or hear? You said you don't know. You don't even know why you attacked me. And I'm the one who's brainwashed. It sounds like you're possessed, bro.
Bro, you got incubus and the succubus possessing you, bro. Let's not talk about possess. All right.
Right. Okay. Cool. But
You got
why
incubus,
is it?
right?
But why is it you're saying that? What have you seen or heard that makes you think that? Because all I'm trying
What
to do
makes
is
you
get you.
think that
I'm
I'm
trying
wrong?
to get
No,
you
tell
to
me why I'm
explain
wrong.
to
Tell
me
me why
what
I'm
you're
wrong.
saying.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Why you're wrong about what?
Whatever you believe, go on.
What? What are you talking about?
So wait, what's the point of where you're coming from? What's your argument? What is your argument?
What argument, bro? I'm
This is
asking
the
you
issue.
questions.
This is the issue.
What's the
Conscious,
question
yeah?
you're asking, bro?
Yo. This is the issue is this, yeah. When man is asking the questions, you're busy going on a long monologue kind of thing. And this is why man's saying he was questioning whether you're consciously even in this conversation, because you're just firing out different points and we're not being able to stick to one point. And you're assuming when you hear a voice asking you a question that they have been speaking in the past, or they're engaging on a point that has already gone past in the conversation when they're not. So you're not giving this individual a chance to introduce themselves and give you their perspective and where they're coming from. And that's because you're on autopilot. You're not actually in the room. So you're fighting, but you're not actually looking at who your opponents are, right? Or what your opponents are even saying. So you just need to relax a little bit. Because now you want to know what he's saying. He's been trying to say what he's saying for the last 10 minutes, and you've been kind of just talking over him and throwing out irrelevant kind of points. So now you're willing to hear where he's coming from. We've actually reached somewhere now. Now a conversation can start between you two. If you're willing to listen to what he's got to say. He's never told you he believes in the Bible. He never told you that the ancients didn't venerate women or feminine energy. He's never said anything like that. You're making a lot of claims about him that are untrue. If you relax a little bit, you'll stop making these mistakes.
Also, maybe look at the screen at who's talking as well. That might help.
Yeah. That will help as well, so you know who you're chatting to, because you've just said stuff that he never said. S, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I'm down, man.
Yeah,
I'm
go.
down.
What are you gonna say?
Give it another go. So yeah, let's go back a bit. So there's so many things you said. I've questioned so many that we kept jumping around. So let's go back to this melanin stardust thing, because this kind of highlights what everyone's been saying to you. You said melanin is stardust. So it's a big claim. Not saying you're wrong, but it's a big claim, right? Anyone who hasn't heard that, or anyone who doesn't believe that, or anyone who's learned anything different is going to say, show me. Show me where you know that from. Why do you think that? When I asked you, how do we know melanin is stardust? You said because of science. So I said, does science tell us that melanin is stardust? And then you said, of course it does, bro. Melanin is carbon. So then I said to you, is carbon stardust? That's where we got to. Is carbon stardust?
Of course, bro, man.
So you're saying carbon is
Carbon
stardust?
exists without. Carbon exists as well after stardust, bro. Because you got to remember, everything is dust. So it's all gases. And then things get condensed and then life starts to form. That's what it means.
Right, okay. So this is what I'm saying. This is more of that European nonsensical bullshit
Bro,
that
things
you
explode
subscribe
in
to.
space all the time, bro.
Right, but
And
that's
life
more
gets
of
created. It's a cycle.
this
The flower of
European
life.
nonsensical bullshit that
You
you
know the
subscribe
flower of
to.
life and geometry? Do you know sacred geometry? Do you know
The
about math
sacred,
and
the
science?
flower of life has got nothing to do with the European bullshit.
Bro, it's
about
eggs.
stuff
Everything is
exploding
cells,
in space.
bro. Cells
Right,
creates you, bro.
right.
So
But
if you don't know about the flower of
who
life,
made,
then you shouldn't be
who made
talking,
up
bro.
the
You literally
story?
shouldn't be talking, bro.
Who made up the story about things exploding in space? Who made that up?
If we're children of the sun, we already had that
Who
science,
made
bro.
up that
Do you
story?
realize that? Do
I
you
know,
realize
I
that, bro?
get that. But who made up the Big Bang Theory?
You're talking about the Big Bang Theory. That's Charles Darwin, bro.
You are.
No, you mentioned Charles Darwin, bro. In science,
No, I
it's
didn't.
known
No, I
already you
didn't.
come from stars. So, like, stars explode already.
I'm asking you, who made up this idea and propagated this idea that things are exploding in
It weren't
space?
Europeans, bro.
Who was it then?
So wait, hold on. There wasn't a story about Enki and Anu in the Sumerian text about things exploding.
I don't know, but were they saying that
there was already stories about that, bro.
Were they saying? Okay, cool. I don't know. What I'm asking you is, were they saying that things explode in space and stardust, and this is how life's created, like what the Europeans are saying?
Bro, if we call ourselves children
Yes
of the
or no,
sun,
bro? Just say
how
yes or
more
no. It's got
literal
nothing to
do
do with
you
whether we
need?
call
How
ourselves
much
children of the
literal?
sun.
How much of a
It's got
term do you
nothing
need
to
that's
do
literal,
with whether
bro?
we call ourselves children of the sun. That's got nothing to do with what I just asked you, bro.
Bro, if you got melanin and it's condensed sunlight, things get condensed, bro. First it's gases, then it gets condensed. Like ice, when it's water, it gets condensed and it turns into ice.
Right. So
Gases get
basically,
condensed and you basically get a
Hold on. Can I ask you, is carbon and melanin condensed sunlight?
Where condensed sunlight?
Okay,
you just said melanin is condensed sunlight. You literally
And we
just
have
said
melanin, bro. So what are we?
right. So he asked you, is carbon and melanin condensed sunlight? That's what he just asked you.
Yeah.
And how is that evidenced?
Because, sorry, we're in the flesh, isn't it? So we're here. So we can prove that.
Where was it proven? Where's the proof?
Do you know what genetics is and DNA?
Where's the proof?
Is that your answer? Is that your answer? Another question.
This thing's becoming a bit sad still.
I'm going to give you a gift right now, conscious. Inside this invisible box is the phrase, I don't know. You can use that phrase whenever you want or need to.
Yep.
Anytime you don't know something, say, I don't know. And if you're interested to learn, you now have one more thing to add to your list of things to learn.
All right, let me welcome Shakara to the conversation as well. Big up, Shaks. Welcome.
Greetings in the name of Eledumare, Egungun, and Orisha. You don't know. Hey, fam, I don't even know what the conversation is about. I'm not even lying. Yeah. I jumped on because MA was on. That's the only reason why I jumped on. So yeah, I don't even know why I'm on. What's it called? But yeah, Blessed Stone. That know. Big up.
Big up, big up, big up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the young brother, he needs your help, man.
No, I know, I help nobody, you know. I've seen that in the chat, like something about saving, man. Man don't come to save, man.
Not save. Because
yeah, man,
let Jesus go and save you.
Man,
You think
man
Jesus
don't
is
even
going to
know-
save you? Let Jesus save you, not me.
Man don't even know I don't know the brethren to say I'm gonna save man. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even want to be condescending like that. You know what I'm saying? So
I swear he said he was a Pan-African still.
okay, I don't know all Pan-Africanists in the world, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying you know, but I'm saying as a bigger brother, I think
I don't
got to that stage.
Claim to be omnipresent and omniscient. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe you're not the right person because you don't listen either. Seems like you're suffering from the same thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to talk to you and you're not listening.
Okay, all right. You said something and I was responding, and but anyway, it's all good.
I'm trying to say that, you're not best placed to talk to the young brother. Anyway, that's all I was trying to make the point. That he needs another point of view, and you being a Pan-African, and him claiming to be a part Pan-African, Kemet or whatever. I don't even know what's going on for the.
Well, you claim to be Kemet as well, so you should be able to help him out.
I spoke to him already.
Oh right, okay.
I did a whole show with him yesterday and day before yesterday. So other brothers are trying to speak to him, right? So what I'm saying is you just jumped in the conversation, and I'm sure you've heard some bits and pieces because I heard you try and speak earlier.
Yeah, I was actually coming in on a point about the starting. As far as I understand, the starting it's not just related to carbon. It's related to elements in general, and the relationship between the cosmos and the Earth. And stars within the cosmos. That stars, when they explode or go supernova, elements are created within them that end up on planets, right? Not just Earth, if that makes sense. But Earth obviously has a particular kind of composition and so on and so forth. But there's a relationship between our physical makeup and the universe itself, right? And stars in the universe are a part of that because of their because of their role within the ecology of the universe in terms of regenerating elements. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's.
Can I ask you a question, Shakara?
Yes.
What's the star made out of?
I don't know if a star is made out of one thing. I think from my understanding, a star is made out of various different things, and elements, right? But as far as I'm aware,
for instance, if you had a
a gas is a form. It's not an element.
Let me give you. You had a cake, in your hand, and
hydrogen and helium. Sorry,
and I said, what's the cake made out of? You tell me the ingredients, right?
Yeah.
So what's the star made out of?
Hydrogen and helium, bro.
Yeah. No, but I was gonna go on to say.
Was that your answer or his answer?
No. Yeah. You said what? Anyway, carbon is the most what's the word? Pervasive.
Prevalent.
Element. Within our specific universe, so I understand carbon, and yes, I understand hydrogen and helium. But the point I was going to go on to make is that as with a lot of things, when things that are in different states can produce different things. So when a star goes supernova, which is extreme heat, and them kind of things, other elements can be produced under that state of pressure. That's my understanding, and I could be incorrect in terms of some of how related, but you know what I'm saying.
My second question is this: what star did we test to derive the ingredients of a star?
I don't know if there was a star or the history of these things are not things that I'm an expert on.
According to science, the nearest
it's just
star
gases. Gases exist.
Wait.
We got a gas, electric. We got everything.
Bro, stop. 4.3 light years away is the closest star. So if you were traveling 186,000 miles per second for 4.5 years, that's the closest star. So
but
they've never tested any star.
I think when they talk about testing, they're using I don't know if they're using a particular light source on a particular spectrum, and so they're measuring it in that sense. It's almost like when they map the composition of anything
Is there anyone who knows how it actually works? Because everyone's doing what I call filling in the blanks.
Yeah, no one knows, innit? We just know a little.
Oh, here, no one knows. We're getting somewhere now. Is there anyone here that knows?
Trees. Don't we need trees to survive?
Sorry?
Is there anyone here that knows what the composition of a star is?
Yeah. Hydrogen and helium, bro. It's gases
hydrogen,
and light,
no.
bro. How the hell do you don't know what that is? Electricity, bro. Come on, man. Without that, we'll be dead.
Without
Our
what?
body's
Electricity,
made
we
of
were
electricity as
dead.
well.
No,
You
Of
were
course,
dead
we
without
need
electricity.
the sun, bro. Without the sun, we're dead, bro.
You just said we're dead without electricity.
Bro, electricity, we got electricity within us. The sun produces all of these type of
Bro, if I could
elements,
connect you
bro.
to electricity,
All
you're
those
dead.
elements are within the sun.
You ain't
You're
got
talking
no
about things like
electricity
you don't know
in
what
you,
the fuck
bro.
it is, bro. What the fuck?
You ain't got electricity in you. If I connect you to electricity,
So
you're dead.
wait a minute, wait a minute, bro. There's no electricity within us, bro. There's no electric. There's no water within us. There's no carbon within us. There's no magnesium or iron within us.
Electricity isn't water or carbon or iron.
Bro,
So stop
there's
jumping
elements
around.
of that within us,
There's
bro.
no electricity. There's no electricity in you. No.
If you don't believe that, bro, if you don't know that, your head's gone, bro.
No. There's no electricity, bro. You can't even find someone who can explain what electricity is. So don't be saying there's electricity in us, because electricity kills us.
Yeah, but electricity doesn't always kill us. I mean, you know, there are levels of electricity that we're
Right, but the levels of power that they say is in our body, they're saying
It's
each one of
electrons,
us,
bro.
inside
Electricity,
each one
bro.
of
It's in our
each one of
cells,
our
bro. What the
cells,
fuck?
inside each one of our cells, they say is enough latent power to power the whole fucking whatever, right?
I'm not suggesting that.
No, but that's what they say though, right?
Yeah,
So
hold
if
on.
that is true,
Bro, if you rub your hands
wait,
together, bro,
I'm
and
answering
touch someone,
Shakara's.
it can
I'm
cause an
answering what
electric shock.
Shakara said before.
It can cause an
answering what
electric shock, bro.
Shakara said before,
Bro, you don't know
bro.
science, bro. Your head's gone.
I'm answering what Shakara said, bro. Control yourself, bro. So if we are to believe that we have that much power in us, that much energy in us in one cell, if that energy was electricity, then that is ridiculous. Unnameable numbers of volts and amps
We
of
have
electricity.
electrons, bro. If you rub your hands together or do something with a carpet, bro, and touch someone, it could give them an electric shock. That means we have electricity within us.
You
Not the volume you're talking about.
You can
where
rub
you're
a
just
balloon
one
against the
element,
carpet and
you can
generate
actually
static electricity.
electrocute someone.
Generating static electricity is not
Does
the
not
same
mean you're
as
electricity.
electricity being the force that flows through you.
Bro, that means you got that within you, bro.
You're talking to
It's like
somebody
water, bro.
who
Certain
knows
things,
what
if you
the
drink too
fuck
much
they
water,
are
you'll
talking
die.
about on this subject, bro.
If you drink too much water, you know you'll die, right?
You're actually talking to someone who knows what
Bro,
they're
you
talking
know if you
about
drink too
on
much
this
water, you
subject.
know you'll
You're
die, right?
actually talking to somebody who
You're not hearing me.
knows.
If you drink too much
No,
water, you know
you're
you'll
not
die, right?
hearing me, bro. You're not hearing me. We're talking about electricity, and you're trying to jump to another
Can I ask
thing
a
again.
question? Can I ask a question?
Hold on one sec, Shakara. Every time you feel under pressure, you want to start talking about something else. And at your age, 25, you should have discovered that that's what women do when you're arguing with them. You as a man, anytime you're arguing with a woman and you make a point and she's stuck, she's going to change
Nah,
the
you're
subject.
gay, bro. So even to bring it to that, that's a bit gay.
No, that's what happens, bro. That's what happens.
That's a bit gay, bro. You mentioned that as a bit gay.
How is it gay to say what women do?
That's gay, bro.
Whoever's trying to butt in and say, can they say something? Stop doing that. You can hear we're talking. How is it gay to say that's what women do when they're arguing with men?
Because you're looking at a man as a woman, bro.
No, I didn't look at you as a woman. I didn't look at you as a woman.
I said to you, you just told me that,
your
bro.
age.
You
said to you at
you're
your
a woman,
age,
bro. You just said that it sounds like a
I
woman.
didn't call you a woman.
That's a bit
I
gay,
didn't
bro.
call you a woman.
You're gay, bro.
No, now you're doing it
You're
again.
suspect, bro.
Again, you're doing what women do, and you're saying I'm suspect. Now
Yeah,
you're
now
saying
that-
I said something I didn't say. What I said was, at your age, you should have already discovered through your experience that when you're arguing with women and you make a point, they change the subject. I was just pointing out that that is what you do every single time someone gets you in some. You're not even stuck in a corner. You might make a point and someone says, explain it to me. You change the subject.
I'm not even relating to that, bro. You just literally changed the whole subject. Stay on the point, bro.
Nah. Fix up, conscious man. Come on, man.
Just
he mentioned a point. We're just talking about electrons, electricity. He's on about women. He's saying that I changed the subject. So I don't know what he's
I
on
would
about, bro.
understand. Let me say something. I would understand, yeah, if it was just like, you know, one type of person that you was having this type of difficulty with communicating with. But I've studied it for like 2-3 weeks now, bro, and it's almost anybody that you try to have a conversation with, even people that are opposed in views. Like you may join forces when it comes to like a slanging match, but when it comes to actually sharing ideas and that, brother, I just think that they could, with due respect, yeah, I'm not perfect, but I just feel like there needs to be some work done on how you communicate. You having this confusion, S came in to like try and clear the confusion and use his logic and sound reasoning to you know, engage with you, feeling like, yeah, I could take my emotions out of it. Now he's like the fourth or fifth person this morning or this afternoon that's trying to like have a conversation with you, bro. Like, it can't be all these people are wrong. You can't, not everyone's just on this channel is just a dickhead, bro. Like, oh, that's a dickhead that's brainwashed. Like, not it's Muslims, it's Christians, it's agnostics, it's atheists that you're having these disagreements with. Can we find another way to communicate? I think maybe if you listened a little bit more, it might help. And I'm not trying to like shut you down. I really love the spirit of debate that you bring, but now it's just become like confusion. We're not really getting anywhere. No one can really make any point. Like, come, man, we can do this better, man. You're 25, bro. You're a big man, and you know there's other big people here too, around the same age and older. And I'm sure we can have a fruitful discussion. Like, at least like challenge yourself to be like, yo, you know what? Let me make sure that I'm doing my best to like listen and respond, and vice versa. Do you know what I mean? Before everyone...
I get what you're saying, bro. But remember, he said that electricity is not in the human body. Just remember he said that.
I did.
No, but if you listen to what he said, he's basically saying that he doesn't believe the power that the human body possesses is electricity. I derived that, and I'm not the one in the conversation.
We even spoke about this the other day. It shows you weren't listening because I explained.
We have
to
electrons, and that's
what
a fuse,
I believed
bro.
it was. We have electrons.
That's a chemical fuse.
Again, bro, listen to me. Yeah. Again, you say all of this stuff as though you believe it or as though you know it to be true, right? You say we have electrons. Now, I'm aware of this concept of electrons, neutrons. I'm aware of it, bro. But we need to slow down. Now, what I'm saying is electricity will kill you, right? Now, from what I've seen in my time of learning and experimentation, yeah, you could generate other forms of usable energy, and some of them, while you can use them as though they are electricity and use them to power stuff that we power with electricity, yeah, some of them won't burn or kill you. They cool down under load. They don't heat up. There's stuff out there that you don't know because the people whose information you're banking on deliberately removed 95% from the electromagnetics equations and left 5%. When you understand that and you look into it, you can then begin experimenting with energy properly, and you can create all forms of energy from all different things. And it's not electricity. You can create electricity if you want. You can generate electricity, but there's more useful things you can generate, and you can use it to power electrical stuff. Now, if I connected you up to that same energy source and turned it on and ran it high, you might feel a little buzz, but it ain't going to kill you. It's not even going to hurt you. Okay? It's not electricity.
If you drink too much water, could a person die?
Yes.
So anything of too much one thing is too much for a human being, because your human form is made up of a lot of elements.
Yes, I agree.
So you can't have too much of one thing.
I
but
agree.
You still have that within you.
And that doesn't necessarily ring true. No.
But
because you could have too much of one thing that isn't a part of your composition, and that will kill you also, or not kill you, and it wasn't part of your composition.
So I'm trying to figure out
from this then that the body is not a conductor of electricity or doesn't generate electricity within it, including the brain. Like the brain doesn't generate electricity.
Does the brain generate electricity?
Does the sun contain electricity?
I'm asking the question. A statement was made about electricity in the body, and that's being challenged. So I'm asking: is the argument that the body does not generate electricity, and I'm including the brain in my?
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah, yeah.
That the body does not generate electricity.
Yeah.
Okay.
But why were you asking that? You must have a reason.
I'm trying to clarify what the argument is.
Because what the brain does generate is something that can be read using electromagnetism, But just like
So-
I said, this energy can be used to power stuff that you normally power with electricity.
So
So
what
it will
it-
show
so
up.
what is
It will
being
show
read?
up. What do you mean? What's being read? A field, some kind of field.
A field
It depends.
of
It
energy.
depends.
Energy.
It depends. Okay, so right, look at it like this. I'm going to say, how much do you know about maths, right? Imagine you've got 4 quadrants. You know, like when if you draw like a cross, like you was going to start drawing a graph, you got 4 quadrants, right? One's positive, or one's positive x, y, one's negative x, y, one's negative x, positive y, and blah, blah, blah. 4 quadrants, right? So the thing I'm talking about is kind of, this doesn't fully explain it, because what I'm talking about here is 2-dimensional, and electricity is clearly more than 3-dimensional. Yeah. And so is these other forms of energy. But if you can imagine electricity, just pretend, is in the double positive quadrant. Yeah. And what I'm talking about is in the double negative quadrant, but time reversed. Then you're getting close to understanding what I'm talking about, if that makes sense.
What can you name the types of energy that you're referring to?
Tachyon energy is a name that's been given to it once. It's been given all kinds of names: chi,
Real,
prana, orgone.
prana.
Yeah.
Fair things.
Chi,
And so when you speak of
Chi
But
doesn't
when you sorry, what did you say, bro? Go on.
Chi doesn't burn.
Yeah,
It will move you and you didn't feel it. You just felt balance, but you moved.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right.
Right,
go on.
and define a tachyon, please.
A tachyon. A
It's in the
tachyon.
name. It's in the name.
I can't
Tachyon
remember exactly
energy.
what a tachyon is.
Tachyon energy is the energy that can attach to any energy. So it's like a universal energy. The universe is filled with tachyon energy. To
I
build
don't
a
understand
pyramid structure, the energy that resonates off that is tachyon energy. So like there's examples. So the Great Pyramid.
That makes sense what Maku's saying, yeah. And I can't remember exactly what tachyon energy is, the way the people described it in this electromagnetic sense. But the way they would tachyon beams they were saying were, I don't know, but that's a beam.
No,
that's a
tachyon
beam.
energy.
I'd have to look it up. Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. That's a beam. A beam would be a focus.
We can generate that. When you have what do you call it, rain dance, that's also a field of tachyon energy. You build it up, and then it draws like the air or the clouds or whatever, and then you use an instrument like a drum or a trumpet to bring the energy down, the energy columns down. It's mad. But
Harp.
So
weather modification is based on the concept of rain dances. So yes, this universal energy is not the same as electricity. Electricity is a crude discovery. I don't even know if electricity is the discovery. Electricity is what came after the discovery, because some of the earliest Tesla technology would have generated the energy I'm talking about.
Are you saying the byproduct of the
So because they needed an energy source that they could charge people for and make dangerous, so people don't want to touch it. Like everyone gets told, oh no, don't. Even electricians will tell you, oh no, fucking no, that's high voltage. Anything past there, I won't touch it. It's high voltage. When it's current that kills you, not voltage. Current. High voltage is the key to energy efficiency and power amplification or multiplication, not amplification. Well, amplification as well.
So where have we got the knowledge of tachyon energy from, and all the other forms of energy that you're referring to? Where have we got
different places, man.
All different places. So if you're talking about scientifically, people have built, like for example, harp. That stuff is based on a certain understanding of electromagnetics, or what we now call electromagnetics, right? But there was one time when the equations for electromagnetics were so big, and they removed 95% of the what would you call it? I guess variables and inputs, and summed it down to a much smaller equation, which allows us to do all of the stuff we do today with these basic electromagnetics. But obviously, 95% of the possibilities are gone. Now, this is something that happened either late in the 1890s or the 1900s. So it's a documented thing. The people involved in it have names, and you can look at the old equations.
And who is they?
The people who were behind doing it.
And so are these people scientists?
No, it would be people who have an interest in controlling major world
No,
narratives.
I'm talking about the discoveries themselves. So, like, if we're talking about tachyons, for example, yeah, the idea that these things exist, like,
They wouldn't be all scientists. No, it wouldn't be all scientists. All kinds of people have stumbled across ways to generate energy for free. One of the most notable ones was a farmer named Nathan Stubblefield. Farmer. He created so his wife was crippled, and he used to communicate with his wife when he's working on the farm with what I guess what you say you got a cup on a string connected to a plate. You stick the plate in the ground where his wife is at home and carry a cup on a string with a plate when he's out, and he put the plate in the ground and communicate with his wife. He also developed an organic compound, like a kind of a slime compound, that if you coated a wire in this compound, then that single thread of wire, without having to be part of any closed circuit, would just transmit energy through it, usable energy.
So I understand that Stubblefield was, yes, a farmer, but also an electrician.
Maybe so.
Right. But the question that I'm asking, well, because I'm not denying that many people in different fields can find different things in terms of their interactions with nature, but into the level of investigation that you're discussing at the moment appears to be resourced to a certain degree, which would suggest to me that this is not research that is taking place by lay people, that is research that is being invested in and carried out by scientists. And,
sorry, what do you mean?
And also, and also when we're talking about there's a difference between discovery and research. Research is the field in which things are categorized, and documented in terms of their behavior, how they behave, right? So, for example, if we're talking about the idea of tachyons, even the fact that we're calling it a tachyon is the result of a process, of research.
Somebody's come up with that name,
right? Okay, and so the research that is associated with that particular title and how it is categorized as energy and what type of energy it's supposed to be and how it's supposed to behave is going to be done within a particular field, and so
not necessarily though, bro, because some of the people doing this, they are scientists by definition, but they're not scientists by profession. They're scientists
but the same
because
can be said for electricity,
method.
But the same can be said for electricity. So it doesn't necessarily mean. So, for example, in the same way that you're saying, ordinary people would be able to interact with the universe and other human beings in a way that would give them knowledge of tachyons, for example. The same could be said for electricity, right? In principle, right? So
I'm confused. I don't get what you mean when you're saying that. I never said that. But what do you mean?
I'm not saying that you said it. I'm making a point. I'm saying that in the same way that other types of energy can be discovered and interacted with, and things about how this energy behaves
I would say observed.
Can be observed by anybody, right? The same can be said for electricity, right?
Of course, we can create electricity. We know how to do that.
Well, we can observe it. I don't know if we can create electricity.
Or not create. We can
harness it. We can
harness it. Exactly.
Right, So the idea that because it's interesting that when I asked about the body and electricity and the body, and whether whether you're making the argument that electricity was in the body or not, you're saying that electricity is not in the body, but they can measure energy in the body through things like electromagnetism. Am I getting you incorrect here? Okay.
No, that's correct.
Right.
Correct.
So again, if I'm now it causes me to have to ask the question: if they're measuring through electromagnetism, how are you discerning that what they're measuring has nothing to do with electricity?
I didn't say it's got nothing to do with it. I said it exists in a different quadrant. Effectively a different, I don't want to use the word dimension, but dimension. If you, I don't want to use that word though. It exists in a different quadrant. I would say it's intrinsically connected to electricity. I would say electricity is the negative.
That's a force, right?
Yeah.
That's the type of force, but it's not what we would typically denote as electricity. However, electrical instruments may be able to detect this force and even be powered by this force.
No, I'm not. But wait, there's a difference between electrical instruments and electromagnetism being used to measure, right? So, for example,
what's the difference? It's the
so
same thing.
what I mean is in the sense of electromagnetism as an energy, yes, or as a force, or if you're measuring, because all right, maybe I should ask the question: what do you mean by using electromagnetism to measure?
Okay, so all of the tools they use to measure anything electromagnetic, any tool, whether that's a multimeter, anything, whether it's a EKG machine, whatever, I don't know.
Right, but so I'm saying if they're measuring electromagnetism, then by definition they're measuring electricity.
Okay, so no,
it's not the same
no.
thing.
The reason why, is because, okay, look, if I created a circuit and I showed you this circuit powering a motor, you would agree that this motor is being powered by whatever energy is running through the circuit, right?
Of course.
Now, if I told you touch the live rail and you touched it and it was cold and it didn't shock you and you could feel it buzzing through you, it felt unnatural. It didn't hurt though, but you could feel it. But it didn't fuck with you. Would you then conclude that this cannot be electricity?
Repeat your question. I'm not sure I fully grasped your question.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Right. So let's say I create a circuit, and I'm using this circuit to generate power that I use to power a motor, and you see it working right there with your own eyes. You see me hook it up. You see me put the circuit together and solder all the components, and you see me set up the little thing that I connect to the circuit. You see me switch that on and run it, right? That thing's running. The output of that is going into the circuit, and then from that circuit is powering a motor, You would say that, okay, this motor is being powered by this setup, right?
Right.
Okay, so your mind would be thinking it's generating electricity. But now if you touch the live rail on the circuit and you don't get the effect of the electricity, because we're looking on the meters, you can see how much.
I might say.
Go on.
I might say it's not electricity, but I might also come to any other number of conclusions.
So let's just say that there's a current draw.
For example,
before you go on, let's just say there's a power draw, that from the figures, the amount of power that's being drawn by this motor, and let's say we're overdriving the motor, we're pushing it way harder, 50% more power than it says you should put through it, right? And the motor's spinning as hard as it can. So now we're overdrawing current, and from the amount of power that we're drawing, it's enough that if it was electricity, you touch it, it should just cook you. It's that amount of power, and you touch it, and it doesn't feel like anything.
The issue with what you're saying, though, is that the same information from the same sources that you're saying are questionable is the same information that you're using to judge the power of electricity.
What did I say is questionable?
The idea that the body generates electricity. Because you're saying that the level of electricity.
I'm not using that to make
powerful for the body to be able to withstand that level of electricity, right?
No, because you can touch an electric circuit as long as it's not too much power running through that circuit. You can touch it and then slowly turn up the power, and it'll become more and more uncomfortable to the point where you have to pull away. And you could stay connected to it and turn it up more and more and more. Eventually, it's going to kill you. This is just something we know, right?
But how do we know that, though? That's
because they kill people using electricity in electric chair, and people die from electric shocks. That's how we know.
Okay. All right, I got a question. Yeah, I understood. I think one of the things I understood you were saying, S, is that if the thing that you believe you are inputting into a particular circuit, or the thing you are using the thing that you think you are measuring, you're not necessarily measuring the measurement you're getting, or the energy that's created by the thing you think you're putting into the thing might not necessarily be the thing that's powering the thing, right?
Well, what would be powering it then?
Sorry?
What would be powering it then?
No. I'm asking if that's one of the points you were making, with regards
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm saying I can create circuits and run them, and you can touch them while they're running. You can touch the most dangerous part of the circuit if it was a conventional electricity running through it. You can touch it with no ill effects at
Okay,
all.
I don't understand that point. Like, what you made that point for what reason?
To say
I'm
that
a bit confused now.
I'm saying there are other forms of energy that can be used to power our conventional electric and electromagnetic devices. They will work in it even though they are not electricity. They actually work more efficient. You can take a non-rechargeable battery that's been dead for 10 years, connect it up to this energy, let it run for a little while, and that will work like a fully charged brand new battery. You can use it to charge non-rechargeable batteries, even ones that are completely like batteries that have gone from liquid to solid. It will reverse that shit.
Okay, if you go backward, just one sec. Sorry,
sorry.
1 sec, Matthew. Go on, 1 sec, brother, please. So going backwards, because that example you gave came on the back of the part of the discussion where you're trying to establish measurement, right? So the measurement,
exactly.
Yeah. So the measurement of electricity.
Yeah.
I understood. My understanding of what you were saying was that when you're measuring,
how can electromagnetic devices pick up this stuff? Yeah.
Right, it's picking up. Sorry, it can pick. You said it can pick up electricity.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that's what you said. It can, right? But it's not necessarily tailored to measure only electricity. It can measure other things.
They are tailored. The fact is that they are literally tailored through indoctrination, through what people learn in electrical engineering. They are literally tailored to try and only pick up for example, it only picks up half of the spectrum that's supposed to exist under the equations that they currently propagate.
Right.
And it completely discounts the other half. But then you hear the other half come up in conversation when people use terms like back EMF to describe an exact equal amount of opposite current. Do you see what I mean? These kind of terms. So they will say you can never use a motor to generate more. You can't. Well, first of all, people say you can't use a motor to generate electricity. Yes, you can if you run it the other way. That's obvious. But then they would say if you use a motor to generate electricity, you can never get more out than what you put in because of back EMF. Right?
Sorry.
Wait, before we move on, that's one of the things you would hear, right, Amy?
I was going to clarify some terminology. When you say back EMF, you mean like what do you call it? Counter.
Exactly, the counter inductive force or whatever. Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
But that's still dealing with electricity.
Right, but exactly it is. But my point is, all of the metering instruments are built in such a way so that they ignore that half.
And you're saying somebody used, before the tailoring occurred, you were able to actually, or people still.
No, it's the way that the way the instruments are designed. They didn't come out with instruments and then change them all because of this thing. They've just designed the instruments in such a way so they only look at half the picture, and then there's this other half. If we're going to call that the positive X, negative Y quadrant under the example we were using before, doesn't get picked up by those machines. But there's no reason why the negative X, negative Y won't get picked up. It's like, because it's like, I don't know if you lot heard me use the word time reversal earlier, but it seems to be in a time reverse state, because the harder you drive stuff, it cools down instead of heating up. And the more load you load onto the power supply, instead of the current draw doubling, if you double the load, the current draw will halve, and it will continue halving into infinity. So you could literally power entire city or the entire world off of one AA battery because of the way this shit works. And people have built these things, demonstrated, documented with videos and hundreds of pages and written books on how to build it yourself, so you can just build it. It's not a question of whether it's true or not. Just build it. I've got a 20-odd, when I stopped, it was 28 to 30 videos long. It's probably longer now. Some of the videos were 2 hours long, where these people are not only going in detail of how they build their shit, they show you the circuits, show you the material stuff, how to put it all together, but they show you hundreds of other inventors over the last, I'd say 70 years now, who hundreds, who came up with hundreds or thousands of these different ways of generating energy efficiently, or what they call over unity, get more out than you put in,
man is not
and they're all
denying
dead.
that.
They're all dead.
But man is not denying that there are different ways
Right.
to generate energy. I was only asking the question about electricity in the body.
Yeah.
And that's it. So it's not even.
It's not electricity. That's all.
The other energies in the. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the justification for that.
What man's saying, but you understand it's simple. What man's saying is the force within the body, the life force or whatever within the body is being appropriated as
mischaracterized as electricity.
And I'm saying that.
Hold on. Because portions of it can be detected by electric equipment and magnetic equipment, so like brain waves and stuff like that. So it's being falsely identified as electric because it may have similar properties. But that's what man's saying. So man's saying chi ain't electric and all these type of things.
Well, I don't even know that people would say that. Because I mean, chi comes from a system, a whole order, and I mean that's an interesting one in the first place anyway. Because when we talk about chi is not a thing in and of itself. It exists as a part of a whole.
Just like electricity,
right? But
it don't exist as part of a knowledge system. It exists as part of life.
But the idea that chi is unrelated to electricity, I'm not sure that's something that would be said by the people that developed the concept of chi. If we're talking about,
let me stop you there.
Let me finish. If we're referring to chi in the Asian and not the Igbo, at the same time, but I'm still not seeing because to even come to the conclusion that electricity, as it relates to the human body, has been misidentified. One would have to have an argument or a justification for what is being characterized as electricity.
I did specifically provide one,
right? And no, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's in order for me to fully comprehend or understand or appreciate the argument that you lot are making, this is what will need to take place, right? In a sense of, what are you saying is electricity? What are you saying they say is electricity? What is this other thing?
You have an understanding of that, though, right?
No, I'm trying to understand the argument that you lot are making. Yeah,
but I just put that argument to you, and what I'm saying.
No, you've explained what you're saying.
Why you need clarification when it's just been clarified?
Because
I literally provided everything you're saying you're asking for now.
Not really. You're saying that.
Man, it's done. Hear what we saying, though. You know what electricity is.
No, I don't. As far as you are saying,
you don't know what electricity is now.
No, I'm saying
that
you are making an argument that what I consider to be or what is considered to be electricity in the human body is in fact not electricity, right? So
that's correct.
Either there's a misunderstanding that I have of electricity, yes, or
why?
the people, because
I'm saying it's something other than electricity,
right? So obviously what I'm considering to be electricity is not electricity. So I misunderstand what electricity is.
Well, no, because what you're considering electricity is still powering your computer so you can have this conversation.
I'm talking about within the human body. Yeah?
Right,
I'm talking about within the human body. Yeah?
Yeah, but you're not a human charger, are you?
I'm not talking about, it doesn't matter if I'm a human charger or not.
But you can't charge your phone with your electricity that you claim to have.
But again, that question is based upon an assumption as to what electricity does and does not do. So if you're telling me that, then I would need to understand, when you say that, why is it your assumption that the electricity in my body should be able to charge a phone? Yeah, and if it was able to do that, how would I make that possible? How would that come about, if that makes sense, right?
You could definitely do that.
When it can't, a phone doesn't necessarily give me anything more.
There's so many ways you could do that. There's loads of ways you could do that.
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm responding directly to what Maku said, right? So he's saying that the electricity in your body can't charge your phone. So I'm saying, well, if you're telling me that, then in order for me to understand the argument, I would need to understand what you understand to be the capabilities of electricity in the human body and not, and how it is impossible for the human body to power your phone in that kind of way. That's what I would need. So you just telling me.
I don't think anybody. Sorry, man.
All right.
I don't think anybody. Bro, it's for me, there's different forces, different energy. Like for example, to light a light bulb, yeah, you might need 2 bits of copper wire and 2 copper rods, yeah, and you can place them in a lemon, right? And the chemical reaction will create supposedly some form of energy or electricity. Do you get what I'm saying?
Supposedly electricity.
Supposedly electricity, but
Yeah.
it's just energy.
It's energy.
Right? So this is what we're trying to say. There's many forms and many things. Like, you know, in Egypt they used to have light bulbs, and light bulbs is based on a copper bulb. Why am I?
Sorry, what? I need to clarify what you're saying. You said they're saying electricity, but it's just energy. That's a contradiction.
I didn't say just energy. Why is it a contradiction in terms?
Because that's all right. So maybe I heard wrong. You're saying it's not electricity, but it's what then? Sorry, it's what then? It's not
some form of energy that's lighting the light bulb.
No, but okay. What I just heard was they say it's electricity, but it's just energy. There is no.
Why did you hear some?
Energy comes in.
Yeah, no one said just
form.
energy except you. What
No,
we said, it's some alternative source of power.
Sorry, what I was literally just responding to, I'm 99.99% sure.
People can do
99.99% sure that what I said, Maku said, is what he said, and I'm prepared to go back and check.
Maybe he said it. Maybe he did say just energy. Then.
Right. What's it called? Yes, and that's what I'm responding to, right? So, but I'm saying in as much as electricity or is a form of energy,
right?
To say not electricity is just energy doesn't say anything, because energy is not.
Okay, so maybe the phrasing was bad.
There is no, but I'm saying the point I'm making is that energy has forms, right? Energy is not a thing in and of itself. Yeah, energy manifests itself in different forms. There is no substance or force in the universe that is just energy, right? There are forms of energy. Yeah.
You can observe energy, though, right?
Sorry. Can you absorb?
Right.
And do we have
Let's define energy.
So they're saying that it may be a form of energy that isn't electric.
Right, but I'm saying, So, the question then becomes, what form of energy is it? There's nothing wrong with forms of energy that are not electric. I've already said that, right? I was questioning the thing about the human body and whether the human body generates electricity. And I remember I specified including in the brain, because if we're talking about, and I believe it has said this, that you can measure electricity, so it can measure electricity, but it's not electricity, which is what I wasn't understanding.
Electrical impulses, supposedly.
But if it's electrical impulses, it is still electricity. An electrical impulse is not electricity, right?
But
so
because of the material and because of what you're using to measure the process, that's why they're saying that. And half of that is the thing that they're putting on you, or they're putting you in a chamber or whatever, is run by electricity.
Can you define energy, please?
Sorry?
Or what are you referring to as energy? Can you define energy, please?
Well, energy, like hydroelectricity.
Don't even get sucked into
Wait.
this.
You're giving me type of energy.
My brother, yes. Let me give you a type of energy. Where is that energy via, for example?
Water, right? So that's a type of energy. Hydroelectricity. Sorry, hydro. Well, again, we're right into hydro.
It only becomes It only becomes electricity by the use of a coil, a generator. You know what I'm saying? That's what converts it and changes
so the hydro.
That water power. Hold on, the power of a dam. That's why they build dams. Because it creates hydroelectricity. So they control the flow of the water, and then as it's turning the turbines and whatever, they've got a copper coil or a.
Do you know what turning the turbines is called? Do you know what type of energy that is?
No, we don't know what.
No, I'm just saying. It's just. Don't, man.
Right. I do. Hold on a second. I do. Right. So when like movement when you talk about turning the turbines and so on and so forth, that's what you call kinetic energy. Right, and so different energies, can be transferred into other types of energy for different effects. I'm not asking for you to give me examples of different types of energy. What I'm asking is, because it's a necessary question based upon what you lot are saying. What is energy? Not what are the different types of energy, but what is energy?
It's a question that really should be answered, if I'm honest, for us to move forward. It might sound like a big.
Let's get the definition then from the dictionary, because I don't see why it's such a big deal. We all have a good concept of what we understand energy to be.
Evidently, I don't.
I can't see how that was the sticking point. But I'm gonna look it up right now. I'll read out the definition.
Bless up.
Bless.
Big up.
I'm trying to.
Well, you know what?
Big
Yeah,
up,
do you know
big up.
what?
I want to address that chakra, you know.
Oh, sorry.
Because you're talking about the energy in the body, right? So every cell product energy through mitochondrial energy. So this is how the cells deal.
What's
energy.
mitochondrial energy? Mitochondrial energy. If you're referring to DNA, that's not an energy.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not referring to DNA. I'm just saying that mitochondrial do produce energy from ADP to ATP. So that's the energy we're calling in the cells.
That's not energy. You're talking about chemicals.
Yeah, but that's the energy, though.
Definition.
Chemicals can produce energy, like I gave
That's
you
where
the
we
example.
get our energy from.
Open up the third definition, though.
Chemicals can produce
more
energy
definitions.
depending on what.
Yeah, but that is the energy. The
chemicals
actual.
are not. Chemicals
Whoever
are not
screened that
energy.
is open up more definitions underneath.
Just
There's
look
a
it up,
third one.
Shakara. When you say, if you type in ADP and ATP, you will see the
There's a
energy.
third
It's the
definition.
energy
Chemicals
first.
is not energy, but water has got energy.
No.
Look where it says more.
Listen, again, water in and of itself is not energy. Water is water. Yes.
Okay, look,
Water
there's the
can
definition
to
of
a
energy.
tsunami.
generate
Tell that to a
energy. Yes, but again, a tsunami is water behaving in a particular way. It's not
I think Shakara is trying to differentiate between energy and fuel as well for energy.
The definition is on the screen.
Right, cool. So the strength and vitality.
No, the third one.
Oh,
physics.
Now, this is good. The property of matter, and radiation, which is manifest as a capacity to perform work. Right. So such as causing motion or the interaction of molecules. So therefore, there is nothing called energy. Energy is a property of matter.
No.
Yes, according to this
Matter
definition.
and radiation.
And radiation, but radiation, Lord of mercy. Radiation is a particular function of matter. Yeah. So when something what radiates is not matter. Yeah. All right.
We're standing on a plateau of matter. We're standing on matter.
But that's fine.
We're surrounded by matter. The air's full of matter.
Of course. So it doesn't detract from the point I'm making.
Yeah.
There is nothing distinct from matter and radiation, as is defined here, that is referred to as energy. Yes, energy is a property of matter and radiation. Okay.
Right, okay.
So in the same way that water in and of itself is not energy, water can generate energy, when used in a particular way. All right.
Okay, but no one's disputing any of this.
Right. So but it is being disputed if I'm asking what is energy and I'm being told hydro, and then I'm given an example of kinetic, right?
Is that a form of energy though?
All of these are examples of how energy is used. It doesn't necessarily define what energy is. And so if the argument is being given to me that it is not electricity, but it's energy or a different type of energy, yes, right, then the argument then two questions have to be answered. What is energy? And what is the matter or form of matter or form of radiation associated with the other types of energy that is being referred to?
Sorry. It's called the sun. It's called the sun because all of this is byproducts of nuclear fission, right? Two gases.
So when it's the sun,
hold on, my brother. Hold on. Let me give you a lesson. If you want a lesson, then sit down and listen instead of talking, right? Because as someone explained already, it's just a cell. So when we're dealing with the cell, that's on a subatomic level, right? Before all of these gases, right? The first gas being the first gas being hydrogen, right? And the sun is doing a process of whatever trillion tons of hydrogen.
Why are you echoing?
Into helium, I don't know.
Go on.
It's not me. Oh,
keep going.
Yeah, it's going from hydrogen to helium in a hundredth of a second, according to European science about what's happening with the sun. Now that is going to generate heat, right?
Right,
then
and light
also-
and sound.
And it also creates a byproduct that you're calling matter. So now we've just found out that gases can produce matter. Yeah. So and then they say, hold on, my brother. And then they
Got it
say,
the wrong way around.
Gases
The
are a
matter-
form of matter.
It's the
Gases
wrong
don't
way around. It's the
produce matter. Gases
matter
are
that
matter.
produces the energy.
No, I'm
Gases
saying
are
is
matter.
the sun. Sorry, is the sun basically comprised of matter? No. Matter is a byproduct.
Helium's the
Hold
matter.
on.
Yes,
Helium
it
is
is. All the
matter.
elements are matter.
Oh my
That's
God,
what matter
like,
is.
what are we doing?
The sun is matter. Gases,
Yeah, it's
liquid
matter.
solids and gases are matter. That is
No,
literally.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm saying.
How are
a
gases not
byproduct.
matter?
One
Pull up
second.
the definition of matter, please.
No, it's not
Anything that
matter.
holds space, yeah, and weight or something.
He's
like that.
right.
Definition
He's
of
right, man.
Yeah.
So I'm
How can
saying that
helium not
atom-
be matter?
Huh?
Atoms
No.
are matter.
How can helium not be matter? It's matter.
Sorry, and,
It's a
and, and,
gas,
and,
no?
and by definition, cells cannot be subatomic because they're built of atoms. Yeah, like literally, the atom is what builds cells.
All right,
Well,
Shaka,
when
you
you're
don't have to
when
dot
you're
every
talking-
I and
when
cross
you're
every
talking-
T, man. Allow him some
sorry.
mistakes, bro.
Sorry,
Fuck's
man.
sake.
Shush, man. Both of you are wrong. Yeah.
No,
When
we're
talking
not. You're
about
wrong.
atoms, sorry. When we're talking about atoms, you're in subatomic particles. That's what you're dealing with. Before helium, as I just explained, the lightest thing that we could
No.
measure or weigh is, hydrogen. Sorry, right? Yeah. And then from hydrogen into all the other elements on the periodic table. Like, please, yeah, better know what you're talking
Subatomic
about.
particles means you're
Now,
dealing with
when we're
electrons
talking-
and protons.
Yes,
That's
yes,
different. That's
yes,
different.
Yes.
Yeah, but helium's bigger than that.
No.
Yeah,
it's
helium's not
after.
sub.
Sorry.
It's on an
after.
atomic level. It's not subatomic.
It's after. When you're dealing
And
with
by the way,
atoms.
by the way, do you know what?
Hold on. When you're dealing with atoms, yeah, and what happens in that process and how they explode and which is like a little big bang, yeah, it's still going to, even at that level, it's still going to create some form of matter, right?
By the way, one of the subatomic particles is the electron.
Shakara, can we get back to what you were saying about the human body though? Because this conversation got left.
Beautiful. Give facts. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So what was the issue you were having though?
No, I'm simply, like I said, I'm simply trying to understand your argument. I am of the perspective that the body does generate electricity, that the brain generates electricity, yeah, and that electricity can be measured in the brain, and the function of the brain. Or
In the nervous system, in the neurons.
Yeah. So neurons and so on and so forth. The functions of the brain in relation to the body involve electricity, right? So in order for me to understand this different perspective, I'm asking as many questions as I can because I don't understand.
Okay, so basically, look at it like this. You see everything that you thought you believed about electricity, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that stuff's happening, but it's just another form of energy. That
So
isn't
then I'm asking, what form of energy is it then, and what
right?
what
So
property of matter is it being generated as a part of or with him or through?
What matter?
Yes,
the matter
so
that makes up the body, obviously.
As we've understood, that energy is a function of matter and radiation, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we're dealing with electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're dealing with
an alternating current.
Basically,
No.
What's it called?
Which you don't get that in the human body.
No,
don't try and fucking hijack it.
But evident anyway. When you're talking about electricity in the body, yeah, it's been transmitted through the matter of the body and can be measured in terms of electrical charges. Yeah. So I'm saying if it's not electricity that is being generated in the body, what is it? Yeah.
It's the magnetism. It's electromagnetic field inside your body around the cell.
Electromagnetic is electricity.
Is electricity. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm saying if it is not electricity, what is it?
So no, it's electricity, but the chemicals carry charges, right?
I think he's
so when you
asking
look
me
at,
though. I think he's asking me.
I'm asking in general. Anybody that can answer this question.
No, but
who has this perspective.
No, I think he was talking to S though, so I think.
No, I'm not. No, obviously.
Yeah, I think the
because we was having a conversation, though, right?
Let me clarify. I can say who I'm speaking to. S made the initial statement. He's quite welcome to answer the question. But I'm saying,
do you want to talk about my statement? Because that's what you were questioning. My statement.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not. You made.
You were trying to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. It's not personal to you, bro. Yeah.
No. But if someone else talks, you may not understand where I am coming from because
that's fine. But yeah, it's a conversation. As many people can answer it as with their different perspectives as possible. I don't mind. It's not a problem.
Cool. We're leaving the way for S though.
Yeah.
That's fine. You go ahead, bro. That's what. But I'll start the regime from speak. Like, you get me? Yeah, I'm saying, go ahead.
All right.
Well, this is the first, man. Shakara's asking a non-African to speak. Right out it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Hold on, who's a non-African?
Me, innit?
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
What is it? So I would say I kind of answered this already. It's a type of energy. Let me go back to this definition so I can answer in the context of the definition. Where is it? It's a type of energy which manifests as a capacity to perform work, much like electricity does. But it has attributes which work opposite to the way electricity works. It's consistently observable to behave in the opposite way that electricity behaves while performing the same work. That's what it is. Haven't got a name for it.
Can you hear me? I feel like I was muted.
How'd you spell tachyon?
Now.
Yeah. TACHYON, I believe.
Oh, right. Yeah. Got it.
Right. So looking at the human body again, wherever the energy source is, that the unnamed energy source that we have, or unnamed energy type, that we
but
have.
It's not unmade.
It's a manifestation. Yeah.
No, but sorry, you said I'm using unnamed because you said it's an energy.
I don't have a name for it.
Yeah, but you don't have a name for it, right? So we don't know we don't know what.
Sorry, guys, but I just said the names and you just like ignore it. I don't know.
No, I'm not ignoring it. What you named were not energy.
What
type.
name did you give?
Chemical type.
I did say ATP. Yeah, it's the chemical reaction from ADP to ATP. That's the energy sources we get from our cells.
Yeah. No. That's the energy that provides the cellular exchange within the cell.
Yeah.
So, for example, the sodium-potassium exchange in the cell
is move, and do whatever they want to do, right?
I think Shakara was asking what energy, the energy that's produced as a result of that process you're talking about.
Yeah.
What is it if it's not electricity? He's not saying that what you're talking about don't exist, but the electricity that he's talking about is the result of what you're talking about.
It's a chemical energy. It's not electricity. Electricity is to do with the buildup of electrons that creates a charge. Yeah, that's electricity. That's nothing to do with chemical energy. Chemical energy is the same as burning petrol in a car. Yeah, that's a chemical energy. That it just does it inside the cell.
He's
the mitochondria of the cell.
He's talking about the activity that manifests that can be observed
so for example,
electromagnetic
let me explain it quickly. There's doors in your cells that allow things in and out, and these doors, these channels are facilitated through ATP energy. So for example, when you get a buildup of sodium on one side and a potassium on the other, one's negatively charged, one positively charged. So one goes in the cell and one comes out the cell. So that electricity is what makes that happen. But on certain other cells where there is no energy electrically, the
But
ATP
that's not
energy
cells. We're
has to
talking about
has to
the atoms
control.
now, though, Khan. It's not.
If
You're
you're
talking about something else, Khan, and I'm
yeah,
talking
and
about something else. I'm talking
yeah.
about
Yeah, but
the
people can still
mitochondrial
benefit from
energy
hearing
that
from
is
that.
No,
Like, you
but
don't have
no,
to
but
stop me
They
saying
they
that.
can, but
the
if you're
issue is
using
this,
the word electric, then you can't be answering his question because he's
right?
saying if it's not
If
electric,
it's
what is
not
it?
electricity, what is it? And I'm saying,
No, I
listen,
was going to show you the difference
because the
between
body, hold on, because the
osmotic
body,
movement through the cell.
listen, because the body is capable of conducting or generating electricity, doesn't mean that the body is not capable of conducting or generating other forms of energy, right?
Like
So,
heat.
Right, like chemical energy.
so the presence of electricity doesn't
Mhm.
negate the presence of other forms of energy. And in
Yeah.
fact, oftentimes energy types are related, yeah? Because one type of energy can have an impact upon another type of energy, and
Yeah.
so on and so on and so on, right? So that's not,
Yeah.
we're not denying that the body has or is a conduit or a generator for other types of energy. Yeah, that's not that's not in question. The idea is that the body is absent electricity as
Yeah.
an energy, and I'm questioning that. I'm trying to understand how we come into that conclusion.
Yeah, because the reason why I personally came to that conclusion is because I know of this other form that behaves, that does what it can do what electricity does in terms of work, but behaves in the exact opposite way in terms of certain attributes.
All right,
and I've grown up like most other people knowing that electricity in most cases should be treated as dangerous.
Can I ask a question?
Like it can kill you. Hold on, I'm not finished answering.
Yeah,
It can kill you. Whereas this other energy is the exact opposite.
Okay, can I ask a question? Sorry.
Sorry, Emma. Before you ask a question, yeah, just to say, I've probably gone as far as I'm gonna go in this conversation without some significant research. So I'd appreciate if you can, yeah, like leave a link for something to read or to watch. I prefer something to read, or to watch, with regards to what you're referring to, so that man can look into it.
I'm gonna pull up.
Quick question.
Right now.
If the electromagnetic method of measuring electricity also picks up this other thing when they're measuring the brain or the body or whatever, is there any method that exists to prove that electricity is not in the body?
To prove it's not there.
Yeah, because I don't see any other, like, in this conversation. That's really the point, I suppose.
Okay, so to ask that question suggests that it's been proven that there is electricity in the body, right?
No, not necessarily.
So
If
why
you're
would
saying
you
that,
need to prove there isn't?
No, because you said that there's this other type of energy that performs the same, that replicates or performs
It
similar
can do the
tasks.
same work as
Right.
electricity, yeah, but more
So,
efficiently.
right, and I understand that you believe that when that measurement is taking place, that is what is being measured as opposed to electricity, right?
Well, I do know that energy does show up on conventional metering.
Yeah,
I do
so I'm
know that to
saying,
be the case, yeah. So
yeah, so
I'm putting two and two together,
right,
and
so I'm
saying it could
saying
be
that.
that's what it could be
Sure.
instead
Okay,
of
well, this
electricity.
could be then.
Yeah.
So it's a could be because
Well,
if let's say
how
that
could I
you're
know
right.
that it
One
is?
second. Let me get off my my point.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if let's assume that you're right, yeah, and it is this other energy being measured. We haven't established what other energies are present unless we've done some type of experiment that is specific only to electricity, right? That can only pick up electricity, and it's applied to the body and the brain, and it's coming up with zero. That's it, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm confused. Say that again.
Can I ask you something about EKG?
Hold on, wait. Sorry,
Yeah.
Axel. Sorry, Axel.
Okay.
I just want to get clarity on this point because, like I said, if the tools that you're using to measure electricity are according to you picking up something else that you're saying is present in the human body and brain, then a measurement for electricity hasn't necessarily occurred because you're saying it's like a false positive on the electricity measurement. Understand? You haven't established.
Okay, but these same
electricity is or isn't in there in the
tools,
first place.
these same tools would show a reading if I made a magnet go near them, right, they would show a reading.
That's partly because though electricity and magnetism are related.
They are related, but magnetism isn't electricity. There could be the strongest magnetic field. You could stand in it; it's not going to electrocute you, right?
No, because you're in the alternating current.
Let's not run away from this point. Let's not run away from this point.
No, but you're using a very specific definition of how electricity behaves, right? And that's why I was.
Well, it's quite specific.
Can I cut in, guys? I'm sorry, yeah.
I'm gonna finish. I promise you.
Yeah.
The idea that because like for example, the example that was used of the electric chair, yeah, so that we know that electricity kills you, all right. But I mean, I've had experience with this recently, unfortunately. But if you're
an electric chair.
No. Yeah, well, that too, because I'm a black man, and you know we study.
You're so stupid.
Avoid them.
And a Pan-Africanist, and so deaths in custody and political prisoners and people on death row are quite a significant issue for us, and there are many. Do you know what I'm saying? Some of them have been killed via the electric.
So, did man try to put a wet sponge on your head before?
Well, you know,
stuck you in the chair.
That's another story for another time. At the same time, one of the things that we do know is that if your heart stops, similar example, right? But if
I was just about to say that
they use electric charges, to attempt to restart your heart, right? So the body is capable of
myofibrillation.
Right. Of withstanding or conducting or you know certain levels of electricity. So I'm just pointing out. Go ahead, Axel. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting.
No, I was just about to say what you said, Shakara, about this ECG or EKG that we say, that we're measuring the electrical activities in the heart, right? So we do have electricity in our body.
But that was Shakara's original point.
So I'm actually agreeing with Shakara in this point. Yeah. And we also have our own energy.
Mashallah.
Let me ask you something.
Let Axel finish.
Yeah, and we also do, like I said about the cells, the mitochondrial too. We do produce energy ourselves too, in our cells. Yeah, so both of you are right, actually. So.
Well, do you mean electrical?
What he was disputing was that I said there isn't electricity.
Oh,
and he mentioned like you did. What about these machines that read the electrical activity? So I was saying, well, the type of energy that I think it is shows up on conventional reading machines because it's producing power. It's producing a voltage potential.
Yeah, so but we're talking about impulses, electrical impulses from the heart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
well, that's what they call them. Yeah, that's what they read. They read
impulses.
What is it? What is an impulse? What's the definition of impulse?
For the
heart? In the medical, because you're using the term impulse.
Yeah.
But the machine doesn't read impulses.
It doesn't read.
The machine just detects. The machine just detects the presence of a change in potential. I would imagine, a voltage change.
Yeah, a voltage
for a crude. Exactly. So that's not. Right, so the impulse just describes the fact that something happened really quickly and went away. That's all that really means.
On the ECG machine, there's that little signature bleep that you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes blip and it goes up and comes down again. You know that? That entire cycle from the beginning to the end, that's one impulse, right?
One impulse, right? That's what I was saying.
Yeah. So when it's moving, like you just said, it's a build-up of a charge that is then passed through a pulse. Yeah, so it's a pulsating. So it's not alternating current; it's a pulsing current.
It's a pulse.
Right?
Is it a build-up of a charge? Though?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So it's a build-up. Of course, it is. Yeah, it's a build-up of a charge, and as it enters the cell. As it enters the cell, you see a dip in the energy, then it goes up, and then it comes back down again.
Right. So I'm not arguing with any of that. All I'm saying is it's not the same electricity that they kill people with in the electric chair or that we're running on computers.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not saying I'm agreeing with you. Isn't happening.
We're trying to say that for 1 hour is when we're saying electricity, we're using one word to describe 5 different things. The electricity that kills you is alternating current. obviously when the current alternates.
I've been saying that's why I was asking the question, because I would need to understand people's understanding of how electricity works. Yeah, in order to understand the argument, what is your understanding of how electricity works? What is it, and what is energy?
All right, let me answer first. This
But
is
yeah,
what
I think I've got it now. I think I've understood it.
No, but let me say one more thing then to go away with then. I think that this electricity that we now use to power everything, right? I think that is a negative, destructive version of the life force that just flows through everything. And I've only seen one, well, maybe more than one person, but the one I said who I'm going to send you the book of, who has got these ridiculous volumes of videos and all of that. He's the scientist, and next dude's an inventor. Like, this dude is the probably one of a handful who create this type of energy. All of the other hundreds of free energy stuff you look at is usually just generates electricity, but his design generates this specific type. You know what I mean? So I think
which is called what again?
He doesn't have
energy.
a name for it. No, he doesn't call it tachyon energy. He refers to where people might have said tachyon energy for this, or someone might have said orgone for that, or but he's not calling it that. He's just showing you what he's doing and how to do it yourself.
You know what?
Let me come to my original question to you, brother, please.
Sorry, before you say that, I just want to say my bias immediately when you lot said tachyon, this, that, I looked it up. Obviously, I know about chi already. Like, despite the inquiry that we've been making today, like, my bias wants to believe that this shit is true in it, because man is alive and I feel certain things in it, and you know, the bias wants it to be true. So any information you do share is appreciated on that level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I've shared it on this channel before.
I don't think things can just
there's a lot of information out there
to humans be making a what was it 500 BTUs, enough as much as a Duracell battery, because we got that from the Matrix. You get what I'm saying? That you produce a certain amount of electricity, but it's only enough to charge not even a lithium battery, but a Duracell battery. And that's not even confirmed. Do you get what I'm saying? That's not even an acceptable science that we could say is a fact. Yeah. The fact is, they don't know. Yeah. We do all these tests. Do you know how you make a magnet? Do you know how you make something magnetic? Do you know that? Do you know how?
Yeah, you need a positive and a negative charge at either end.
Right. So you need what? Electricity. In some cases, right? To make something. So like, there's a lot of cheating and there's a lot of foolishness going on. But the same magnet, right, that we use abrophiles, so that we can see the magnetic, force around the magnet, right? Which is like a figure 8. Yeah, it's like 2 half circles with the abrophiles. These are practical experiments you have to do when I was like a first year. Yeah. In the science lab and and they get that other stuff and they put it in the water and it lights up. Do you get what I'm saying? Like all of these experiments that you have to do and this is why we know. They even bring you in a Van de Graaff generator. You know,
works on static.
Thank you.
Works on static.
Thank you. And if you already got electricity, why would you need a Van de Graaff generator? Why would you need to rub things to get static electricity? Where's your own electricity that you produce out your body that should just come out of your fingers? Nonsense. Do you get it? It's not that type of electricity.
No, again, that depends on your understanding of what electricity is and how it functions.
Yeah, right? But that's why we go to school.
Sorry. It's not, but it's not logical to suggest that if because your body generates electricity, that right now I should be able to plug my computer out of the wall and put it in my mouth and turn it on. That's just that it doesn't follow like that. I think that's what S was trying to say. You can only come to that conclusion by studying comprehensively how electricity behaves in its different forms and so on and so forth, because it may be completely plausible that the body does generate electricity, but it generates electricity in a way that is not compatible with you putting a plug in your mouth, right?
Yeah, that's right, exactly
and turning things on. So it just means that things would need to be studied To a certain
with
degree.
practical
And I wouldn't,
yeah.
sorry, and I personally wouldn't rely on what we did in science class in primary and secondary school, because that's a level. Yeah, there's a level to the thing, and what we would have been qualified to experiment on or study, or even what our, let's say, our educational institutions had the resources to expose us to. Yeah, the universe is vast. Yeah, so I wouldn't confine knowledge of the universe in terms of studying, in terms of science, to what we learn in school. There's so many more things to learn other than that, and that
No, I think
never
when you're in
engaged in.
school, you learn the process of what science is about, right? So some is reading and all of that, and then some is practical. Yeah.
Method.
So when we did practical experiments, like, you know, split up a frog and all of these type of things, are you saying that's not use a Bunsen burner, use a microscope to look at cells, animal cells, human cells, plant cells? Are you saying that was all for nothing? Like, no, that's just the process.
I'm not saying it was all for nothing.
Hold on, my brother. It's just a process of having a basis that later on in life, if you choose to go into certain fields, you will have that as your basis, because you're supposed to have that as your basis. The
Keyword basis.
What they, yes, but it's basic of what they said. Now, we've learned that in the future, some of those things have changed because science is changeable. It will change. You know what I mean? Because they will keep experimenting, trying it out, putting it through that pace and that test to define if it's, you know, tangible or if the results are going to be different. And then we have to change what we put down. That, thank God, we don't say those things are facts, though. You understand?
The issue is not the idea that what we learn in school is not valid. The idea is that what we learn in school is not sufficient, yeah, to make an assessment of all aspects and phenomena in nature.
Yeah, it's one half of the story.
That we will need to go beyond that, yeah, in many different fields. And what the effect or the practicality or the importance of science is in the methodology, yeah, not just the theory or the experimentation in and of itself, yeah. So you have to make observations, yeah. Then you conduct research. There's hypothesis, there's test and experiment, there's analysis, yeah, and so on and so forth, right? And I'm messing up, but basically, it's science as it is conducted today has a method. There's a philosophy of science, right? Which is a theory around what is the best way to acquire knowledge, yeah, within scientific fields, yeah. And so it's about consistently engaging in those things. And so what happens is, and this is not to say that there are not examples of people playing with the science or reporting falsely or so on and so forth and blah blah blah, but in principle, scientific theories, or what is considered to be scientifically factual, yeah, because scientists don't necessarily make the argument that they can know things 100%, yeah. But when experimentation consistently produces the same or similar results, yeah, based upon the same variables, right? And so when if you're able to study, and I'm still waiting for that for the information from, I'm not sure if I missed. No, I haven't missed it. So yeah, the link or whatever. From Robert S, right? But what's it called? But yeah, but I'm saying it's that kind of thing that people. So I'm not disputing the different kinds of energy. Sound can be an energy source, yeah, that people are experimenting with, right? It wasn't
thunderclap.
Right?
Yeah, man off his feet.
I saw one thing some years ago where this brother was doing something and he was using sound waves to heat water.
Yeah.
This is not something that people generally do, right? So we understand.
Oh, who's he? Shaka, did you see that black boy? And he was deaf and he was using clicking sounds, and they were calling him the human bat. And he was navigating himself. Did you see that guy? It's a real life guy.
He wasn't deaf. He was blind. He was blind. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's using clicks.
That's amazing. Yeah. That was amazing, bro.
Yeah. So so we understand all the things. That's not in dispute. And I'm also understanding as well. And I disagree with S's point about electricity being destructive, or electricity that we use in our computers necessarily being destructive. I think it can be. I think what's more destructive is the the way that electricity is generated. So you have what they call renewable and perishable forms of energy, right? So you know, that hydroelectricity, for example, you know, is healthier for the planet.
Cleaner.
Yeah,
What I meant by destructive,
waste, you know what I'm saying?
what I meant by destructive is that when you run this electricity through your circuits, it's slowly destroying the material of the circuit. And if it's
That's
past a
right.
certain
That's
power
right.
and you touch it, it will kill you. That's what
I
meant
think
by
though
destructive.
that's a part of nature. Things that are used deteriorate and have to be regenerated.
Well, that's definitely a property of electricity. But
Yeah.
like I said, you
But
can power stuff with this other form of energy. You can even run
let
more
me
power
ask
through
you a
it.
question now.
Wait, let me
Bruv, I've
finish.
been
You can
waiting,
run
man.
even more power through it. And if you touch it, it ain't killing you. And if you connect a dead, non-rechargeable battery to it, it brings the battery back to life and charges it back up to
No,
full.
I hear you.
So,
I need to study that type of energy more to see what it
So what is
produces.
it? What if
and
it's
how
charged?
it's conducted.
If it's recharged the battery, was
Oh,
it?
you
filled
lot are
with-
winding me up now.
Hold on.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm going on mute.
If-
Fuck it.
If it's recharged the battery, what has it filled the battery with?
it's just renewed the battery. That's the only way
With
that
what?
can be
Is that the
described.
battery is filled. I might be dumb. Is the battery filled with electricity, or just or it's filled with the chemicals that allow it to generate electricity?
Right.
It's filled with electricity, right?
It's filled with
No,
chemicals.
it's not. Battery's filled with chemicals.
It's filled with
Okay.
chemicals.
When you recharge a battery,
Acid and alkaline.
the battery, what are you filling that battery
Okay,
with?
so for example,
Acid.
a lead acid battery
Yeah.
has got a lead core in it and an acid liquid, right? So
it's the same process
when you run this through it, it will completely, like them big old lead acid batteries, you can see when the lead core's all fucked up. You can actually visibly see it. And when you run this through it, it cleans all the shit off it and makes a 12-volt battery like brand new. I'm going to send you the
Is it true that the original design of the battery didn't like let the energy dissipate, so it basically was continuously charged? And it's like this is what I heard anyway, like the maths or whatever was kind of rearranged. The original patent or design of the battery wasn't one that ran out.
Yeah, the first ever battery was self-recharging continually. Yeah, it's a combination of organic and metallic materials. I touched on the topic earlier about the wood coffin with the lead lining.
And the first batteries made out of vinegar.
No, some lemon juice in Kemet, it seems. If you mix
Lemon
juice,
vinegar.
No, it's acid and alkaline, right? So lemon is very acidic. So then you use the copper coil, yeah, and the chemical reaction from that threw up a fluorescent kind of cloud. So what they did, they made a copper umbrella to catch it all, yeah, and that's what created light in ancient Egypt. They did the experiment. I watched them do it live on one show. They just
I've seen it. It takes a whole room full of batteries, though, doesn't it?
No, it's just
There's a lot of them.
It's a vat, you know, like a vase. Lined out in copper. So the vase is lined out in copper, and then there's a metal copper rod, and then it comes out like an umbrella at the top of it, or like a lampshade. You get it? So it traps the chemical reaction, because that's what's happening in your light bulb, right?
Exactly.
Right. So
I was going to ask you, are you there, brother?
That's not electricity. Again.
My question is, in principle, I agree with what you're saying, because obviously, if there's matter and there's dark matter, right, and there's electricity, there's got to be an opposite to electricity, right? But I'm saying, as we've discovered, or as we've discussed, the things that cause and create and generate electricity is from electrons and whatever, right? So we know what electricity is. Now, with the with the thing that you're talking about, what is the thing that generates this energy? The one that you're talking about that has similar attributes to electricity. What is it generated through? What function? What capacity generates that?
Generated
that energy?
using magnetism and coils. Yeah, but then the output of the coils, the impulses or pulses, they call it pulses. The pulses of the coils are being fed into a circuit, which the dude gives diagrams for of how to make the circuit. The circuit's totally unconventional. Any person who studied electrical engineering will look at it. First thing they say is that circuit's not going to do anything. It won't work. But the man says just build the circuit exactly as it is, connect it up the way I've said. Now, when the pulses from the coils hit the circuit, they go through the circuit and they come out as pulse DC, 400 volts pulse DC, which you can use however you want.
Right, I get it now.
It's not electricity though.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thanks.
I mean, come on, all this thing about renewable energy that we're having now, you know, you should know that there's been many forms. There's many forms of energy out there. Many forms of.
By the way, renewable energy just means that it produces no less waste than what is used today. It's not. It
Depends what you're using it for. Yeah.
No, that's the whole point of renewable. That's like it's not. It doesn't depend. That's the point. Like when they say renewable, what they're saying is that you can renew the thing. So whereas coal or oil and gas, it produces waste. Yeah. Whereas water doesn't produce
water
waste.
and windmills and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it doesn't produce waste. That's what it means. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
But once you use coal, you can't renew it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's not renewable, of course. But yeah, that's what they're into. As I said, they're into that. So they will take it, find that information, hide it. It's just crazy. I mean, because people still want to use petrol. The people who own the petrol or the fuel industry, they don't want that getting out, really. So all these electric cars and things, they obviously got the pattern, as we know they have. That's much. But yeah, I heard electricity is on the ultraviolet spectrum, something like that.
He was talking about antimateria and materia.
Antimatter.
Yeah.
Oh, that was conscious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said antimatter energy, but it's no, it's dark matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's dark energy. Because there was a comma when Jedi pulled it up. You get me? It's not one like he said, it's two. The two bases of the universe is supposedly dark matter and dark energy. You know what I'm saying? Are we saying that dark energy is electricity? No, hell no. We don't even know all the different types of energy in the universe. That is crazy. You know what I mean? We're confused.
Yeah, but how does he know this though? This is just a theory, like going out.
How did they know what?
No, this dark matter, dark energy. That's just
but that's what your Hadron Collider's for, no?
You're trying to figure out what Big Bang is, yeah.
Well, no. What dark energy and dark matter is. You better look again.
Yeah, but that too,
So then-
trying
so
to
then what?
trying to
You got a bit of white noise, you know.
Sorry.
Nice. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
this
if they do dark matter and dark energy, yeah. How does that? That's what they're doing at the Hadron Collider thing, Axon. Do you remember?
and try to tap into the next dimension. Yeah, I get it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what the end result might be. But I'm saying the simple process that they explained to us was trying to work out what both were.
Yeah, both of them think that.
Both of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. All right, let's start this.
Yeah.
Hit up the like button, family tree.
Whether there ever was a Jewish messianic pretender named Joshua or Jesus who was crucified at the instigation of his fellow countrymen in the procuratorship of Pontius Pilate, we shall probably never know. It hardly matters. The inner councils of the church were aware of secret writings which were not to be promulgated even among the faithful. As the 2nd century church father Clement of Alexandria said, not everything that is true needs necessarily to be divulged to all men.
That Christmas parties and New Year's parties promote inebriation with the celebration, or at very least, a toast. Inebriation is part of the most traditional celebrations, and it may not surprise you to learn that the combination of inebriation and celebration dates back to our tribal ancestors. What may surprise you, however, is the fact that modern-day religion also has direct ties to ritualistic inebriation. These rituals and celebrations throughout antiquity were often annual events, and these annual events were marked by particular celestial alignments.
Plants and humans have shared this planet together for millions of years. Plants have been our never-ending source of food, clothing, and shelter. And each day, as we see the sun rise, we know that the sun sustains our life, and it sustains the lives of our plant allies. However, this magnificent story of the yearly cycle of the sun and the cycles of the moon and the stars and the plants have become hidden. These stories have been suppressed for so long that they've become mythology. And there is another extremely important human-plant relationship that has been overlooked for so long that it's become taboo. We've laid claim to the term inebriology, which up until now has been this fictitious field of study and a term used by drunken college students, but we couldn't think of a better word to describe a study pertaining to the symbolism and the history of ritualistic and celebratory inebriation. This involves an in-depth study of shamanism and the sacred plants themselves. Plants, mushrooms, and various plant combinations have traditionally been used by the shaman, or the medicine man, for many millennia for healing, for extremely deep levels of meditation, and in their ceremonies, in their rituals, and rites of passage as well. All of it hidden in language, artwork, myth, and tradition. And a focus on this artwork, myth, and tradition will guide us on our journey through the ancient mysteries, combining the understanding of plant knowledge with celestial knowledge.
The older medieval cathedrals were often called mystery schools, and the mystery schools were primarily used for religious, mystical, and even scientific study. However, there were no congregations. They were not open to the public. Mystery schools were structured similar to the way Freemasons structure their teachings. One enters as an initiate, much like a fraternity, and was often sworn to secrecy. In fact, we still have fraternity.
It's funny how they say much like it wasn't shaped after. Like
no,
on,
like it's accidental or just generic. Yeah, it's true.
Much like. we get the drift of what they're saying.
Jedi, have you looked up a guy called Hassan Sabah? Have you looked him up? the guy who invented the Creed of Assassins.
Oh, the Hashashins.
Yeah.
I have heard of it still. I've heard of it.
It stemmed from these ancient mystery schools. Modern education's 12 grades and mortarboard stem from this ancient knowledge.
In my recent books, in particular the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth, and the fourth...
Right, who sent me this book? One of you lot sent me. Who was it? I think it was TRILLUMINATI. The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. I got that book.
Coming Physician, Heal Thyself, I've tried to demonstrate something of the multi-layered structure of the gospel narratives and teachings. Their decipherment is difficult and was intended to be so, just as the Essene secrets were not for the eyes of the uninitiated. Even their written works were wrapped up and hidden in caves, or in the final emergency simply wrenched apart and thrown into a secret underground chamber. Their most vital mysteries were never committed to writing, as Josephus makes clear, but passed only by word of mouth under awful oaths of silence.
These mystery schools would instruct their members by way of elaborate dramas, using a play or a metaphor as a method of initiation and education. So let's begin with one of the oldest teachings to ever emerge from the mystery schools, on earth as it is in heaven. And another way of making this statement is to say, as above, so below. It's an acknowledgement of the polar opposites, light and dark, good and evil. This is yin and yang, the macrocosm and the microcosm. In philosophy, alchemy, and many other ancient teachings speak of this macrocosm and microcosm. That which is above is also below. And this relationship of polar opposites is one of the most essential and the most overlooked elements in understanding ancient philosophy and religion. The greater and the lesser, the positive and the negative, heaven and hell, the macrocosm and the microcosm.
But it was going on about duality earlier.
I wasn't on earlier, but I usually do go on about it.
So what, are you in agreement with what he's saying?
No, I don't think it's heaven and hell. I think it's the physical and the metaphysical, like earthly realm and the spiritual realm. I don't think it's heaven and hell because they're both spiritual realms. They're not opposites of each other.
Yeah, I don't think he said macro and micro. They're not opposites, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, he fucked up. But
the relationship is different. Yeah, the relationship is different. I think he squeezed that one in there, innit? But yeah, we get what he's saying anyway.
I was thinking of maybe hell be maybe even a merge of both then. Or heaven being a merge of both.
Before you press play.
If you look at
sorry, before you
look
press
at the
play,
Tai Chi.
sorry. Where does heaven begin or hell begin, or because I don't use
if possibly they're all separate dimensions.
Okay, so we're talking about dimensions
from each other.
Yeah.
Right. And possibly Earth could be a mixture of both those dimensions. Right? Meaning that heaven
Earth's the mixture, isn't it? Earth, the duality. Yeah. If you look at that Tai Chi symbol that he put up, he's using the wrong one. Really, the one where it's just black on one side and white on the other, that represents the duality of existence. The one he's showing with the little dots inside them, that represents something completely different. That represents the paradox of each one of those positions. So the good that's within evil and the evil that's within good, for example. Like if you, like someone was saying, if you drink too much water, you can die. You get me? Like that's a paradox, isn't it? It's like you need water to live. Your body's made out of water, but if you drink too much, you'll die. It's like saying that anything good can contain an element of bad with it. And that's what that one that people traditionally use as representing Tai Chi or the Tao. That's the one that they normally use, but there's a myriad. There's loads of different ones. But that's just the one everyone uses. So just like, I think he's used the wrong one for what he's arguing. But you know, standard, innit? That can't expect everyone to know these things.
Yeah. Big up Zulu.
Shalom, bro.
Big up, peace. Yeah, we're definitely gonna hear that Jesus is just an allegory, and that I'll definitely see it coming.
I already had the Essenes, and I was laughing. I was cracking up so hard with the Essenes.
What I wanted to know, Shakara, what's the from your perspective, where do you stand on the whole duality of things? Do you feel like everything has an opposite, an equal and opposite?
Sorry, to be fair, yeah, I was away from the computer for a bit. I literally just come back, so I don't know what they were talking about in this, but what you're asking me is about duality in the universe. It depends on what you're referring to. When I just got back, I heard somebody say something about heaven and hell. I don't believe in that.
What's the universe, Shax?
The universe is all that is.
All that is, yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you mean that literally?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Like physically.
Do you mean that literally? Like the universe is all that there is. Is everything.
Or what is isness?
Well, generally, when we refer to the universe, we're referring to it on the level that we interact with it every day. Yeah. I'm prepared to entertain the idea that the universe or what we know of the universe is, well, it's a fact that what we know of the universe is limited, and there are planes of creation, let's say. So I may in a certain circumstance make the universe distinct from creation, if that makes sense. And the distinction would be the universe is all that we know and interact with, yeah, and or on this plane, let's say, and creation being all possibilities, yeah, of of creation. But within the universe,
creation is all possibilities of creation.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
so digging deep there, digging deep.
So again, I can explain it again. It's not a problem.
Have another bite of the cherry, bro. Go again. Go.
The distinction is purely linguistic. Yeah. So in the sense of when one speaks of the universe, yeah, we might be generally speaking of the physical universe that we interact with on a daily basis. Yeah. But then we might contemplate the idea that there are different planes of existence.
No,
right?
I want to know what is the universe. When you say the universe, what
I'm talking about all that is. I'm talking about all that.
All that is. Okay, cool. Do you?
But I'm saying to you that if I'm communicating,
the universe is expanding.
Do I subscribe to the notion that the universe is expanding? Let's put it this way: I have no issue with the notion that the universe is expanding.
If the universe was expanding, like my issue with, I don't even necessarily subscribe to the universe, but my issue with a universe.
I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean that you don't subscribe to the universe?
It's an idea, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the idea of all that is. It doesn't make sense to me.
What
the expanding universe is part of the Big Bang theory that suggests that everything is expanding.
But we put that to the side and we just say, okay, the universe means everything. Okay, cool. So then I can say, okay, cool. So that's the universe. Then they say, oh, the universe is expanding. Then I'm like, into what?
Yeah. No, the space within things is growing.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, so when they say the universe is expanding, it depends on what they mean. That's why I was breaking, because we're using language, right? So the term universe can be used to mean, we have a general understanding of what it means, but in a context, in a specific context, it may mean something different or more specific or whatever it is, right? So that's why because you were talking about dimensions and planes and stuff like that. That's why I was making the distinction between the universe and creation, if that makes sense.
Right, because then they got the multiverse.
Yeah, and so we could.
There's multiple layers of
existence, right?
And that's why you said potential, right?
So I'm saying, okay, let's do it.
Which wouldn't make sense, because if there was another dimension, it'd still be in the universe.
Right, but I'm saying that, and that's why I'm saying that generally, when we say the universe, we might say I might be referring to the universe as I know it, yeah. But I might use the word existence or creation to describe things that I may not know about, right? This I'm saying, yeah, but it may well exist, yeah. But I'm not interacting with that every day, so it's not at the moment. It's not informing my knowledge of the universe or nature.
I don't think that everyone thinks of the universe as things that they're interacting with every day. I think it's way more.
When I say that,
bigger than
I don't
out
mean.
of their scope.
I'm
I
not
feel like
talking
that would
about
be
on the
like more like
individual
reality or the world.
Yeah,
but-
reality.
I mean,
It's interchangeable. It's
I'm talking
interchangeable.
about-
That's
that's what I
I'm
mean.
just saying
though.
this.
That's what
No,
I
no,
mean.
I'm saying.
Yeah, when I say
just like-
interactive or relate to, I'm not talking about my individual self. Yeah, for example, I don't interact with the moon, let's say, but the moon has
But
an
you do.
but I do, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't interact with what they call Mercury or Venus every day, but I do because it exists in this galaxy, so to
In
speak.
your reality.
Or it's said to exist in this galaxy, and there are gravitational whatevers and blah blah.
I like
blah.
how you said said to. I
Right,
like
you know
all
what I'm
of
saying,
that. Yeah.
So yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with the idea of Mercury or Venus.
No,
etc.
it's true. Yeah.
I'm not a Greek or Roman, right?
Yeah, Mercury or Venus being planets or
Yeah,
being
the
celestial
existence
bodies.
of all these things is not a major particular point for me, right? So yeah, but I'm saying that to the extent
something you can land on, travel to and land on.
Well, within
Basically,
reason, yeah, within reason, right? Do you know what I'm saying? It's at the moment it's not necessarily possible for us with
Mars. Say for instance, Mars.
Yeah,
you can travel to Mars and land on it. You believe?
And I'm saying that for me,
you believe you can land on the moon.
I believe that if the moon exists and we see something in the sky, people have for millions of years seen this thing in the sky for wherever, I believe it's possible to land on it. Whether the Americans or the Russians did it, I don't know, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah? And there are questions around that, and maybe they did, maybe they didn't, right? Would
there be questions around whether, if there's questions around that incident, there could be questions around whether they could land on Mars, maybe.
100%. But my point is that I don't have an issue with the concept of being able to land on Mars.
Able to land on Mars, because you're assured that it is landable. Because
I'm saying in to the extent that Earth exists, yeah, right, or what we call Earth exists, and we exist on this particular planet, yeah. If there are other planets out there, I would presume that would be able to land on them. You know what I'm saying? Whether they can support our life or not, or whatever.
That'd be assuming that Mars was a planet.
Well, but that depends.
And assuming that Earth was a planet.
Well, that depends on what your concept of a planet is. I'm not going to get stuck up on the word planet. Whatever word we use to
I would say plane.
Fine. But then a plane. It presumes.
In fact, we're standing on all we have.
If we're saying fine, and so then when you say plane, it could suggest that whatever is referred to as Mars or the moon or Venus does not exist within our material realm. It exists on another plane of existence, right?
No.
Right. So why would we use the word plane as opposed to planet then? What would be the point?
I would disagree because we can see it from our material plane.
Yeah. And
so why is it a different plane then? That's
no.
He said it was.
It's not a different plane.
Do you mean like a flat plane?
I'm saying Earth is a plane. For all I know, it's a plane. That's what I know.
What's a plane? What is a plane?
You mean plane as in flat?
Terra firma. No, I'm not saying flat. I'm saying it's an expansion.
Don't have to be flat, but a plane is in
a planet is exactly that. That's a fixture.
I don't understand the difference between what you're saying.
You don't understand the difference between a plane and a planet?
No, not as you're defining it at the moment.
You know what a plane is?
Yeah, but a plane as in an airplane or a
no.
Right.
You know what a plane
geometric
is, right?
plane.
What? No
as
way.
opposed to a geometric sphere, a geometric
I
plane.
said, sorry. The reason why I have to ask the question now is because I said
you started talking about dimensions, right?
Yeah, because I'm saying if you say different plane, that's what it might
physical plane. This is the physical plane that we stand on.
And
surface
is all that we have available to us.
Yeah,
that's it. This is it. The plane.
But the idea that the physical plane that we stand on is all that is available to us doesn't negate the existence of other physical.
But then but we have to. It definitely doesn't. But no one said that. But what I'm not saying it does. The one that we have and the one that we are attached to and one we can investigate, We can't look look into the cage at the zoo, see a monkey, and assume that we are the monkey.
No, I'm not suggesting that's the case.
Well, that's what we're doing when we're equating Mars or anywhere else
really,
with where we are.
Not really. To say that Mars exists or the sun exists or the moon exists is just to say that these things exist.
Yeah, but I asked you about the nature of it. Like, could you land on it? And you said
and
you have
I'm
no
saying to the
problem
extent,
believing you can.
and I'm saying to the extent that they exist, I don't have a
Based on
problem with
what?
it, and that we can land on it. Yeah,
Right, but
So
existing doesn't mean you can land on it. You can't land on the sun.
I didn't say
but
we
it
can.
exists.
And I
Can
said
you land on a cloud?
Yeah, that exists. Come on, what are we talking about, man?
Again,
No, I don't think he's saying that he believes that it's a solid
Yeah.
thing. And
I think he just
You
said that
asked him what he
He
believes.
said he doesn't believe. Well, I've been trying to ask. I don't know.
So
where
I
this echo's coming from.
what I
Hold on,
actually said.
let me locate the echo and we continue. Yo, 1 2. Hold on. Yo, 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Who's just muted?
I did because I can't hear it. It's usually me if I can't hear it.
Yeah, I think it might be you know, Shucks.
I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna refresh now.
All right, cool. Yeah, no. The thing about Mars is I wanted to know whether he felt we could land there, and he said
he
has no problem. Yeah, with us being able to land there. So I'm trying to understand what your perspective is of the nature of these so-called, I will call them celestial bodies. I wouldn't really refer to them as planets, and I definitely wouldn't refer to Earth as a planet. Because I feel like the term planet comes with a certain
I understand, yeah,
set of
connotations,
notions and connotations that I'm not necessarily comfortable with.
Bodies and so the celestial.
Yeah, like you can walk on it, for example.
Okay,
there's no term that we're going to use that doesn't come with connotations and denotations, right? That's the nature.
Well, there's connotations that I'm happier with, and there's connotations that I'm not. So the connotation of a body doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that you could land on, like as in because you can. Do you know what I mean? Because it could be a body of light.
Or gas.
You can't necessarily land on a body of light. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I would take back from the term celestial, just meaning that it's up in the so-called heavens or the havens. It's in the sky. It's up.
Well, technically it's not in the sky, right? But at the same time, it matters.
It is in the sky.
Technically, it is in the sky. That's all we've ever seen. Is it in the sky?
Hold on, Shakara, let me ask you a question. Do you have a problem with the idea that you can't walk on Mars?
No, not really. It's if it's not possible to walk on, like you're saying, if it's not possible to walk on a cloud, it's not a problem for me. Like I don't really have the idea of being able to land on Mars or not land on Mars is not a big debate point for me.
Exactly, I agree with Shakara.
It's more. I'm more interested in the political, economic, and social machinations of the people who are attempting to do so, right? This I'm saying, and what that represents than I am about whether it's possible to land on Mars or not, or land on the moon or not, and so on and so forth. I'm more interested in the universe.
How much they're going to charge us for going to the moon?
Not really. I have no interest in necessarily going to the moon.
I'm saying, how much are they charging us? Like, why are we paying for it? That's what I want to know.
Right? But at the same time, I'm more like spiritually speaking, I'm more interested in the universe, in the discovery or the search for self, if that makes sense, than I am as in terms of a set of objects that I must, I don't know,
investigate.
Yeah, or
so you do agree. So you agree that you were affected by these things, but you don't much care about the nature of them.
Oh, again,
is what I'm getting from you.
I literally just said, so that's the opposite of what I just said. What I just said was that I'm more interested in the universe in terms of self-discovery, right? So the nature of because my let's say my spiritual trajectory is nature-based, yeah?
Right.
Like all things in nature interest me, right? This is what I'm saying, right? So so when it comes to the possibility of landing on Mars, it's something that interests me. I'm not invested in an idea that that gives me
this is the word salad, man.
A bias in terms of whether I can land on Mars or not. Like if I can land on Mars,
brother, no, it wasn't even a deep thing. It was amusing, and I just asked you a quick little question.
No, but
I never thought that you would dedicate 20 years of your life to the research of whether you can land on Mars. Nobody was questioning
No.
how invested in it.
You asked me
I
about
understand that. No, because that was just like an off-the-cuff little thing that you're throwing out there, as if anyone else is super invested. It was just a quick little question I asked you, like, yo, boom, do you think you can land on Mars? But you just waffle so much, bruv.
I think he's just trying to be meticulous in his answer.
If you take your tongue out his ass,
Detailed. It was detailed answer.
take your
There's
tongue
nothing wrong
out the
with it.
brother's ass. Yeah.
If you say, yo, man,
I got no reason to
You're tonguing, bro. Full back.
Deal with everything there. But no, if you said it was just a simple question, fine. I think I've probably overrated it, so that's cool. Good. You know what I'm saying? We can move on. You know what I mean?
All right, big up yourself each and every time. What's man giggling for?
Brother Vin was right, huh?
Nah, it was a bit salady then, but you know the brother Shaka Ramen.
Yeah, but
big him up, give thanks though.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's all good, isn't it?
It was a bit
I appreciate. I'd rather you speak. I'd rather you speak than you didn't. Put it that way, man. So
well, I appreciate that, my brother.
It was a bit coleslaw for me, actually.
You know what I mean?
All right, man. All right, but you didn't have nothing to say on it, so lucky.
I was letting you speak. I was letting you speak.
No, let him say something on it now, innit? Go ahead.
Yeah, go on then. The floor's yours, isn't it?
Go ahead.
Go on.
I agree with whatever Jedi said.
Like me.
Now we're talking about serious tongue in.
I agree with what Jedi said.
Now you can get your tongue out.
Sorry, hold on. Actually, Zulu, what is your cosmological belief? Actually, because I only know your kind of
cosmological. Did man say cosmological?
Con. Did you say Con or did you say Zulu?
Did you say
Con or did you say Zulu?
Zulu.
Thank you. I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion on what's up there. If there is anything up there. Personally, I would say I don't know. But if I was to believe into something, I'll just believe whatever the Bible says. And from what I can see, it's not the globe Earth that we've been told. So
what actually in the sky, what do you think those things are up in the sky? Like the Bible doesn't tell you, so you got to make up your own mind.
The Bible does say though.
Oh, does it?
It's lights. It's there for signs. It's there for seasons. It's just,
Sorry, let me just quickly say as well.
We're told not to worship them.
Just because somebody doesn't believe,
some are fixed and some are moving, right?
Just because somebody doesn't believe that the world is a globe the way that we've been told doesn't make them a flat earther.
Definitely
not
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Because some people will say, "Oh, you're a flat earther," then, and then they'll dismiss you.
No.
Yeah, flat Earth is there's various flat Earth theories in it that deviate a little bit from each other.
Yeah,
I think the fact that there are continents and mountains proves that the Earth isn't actually a sphere. Like if we remove the water from the Earth and looked at it, it wouldn't be a circle, would it?
What are you saying, bro?
Yeah, no, it's a good. I thought about that as well. To be fair, yeah, he's saying that if you look if an ocean is like 5 miles deep, and you remove all the water, that's a cavity in the crust.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be a circle. It's going to be some odd shape floating around in space. It just looks like a circle because there's water around it.
I think
this is all imaginary because none of us have seen it, the whole Earth or the whole. If there even is a limit to this plane, we don't even know. So,
sorry, Zulu, what does it say in the Bible again?
Because we're being restricted. We can't even travel to the continents that we are aware of.
Why haven't we seen a photograph of it though?
Because I don't think there's ever.
Why have we seen a photograph?
They've never taken a photograph. They've never taken an actual photograph of the Earth. That's why.
No, NASA said they got photographs.
Yeah, they're all composites.
They're just not showing them to us.
It's composites. It's CGI composites.
No. They're saying they do have real photographs, but they're not showing them to us.
I'm not sure that's I don't know about that. What I do.
No. That's what they said, bro.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to dispute that. At the same time, I don't know. Like if the understanding of the conventional understanding of the Earth or what the Earth is and its size is to be taken as factual, the idea that it will be difficult to take a whole picture of it is not illogical. Like it's
of course that's illogical.
No, it's not.
Yeah, when you've been to the moon, it's illogical.
Yeah, if you're standing on the moon, why can't you take a whole picture of
and
Earth, or while you're on the way to the moon?
Assuming that they did take that one day they go to the moon, and two that
Well, it's part of. Well, listen, this goes hand in hand.
They had
the people that tell us
that they had the capabilities of taking a picture of the Earth when they went to the moon. There's a lot of variables in that
they
statement.
did.
The point is, no, but I don't know. I don't know that that's the case.
This is where we get the blue pearl from. This is what they tell us. One second, chill. This is where we get the blue pearl picture from, the quote unquote only original picture of the Earth, right? This is where it's from, the moon mission, so where they did say that they took pictures on that and whatnot there. But this is bullshit. It's all bullshit. Like you said, you've got doubts, and even if they went to the moon, and I will just have to say that if the agency that's at the forefront of giving that information are lying about certain events and whatnot, it opens the scope to what else they are lying about and what else they're concealing. That's all I just urge people to try and adjust their minds to, because I think a lot of people treat NASA and these type of agencies as almost incapable of lying or having their own secret agenda, and therefore everything they present to us we just take on board as you know,
to the extent that NASA is an arm of the American government, it has an agenda, right? That is. I think we could take that for granted.
Beyond that,
but what's the purpose of lying about like?
But it doesn't necessarily mean. Sorry,
I don't understand.
It doesn't necessarily mean that everything that comes through the media
have a purpose.
Well, I recently read somewhere that apparently Antarctica is a lot bigger than what they made out. Like literally half the planet.
And so if for example that argument, the argument for why they might do that might be because they want to access the resources and they have an investment in deceiving the rest of the planet,
filling in the blanks,
by the resources and so on and so forth. It might be that, right? I'm just saying it would be logical to suggest that if they're lying about that might be the reason why. It doesn't mean, however, because of the fact that we live in a world whereby certain people and certain nations have more resources to engage in scientific discovery and exploration, that all things that are discovered through those mediums are false, or the information itself is necessarily deceptive. It can be used in deceptive ways or used in destructive ways. But you know, like we can wade through certain things and observe certain things and see, you know, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense.
I just wanted to say, on the subject of a flat plane, I spoke to a brother who's making all that noise, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, I spoke to a brother who works as an air traffic controller in Banjul Airport in Gambia. I actually got him to do a little lesson with some youths that I was working with, and my problem with the idea of it not being a sphere. My problem with it not being a sphere is the calculations. Like people that actually have to work with the numbers that come from the idea that it's a sphere.
People like who?
Like I just said, an air traffic controller, for example.
They don't have to work with it being no sphere.
They actually do. Because they have to measure Earth curvature, etc. They okay. I mean.
No, they don't. What are you going to tell me? You're going to refer to the Great Circle?
No. So hold on.
Okay, so tell me how they have to measure the curvature of the Earth then. Seeing as the curvature of the Earth, according to scientists, according to the mainstream narrative, it's imperceptible. Whereas the people who are seeking the truth are saying that doesn't make sense. It should be 100% perceivable. So where do they have to measure the curvature of the Earth as an air traffic controller?
What he said was they have to factor in the calculations.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They're navigating. Okay. I mean,
they don't navigate. They tell the pilots which course to fly to get out of the controlled airspace surrounding the airport, and that's it.
That's literally what navigation is.
No, it isn't.
It is. It's directing. It's charting a particular course of travel. Like that's literally what navigation
They're
is.
Controlling the traffic. The pilot charts his course. They get ushered out of the airspace around the airport, then it ends. There's no need to measure any curvature of the Earth. They tell them what height to go to, the runway decides what trajectory they take out of the airport.
Okay,
Runways are named after the orientation.
How about let's remove. Wait. Get Sakura. Hold on. Let's remove air traffic controller because maybe it's right. Yeah.
Right. I'm
So,
right.
Okay.
So there you go.
A pilot then. Yeah.
Nope.
No.
There's videos of pilots being asked. Pilots say the Earth is flat, bro. There's tons of videos on it. People going out to them saying, "Tell the truth. You have seen curvature."
No, I'm not asking about whether they've seen it. I'm asking about the mathematics.
No,
Wait.
they don't.
Let me get off my question and you answer it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, are you saying that the mathematics that's required to navigate through the air, we're being told that the curvature of the Earth has to be factored? The geometry of the Earth plays a massive, significant role in.
Who's telling us that? We're not being told that. That's not what they say.
Listen, I've been told that personally.
By who?
Yeah, people that work in them kind of fields.
No. By who?
The guy that I was just telling you about.
Yeah, he just.
And what is he? What is he?
He's a what's it called? Environmental scientist, and he works in the airport as an air traffic controller.
Wait, and so as an air traffic controller, he has to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
No, the point I'm making is that because he's an environmental scientist, he attests to the curvature of the Earth based on maths that he was delivering to some of the youths that I was working with.
And what maths on what? What was the subject?
The curvature of the, bruv. Literally. No, but I'm going to tell you. Literally, yeah. One of the students believed the Earth was flat. It was an impromptu lesson, and he went into the reasons why the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so go on. What was?
No, I can't tell you. That's not what I'm here to do. What I'm questioning, is the fact that. So, are you saying that there is who? Okay, better question. What occupation, or job or whatever?
Breathe.
I mean. What occupation? What occupation, or what do you call it? What occupation or task requires you to know the geometry of the Earth exactly? To be
None. There's nothing not bridge building, not canal building, not building,
not flying a plane,
not flying
sailing a ship.
You have
to treat it all as though it was flat.
Even on their papers, they tell you that what is it? Not the Air Force, U.S. Air Force. It's in their documents that you treat it as a flat plane. This is not something that you can argue with, and that's why I use the term plane. If you've got evidence, then that's cool. This is military. This is military jargon, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but
they refer to it as a plane
because we experience the world. Well, not all of it, but our existence is based upon the idea that we are able to be stable on the Earth here, and that requires a flat plane. I'm not of the mentality that because that's my everyday experience that must represent the actual nature of the planet. Yeah, it's a very big place, right?
That is terrifying.
Millions. Well, but that is the reality of nature. Not everything. Yeah, not everything.
No, that became the reality recently.
No, not really.
A certain group of scientists began to convince people that was the reality of nature.
Not really. People have been that's if we're only going by the development of Western civilization. The idea that the Earth is round is not a new idea in history. Whether people had the capabilities for experimenting on that or not, it's not a new idea. Even the idea of planets and orbits and the Earth orbiting around the sun or the sun orbiting, these are old ideas, right? These are not new ideas. But we interact with things on every day that behave. Like if we look at, for example, leaves on trees, like they're doing a lot of stuff that we're not observing with the naked eye. You see what I'm saying? But they impact upon our everyday existence. Yeah. So, but when we delve into them and we study the leaf,
or structural engineering, the structural engineers don't have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth when creating their plans for structures.
Bridges that are miles long, 100 miles long.
But 1 second, please. Can I just welcome on High Priest Amun L. Big up. Yo, Amun. Hello. High priest.
Well, you know, say I'm on is hidden, so that's what I go on right now. Still, you know what I mean.
Hello. Hello. High priest. Hello. L. Ammon L. No, you're not there. Too late, man. Yeah, sorry, family. Carry on, Chucks.
I think I was I not finished? No, yeah, no. I was simply saying that every day we interact with things that the nature of them, and you know, is not necessarily apparent to us on first sight. And structural engineers, in terms of building buildings, I'm not sure that's the best example to use.
No, we said bridges and canals.
Yeah. But even that, I'm not sure it's the best example to use, because those
it's the perfect example to use.
It's not, because again, you're presuming the curvature based upon. You're saying that the size of the bridge, if the earth was curved, that the size of the bridge would
be significantly curved.
With the earth. And I'm saying that's if we're taking into consideration scale.
High priest.
That doesn't necessarily follow.
That does follow.
No, let me just verify the brother.
We'll come back to
yeah, sorry, my brothers. Let me just verify the brother. What's good, High Priest? What's good?
Yeah, you all right?
Yeah, man. Talk to us, man. What are you saying? Welcome.
Well, what you man saying? I'm hearing you talking about NASA and all them kind of thing there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I've been told that this is a good channel or the platform to express issues in our community, especially the Black community, and I wanted to know, like, if I can tell a story for what happened last weekend at the protest for Chris Kaba.
Yeah, cool, man. Yeah. All right, go on, man. We'll put the other thing on hold. Yeah, brothers. Yeah,
no problem. Let's go.
Yeah, because you know we have to put the community first. I like Shaqs.
100%, especially the Black community. You know what I mean?
Especially. So go on. Talk the talk, brother.
So are you ready?
Yeah, go.
Are you ready, bro?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Okay.
Tell us.
So not yesterday. Saturday.
Place the camera so that we can see your face, brother. Yeah. All right, go on.
Yeah, so on Saturday, the 17th of September, there was a protest, or let's say a rally, with Black Lives Matter and Forever Family for Chris Kaba, which is like a man that is from London.
Who was the organizers?
Police.
Sorry, who was the organizers, brother? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. You were kind of breaking up a bit. Who did you say the organizers were?
Black Lives Matter and Forever Family.
What?
Go on.
Pardon?
Yeah. Okay, carry on. So what happened?
Yeah. So, obviously, I'm a very compassionate and compassionate and ready to die for my community, you know, and especially when it comes to police brutality and unlawful killings by the police gunning down our Black community now. And like, when I got there on the Saturday at 11:30, like, I came with my speaker, okay, like my big speaker, 2 speakers, you know, to add to the protests and help and support in terms of letting the police know that we're not playing today. You get it? That today, like, we are going to spread our awareness and be able to get our message, or not even our message. It's no more talking, it's action time. You follow that? So when I arrived, usually at a protest, I will play music so that, like, you know, to get the vibes going and people now getting interested and, you know what I mean, getting ready for battle, or for the protest, for the rally. You know what I mean? Car, we need justice, and we're not getting justice going through a soft approach. You follow that? So when I got there, I started to play NWA. Is it okay if I say the name of the track, because it's got
Go for it, bro.
swear word?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Okay, yeah. So it was NWA, Fuck the Police. Now, do you believe that's a good track to play, especially what's been going on?
I understand why you played it. Yeah. Makes sense. I understand why you played it. That sentiment.
Yes. So okay. So as I played it, one of the alleged family members came up to High Priest Someone and said, "Yo, can you turn it down?" And High Priest Someone said to the brother, "Yo, listen, man came here for the revolution, bro. Man came here for the Armageddon. You get me? I'm here to avenge Chris Kaba from the police. You follow that? Like, man ain't here for no joke thing." And he said, can you turn it down, because the family requested it to be turned down. So I said to the brother, listen, yeah, man will turn it down, yeah, but I'm not turning it off. Or he said, turn it off. And I said, I'm not going to turn it off. I'm going to turn it down so it doesn't affect anything, with what you're doing, because they're saying they're doing some media and interviews and all them kind of things there.
Right.
All right, cool. So I did that. Yeah, so we agreed on that. Yeah, but I'll turn it down. Cool. Next thing you know, suddenly Rasbeck comes up and he's like to man, turn it down. Like, turn it down. And I'm like, bro, my man has already spoken to me about it, and he said, you can play the music or not, you can't, but that it's on. That I'm here for the revolution. Like, what are you on? Like, are you on the side of the police? Yeah, like, I thought it's all about revolution, Armageddon, getting it cracking. And then it's like, time I said that, he stopped talking. Yeah, and I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, so a next person comes up to man and says, yo, turn off he didn't say turn off the music in a harsh tone, but he said, yo, can you the people want to do a 1 minute silence for Chris Kaba, can you turn off the music? Yeah. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna respect that, and I'm gonna comply with what he had to say. And then I turned off the music. So now, waiting for this 1 minute silence. All I'm hearing is just bare house niggas chatting so much shit. They got even Jeremy Corbyn involved. Like, I don't understand why it becomes a political thing with my man. Car, you get me? Like, he ain't. What is he? Like, the only thing that man is that is relative for my man is that, you know, he had an affair with like Diane Abbott, innit? That's the only thing that makes him like kind of relevant in terms of our black community. You follow that? So anyway, High Priest, someone else friends were like to High Priest, you know what? This is boring. Like this ain't a real protest. This is controlled. This is, you know, controlled opposition and that. And in fact, we want to go. You get it? We want to go. Yeah, because, you know, High Priest, someone else, a real freedom fighter. When we're out to protest, we're out to smash. Like, we're there to make a statement. Not even make a statement, because it's not a talking thing. It's action. You follow that? Yeah, we wanted to.
Careful what you say, my brother, because this is the internet, though. So just code up your bars a little bit better. But yeah, I hear you, man. I'm with you still.
Okay, so we're here for action. We're here for change. We're here for justice.
Yeah,
you follow that? Yeah, we want to avenge our ancestors. We want to avenge our fallen soldiers that have been gunned down by the police. We want redemption. You follow that? Yeah, we believe that, okay, you know, we did the Jesus approach. Like, if we get slapped on the cheek, turn the other cheek. And we got slapped on the cheek and we turned the other cheek. And we got slapped on the cheek and we got turned the other cheek. And then eventually it's becoming silly now that the police see that we are no threat and that they can get away of assassinating our brothers in the community. So we look and go back to the Old Testament that says eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Anyway, to wrap up the story now, yeah. So High Priest Samuel and his friends are like, oh, this is all like long, let's go. So High Priest Samuel was like, all right, cool, let's go. Let's keep it moving. Let's go to the real protest in the Bank of England, in the Babylon, the belly of the beast, the real thing. So we departed from their protest, and High Priest Samuel was like, you know what? I'm gonna play my music because I'm gonna protest independently. I'm no longer part of Black Lives Matter or Forever Family. I'm doing my own thing, and I'm evacuating their perimeter, their jurisdiction, their area, their territory, their turf. You follow that? Because they marked their turf. They had their people surrounding the New Scotland Yard, which where their protest was, and we came out of their jurisdiction or their perimeter or their square, their circle. You follow that? We're no longer in their zone. Yeah, we're out of their zone. So as we come out of their zone and fully are out of their
the
perimeter,
music back on. Bang the music back on. So then you fling the music back on.
Yeah, so then we turn. So I turn on the music, and then all of a sudden, Raspek and his goons or his people come up to man and say, turn it off, or it's a problem, or it's peak. Now, I Priest someone else one up, you get it. You know what I mean? It's just me and one or two friends. You get it? Like, and we're not even trying, like, we're peaceful people, we're peacemakers. We're not about violence and that. We're about stopping the violence. That's what we're here for. That's what we've been campaigning about, stopping the violence. And at that moment of time, I felt threatened and I needed to compromise myself. I couldn't express myself to the fullest because I know about our community and that. And our community is unpredictable. Anything can happen. You follow that? And the way they were chatting to me was threatening. And they were like, turn off the music. And I'm like, bruv, I'm gonna turn it off, bruv. And they're like, no, we're gonna turn it off. If you don't turn it off, it's beat. And one of my friends was like to me, or not to me, to them, don't be aggressive to High Priest, be aggressive to the system. Now, obviously, I'm just telling you or reporting the truth. You follow that? I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying that, I'm the good guy and they're the bad guy. But it's for your own discretion. You follow that? Like, I'm just saying what's happening in our community, like that needs to be alerted or delivered. And I haven't finished. This is like the end bit. So basically,
cool, man. I'm not rushing you, bro. Take your time.
Okay, bro. So when my friend said that, she they were still more aggressive, and it's like they're harassing man, and like I said, it felt that it was almost boiling point. I felt that it's gonna get peak, innit? Because the way they were like surrounding man, and we're talking at least like 20 man deep, you get it? Not 5 man and that, like 20 man. And I've been in them situations before, and it's not been pleasant for man as well. I've been unfortunate in them situations. You get it? So I thought it was gonna be one of them ones. So the Holy Spirit made the ancestors, the spiritual armor, made us come out of that situation safely because we just kept it moving. Yeah, we didn't want to engage with them because they were coming aggressive and that like they want to fight us. And we left, and then one of the Forever Family women came up to man and was like, I have to escort you. I'm like, I don't need your assistance. Like, I can go by myself. And it's like, as soon as we came out of the danger zone, like Embankment Station, one of my other friends was running to man and was like, High priest, I hope you're all right. I heard that they were going to get you. So I came rushing down to warn you that to be careful. And, you know, obviously I'm like, look, Queen, it's all right. Like, we're out of the danger zone. Like, we're going to another march. But, you know, I don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, you know, like, I've said it on my radio station, what is going on. And, like, you know, people are saying, you know, that, like, okay, fair enough, yeah, it's not your thing. Like, you shouldn't be, like, you should respect what they're saying and that, you know what I mean? Like, but at the end of the day, you know, I respected their thing. I had enough of their thing. I came out of their thing, and I was not in their jurisdiction. I was not in their perimeter. I was not in their zone. And then they're still chasing man, and they still want and inflicting or potential violence on man. And you know, I don't know what to do. I don't know the solution to this.
Boy, I think, yeah, personally, that's a mad story, yeah. And big up for you for, like, whatever, being down for your community. I wanted to get involved. I want to show your support, and I definitely share your sentiments about the type of energy that you like to bring to certain situations, and that wasn't reflected by the people you was with, and you wanted to leave. And I understand that. I definitely agree with you in terms of working with politicians, whether it be Diane Abbott, whether, I don't care if you're black, white, whatever. When I'm not into the politics thing, that's me personally. So I stand with you on that. In terms of playing the music, when the family was trying to do their media thing, personally, yeah, turning it down was a good thing. Moving away from that area was a good thing. It was nice that you tried to remain respectful. It is the family. But I also share your sentiments that you're not necessarily here for the family. You're here for the scores of other community members that have been, you know, unfairly prosecuted, murdered at the hands of the system. And in general, I was with you. You're more on a lion vibration, and they're more on a working the politics, the good optics, to getting the good interview. Don't really want fuck the police playing in the background of the interview and all that. They're on the sanitized version. Maybe, you know, you have different paths in expressing your anger at the system. I would just think that, honestly, just try and, not to put the onus on you, but try and organize yourself with other people that are like-minded, are on your vibration, and you just recognize that these lot ain't on what you're on. Do you know what I mean? In terms of how you were treated and that, you know, I know tensions run high in them times. I'm not going to make no excuses for the brothers. I think it was a good thing that your friend said, be angry at the system and not at you. I take your word for it that you wasn't being combative. You felt like you left the jurisdiction and it still followed you and it still was on it. Maybe someone thought it was personal because they'd asked you to turn it off previously. They saw it as a challenge. Shouldn't be something that you are dealing with when you're all there for you know, the death of one of us. But these things can happen and do happen, and I've definitely been involved in conflicts with the same kind of, with maybe even one of the same individuals you're talking about at a protest. So I can't act like I've never felt that kind of unalignment with the actual event that's going on. So this shit happens, brother. Do you know what I mean? Like you said, our community, we can be unpredictable and whatnot, and we do need to learn to channel it in the right direction and with the right people. Like, obviously, Forever Family and Black Lives Matter, I wouldn't really necessarily want to be protesting with them. Not nothing personally, but I do believe that my energies and their energies are different, and we can accept that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe there might be a protest where, you know, you all can be alongside each other if that's what you're on. But it's a reason why I didn't go down to these protests, because I'm not really on what they're on. Standing outside Scotland Yard, I don't feel like it's productive, you know. But yeah, anyone else got anything to say on what the young man said? Shaka, Kale, Snipes, where you at, man?
I mean, deep still. Go on. He's talking.
Go on.
Oh yeah, okay. Big up, brother High Priest.
Oh, good, thanks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just feel it's a hard one because obviously, man, know respect, brother respect, and know the whole situation, and even certain man who was filming down there, who came back and reported to us about how they felt about the situation. But I do feel now that you, like the brother said, you're gonna have to secure yourself better with people who are on the same wavelength as you when you're going down to these things. Be in that group. Do you get what I'm saying? You have a particular mission. You do what you want to do. Do you get what I'm saying? But do know that the events and the whole thing that you're going to is sometimes organized by these police authorities. And do you get what I'm saying? It's a set stage. You know?
You see, like I was unaware of that. I thought it was all organic. You followed that, like it didn't have a hidden agenda.
But don't you know about Black Lives Matter? Like, what do you still feel comfortable to be part of a Black Lives Matter?
I mean, like, where do you want to go with it, King? Cause at the end of the day, with BLM, yeah, like we can be politically correct, or we can just really expose the thing. It's where you want to go.
You're gonna follow behind BLM, and these are the type of issues you're gonna get, my brother. They're not gonna be aligned with your frequency and a lot of our frequency. And people be saying, why don't more people come out? And it could be for some of these reasons. They don't want to come out for they, you know what I mean? They don't just want to be reactionary, and they want to come out for purpose, with a mission and a goal or something, and come back with some kind of actual victory. You know, a lot of people just don't want to be out there in the streets baiting themselves up if it's not for something serious. That's the be all and end all of it.
I can't apologize enough for you being treated like that, my brother. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you apologizing?
I'm just saying, as a brother, and we all black, and we all in the community.
You don't apologize for nothing, bro.
I know exactly, but I just feel that the way he was treated by our people was definitely like bang out of order. So
that's not my people,
man.
That's not my people.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
What do you mean?
I mean,
what are you
we
saying,
all supposedly black together, man.
Be clear on what you're saying, man.
No, we're not part of those groups. I'm just saying that. I mean, there's those people that I know, one or two or whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm just apologizing for that. Like, you shouldn't have been treated like that by anyone. You know what I'm saying? But as I say, it's going to happen in that type of arena. It's a stage. It's set up for puppets and all sorts of people to speak on the mic and da-da-da-da. And even the ones that look like you around you are not really you. You know what I'm saying?
S, what are you saying?
I said about this.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It don't like. It looks like the brother's on the phone. Yeah,
I'm here, bro.
Yeah, you're here. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. So from what you're saying, bro, it sounds like what have you when Jedi asked you about BLM, yeah, it sounded like he was talking about some political incorrectness. But I think what he was asking when he said, "Do you know about BLM?" is like he's asked. These are my words. Do you know that BLM isn't about justice for black people? It's about something else.
King, like at the end of the day, you get me. That's what I said. Like at the beginning, like, do you want to be politically correct or you just want to expose the thing? You get it? Like,
oh yeah,
like,
yeah. No,
what I saw, like,
truth,
honestly,
talk the truth, yeah.
Okay, talk the truth. Honestly, what I saw at that, because I've been to both protests for Chris Kaba. I admit I haven't like before, because I already know what BLM is really about. You get me? Like, and I disassociate myself with that because that's not our thing.
Yeah.
That's something that was created by Babylon. You follow that? That's not organic. That's not coming from the Most High. That's something coming from Babylon. You get it? Yeah. So
it might be better to just avoid anything that BLM's associated with then completely. Because it's gotta be a front, it's gotta be a farce, right? If you look on their page to see who they are and what they're about, and they tell you what they're about, then they're not turning up at a protest, them going to a protest for Chris Kaba is for them. It's not for Chris Kaba. It's for their marketing. It's for them to get exposure.
Well, what we saw, like they antagonized me at the protest, but then they got their people them selling paper and doing some different kind of campaigning there.
Yeah.
But when someone that is coming with pure heart to the protest, they're saying you can't play your music that is supposed to be helping, because remember, we know that music is frequency, innit? And music carries energy in it. You know what I mean? Especially the tune that I was playing, that tune was meant to let them know, like, you get me, this is for you, innit? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not coming on a violent way. I'm conducting myself yeah, but the music talks for itself, you know what I mean? So, like, but with the BLM thing, like, as in on the day now, or the protest for Chris Kaba so far, like I said, as it's not really people from our community that, think like us. They're like on a different wavelength. You follow that? And
fully.
Yeah, they're not, like they got a hidden agenda. They let's say, I wouldn't say they stole our trademarks and all of them kind of things. It's just like there's house Negroes that, you know what I mean, that will just pattern it for them. You know what I mean? Like there's double agents, in our community that will just help them, get access to certain things. You know what I mean? 'Cause they got the connect, or they know the gatekeepers in terms of certain tools that for propaganda and whatever. Anyway, so what I saw there, like, it was more of like it was more to demasculate. Is that a good term to use?
You can use that if you want. Demasculate who though?
Like demasculate us black brothers.
Yeah, or just everyone in general.
Or everyone in general.
Shaka, let's get Shaka's thoughts on the incident. Carol didn't manage to stay long enough to say anything. Yo, Shaka, what you saying, brother? Oh, it seems Shaka might be away from his.
Jump on, Born. Shit, I've been waiting to talk to you. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Cool. Anyone else want to share like their views on the young man's come over here to like kind of seek counsel? MA, you there? MA,
bro.
MA, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just eating.
Ah, big up, brother. Big up, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, protesting isn't the only way you can, let's say, make changes to the reality we're going through. So I would say, what other things do you do, High Priest? What other things, if you're not protesting, what are you doing?
I'm on the radio every Wednesday from 8 till 10 on omegafmradio.co.uk. I'm working, like I work in construction. I'm an engineer, electrical engineer by profession. And if I'm not doing the engineering, I'm doing the spark, like the electrician kind of work and that. And to be honest, like, man, all what man is doing, like, is music as well. Like, I do conscious rap. Like, the latest project that we've got is called Stop the Violence. And like, it's a good tune. Like, it's talking about that the gang violence needs to stop. That we've been, like, some of us have been like, some of us got a post-colonial mindset. You know what I mean? And I'm just walking in this thing blindly, not knowing what the fuck is going on. And then, yeah, we just got our next project that we're working on called Revolution, because, it's end of days right now. You know what I mean? And like, most of us, or the majority of us, like, especially in this live, will know that it's them days, isn't it? Like, the time is up, literally. Like, the people know, like, who are in charge, that their time is up, it's over. But certain men that are ready, like, for the Armageddon, ready for the end of days, are being, you know, blocked by certain individuals, especially in our community. You know, because this is not like the first time, in it. Like, to be honest, like what I want, what I need in this life, I need direction. Yeah, because I'm kind of sick and tired of trying to support my people, and my people like are you know, fucking me up, like really fucking me up. Like if it's not, you know, shutting man down, they will want to kill man. You know what I mean? Like I've been stabbed, you know, a couple of times. You get it, like from our own people, innit? But I choose to say, you know what? It's not their fault. It's the slave master that did that. You get it? Like he's the one that programmed man to think like that. You know what I mean? For us to be divided. You know, and I come with like the compassion and the forgiveness in it. But then now it's got to the point, like what I said, like I can't be doing that no more, because you know what I mean, it's affecting me like mentally, physically, and spiritually. You follow that, and then it's like now, you know, like what I'm seeing, that I'm getting more love, more like, let's say, support from like different communities. You follow that's not really like black. You get me? And it's like I want to help my own, but they don't want me, or there's some that may want me, but then they've been, you know what I mean, like just being blocked, or there's a barrier of people that are blocking access for me to help those that need the help.
Do you know what, brother? I would say that if you're on the right, let's say, path, or you have the right intentions, the righteous intentions, I would say that you need to expect that the majority of people will be against you. So if I ever decide to go to any of these protests and stuff, I'm going not to be fooled by all of the kind of visual indicators that may signify to some people that this is a righteous thing. I'm not going there to be fooled by that. I'm going there under the notion that most of the people that I'm walking side by side with are probably, you know what I'm saying, not really
double agents in that. Double agents.
Well, when you say double agents, there could be actual double agents, but then you can be a double agent and not know, based on the fact that you have a colonized mindset in it, or you have a mindset that is not ready to be decolonized. I think he's gone. Is he still there?
Well, equally, there could be something that he's not realizing people are rejecting him for. He might need to change up his tone, soften the delivery. You know what I mean? He has to, you know, work for his audience. You can't just come along and say, this is what I'm all about, and expect everyone to start raising flags and climbing mountains for you. You might have to change up your thing a little bit, bro. Be a little bit more, you know, media savvy.
Media savvy? What do you mean by that, bro? You know what I mean? Like, man is on the radio.
A little bit more political and a little bit less militant.
Why? That's what he's saying. That are on though, and he's trying to avoid it.
Well, if you want support from the people, you got to kind of like have a connection with them.
Well, most of the time, the connection is through the music, bro. Because music is universal. Music is a universal language. You don't need to learn the lyrics in that.
Very true.
You know what I mean? It's just the vibration. You follow that?
Yeah, for real.
You know, that's how I connect with people, innit? Like my art, like, put it this way, my journey, my spirit, because, you know, music is not something that is like, oh, you know, that's what man only does, innit? You get it? Like, music is just a tool to get to the right people. Like, it's my craft, innit? You get it? To get to the destination. You follow that? So, with the music.
Anyway, what is it that you're waiting? What is it? You're waiting for a revolution, and you want to know who to roll with. Is that what you're basically saying? In a nutshell.
Pardon? Sorry, because someone called the other phone. I didn't hear what you said.
Like, are you like waiting for some kind of movement, some revolution? What is it you're waiting for?
Bro, I'm waiting for. Bro, I'm not waiting. I'm ready, bro. You get it? Right. It's just like, okay. You get me? Like, when I was going to that protest, I was ready, bro. You get it?
Okay, cool. But like, what I would say to you is probably have more of a plan and more of an idea of what's going on and what the vibration is before you go down there. And do you know what I mean? If you want it to be more active, you know, causing more of a
impact,
yeah, then you know what I mean. I don't know, man. You might want to dissociate from certain people or whatnot, or you know what I mean, or create movements of your own or do things in your own way. But yeah, don't.
I hear that.
I feel personally, if you're going down there for Chris Kaba, then you focus on Chris Kaba and don't let anyone deter you. And I don't know, like, you get me. Maybe the music might have been the main thing that was causing an obstruction between you and the other brothers. I don't know what's going through their head, but maybe if it weren't for the music, you still would have stayed there because you went there for the second time. So I don't know. You must have felt like it was something. Do you know what I mean? Kel, brother Kel's here.
Yes, my brother. You have to
brother Kel.
put the internet connection plays up and stuff like that.
Yeah, I hear
Big
you.
up, man. Big
So,
up.
did you hear High Priest Amun El's scenario?
I heard bits and pieces of it.
Bits and pieces.
Yeah. But what I gathered, which is something historical has happened anyway, that when you go into an organization, you know, because the emotion and feelings override the code of conduct, it's that element of division can happen at any time, whether it be whatever obstacle, object, or even, person from the movement can cause a division, from what I gathered, from what the brother was saying.
Yeah, but this is what we're saying, bro. Like, you're absolutely right. Like, that encounter, like, with Forever Family and Respect, like, it's made me, like, now confirm, like, it's giving me the affirmation. It's giving me the clarity that I have to disassociate from all this black things. Like, it's like I could be potentially killed. You get it? And it's not like man is talking like nonsense, or it's not happened before. You follow that? Like many of the good brothers that wanted to help the community have been assassinated by their own. Like for example, like Nipsey Hussle, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, etc., etc. You get me? Like, so I'm a fully aware. Sasha Johnson, you get it? Like, not that she's dead, but you get it. It's one of our own that did that to her. You get it? And that is, it's not a lie, because if it was a white person or whatever, we would know. But they're saying that they got the people, they had the people that did the thing, but our community is not supporting, backing, or giving evidence, and as a result, you know what I mean, they can just go get away with it. You get it? Because of our community holding us back. You follow that? So when you're saying now about this division thing, like, it's like one of the brothers is saying that, okay, cool, like next time you go there, you need to come with your squad. You get it? Like, because you need to be protected, and I understand that. I fully understand that. Like, I can't be like, it was like this one that I encountered could have been like, you know, a lucky escape. You follow that? Car, like I said, I don't know these men, bruv. These men are just on camera. You get it? I don't know them in real life. You get me? Like, these men, all they.
That's your first time meeting them, yeah?
Yeah, that's my first time meeting them. Still, like, I only see them, man, like on the Instagram or social media and that, like, because it's like I've been waiting to see these men. You get it? Like, I've been waiting, yeah, and like, you get me? Like, when I finally like see them, man, it's like I don't. It's not a good encounter. Like, I've been wanting to see Respect and see what he's all about. You know what I mean? Like, cause the way man is on social media, like, obviously he seems like he's a good guy. He's helping the community. Like, even my radio station and that, they're telling man, like, oh, that they know my man very well. Like my man.
Is it me or the brother tripped out?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry, bro. Like the mic and that. What? So I wanted to see the brother. You get me? I wanted to like basically form an alliance with my man. You get it? You know what I mean? That is like the ultimate goal, to form an alliance, because I see he's got the manpower. I see, you know, he does the security thing, and I believe that he was on the revolutionary thing. You get it? But what I saw on that protest wasn't anything revolutionary. It was just lights, camera, action. You follow that? It was all like staged. Like it was just for the camera. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying it like in a sense that like man is like dissing them or saying that whatever they did in the past is irrelevant. I'm just saying like bruv, we're at the fucking headquarters of the Metropolitan Police, and the police look like they look calm. They're looking like it's an easy job today. You know what I mean? And they fully assassinated my man, or Chris Kaba. Like, I'm hearing that it was a headshot. You get me? And remember, the armed police, they're basically like a soldier. You get it? It's more or less the same thing, except they're more for the civil unrest in the country, innit? That's their job, instead of army soldiers for, you know, international affairs and that. But what I'm trying to say is, it's like we're showing mercy towards the oppressor, and like we're kind of trying to, you know, like, let's say it's like a PR stunt. You follow that? Like, it's not really, it's like you see like Mark Duggan and Brixton Riots and them kind of thing there. Yeah, like we can get physical as in our history. You follow that? You know what I mean? But we're not saying we want to go that approach, because again, you know, we're saying stopping the violence, but we want to be as impactful as possible, especially like they keep doing it and getting away with it, and, you know, boasting about it. You know what I mean? Having a laugh. And if we got people that are bullying the real freedom fighters, the real revolutionary people, and even trying to assassinate people that are for the people, then we're never gonna win. Like, well, not even win. We're never gonna get justice, or we're never ever gonna feel safe. You follow that? And this doesn't happen in other communities. Like, police can never shoot an Indian man or a Jewish man and get away with it. You get me? Like, once is enough. Like, even once is too many times. The way they were going on in that protest, they're like, oh, they killed 1,803 black people in the past 20 years. Like, then, dude, like, what does that tell you? Like what you're doing right now is not working, because it keeps happening. You get it? Like, we need to come on a different approach. But instead, when you're with these men, it's their way or no way. Do you follow? Do you understand what man is saying?
Yeah, King. Can I ask a question?
Go on, King.
Shakara speaking, yeah. And I can't really speak to exactly what you've laid out. Obviously, I've heard one side of the story, and you know, based upon what you said, you know, I appreciate and empathize with the concerns that you've raised in general. But obviously, it is one side of the story, so I wouldn't make a definitive statement on that necessarily. What I would ask you though is, when you went, or let's say, and as much as you can answer, you don't have to answer this in full, but if the thing did go, yeah, the way you would have wanted it to go, what would have happened at the protest yesterday? So, like, if this was High Priest Amun, you know,
but he already said he just wanted it to be as impactful as possible. I feel like
I don't know what
that's the safest that could be. He said he clearly said there's been occasions where the insurrections have become physical, and he wouldn't want it to go in that direction as he's preaching stop the violence, but he would like it to be as impactful as possible, which meant that, you know, there would be a little less subservience.
That's cool. I'm asking him what that means, though.
That's that, though. Okay. Anything else could be seen. Hold on, brother. I feel like we're on sensitive ground, and any more detail could be seen as insightful.
Okay,
or
personally, that's why I said he doesn't have to answer this absolutely in full. I was trusting the brother to be able to.
No, don't you think what he said was enough, though? Like,
I don't completely understand it, but I'm saying I was trusting the brother.
Bro, you got this syndrome of not understanding nothing, bro. You need everything.
Maybe so, my brother. Maybe I'm slow, and you know. So please be patient with me. At the same time,
it's all right, bro. All right, I will come with the sound right reasoning, King. You get it? Like,
no, it's fine. Bro. To be honest, I was trusting you to be able to know what to say and what not to say, like online. So I wasn't trying to put you into no.
No, of course, King. And you know what the true goal for this, the safest thing, that is not violent, is someone has to go jail. You get it? Someone has to go jail.
We're talking about civil disobedience. Which is a what's it called? A reasonable answer, right? So we're talking about basically civil disobedience, something a bit more than this kumbaya, my lord, and you know,
just
one little chanting here and there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah. So civil disobedience is what we're discussing. All right. Now, my question then to you is that what you was expecting when you went to this particular demonstration?
Was that what I was expecting at this particular demonstration?
Yeah.
To be honest, you know, I was more spectating. You know what I mean? Because, you know, when I got there, you know, like, in my head, I was thinking, I want to make a difference.
Yeah.
But as soon as I got there and encountered the people then that were organizing it, I realized that was all a fantasy, that was going to happen. You know what I mean? That someone's going to jail, or the policeman that did it is going into custody. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? Because, you know, like, high priest of Amunta will be real, you know, like, man has been, you get it, like, been in the system and seen what they can do to man if you commit a crime, innit? And they usually say, that when you go in custody, you've got a maximum of, I think, 36 hours before they can release you. If you committed an alleged crime. But when it comes to murder or rape, you can't come out. You're not allowed on road until you go to court, or until you go to court. Now, this policeman has basically committed a murder, innit? So he's already broken the law, because we have to understand that, like, when we're dealing with this case, this is no longer a criminal case, because the criminal case means that the police is going to win. You follow that? Let's be real now. A criminal case means that the police is going to win because he's backed by the law, innit, or backed by the statutes.
But that's what normally happens, isn't it? So that we're dealing with a situation in which no police officers have ever been charged, right? So we know that going in, right? But then my next question to you is this the first time you've ever been on a march like this, where we're dealing with black deaths in custody or police brutality?
No, this is not the first time that I've been on a march for or Child Q rally. I was there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, which was earlier this year, right? So I'm guessing from that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is an assumption, but I'm guessing from what you just said that the dynamics of a lot of these things, you're new to these things, like these marches and these demonstrations and protests and whatever.
Well, to be honest, King, I'll be real with you. Like, I'm a veteran in this thing. Like, you know what I mean? This ain't nothing that I haven't seen. You get it? Like, I know what it's all about. You know what I mean? In terms of, like, for the real, like, you see, like, when we went lockdown and it was COVID and that, and then people were fed up and people started marching in the streets. You get me? Like, I've been part of the freedom fighting movement. You get me? Like, with the white people. You get it?
Okay, understood.
Yeah. Now, when they do a protest,
Yes,
You know, police are shook. The police don't know. It's unpredictable. Anything goes on with them, man. You get it? Them man are more radical. Them man are more revolutionary than.
Well, it depends. It depends, my brother. In my humble opinion, yeah, and see if what I'm gonna say makes sense to you, right? It depends, right? So, let's say we've got like protests that we've seen in the last few years, right? So there's Extinction Rebellion, yeah, when they lockdown. 1 second, man's got to get the door in there. Wait, is that for you? Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah. So them man, they locked down central London for, you know.
Exactly, they're a problem.
Right.
They're
a problem. Yeah, but this is the thing, though, my brother. Right. The thing, the example there is that Extinction Rebellion is an organization or a coalition of organizations with a specific goal and a specific methodology of dealing with things, right? Do you know what I'm saying? So that's why they're able to function like that, because they've all gone there with a certain level of organization specific towards dealing with the civil disobedience in this kind of particular way, and so on and so forth. They're also very middle class white people with resources, yeah, that they can maintain a demonstration like that for over a week and feed everybody and give everybody tent and that kind of different thing, right? So there's that. I'm suggesting that when you go to because I've been on many of these marches for Black Deaths in Custody and so on. Hello, my princess, how you doing? Good. What's it? Yeah. From since I was a child, right? And oftentimes, these marches are called by the family or by organizations in support of the family. Yeah, and it's not unusual for the organizations who are supporting the family to be, let's say, more radical than the families themselves. Yeah. But in conducting the march, the demonstration, the general trend or tendency in a lot of instances tends to be respecting the family, yeah, and the wishes of the family. And it's not always the case that the organizations are more radical than the family, but it often is. And I say often because sometimes the people that are organizing with the family are not necessarily are not the only people that are going to attend the march, right? So some other organizations who, you know, have more radical intentions or sensibilities are there because a brother or a sister has been killed, and they just want to stand in support of the brother and the sister and their life and the family, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So in my humble experience, take it or leave it, it's unlikely for the revolution to kick off at a march for a Black Death in Custody. Yeah. And
this wasn't a Black Death in Custody, bro. This was gunshot by police.
Technically, technically that's still a Black Death in Custody. Like if the police shoot you on the road, it's still, you know, but yeah, it's at the hands of the police. But I take your point. But I'm saying death at the hands of the police, yeah. A demonstration looking for justice and them kind of things there. And oftentimes we have to even look at what justice is or what it means, because 9 times out of 10, when people are talking about justice in situations such as these, they're referring to the officer being tried and convicted in a court of the British establishment, right? And so that's one idea of what justice is in these situations. Another form of justice is, well, you know, there are other types of justice, right? In terms of how we look at it, in terms of whether we should be under the jurisdiction of these institutions in the first place anyway, as Black people, yeah. And so justice, therefore, in that instance, would be amassing the kind of power among ourselves that we are able to impact the extent to which these institutions have a jurisdiction over our lives, yeah. I'm saying all of that to say, it requires a certain to solve the problems that you're trying to solve. It requires a level of continuous organization beyond these events, which are marches and demonstrations. Yeah, and so I would suggest that you either start or join an organization that sees things the way you do, and through that, you know, work to developing or building a community to act in the ways that you think the community should act. That's the only thing that is possible in terms of addressing that situation, in my humble estimation.
okay, I mean, I give thanks and praises for, you know, your knowledge and your guidance and that.
Mhm.
Get me, King. You know what I mean? But however, like I said, like, you know, I've been like, in terms of like the Pan-Africanism thing, like I've been doing it since like I was pushed out of my mum's belly. You get it?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I've always been about it. You know, that's like my mission, isn't it? Like, you know, when you have self-realization and self-actualization and know thyself, you get it. You realize like it's not like today or a couple of years ago. No, man came on the planet to do the thing, and you get it, like, okay, cool. Now, I'm still young. I'm only 28. You get me? I'm not. I just turned 28. My birthday was this month, on the 1st of September. Well,
Yeah.
that's irrelevant because, you know, I don't even see myself my age in it. Man, it's just an old soul in it. You know what I mean? Like, man has come to this planet a lot of times. Get it? Like, knows the thing. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is, in terms of like organization and that, you know, like I've had, I don't know if it's like a guardian angel or just the forces protecting man, the good forces. But I've realized, you know, if you're really gonna get things done here, like you need to be like with people on the same frequency as you are.
Of
And
course.
many are called, but few are chosen. Follow that.
Yes, King.
And you know, like I said, like that thought, yeah, of many are called, few are chosen, and also people need to be on the same frequency, same mindset, same vibration. I believe that I was going to meet them at that march on Saturday for that protest because
Yeah.
the common goal, the common vibration was justice for Chris Kaba. You follow that?
Of course.
But like I said, the brother that was let's say talking to me in the beginning, and he was like, "Do you know what Black Lives Matter is really about?" You get it? Like, of course, man knew what it's about, but I still thought, okay, cool. At least there's gonna be people with pure heart that are there. You know what I mean? For the thing. And then, to be honest, I found people there that came with the pure heart, but then they're like, "This is not a protest. Like, this is some joke thing." You get me? Like that I came on the same vibration, on the same mission as I Priest someone else. And they're just like, this is a joke thing. In fact, you know, it kind of put them off. And this is what we're saying, like, even the numbers there compared to the other protests that I attended on the same day in City of London, it was like you couldn't even relate them. Like their one was a couple of hundred. The other one was like a couple of thousands.
100%. No, that's that, bro. I've been on marches for somebody who's been killed by the police. Like 10 people there. Yeah. You know, it's not often an issue that many people. One thing I learned, or I realized, should I say, when George Floyd died, and there was a lot of marches around that over here, is that a lot of people are not knowledgeable about the names of people that have been killed by the police in this country. Yeah,
that's true though.
I'm saying like a lot of people that knew, you know, a lot of the names from America in the last 5 years to a decade didn't know a lot of the names of brothers and sisters over here, yeah, who had been killed by the police, yeah, over the same period, right? And so because of that, and I mean, my family has even conducted funerals of brothers who have been killed by the police. Yeah, in that regard, and you know, one of the things that the family says is that a lot of people don't come out. In fact, there's a sister by the name of Marcia Rigg, who her brother was killed by the police. Yeah, and when everybody started to come out when it was George Floyd, I remember one of the things that she said was, "It's beautiful, yeah, to see everybody, you know, coming out and so on and so forth. But you know, where have you been? You know what I'm saying? You know, we've been trying to fight this fight for quite some time. And so I'm saying that to say that a lot of our people in this country are not particularly clued up, about the issue of black deaths in custody. All right. So it stands to reason that that even when one hits the news and it becomes a national news story and so on and so forth, the motivation to get up and come out and represent may not be there in the way that it should be. That's just the nature of where our people are at. And when you're involved in activism, you're not just dealing with where you as an individual are at. Well, at least this is my approach to it. I have to consider, where our people are at, in general, because the what we do, the level of organization that we engage in is going to be dependent upon where the masses of, or where a significant number of our people are at, beyond just where we are at as individuals. And the last thing I'll say is, when I mention organizations, I'm not just talking about Pan-African organizations, because not all the organizations that I'm referring to are necessarily Pan-African. I'm just saying in general, like, it's going to require all of us, to be working with brothers and sisters who think like we do, and building and developing programs and institutions along those lines, and impacting the community in a certain way. So when we hit the streets for a restriction or whatever, that work has already been done to acculturate or influence and organize people in sufficient ways, so that we're able, for example, to engage in civil disobedience and have a maximum impact. Organizations that do that don't just hit the streets and block roads. They practice, they rehearse, they develop procedures and modus operandi and rules of engagement. And you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're going to be most effective, that's what they do. And so it's going to require a lot of that background work before we hit the streets to make it most effective, if that makes sense. I'm a shut up.
No, 100% agree with you, bro. But the question is, like, okay, what is if you try to do all of that, but then it's like you get rejected? You follow that? You get rejected by your own community.
The thing is as well, my brother, when it comes to our people, there's 5 things that you have to base upon if they're serious or not. The first thing is commitment. The second is consciousness. The third is courage. The fourth is consistency. And the fifth is sincerity. What you're doing, bro, what we're doing, not everyone's going to be on board on it. So you have
Can
to
you say those 5 things again, please?
Commitment. Consciousness. Courage. Consistency. And sincerity.
Oh, you couldn't think of nothing that began with a C for the last one. You kind of fucked it up. Why is there an S?
Jedi's a whole idiot, I want you to know that. Whole idiot.
So I love that though. That's it.
The big up to you, brother. The thing is, brother, when it comes to our people, and Shakara's explained it, you have to have 1 foot in with the code of conduct and 1 foot out, just in case, if they are not collectively synchronizing with the struggle. Because in our community, bro, especially when it comes to organizing, we all have an element of mistrust, and the government has planted that inside of us, of creating certain types of division, as I was mentioning before. The infiltration strategy, always amongst their ranks, trust for information. You don't always need to use money to get us find one another. Our jealousy, petty differences, key things. So anything that would trigger us from organized, just to get out of our responsibility, we seem to lean towards that. So when you are in an organization, brother, you have to understand that revolution never came easy, for one thing. And number 2, as long as you have a code, and if you can see anyone that's steering away, you always have to keep them in check, like how the shepherd keeps the sheep, the flock of sheep, in check. It's very important that you understand that.
No, of course, King. Like, I understand that fully. You get me? Like, I understand the code and like the discipline and all them kind of thing there. You know what I mean? And like, I just, like, I'm not saying like, I'm fully organized, and I'm, you know, I've got a squad. You know, I'm still like developing and learning, and I'm just in this life to seek help. You get it, like, and guidance. And what you guys are doing right now is great, because it's helping me, you know, go back to the drawing board and think, okay, these guys have told me some fantastic stuff, and I really appreciate what they've told, man. And now, like, I can better myself, because I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm seeking those that like are on the same frequency and that are more experienced in the thing to show man the way. You get me?
Yeah. No, and also remember as well, my brother, this may not be easy for us to handle this. That black struggle has become a commodity for the government, you know, which is why they will allow certain protesting to happen. If you look at it carefully, and that, like, if black people are organizing and the police are allowing you to do certain types of protesting, which they all understand that we as a people, we don't strategize and plan what we're going to organize our agenda, then definitely they're marketing off that. So you're going to have to understand that real revolution strategies is not about when the government tells you you can protest on that day. It's when you're doing it randomly. And that's going to be a problem for us, because a lot of us work for non-African people. And because we have a very selfish nature of, well, if I protest on random days in the places where we should be protesting, I may lose my job. My family might not be able to be taken care of. And this is where you'll find out the sincere revolutionary people of our people from the not. Martin Luther King, when they were doing that, they weren't asking the government, I'm going to do it on that day. They did it. You understand? Althea Jones, big up to her. They did it, you know, because the non-Africans have to understand that black people are very serious people. And if you keep taking us out, then we're going to disrupt your economics, because non-African people, two things that they fear, brother, is the loss of their economics and also the reduction of their lives. These two things wake them up, tells them like, whoa, this is very serious. So we have to be very conscious of how we are politicizing our agenda, not doing it when the government tells us. Randomly, I'm going to protest and I'm going to politicize this agenda. And the third thing, I've got security with me. And the fourth thing, we're not looking to reform the system, we're looking to change it. You know, that is how it needs to be. That's what our ancestors were pushing forward. All due respect to.
Man, drop out, yeah. He wasn't going to take the main wall of silence forever, man. Come on, guys, man. You there, brother Kel?
Yeah, it's very serious, brother Snipes, man. As I said, I came in from work and I was listening to it, because that disrupts our betterment. It just takes, and I don't know the brother. He's came to Birmingham before, and we appreciate what he was doing in King's Standing. But because we have like a mistrust with one another, when it comes to money or things like that, we as a people remember that for like 100 years of like, oh, I'm not doing any revolutionary tactics with black people, because the last time I was in a protesting, this happened. You know, we have to be very careful, man, because it can disrupt our liberation. You know, we need all of us to sort our issues out. If one of us messes up, then it's a problem.
Yeah, but again, you know, like as I said, all skin folk and kin folk, And a lot of people have different, what's the word? Different agendas when they go to these things. You got what I'm saying? His might be pure of heart. Yours might be pure of heart. Shakaraz might be pure of heart. Mine might be pure of heart. But there's other brothers who are not pure of heart. That's not what they're there for. They're there for media. They're there to promote something they're selling, or, you know, or they're working with the authorities. And that's what the brother saw, which are, you know, you kind of have to, for me, we already know that, you know what I mean? I more apologize for the way he was treated rather than, you know what I mean? Because in hindsight, I know these things. I know that a man could get treated like that. It's not that it hasn't happened before. It's just, some of them guys should know better. This is my point. They've had the experience with us and learned with us and and then gone on, because now you can be a leader of something. This is what you do with power. That's why we say with great power comes great responsibility. And sometimes power corrupts, right? Goes to people's head, right? They get delusions of grandeur, start bullying up your own people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense.
Right. I made a decree many years ago, based on a woman who gave me a prediction or a thing about my life or whatever, right? That I would never harm another black person. I would never shed blood. I would never shed their blood, not knowingly or purposely. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And to be honest, I kind of stuck to it, majority. You know what I'm saying? So that, because my mindset changed, didn't it? At a certain point, I realized, hold on, we're all being oppressed. Do you get what I'm saying? Us killing each other ain't helping. Because the amount of, you know, movies and all of that and Boys in the Hood and everything kind of makes you realize, like, yeah, for real. I got beef with man I grew up with down the road, and it's long, fam.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
it
then
is.
when you supposedly get into the knowledge, that is a distant past of your life. You know what I mean? You're trying to make a change and you maintain your persona, but your mindset's changed now. Everybody is brother and beloved and all of that. You are apologetic when you walk places. Oh, sorry, excuse me. My bad. I remember young days when people have to move out the way like the Red Sea, like Moses' business. You know what I mean? But the aura man's coming true with, like, you know what I mean? But now it's not that man's more submissive. Man have more to lose. Once you have kids and all of that, you have more to lose, man. So I usually say those people are more dangerous individuals. Those are the people you don't want to mess with. But when you got nothing to lose, you're reckless. You don't mean you the right type of person for what we need. You know what I mean? But once you have kids and responsibility, it changes everything. You know what I mean? But that main thing about not doing harm to my own people, you know what I mean? It was I think significant change for me. You know what I mean? I'm glad I did that. You know what I mean?
It is hard, man, because you know, when you wake up, you have to live and breathe that code of conduct, and you're absolutely right, Snipes, man. It's like overcompensating to make our people know that you know, I want to reassure you, and it can be a problem, you know, moving out the way. You can see a particular frequency energy from some of our people, which can be very unsynchronized. So you have to, I said this before, we have to be like psychiatrists for one another. You know, how you doing? Greet one another, even though certain types of face expressions, and it can be it could be hard for us, man. Like, I don't want to do it, but if you don't, then the energy will it will swallow you up, and then you're duplicating what they've done to you, and then you're gonna want to go out and harm our people. You know, so it's hard, bro. It's very hard, man. Hard.
Yeah, and it's very easy to harm your own. I learned that very early as well. You would think that someone you ate off the same plate as, have familiarity with, like their house set up is the same as yours, kind of. You could easily kill that person. Like, that's not natural. That's systematic. You know what I'm saying? It's systematic. You have to hold a knife at one stage and realize to yourself, hold on one second, that's my broski. That could easily be my brother. That's someone's son. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
But it's on my people. If I take this guy out, it's another one less on my people. There's so many people going to be aggrieved by this situation and So it's a learning curve, man. That's why life is for living and thinking. With this idea of revolution, though, as we say, those in the know and had to live that.
Yeah.
Because every day is a fight. Yeah, every day was a war for some people, you know.
Yeah.
To try and just do their day to day and you're fighting the system, you're fighting racism, white supremacy, you're fighting everything. Yeah. You have to bypass even. Sometimes you can't fight, man.
You can't.
Right, you can't fight. You have to walk away and all right, I'll live another day. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Be back. It's not every war you can fight, man. You choose your battles, as they say. Pick your battles and choose your battles correctly, man. But that comes with age and that comes with wisdom. Because as I said, when I was young, you could have put a sword in my hand and, bro, it's peak for whoever's out there. Now I'm older, I've got to ask questions like, who are we fighting again? Yeah, that's what comes with age and wisdom, like the question asking. Who are we fighting? Are we fighting our own? I respectfully decline.
Yeah.
That's age and wisdom and authority. The fact that you can be in a certain situation with your people and say, yeah, we're going to go get them, lad. We've got to get revenge. And you say, you know what? Without this, man, I'm out. What is this? This is nonsense. I'm out. Yeah, that's authority. That's power. That's a form of, oh, shit, you are a real man now. Do you know what I'm saying? You're a real man because you can make your own decisions. You determine your own destiny. I don't want to be following man and then end up in jail.
Yeah.
8 years thinking, well, man, I should have gone my own way. Should have listened to my inner self telling me, just leave this, go away from this. So it's the discernment and also of listening to the inner self. Because the inner self has never been wrong. It's me that's been wrong, not listening to the inner self.
You definitely have to strategize the protest. I said it before, man. We have to sit down and strategize because we operate on emotion and feelings, and definitely the government have certain types of strategies and tactics that they can use to get that emotional feeling out of you, and then you just water down the gender what you get. That's what I always say. It's like, I know we're always joking, etc. Why I always use the word political science? You know what I mean? You have to use political science and your own people. You see what I mean? And on the non-Africans, whatever it may be, because there's a type of mindset, that needs to be codified. And
in the arena that we live in, I definitely agree that it's definitely a significant thing. Do you remember years ago they put an advert on the telly and they were in a pub, right? And the guy goes, I'm not interested in politics. Yeah. And then every time the guy went to complain about something, yeah, the price of the drink, all of that, yeah, man says, hey, shush your mouth. You said you don't do politics. That was an advert,
Boy.
Advert trying to tell man that, listen, politics is everything. You know what I'm saying? It affects everything. Your whole life, your economics, and all of that. Oh, why is the price of petrol gone up? Shush your mouth. You said you don't like politics, innit? You know what I'm saying? It was a mad advert. I was like, bro, they put it out there, British. I don't know, was it to try and encourage them to get involved in politics? I can't really tell you. But I definitely learned what they were trying to say from the advert. I was like, bro, that's crazy. So everything is politics. And I thought about it, like, the bread, how much the bread goes up, anything that happens. When that man comes out with that ballot box, we don't worry, but we necessarily instantly see the changes. You can have a pack of cigarettes. £11. Hold on 1 second. It was £5 the other day. And it was £3 before that.
It was, especially the embassy.
So, Send embassy #1, please. Old days, man's dad used to send man to go and get him a cigarette. You know the ones with no money.
Yeah.
Get me 10 embassy #1. Why are you still standing in front of me? Okay. Safe, pop, safe. Yeah, because you ain't doing that when man's in man's house eating man's Sunday dinner.
Yeah.
And I'm saying no, but that's my brethren's fault. Yeah, I've gone to my brethren's house. He's pulled out. He said, should we cook something? Mike, you're a good chef. He pulls out a leg of lamb. Yeah, Mike's all cooking it, seasoned it, done everything. We're cracking jokes. Parents come back with shopping. Yeah, with mouth open. Mom's looking at man with wide eye like, rah, why are you cooking man's dinner on a weekday, on a Sunday dinner on a weekday? Leg of lamb, yeah? Well, you thought that was just there for decoration. I'm looking at my bridge like, rah, you set man up. You know what I'm saying? You set man up, man. You're wrong, man. How you gonna do that, man? Yeah, so yeah, when the dad was asking for cigarette or someone to go shop, my brethren would not answer. Him and his brother. And it would take one of us to answer because we're so respectful. We're like, bro, we can't make your dad call out a name or call out more than 3 times. It's like a violation, right?
Yeah.
Anyone there? You know you're in the man's house. The actual youths are just turning around pretending they can't hear. They're doing something else. Yeah, my dad, I think my dad's calling you. Don't try, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because the couple times I made the mistake of doing that, you end up, you're getting shopped with no money. Just a list.
Yeah.
The Embassy #1 was one of his favorites still.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, the advert really highlighted the idea that politics, political science is part of our everyday in this environment. And then wherever you go, it would be a different type of the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be different types of the same thing because remember that the institutions in Africa, like the governments, are based along the same rules and set of. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the money's different. You know what I mean? As we know, Africa's got some mad GDP, and we're like, us, every African country, yes, every African country. Like, stop. So we need to turn that into something in our favor, and that's why I've been onto you like more. Bro, I find one of these countries, bro, there's bare opportunity in Africa, and for the Pan-African team to get to something big and decent, and you can even get to that idea of building a base. First, build a nation. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, start small, but yeah, obviously, yeah, work out the logistics. You know, like they say, one movie I think it was, and they say, build it. And they will come. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
you have to put in the hard work first, and then people will be like, oh, what's Kel doing over there? Oh, he's actually built something. Oh, he's actually in a particular country in Africa, sorting out things, speaking to the authorities, getting his certain thing land and all of that. People will be jealous, and that's when people want to join. You know what I mean?
Well, you do have to codify it because, like what the Honourable Marcus Garvey said, man, you have to be salesmen to one another. You know, you have to sell the product of loving and funding black. You have to make it marketable, and there will be, as what the brother was saying, man, those who are not going to be part of that struggle. So you have to have that knowledge of weeding them out.
Money don't have no color, so that's the main thing. Business is business, right?
Yeah.
But the business of being black is eternal. It's like you can't get away from that. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, we can have those ideas, but let that only be a part of it. We don't want to limit ourselves. And it seems that we haven't limited it ourselves. We're on the international market. We trade with who we want to trade with. Yeah. It's just that some of the money and the proceeds are going into certain man's pocket. This is the European way of doing business.
Yeah.
Where it ends up with corruption and, you know what I mean? Or the wealthy not interested in their people.
Have you noticed those nights how our struggle has been like, to make money off our struggle, man? That's very deep. That is like,
we also.
Yeah.
Like what we're hearing,
yeah.
also make money off the struggle
true,
of others and our people. You know what I mean? Some people was there at the protest, but they didn't really care about Chris Kaba. Come on, man.
Yeah,
and that's annoying. That's a real disrespect.
It is. It is.
Real disrespect. Because as I said, people have their own agenda, and they're not being honest. They just hide behind the red, black, and green or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then that tarnishes that.
Yeah.
That's why some people got eyebrow up for Pan-African.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some people got eyebrow up for us to say, no, you Pan-African? Nah, I'm not interested. Because there's other people out here just letting the side down. And again, it's never the European or the non-African. It's always the fucking Africans themselves. So we need to develop the code of conduct. You know what I mean?
But remember the
combats that, that European thinking.
Yeah.
Mm.
What the brother I don't know if he's there or not, but there was some things I wanted to explain to him about. I don't know if you ever heard of Dedan Kamadi. He was
I was
Kenyan.
thinking when he said security and that happened to him, I thought of you straight away. I was thinking, yeah, this is the one where he needs to contact Kel and get that proper security force. Anytime he's going to that thing there, he's protected.
Yeah, it's very important, Snipes. Like I said, we come on here, we have a laugh now and then, but I'm being for real. You need to have security, because what I've noticed on the panel, it can get very heated sometimes.
Yeah.
And I'm a very, as they will say, a very radical type of figure like yourself and the rest of us and that, right? So if I'm ever outside and any of these people on the panel, no disrespect to them or whatever, and they bring that emotional type of mindset and bring that into real life, then you know what I mean, my security is there. I don't want anything to happen to them, but it's very tricky. So even in protesting, you still need to have security with you. You still need to have like those who are on code, because some people are not in it for the struggle, as you said.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know if people like me or not. When I say if I was gonna meet people, right, I'm gonna have people with me. That don't mean I'm a bad man and that, but I understand I'm a very kind of political, radical figure, as they will say.
Right.
And some people don't like what I say, and they're not meant to if it's not for the liberation of their cause. I get that. That's what I was taught when I was a young age. But we do need to have our security. Kai understands it very well. You know what I mean? Everyone gets it. You do need it. The Honourable Leo Muhammad, he has security all the time.
Yeah, security, yeah.
All the time, Safra. Because the things what he says, and he's very articulated brother, it triggers emotions, Snipes, as you know. If I can say something and it's going to trigger you to behave a certain way, that's very dangerous. You know what I mean? Because you can implement that and say, you know what, I didn't like what you said, and then bam, and it happened to Malcolm, it happened to many of
but there's new age speakers now. And I'm saying these new age security speakers, not necessarily all of them had security, needed security, and just kept it moving. You know what I'm saying? Like your friends, your people, they're your security. The organization you might be with, they might be the security. Look out for each other and that, you know what I mean? So we've learned to, and in living in London, there's no space for it. But if you're going to these type of events and that type of stuff, I agree.
Yeah.
If you feel and you've had situations where you felt unsafe, then yeah, mate. For me, call King Kale Force. King Kale Force. You know what I'm saying? Like, call that. Yeah, call that and go to them BLM if you want to. You get me? But when we're really doing something that's organic and none is needed. I mean, none is needed.
When you was at Speaker's Corner, doing the gang organization, brother,
right?
You had your security with you, because I know you and Jedi, you mans are not fools and stuff, right? You mans understand that when them emotions start rocking, people are gonna want to try and go there. So that alone is a proof that you mans understand where I'm coming from.
But it's not self; it's a selfless job. It's more to securing the people who attend rather than ourselves. No, man, we're always free, man. We are the security, as you said. You know what I mean? So we make sure that our other members patrol the circle. You know what I mean? Just like you saw us on the street.
Yeah.
We were the ones who were surrounding the people marching and that. So
Yeah.
we secured it. I mean,
Yeah.
no labels, no was it SIA? No, none of that shit.
Yeah.
It's organic, natural security,
Yeah.
like you would your mama. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or
Of
grandma.
course, man.
Yeah, because grandma was with us. So yeah, it can only be like that, right?
Yeah, man.
When you got
It's a good.
grandma, then you can picnic them, all of that. Like, yeah. We got you. Yeah. The drunken Muslim, all of that.
It's a good example, though, Snipes, man. It's a good to let the people know, as it pertains to us anyway, that you know what I mean. We're here to police the areas, and this is what we're trying to do, brother. And I can't reveal too much, but that what you and brother Jedi and the rest, that is something that will definitely help the community in the UK. Definitely, you know what I mean.
I say it mainly was the example, right? That was the most important thing, as we were expressed, that everybody can do what we did. You know what I mean? Small pockets. It starts small, right? Rome weren't built in a day, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Go in your own community and you have a G circle and do it. You could do it in Birmingham. You know them type of ones?
Yeah.
And if you said you was Birmingham section of gang, we wouldn't have been offended. We would have done our best to support you. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. Because we already had people who supported gang who are from Birmingham. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
And members, sorry, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it would have been just a link up, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And we said, okay, the Birmingham section and because as he said, as we said before, with us it was the NOI, brother, sister, Hood Academy, all the ones you could name that were doing something. You know, Saturday school people, everybody was there. You know what I mean? Because we had to give the youths options as well.
That's right.
Yeah. But a lot of us was working and got businesses and things. Self-funded. We didn't get no government money, so anyone could come and frame us later and talk shit. You know what I mean? You took money from the government. Fuck you. You mean I took a day off work and paid for myself? Yeah? And put into the little pot that we have for anything that we need. Do you get it? And that's how we rolled. Because you know that can cause jealousy and rivalry and all sorts of fuckery when money's involved.
Yeah, of course.
So we tried to stay out of that for as long as possible. For as practical as possible, you know what I mean?
So would you say that the community would have to fund those who are basically putting their life on the line to keep the community safe? Would you say that would have to be an option?
Boy, I mean, we've been to places where it was entirely for us. You know what I'm saying? In the community where they're saying, like, what can we do to help? All the different organizations that said, like, look, we come, this is for gang. And then Jedi and Respect spoke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was there in the audience or whatever, you know what I mean? But we was there and I just like there to observe what was going on. Do you get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it was like, boy, what can we do when someone's getting killed? We just got to go and do what we got to do. Like, we can't, you know what I mean? We have to either get to the root of the problem. All this money type stuff. I don't know about all that. God, this is a perpetual train that's going anyway. Whether you want to jump on board, that's your business. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the work still has to get done regardless. So it was never a thing for us about money and but we appreciate the sentiment. You know?
The reason I'm saying that, Snipes, is that if we look at it psychologically, people as a whole, fear and finance is something that they respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say, for example, if we was to formulate another G circle,
mm-hmm.
and that would include that if the police do go there, that you're going to have to rival with them. If they were to get locked up or anyway, then the community must fund those family members, right, for the individual who got locked up. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, that would be good. That would be a good thing. But if that depends on the organization, maybe there's even organizations that do that already. Those are the things we need to look into, and then that's where the Black Betterment guys come in. Like Raven, do you know what I'm saying? Who would have a database full of black organizations that already exist. We don't want to insult no one and think that these things don't exist already. You know what I mean? So I found through doing gang that a lot of the ideas that people had, oh, maybe we should do Saturday school, maybe we should do, you know what I mean? Manhood Academy or Sisterhood Academy or brother, it already exists.
Yeah.
It's whether we can bring them together now and say like, okay, that's your capacity, that's your capacity. You want to help, you want to help, you want to help. Okay, be ready for when we start sending people to you, you know? But then they also want to be involved in the going through their various communities and speaking, and you know, so it kind of worked out well because it was organic as well. Nothing was forced, nothing was over planned. The most we planned was our route and where we were going and all of that. But what was going to happen, certain experiences would happen. They just made us learn.
Yeah.
Remember, as I explained to you, like you can't go everywhere beating drums and talk about guiding.
Yeah.
When people are mourning and that. Yeah, very humbling experience, bro. That was mad. You live and learn, man.
I propose, brother, to be fair, and I've said this many times, Dino Kai, especially what he's doing, the AdPack movement, brother, is something that we need to all invest our time in. It's definitely solution-based, man. Definitely, man. The way how he's accumulated that curriculum is phenomenal. It's something where we should take time out, man. What's your opinion on that?
I think most of what Dean I do support. I think I'm in most of those groups. This one solution, blah blah blah. He's got so many groups on Facebook. Yeah. He's subscribed to me. I'm subscribed to him. It's just he was definitely involved in what we was doing with gang.
Yeah.
It's not unfamiliar to all of that, you know. We had gang members and we had gang affiliates. People were affiliated.
Yeah.
So he was one of the affiliates.
Yeah.
And person we would draw on if need be. If we're gonna deal with some parliament shit, I want Dean Okai first in front.
Yeah.
He's done it before, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, reparations. Well, I don't see no Dean. I just see Rastaman and Nation of Islam. Yeah, I'm kind of out still. We're not even going in the building. No one's even going, what are we doing? Oh, we're going to be in Parliament Square. We're just going to be beating drums. I was with the rest of them, but you know, I smoke weed. So, yeah, I was with the uncles, them, the Nabingis and that, fun in two zoots, one the Nation of Islam. There was tension between them because obviously one's beating drums, the other one wants to do speeches on the mic at the same time, you know what I mean? So there was a little confliction. Some of my sisters was like, oh, but, you know, I don't know why this is going on, my brother. Talk to them. I'm like, bro, you see me over here on the Rastaman side. Yeah, so you know where my affiliation lies.
About those snipes, you know that beating the drums and speaking over it was something that our ancestors used to do when it came to distributing economics as well as.
I know. But these other guys, they do media.
Yeah.
Right, they're doing media, so that don't work. Yeah, it don't work with media. I know what you mean. Exactly, should be like that, even in fact. Yeah. And every time someone stops, it is we do that on our marches, isn't it? And all of that.
Exactly. Yeah.
When it's organic, this is what I'm saying. Or is that organic even? Because sometimes I'm wondering where the drummer just turned up from.
Yeah.
Who called him? Who called these? Hey, we've got 4 arrested drummers. How did this work out? Anyway, big them up though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as I said, no cohesion and there was no paperwork. So I was like, what the hell are we doing here? We're celebrating or we're doing something. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I started to question myself, like, boy, I've been here a couple times. You know what I mean? A couple years in succession, been filmed, did all sorts, talked to all sorts. met up with all the family. The Nine Efas, the Lady Devise, the Uncle Tony's, everybody, man. Jed, South, everybody, man. We've done this. Beyond. You know the ones?
Yeah.
So we get to the stage the last 2-3 years now, it's like, nah, I'm not really feeling it again, you know what I mean? Because I feel that our countries do reparations for us. That's one set of reparations. And then we're doing it, but we're not handing in the same paperwork like our government officials and all of that, leaders of our countries. And you hear how they're treating them.
Yeah.
So how do you think that what we're going to do is going to work?
Well, brother, here's the strategy, right? I don't like to reveal too much things, but it's very tricky. If we have different types of roles, and let's say whatever we're doing, some are participating in the protesting of the reparation, some are in the office, etc. And that is a way to mislead those who want to destroy African people. There's nothing wrong with that. I think predictable actions that we do is why the government permits their type of energy of sabotaging it. They use the tactics all the time. They did it with Bobby Seale and Newton, Captain Newton from the Black Panthers. While he was in prison, they were sending letters. And because we're not initially codifying mindset, it made them go against one another and they sabotaged the movement. So we need to get back to that of, okay, if you're doing a reparation march, we can use that to distract the government while we're focusing on, do you understand what I'm saying? And that you can use certain types of strategies.
I don't even mind them doing it. I'm just saying, what is the end goal? Because one, we ain't getting shit. Two, when we're doing this protest, are we handing in paperwork? Is it a petition? Is it something that can be taken? Why are we outside Parliament Square if we're not going to go into Parliament? That's my argument. You know what I mean? Like, can we bum rush Parliament and just, boom, afternoon session, fuck your session. We talking about our fucking reparations. What have you got to say about this, Boris or whatever, or mistrust? Mistrust, get it? Anyway, what are we saying? We saying to us, huh?
Yeah.
With Dean at the front, being able to speak articulately with man with bandanas, and you know what I'm saying? Goons up in the Houses of Parliament. That's never happened.
Right.
So we're not serious about our reparations. The rest of man ain't gone in there,
No,
bun chalice and bun fireman, shamala malai, shamala in the name of Jah Rastafari. None of that.
Yeah.
So unless we're gonna do that, I'm out. I'm falling back, and that's what I did. I was just like, bruv. And same with the protests. It's like, bro, what's the point? Like the brother said, if I ain't gonna break something, and bring people accountable. The people who are accountable, rather than people fighting me. You fighting me for, cuz? You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be fighting the feds. Oh, you helping the feds? Nah, bro, we can't. You see, this is division now.
Yeah.
It's division now. We're gonna fight. Because, like, bro, this is just not gonna work. Imagine if it was me.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Imagine if it was me. I'm there, I'm ready. Yeah, come. Revolution. Yeah? Chris Kaba, fucking bastards. Fuck the police. Coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad because I'm brown. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
And dropping cute, you know.
That tune is relevant.
But then Snipes, that come when we are finally trying to take over, change the system, because this is what I was saying before, brother, is that, you know, some of us are gonna have to go to prison, go in the ground, and because of that, there now we have to, as a community, keep things secure for the families. Because remember, anytime you talk about revolution and that, the kids will say this, as what Francis Cress Wilson spoke to a child, and so, what do you think about Black revolution? Revolution is sorry, and the child said they're always dead, they always get killed. And Francis Cress Wilson said, "You're a very smart individual. We're going to have to compensate for those who put the struggle in, whether it be those who have to fight the police." Because you and I know, brother, the you know, the 1965 Racial Act, what they came out with, that's completely broken all the time. You know what I mean? The non-Africans, those who are in power, understand we don't have to follow the rules that we sent down. they can do whatever they want to us. So we're gonna have to fight the police if they do decide to attack us. I'm not saying that we go and attack them randomly, but we have a right to protect ourselves. We have a right to understand how to operate certain forms of weapons. You know what I mean? Whether it be a stick, whether it be a bat, whether it be, you know, any form of artillery weapon. It's no secret. I know how to operate those things. I've been to gun ranges many times, and I'm not scared to let people know that you have to know how to operate weapons. You know what I mean? So we do have to make our people know that, understand military science, learn how to, you know, martial arts. The Nation of Islam, they all know martial arts. The men, the women. Do you understand? If you go and attack them, you're going to get martial art out. You know what I mean? And that. So we have to that into our community and that. Okay, bam, the police come in there. You're gonna have to do what you're gonna have to do. If you get killed, whatever, and that, your family's gonna get taken care of. A treaty and a contract to let the families know, right, that this is what's going to be promised to you. That will make the people then want to participate in our revolution, because they know that I'm not dying for nothing. I'm dying for something, and my legacy will always be taken care of economically.
Yeah, but if you got brothers with the energy of the brother who's ready, he's asking for his guidance. And if you're a perceptive person, they would have seen that, but they're not. See what I'm saying? They're not. They've got a different agenda. They wanna do media stuff. You know what I mean? Have it posted on Instagram and whatever. You know what I mean? Get some likes, game. Yeah. It's a game for some. Where for others, it's not a game. It's serious. You know what I'm saying? It's serious about what they're talking about. Yeah. So it's just different, bro. You know what I mean?
Can I ask a question?
Go on, broski.
I said one of my friends said REDPILLTRILL is an artist.
Yes.
Yeah. And like, where can I find your music, bro?
It's on YouTube.
What?
How
do I
Just
find
type
it?
in REDPILLTRILL. Type in REDPILLTRILL.
Okay. Do you have any
Or if
like
you-
revolution? Okay, yeah,
Does he
I
have
find
any
you. I find you.
revolutionary music? You found him, innit?
Yeah, yeah. Like, like I see, like you got TRILLUMINATI EP.
Come on.
Hey, listen. Yo. We used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak
weak
now.
now.
Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a face and watch him leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a face and watch him leak out. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. If it's on and you just pull out your phone, I know you're pussy. Put a burner to officer's dome. A roast cookie. You could be his first day on the job. I ghost rookies. I ain't grip, but I'm down to set trip. I'm a woke tookie. It's stone cold. These young bucks are dying over postcodes. Roads they don't own. Cocaine, diamonds, and rose gold. The popo put brown babies in chokeholds.
What happened? It stopped.
We should be linking up from that.
The sound messed up still.
Mash them up, destroy them. Might could take on the army if they deploy them. Try to try to keep us sedated with all this poison. Throw your fist up and recognize. Keep targeting our kids if we let them slide. I ain't telling lies, they got our differences weaponized. As long as you're a friend of mine. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a place and watch him leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a face and watch him leak out. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. They hate us cause they ain't a
us in they anus. Minors, we majors. Don't try us, we dangerous. Flamers, never tame shit. We throwing fire at the lamest. I aim and blaze it, rearranging the agents' faces. Never leave Fresh Prince. We keep it aces. Before the bells air, my uncle filled in the basics. I burn these fools with petite tools. Run up on the Three Stooges, tell them keep cool. I want the dweller or the man of Philippe too. Slap him with the whapper, tell him Casper Knight. See through the system, kill a man in cold blood, and it's legal. That's why I grip the eagle. I do this for my people. Squeeze two and leave his blood sour like the diesel. Call my thing righteous badness. I ain't evil, 9 ethers. Ride out, it's our time now. Fuck cops, put them lights out. Used to be some warriors, brothers.
You're on smoke still.
Fitting revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a place, I watch him leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just
that tune. You see, this is what I'm saying, King. Like, when man heard that, when you just played that tune, yeah, you know, that's the kind of music that man wanted to play at that protest. You get it, like. You get me, like, you see now you've show me your music now. Like on Wednesday, I'm gonna play the music, you know, on my radio show on Omega. You know what I mean, to let the people them know. Cause there's, you know, get me, like there's, you know, the elders, you know, it's difficult to, like, you know, for them to find them kind of tunes. Cause there is people, or like, you know, our community that want to listen to that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But you know, there's people that are, let's say, blocking that. You know what I mean? Because remember, more time, yeah, to get the music out there is on the ground, you know, on road and that, and especially at these protests and with the people with that mindset already. You know what I mean? But then if, you know, Forever Family and, you know what I mean, like those kind of ops are like saying, no, like you can't do that, then that's like now breaking our, you know, reach or our outreach. You follow that? And maybe that's another question, like how do we attract those people that need to listen to that kind of music, you know, in the best way?
The thing is, brother, is that see that these types of revolutionary music, the black community needs to fund this type of music. If we were to collectively fund it, right? And that's what me and Brother Snipes is saying, is that this is definitely an extension of banging the drums and speaking about how we want our agenda to come forward. As long as it's controlled, then you can definitely promote these type of music. The problem is, right, with this type of revolutionary music, it's not marketable. So that's why sometimes our African descendant, they will mix and blend it. But it's all about the people. You know, you can stop non-African people funding the type of music that they want to hear. If we fund the music that we want to hear, like this, you see what I'm saying, and the code of conduct with wisdom and understanding political science, then we can always strategize.
Okay. Now, you see, now when you said that, like, I overs what you're saying and that, you know what I mean? And like what we're saying, like with these like protests, especially like what's going on right now with Chris Kaba and that, you know what I mean? We don't particularly kind of need to fund it, you know what I mean? Like it's good to fund it and put money and marketing and all them kind of thing there. Obviously, we're not gonna say we shouldn't do that, you know what I mean? But as an extension, you know what I mean? Like the protests where those kind of people on that frequency would like to listen to it. Like for example, now like, I've heard this music, so now when I go to a real protest, you get me, I can play that and get the people ready. But the problem now, you know, I don't know how you guys are with white people, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, you know what I mean, some people have mixed emotions and say, nah, man can't work with no white man. You get me? Like you get me, and limit themselves, you know what I mean?
That's my brother Kale. But I'm not of that mindset. Me personally, I'm like, when I bring my army, yeah, it's gonna contain a various mix of different people. Do you get what I'm saying? That are not African.
But it would be nice to hear Brother Kel's conversation with the brother about that, because it'd be nice to see how Brother Kel brings it up.
Go on, Brother Kel.
The thing is, brother, is that there's nothing wrong with having a temporary coalition. For example, when it comes to trading, right? You know, Africa, we have the resources, and sometimes we may have to, you know, coalition in that way. The only problem that I have with us as a people is that we don't know how to kind of have one foot in with non-African people, and at the same time have our agenda. But we seem to put both feet in, and we get exploited. If you understand the base of political science, a disorganized group, brother, joining with an organized group will always get exploited. So that's why it's nothing to do with how non-African people look. It's to do with that they're very organized. So how do we control that? The best way is that telling them, if you want to help us, right, collectively with your people, you sort out where it needs to be done while we're working on what we need to do. You know, and that's always been a thing with our African freedom fighters, you know, to kind of do that.
I mean,
But if they
brother,
join us,
the line went dodgy, bro. Like I couldn't
yeah,
really hear you. You know what I mean? No,
yeah,
because it's meant to be get it, because you know we're breaking barriers now. Like we're saying, you know what? Like we're trying to rebuild and re-strategize, and you know when you're talking, you get it. Like maybe they want to distort that talk, because they know that's the key for us.
yeah, yeah. You know, can you hear me now, my brother? Can you hear me now? I think my connection's playing up.
No, yours is clear. I don't know
Oh, mine's clear.
if it's his. Yeah. Yeah, I think it might be his. Probably jump back from it. So, yeah, there you go.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened to the connection. Like, it's the distortion. You get it, like, because it's
Yeah.
very powerful. You know, what you're saying, or it's organizing or it's programming man to think in a certain way in terms of organizing our thing. You know what I mean? Because you're saying it's okay to have a temporary coalition, like with another race and that. Like, so you're not saying you're. It's not a racist thing or a discrimination thing. You know what I mean? It's just like it's a business thing, basically.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
you're saying.
Yeah. Pan-Africanism, brother, is a business, brother. It's, you know, to understand it very well, it's keeping black people in charge in all things, you know, trying to get us to control our destiny without other people controlling it. And that is what we're trying to do. You know, and we have to understand that it's not about hating non-African people. You know, when I come on the panels, or, you know, when I used to do things with my family, organization and stuff like that, you know, it's about being political, you know what I mean? Like making a distinction between a personal relationship with non-African people and having a political relationship with them and keeping it business, you know, and that is what we're trying to do. I don't know if you ever watched the film, the series, The Godfather of Harlem, with Bumpy Johnson, which is a good series. If you notice, there was the
Bro.
nation. You've never watched it. If you can get time and a chance, it's on Netflix. But the point is that the Africans in that time, brother, they could kind of infiltrate non-African people's organization and still have a code at the same time. And that's what the series was about. You had the Nation of Islam, you had the Black Christians, you know, you had the Garvey, you had all these different movements. But at the same time, you know, they could maneuver, you know, I'll pretend to work with the Italians and then I'm going to betray them and then help our people. But now, brother, we cannot trust one another to do that because of our dopamines, as I always say, of non-African people. Like, we want them to do everything for us. We want them to save us and all these things. And it kind of demises our greatness, that we can do things for ourselves, self-determination. So, yeah.
Big up, Joe Billy.
Another thing, big up, brother. Another thing, brother, High Priest. There's a set of principles. I don't know if you ever heard of a revolutionary by the name of Deelan Kamardi.
He dropped off.
Oh, he dropped off and stuff. Oh, his connection.
I think his connections, yeah.
Yes.
Where's Born Rich? Still not.
All right, big up the family, man.
Big up, Trill.
Big up, big up, big up, big up.
Big up, Article Dan, Article G. Big up, brother. Big up.
All right, give thanks for another week, man. You're Article done, man. I'm not Article done.
Big up. Brother, my people met me the Article done. Big up to all of yous, like, man, making power to these words. Big up to all of you.
I'm just a humble nigga. I'm just a humble somebody. Humble man. Trying to go
to these words. Big up to all of you.
I'm just a humble nigga. I'm just a humble somebody. Humble man. Trying to go
to these words. Big up to all of you.
I'm just a humble nigga. I'm just a humble somebody. Humble man. Trying to go
to these
words. You got to play it in two places, bro.
I'm just a humble somebody. Humble man. Trying to go.
Yeah, you got to play it in two places, bro. Matt.
Yes, man. No, I do agree with some of that stuff you were saying about the white people, though, fam. I've always thought that, even though, you know, man, we're in a bad position, we can't really rely on them, and it's such a fucking shame. Because I do want to rely on some white people at times. I'm not gonna lie. Do you get what I'm saying? And I know I can rely on them for myself, like individually. I can shout them and they'll come through for me. But as a collective, we ain't got nothing coming from them.
I mean, look, you see, when you're saying that we ain't got nothing coming from them, you get me? You gotta overstand, like, especially like at the march last Saturday. There's white people that are on smoke. You follow that? That are ready, like to ride with us. You get me? That you cannot be let's say you cannot close the box, or you cannot be you know, you cannot judge every white man as a bad person or every white woman as a bad person, because you gotta overstand this is an illusion, you know. We're in the matrix. You follow that? We got people on the other side, our ancestors, that will reincarnate as white people to sort this thing out. You follow that? And then you got white people that maybe are bad on the other side that will reincarnate as black people to oppress us. And you see, now you're talking about Nation of Islam. Yeah, remember, in the doctrine of Nation of Islam, they say that the white man was created by Yaqub, the man that had two brains, and he was a black man. You follow that? So they have melanin, you get me, just by default. On that story, I'm talking just on that story. You follow that? Yeah.
But the thing is, King, that what you just said there, or due respect to it, has nothing to do with making sure that we control our destiny when it comes to our movement. There's loads of our people in different religions, brother, and different ideologies. But these ideologies, but it shouldn't interfere with that common goal of the survival of our race. You know, the Nation of Islam, they have their ideology. There's things that I may not agree with how they you know, push forward those ideologies, but I can definitely agree with them that they want to keep black people in charge in all things, and this is what we have to concentrate on. There's a lot of black Muslims. I don't agree with some of the things that they put forward for our people, same with the black Christians, etc. But the Pan-Africanist Muslims, they have a goal that they want to help our people. And this is what I was saying, brother, is that because of these divisions, as you mentioned, what you just said there, non-African people, they could capitalize on that, which they always do, and then divide us. So we need something where, like, I know that you believe in that, but the code of conduct comes before Yaqub or whatever it may be, you know, because focus on that, all it will take is someone to trigger that off. And it's like, you know what, you're right, you know, they believe in that. That's wrong. and then your concentration span has become fixated on that, and then the movement's watered down, which just keeps happening when we come to organizing our people.
No, I fully accept what you're saying. Like we should respect everybody's views and faith and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I believe that everybody that's in the chat, everybody that's in the live does. You know what I mean? Like, we're not ignorant people. We know that there's something bigger than what everybody else believes in and stuff like that. But we're more on the common goal that we want justice, we want our reparations, and we want to be able to be self-sufficient and practice what Marcus Garvey has taught us. You follow that? You know what I mean? Now, when we're like the incorporating of white people, now they got their position. You follow that? Like, if you for example, let's use Chris Kaba as an example. Yeah, if we need to now get a QC to get justice for my man, you know what I mean, to go through that way, like through common law and that, go to the common law court. Yeah, we cannot avoid that, you know what I mean, for us to get justice, but we can only use a black judge or whatever. You know what I mean? That's I don't know many black judges that were even going to take on that case. But if we have at least an alliance with some like white people that can help us in exchange for business, like what you were saying, i.e. money, yeah, like just keep it real, you know what I mean, then at least we can see if we can get the job done, at least, you know what I mean. I'm not saying that there may not be problems along the way, but at least now, we've got a strategy and we're saying, okay, cool, these men can help us, yeah, in using common law, because now we're being smarter. Like what we said, we're not saying that we're going to use criminal law, but we're going to use the common law, which is above criminal law. Do you understand? Does anybody know about common law?
But the thing is, brother, like, even if like what you were saying, it still doesn't take away the fact, brother, that you're gonna have to solve our own issues. I don't hate non-African people, but when you understand historically, brother, is that they benefit of our subjugation as African descendants, right? They are the beneficiaries of that. So to get them to fund it all the time, brother, and not realize that, okay, they're funding our liberation and that, but then if we do prevail in it, then that means they're not going to be able to benefit off that, and that's going to be a problem.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
But remember what you said about the temporary agreement or alliance. So,
Yeah.
like, for example, let's say you got diehard white people that really want to help, yeah, in like in our problems, like, they're ready to do the groundwork. They're ready to go grassroots and start doing the GoFundMe, and get us organized. Because let's be real, you know what I mean? We're not organized like how we should be. And there's other, non-African organizations that are probably, doing some sort of revolutionary thing, that are organized and have already got let's say a blueprint, or a blueprint of how it works. You know what I mean? And from like, knowledge is knowledge at the end of the day. You know what I mean? We cannot discriminate it and be like, oh, well, we can't use that. You know what I mean? If it can help, then why shouldn't we take advantage? You know what I mean? Like, for example, it's like Frederick Douglass. The story goes that, he learned from, like, I think one of the slave master's wife how to speak English and that. You know what I mean? Like, and certain things like that. That's how we gain an advantage. Or learning how to, let's say, get government money, become government funded, to become organized to the point, like, let's say, how other groups in our community are organized because they're working with the white man. You know what I mean? They've able to get charity money. You know what I mean? We can create our own charity
and request government funded money. You know what I mean? For example, like with music.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. I don't think you'd want to go down that road, you know, big man. I don't think that road would be healthy. You know what I mean?
You see what you're saying now? Like you're guiding, man. You get me? Like remember?
Did you tell him? Did you hear his whole dilemma?
No, family tree. I come in mad late. I didn't even.
You know what, Freddie? Hold on. Tell us what you told us. What happened to you when you went down to this protest? Just retell Freddie so he knows where you're coming from.
Okay.
And don't hold back, man. Be real.
Okay. So what happened on Saturday, last week Saturday? Yeah, there was a protest, a Black Lives Matter protest or No Justice, No Peace rally for Chris Kaba. Yeah. It's been on the social media. Like my man got killed by the police. Apparently it's assassination now. Wasn't no accident. They hit him in his head. Anyway, High Priest Someone L came to the march or rally in Westminster by New Scotland. It was by New Scotland Yard, and High Priest Someone L was on the revolutionary tip. You follow that more on.
Say that name again. So sorry, brother. Say that name again.
Which name, King?
Do you know you said there was a name at the rally, but you said it so fast I couldn't catch the name, big man.
Oh, Chris Kaba.
Yeah, no, you said a name after that. You said a name of somebody was at the rally, or I might have mistaken.
Oh no, that's me. That's me, bro.
Oh, sorry. All right, cool.
Yeah. So I arrived there, and like usually when I come to a protest, you know, like because I'm a veteran in terms of like the white man protests. You follow that? Like I know what it's all about. Revolutionary, impactful, making a lot of noise, making people aware. You know what I mean? Just basically, you know what I mean, causing a ruckus, shaking the system. Yeah. So I believed, and to be honest, you know, I've been thinking of it when I was offline as well. Like on that day, before I even, you know, got on the train and, you know, got ready, I was thinking in the morning, like on the early meditation, like I want to make sure that this is the last time this shit happens, and I want to make sure that it's mostly impactful. This is the most impact that I can do in my capacity for the family of Chris Kaba. You know what I mean? But that's just that's a bit of going off tangent. But anyway, when I arrived there, I bring my two big speakers with my trolley and my sign saying "Stop the violence." You know what I mean? To be politically correct, and I believed that the best way to kick it off is to play my speaker and play NWA, fuck the police. You know what I mean? We're protesting in a calm, peaceful, non-violent manner with music. You follow that? And that's what I usually do. As soon as I come out the station, I'm on the ground level, you know, I just let it rip. I let it go. I let it off with the music, like to. And
Big up, man, big up. But you can also try a tune called Warrior Charge from Aswad.
Warrior Charge, Aswad, you know, that's old school still.
Yeah, because that's helped a lot of revolutions, and I've rated to that one before still.
What is it called?
Warrior Charge.
Warrior Charge, yeah. Aswad. Okay, because I'm gonna put it in the YouTube so I can listen to it and see where they're coming from. Cause them man, I know them man as well. Like they're from my ends. They're from Bush, innit? You get me?
Let's carry on, though. Let's carry on with the story. So, like, yeah man. Yeah. Give thanks.
Yeah. So anyway, so High Priest is going now. He's arrived at New Scotland Yard. He's got his speaker. He's playing "Fuck the Police" NWA, and then all of a sudden, one of allegedly the family members or cousins comes up to High Priest and says, "Yo, can you turn off the music, please? That the family and the organizers are having like a media, like a press conference or whatever, that like." And the family requested that it needs to be turned off. And the High Priest said to them, to the brother, "Yo, listen, like man has come here for the revolution. Man has come here for the Armageddon. You get me? Man has come here to make an impact. You get me? Like, but I don't want to turn off my music." Then the brother's like, turn off the music, like, cause like it's the family. You get me? You can play your music after everything is done. Yeah. And you know, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not turning it off, but I'm gonna turn it down so that it's not interfering with what you're doing. And the brother was like, all right, cool. Yeah. So we agreed that I can play the music, but you know what I mean, it's not too loud that it's distracting whatever they're doing or interfering with whatever they're doing. So anyway, so now as the crowd, like, people are coming, getting interested in the music, hearing "Fuck the Police," getting the vibe, dancing, you know what I mean, like getting ready, like they're getting ready now. All of a sudden Raspek comes and he's like to man, turn off the music. And High Priest someone else like, bruv, listen, man is on this revolutionary thing. Man is on the Armageddon. I thought you're on this thing. You get it? And then he backs down. He don't really say much, and he just keeps it moving. So I'm still playing the music. So I'm like, yeah, I'm holding my ground, standing in my square, in my circle. Then another person comes up to man and was like, but was more on a respectful thing and was like, yo, like I'm hearing like people want to make a 1 minute silence, and that you should like it'd be can you just turn off the music for the 1 minute silence? So I thought, you know what? I'm gonna comply. I'm gonna respect that. You know what I mean? They want a 1 minute silence. Yeah, let me turn off the music for that. So I turn it off, but then I'm hearing all these people on this stage, like just keep talking, saying no justice, no peace, just chatting bare nonsense. Even Jeremy Corbyn gets involved. I don't know why he's there. And I'm like, I see my people coming through, like my friends, my disciples, and they're like to man, like, what is this? Like, because remember, like, I'm more in terms of doing the white man protests. You get me, the freedom fighting protests, and these people are more radical. Like they've been exposed to more radicalism or revolutionary shit than
Bro, I would need to stop you there, fam. I wouldn't say they're more radical, fam.
Let him finish his story, brother. Don't stop him.
Go on,
Let him finish his story. Please just try to
sorry.
Okay. No. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Well, let me just speed it up. So now, okay, cool.
No, take your time. I'm here to listen, you know.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So anyway, so man is there, like just chilling, like, and then they're saying to man, you know what, bruv, let's go. Like this is irritating. This is a nonsense thing. This is a controlled thing. Like this ain't no revolutionary shit going on. Like we need to cut. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Like this is dead. You know what I mean? Like this, like we're not going nowhere with this. Like this is just a waste of time. So I'm like, you know what? Let's go to City of London or Corporation of London or Babylon, Belly of the Beast, Bank of England, and go to that protest. And David Icke and other speakers are there, like shutting it down, like telling it how it is. So we departed from that protest, and High Priest thought, you know what? Let me play my music, yeah, and protest independently, yeah, away like out of their thing. Yeah, come out of their perimeter, come out of their area, come out of their zone, come out of their barriers, and do my own thing. So I'm no longer part of Black Lives Matter or Forever Family. I'm no longer part of that, or like what they're doing. So I'm independent now. So I come out of the perimeter, out of the zone, their zone, in New Scotland Yard. I'm like by the river now. I'm on the bridge. You get me? I'm no longer in their barrier. And then all of a sudden, Raspek and his goons or Forever Family, whatever, I don't like, because the way they were looking, the way they were going, and it weren't no like civil people. Like they came up to man and said, turn off your music, bruv, or it's peak for man, or it's a problem. And like obviously I'm not the person, like, especially at that present moment of time, like I'm on this revolutionary, I'm on the impactful energy, I'm on the, I'm just, kind of got the adrenaline going on because I want to make a difference. Then man, I'll come up to man and like, turn it off. And I'm like, bruv, I'm not involved in your thing, bruv. I'm outside of the zone. Like, I'm not involved. I'm outside. And they all surround, man. And it's only me and like two people, two of my friends, two of my disciples, just there. Like, and obviously they're white people as well, innit? So like they're gonna get intimidated. You know what I mean? They're seeing like at least 20 niggas strong or 20 black guys surrounded, man. You know what I mean? That looking like they're gonna do something on the unpredictable tip. And I'm like, bruv, man will turn it off. You get me? Man will turn it off. And it's like, bruv, we need to turn it off. Like, we're gonna turn it off. You get it? So I'm like, well, I'm not, no, it's not me. One of my friends now goes to them and says, don't be angry at High Priest, be angry at the system. So, you know, fortunately, like, as this shit is going on, like, we managed to come out of the danger zone. And then all of a sudden, like, one of the Forever family, like, women come up to man and is like, I need to escort you. And I'm like, bruv, man can deal with it myself. Like you don't need to be here, innit? And then it's like, she cuts, in it. Okay, cool. We're out of the danger zone fully. We're by now Embankment Station. As I get to Embankment Station, one of my other disciples comes up to me and is like, High Priest, I'm glad that you're okay. That I was hearing that there was one of the people, Forever family, like, just to make it simple, they wanted to attack you, or they wanted to do something to you. So I ran to you just to warn you, to let you know that that's what they're planning to do. And I'm like to her, listen, Queen, like, everything is all right. Like, we're moved on and we're going to another protest. You get me? So after that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, oh, this is like you know, like them man have exposed themselves. Like, I don't understand why them man, you know, are complying with police, doing certain things, trying to fabricate situation that is something to do with the family and that, when I really know it's nothing to do. It's none of that. It's something else. You get me? Like them man are not on what man is on, and like them man want to like shut me down, basically, you know, and with in a violent manner, or potentially violent manner, you know what I mean? And I'm there with Stop the Violence and want to just, you know, protest with an impact instead of just hearing the same nonsense at every protest. You get me? So like that's basically the story, in it. Like, that's what happened on this protest and that. You know what I mean? And you know, like, I just feel like what I really want, like, from my man, is like just to come, like, you know, like, literally just like apologize for that, because I told my people on the radio and that, and they're like, they know Respect, and that Respect portrays an image that, you know, he's like a community, that he's like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man kind of guy. You know what I mean? Supposed to be helping the community, feeding the community, doing certain kind of things like that. You know what I mean? And when I like, obviously, like, when like I've been always wanting to see my man, but I never really see him at all these black problems or black protests and that. It's only like the big ones, like the proper big ones, that he's there. You know, but anything like grassroots, he's not there still. So I thought, like, because I went to the previous one that was like 2 weeks ago in Parliament Square, and I saw him. You know what I mean? And like, we didn't really speak, but like, we acknowledged each other. But I thought maybe next time, if man sees him, he let me, like, man can chat to him, make an alliance. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? Like, just connect with man. But it turns out like we fully, like, kind of disconnected. You get it? Like, and it's like, I'm not saying man is the up and that, but man have to be careful. Like, I have to be careful now, because if I'm at certain protests where he's at, like, he may see me as a threat or whatever, or, you know, I may see him as I don't see him as a threat, but he may see me as a threat, and these guys already know who I am, in it, and you know what I mean, it can get sticky.
Hello. I'm just gonna chime in here, bro, because you did make that. I fucking hear you, man. If my man, I fully hear you on the disrespect still, because your music, innit? You paid for it, innit? Man ain't music, police. So they shouldn't really be telling you nothing to do. They should be kind of leaving you to express yourself. All right. Obviously, I rate that we go to other protests, man. Keep that up, bro, man. Trust me. Because it's just not about the black thing all the time. It's not about the black thing. There's other shit going on in the world, you get what I'm saying? But I think where he just specializes in certain things, you're only going to see him at certain protests.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
But this is the thing, bro. Now, like, this is why, like, you know, someone told me to come through to this channel, this platform, because like they told me that these guys, like, they kind of think the same like you. You know what I mean? It'd be good to chat to them, tell them what happened, so that they can guide, man. You know what I mean?
I'm forever family, you know. But some people like look at me as forever fuckery. Does that make sense? Because obviously my previous doesn't match up to what now. Like, you get me? They might be saying you're a pussy, now. Look what you've done. You get what I'm saying? How can you kind of like that? You get what I'm trying to show you? So it's like I can't tell you how to see somebody. You think they're fuckery. You see, you should call it cool. It's just the how you perceive it. You get what I'm saying, bro? But me personally, I'm very fan. I won't fucking go out and tell nobody to look off their music for what. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Unless it's a special request or some major. I won't be coming up to you and nothing about that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I hear you, bro. Like, I mean, I respected the thing, like, when I was within their perimeter, innit? But when I came out of their perimeter, they have no jurisdiction to what man can do and what man cannot do, innit? That's Article 10 in the Human Rights Act.
That's facts, bro. That's facts. They shouldn't even be pressing me about no music. Worst, you've moved away from what's going on. You don't want that too much to do with the perceived thing, what's going on. You know what I'm saying? They should be kind of falling back from you. They shouldn't really be entertaining anything you're doing, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that one there is unfortunate, isn't it? But I'd imagine if you hit the guy up and said, you know, you dissed me on the day of such and such and such, and you didn't have to go that hard. You get me? You could have dropped the bad boy image and just been yourself. You get what I'm saying? He might end up hitting you back probably. So you get me? Try hitting him up still.
Well, I mean, like I was on the radio today. Like, usually I don't go on the radio because I got work and that. But because of the Queen and that, I had enough time to go and go on the radio, and I just told my people, like, Wagwan, like, I just, you know, told my story on my radio, omegafmradio.co.uk. And they like the bosses on the radio, like, they know Raspek. Like, Raspek's been on that radio before. Like, they've known him as, like, you know, again, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man kind of guy, like the community guy. And it's like they couldn't believe all of that kind of stuff. What I told them, like, they're just like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? And then some people saw him, you know, I want to say like they idolize him or whatever, but they believed in what he was doing is good, isn't it? And then it's like, when I started talking now, what or reporting what happened at that protest, they see him in a different light. You get it? And it's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm just there, like, and they're saying, like, you were with your purpose at that protest to see Wagwan. You know what I mean?
Most definitely. Most definitely. You see me, fam, I never drained no consciousness because of no man. I was born in it. Do you get what I'm trying to tell you? If anything, man saw how I was moving conscious in my hood and said, right, now I might have to pattern some of that. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like, I've never followed anybody specifically apart from my old man. And then when he died, I said, you know what, I'm doing my own thing. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So it's like, I don't really know how the hero worship thing goes, isn't it? Man is just man. And as I said, black people, if you're looking out for them to be some sort of joy or savior in your life, you might be looking out for the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes on a whole, or genuinely, they're quite disappointing. Like, not all, like, definitely not all black people, but like on the majority, from my experience, they're quite disappointing when you really peel back the layers of them. You get what I'm trying to show you?
No,
it's not what it says on the tin, innit? So if that black person's supposed to be baked beans, he acts like he's pork sausages.
Mad.
Do you get what I'm trying to show you? He doesn't do what it says. Do you get what I mean? So there's a lot of confusion and conflicting black people out, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? And if you find my man confusing, that is your opinion. You're entitled to it. Don't let no one cow you down or tell you no different. You get what I'm trying to show you? If you felt that way, it's just down to you now to take it out with the brethren and see what type of brethren he really is.
No, facts. Like, and like what we're saying, like that encounter that man had, you know what I mean? Like it was like a warning, you know what I mean? Like it's like not to like to integrate with him, innit? You know what I mean? His thing is different from what man is about. Like revolution. You know what I mean?
We've all got our different interpretations, you know, brother. You get what I'm saying? Because the reason why I really stepped on this thing hard, as I said, I was born in it, innit? But the reason why I stepped on it hard, because I lost so many in 1 year. It nearly sent me mad. And then doing that little therapy, doing the little community work, like to the fullest extent, trying to go out and talk to the kids and march up and down, them things was therapeutic for me. It was like a release. Because Jim weren't giving me the release. You get me? I could pump weight, so I'll just be fucking pissed after, still pissed. So it weren't really like, do you know what I'm saying, giving me the fulfillment. It's when I met man like JEDI and them man there, that was giving me a fulfillment. It was giving me like a motivation because we're going out and we're talking to youths, respect the same. We're going out, we're talking to youths for this and that. That was kind of filling up my heart. You get me? We're putting on whatever we got to put on. I was donating crazy them times there because obviously I didn't care about money or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So them things that's kind of just making me feel good within myself. So that's how I come across the whole family forever, trying to feel good about the bereavements that I've suffered. You know what I'm saying, fam?
No, I hear that. So you came with a pure heart.
Yeah, it weren't really like I liked a sister in the group or I liked a brother specifically in the group. It was just, hey, listen, I would have put every fucking bit of my energy or on my energy at the time on that. Do you get what I'm saying? And if them man call me, I don't have to like none of them. But when it comes to the youth, them, I'll just come out and do my thing and da-da-da-da. Obviously, I rate Russ, I like him, innit? Like, but me and him's got a personal relationship, so it's kind of deep. Do you get what I'm saying? Our thing's personal. So I can't speak on him and how you feel about him. You know what I'm saying? I can just say from my point of view, he's all right. He's okay. Nothing special. Just a regular guy. You get what I'm saying?
No, I hear you. You know what I mean? Like it's not no idolizing and all them kind of thing there. Like I'm not saying that I don't have a problem with my man. You get it? There's no beef. Like it's just, but I felt, you know, like disrespected and, you know, like humiliated and victimized.
And this is what we shouldn't fucking be feeling when we're trying to come together, bro. Because that's anti coming together. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? If we make the youth them feel like that, they'll probably end up stabbing up one of us at these rallies. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? Like, trust me, bro. I'm telling you, like, the energy what we portray has got to be serious, isn't it? And I'm saying if a man got caught in the moment, I can't say what he done. I'm not trying to make no excuses for dons. You get me? But I'm saying it's best you hash it out with a man, innit? Because anytime I've got a real issue with a nigga, I have to go to him straight away. I can't fuck about with anything else. You get me? Because I want to know what you're saying verbatim, so I can take that back and medi on it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I am quite a meditation guy, innit? You know what I'm saying? When I read, I like to listen to exactly what you said, work it out in my mind, and think if you're an answer. Do you know what I mean, family? I don't just want to keep kind of butting in, and you know what I'm saying, fam.
Nah, I hear you, King.
Yeah, man. I just hope that boy, I just hope that none of these things deter you from going on to the freedom move.
No, I mean, like, the freedom thing, I'm on, like, you know, I'm fully on it. Even man had beef with the freedom man, but, you know, that's the difference with them, man. Like, it's not a beef, it's not a real beef. Like, them man are just, you know, on the internet.
You get it? Like, but when you're there, I mean, it's still solitude. You get it? You may have your differences, but like you're there. Once you're there, you're one, innit? You get it? Like, because you're there for the same cause. But with now the Pan-African issues that we have, when you go to like even reparations, I went to the reparations on the 1st of August on the Monday in Brixton, and you know, like what man is on in terms of that reparation, like the way they took our things is the way we should take back our things. That's how I put it. You know what I mean?
I think we're too divided, fam, man. That's not a problem, you know, right now, fam. Division is killing us, blood. I'm not gonna lie, because even when you go to the freedom rallies with the white people, I'd imagine the harmony and the harmonious feelings you're getting is much more greater, accelerated than the harmonious feelings you're getting in the Pan-African thing. You know what I'm saying, fam?
Well, King, you know, like man is an artist, innit? Man does music and that. You know what I mean? And when I, like, for example, when I went to the next protest with David Icke and that, you get me? Like when we marched, I played my music, and these white people are just going crazy, like with the music. Like they're just like, oh my God, like this music is awesome. And you get me? And then them man are ready like to give man money and buy the CD and that. Because they want to support the thing. But when it comes to our thing now, the Pan-African, you know, it's like
in the mud, blood. We're stuck in the mud. As I said, 2022, a man can't find a way where to generate money together and fucking do it in an autonomous and a transparent way. And this is 2022 and we can't figure that out. We're stuck in the mud. As I said, man, everybody knows a lawyer, so there shouldn't be no problem. Man's getting the money in. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I'm saying I've always had a problem with us, innit? Like I've always never liked us. I've been a bit of a self-hater. I'm not gonna lie. Like having this conversation makes me realize I'm a little bit of a self-hater. I don't like us, but I love us. If that makes sense.
No, I hear you. I fully understand and understand where you're coming from. It's like, you know, we have so much compassion for ourselves. I mean, for ourselves and others. Yeah, that we expect that the same thing back, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Like if you love yourself, yeah, you expect that other people love themselves the same way you love yourself. You know what I mean? Because that's what you know in it. You know what I mean? You may not know, or maybe a better way. If you know God's love, you expect people to have God's love within themselves. You know what I mean? But it doesn't work.
You're fucking hitting it on the head, blood. Because those are the languages I use, innit? God and that. Do you get what I'm saying? And a lot of people might not even identify with that. And the way man love God and God's told me how to treat people, I expect their people to deal with me the same. But it's like every time man get the disappointment, innit? Man get the shit in man's face. I've gave you sugar and like you've knocked on my door, I gave you sugar and I've knocked back on your door and you gave me a bag of shit. Like,
exactly.
So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's a bit fucked, innit? But obviously, I've learned throughout the years not to make these little things deter man, innit? Because we are in a fucking mad position that no other race is in. And like coming back to the white protest, fam, they know how to pattern their thing properly. Do you get what I'm saying? They're much more harmonious than us in that respect. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? They're much more organized, media savvy, all of this shit. So they know how to harness energy better than us. To get like LGBT just goes to show how much they can harness energy and manifest things for themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? And have media control over shit. And, do you get what I'm trying to show you, fam?
No, I hear that. But then it's like, if we are like, let's say, like you see, like that, yeah. If that's our ancestors who knew how to deal with them kind of thing there, like alchemy and that, like how comes we're like kind of fallen from grace? And then, man, you know what I mean? I'm not saying like they did it like our ancestors, but, you know, they at least know how to do it. You know what I mean? Or they've learned from us how to do it, and we ain't doing it anymore.
Nah,
right?
I totally agree, bro. I totally agree. Because I remember we're the most scattered and divided people, you know, family tree. Excuse me. There's that. I just come back from the Caribbean the other day, and trust me, bro. We ain't. I don't want to go there and live. Like, you fucking mad. I never want to go there and live like. Not around that slackness. You know what I'm trying to show you, family? I got a bit of morals, man. I want to try and show my daughter something or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had the same friend from 3 years old. Like, I want to try and do something in life, man. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be brought down. So it's like we've got to bring down vibes about us sometimes. You know what I'm trying to show you? Like we love to bring each other down, tear each other down. And that's what's fucking happened throughout the years, bro. You get me? No sight of man building man up. And when man do build man up, man want all the credit. So like, I brought you on a thing, you fed your family now, and now I'm online chatting how I've helped High Priest. And High Priest is my boy, and I done this for High Priest, you know. Don't you know that High Priest is my dude? We're fucked, fam. But I love us. I love us deeply. You get what I'm saying? But we're lost a little bit, fam, man. That's why you have to kind of see with, I don't know, I wouldn't tell you to see with Rustic, innit? Feel how you feel, innit? But you have to kind of see with black people on the whole. You get what I'm saying, fam? Because we are real lost puppies.
Well, you know, like I'm, you know, you man have encouraged man, yeah, like to keep going to these protests. You get me, including the Pan-African ones. You know what I mean? Like, because to be honest, I felt a bit intimidated now, like when that happened.
Bro, you see, you're a fucking young king, bro, and there's nothing no one can tell you on the earth. No white man, Chinese man, nobody on the earth can tell you anything. No black man, no nobody. So if you feel like doing what you're doing, because remember, the way you carry yourself has got you in this position how you in it. Because if you was a yes man, you would have just turned it off, innit?
Exactly.
Do you see what I'm saying, family? So the way you carry yourself and the way you stick up for what you stick up for has got you in the position already. So just keep doing what you're doing, fam. You get me? And no one on God's green earth can tell you anything different. Do you get what I'm saying? Believe you me. Just because of one word you said alone, no one can tell you nothing different. You'll be all right. You get what I'm saying? Personally, and I have to apologize on the behalf of Forever Family, innit? I'm going to do that because I'm a member, innit? So I'm going to say sorry on behalf of the Forever Family that the man then was doing foolishness. You get what I'm saying? To me, like, policing music ain't what we're doing. We don't do that. I don't know, man, rap themselves. So I don't know how the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how it got to that. But yeah, I just big up yourself and whoever was out there, man. Because obviously, not being out there, I wasn't out there. You get me? And in a little way, I watched it from where I was watching it from. And I wasn't really happy with myself because I should have been out. Because obviously, I know these things are futile. I've been going to these things all my life. But a little bit of energy, one more grain of salt, one more grain, and the jar will be full. You get what I'm saying, fam?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. 100% understand what man is saying. You know what I mean? And you know, sometimes you may have to take a step back. You know what I mean? Like temporarily. You know what I mean? Like just to see things better. You get me? Because sometimes when you're at the front, you're not seeing what's going behind. You know, you get me? Whereas when you're at the back, you're seeing everything.
Nah, trust me, you ain't seeing what's going on, family tree. Sometimes we need eyes in the back of our head, realistically, as black people. Because the way we're up against it, imagine the white press game has got harder and harder and harder throughout the years. Like it's like some white people's mission to make a black man or a black woman feel uncomfortable for the day, and then they've done something. Do you get what I'm saying? I show you. So
No,
it's
I
like,
hear that. But what kind of energy is that, though? You get me? That's that. What kind of energy? What spirit is that? That's what man want to know.
Brother, I don't know. I think it's a spirit of racism, innit? But it's the little psychs they do to make themselves feel confident as well. Is you downplay people, innit? And that's been happening more and more and more recently as things have been getting tight. And as things start to get more tighter, you're going to see more racism like that, where people are going to try and barge you out the way in the line and try and go on like that above you more, because poverty does stupid things to the mind. You get what I'm trying to tell you?
No, 100%, bro, 100%. But I mean, like, okay, how do we integrate all us, let's say, like-minded revolutionary people, black people? How do we integrate? You know, come just a strong conglomerate. Yeah, like, you know, like a conglomerate is like is like a big thing, but it's got all different like aspects. You know what I mean? It's not the same on each area. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like I'm like forever family or.
No, I heard my brother Respect say something the other day, and I had to disagree with him big time, bro, because he said that basically, he said fucking something along the lines of, if you take care of your kids, that's nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Or
type, bro.
Something along the lines of downplaying your kids. But I didn't like it, bro. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? I didn't like it, innit? But I kept my mouth shut. You get what I'm trying to show you? I just, for the piece of the thing. But obviously, I didn't like it. So there's loads of things I don't like, innit? And I will pull man up and say, yo, boom. Bro, next time, don't ever make that come out your mouth. Man. Not from a father's point of view. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Because there's fathers out here busting their balls to try and make sure they eat so cool. You know what I'm saying? And you're downplaying that. Don't ever do that. You know what I'm saying? So there's little faults that we've all got. There's bare faults that I've got. I can't stop not making, like, stop not doing what I'm doing, innit? I can't stop not doing what I'm doing. So that's my fault. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, I just pray to God it don't catch up with me, but I just can't stop hustling. I love to hustle, innit? I like the game, innit? I just can't stop. Even though I love to work, can't stop getting other income somehow. You know what I'm saying? It's just, everyone's got their faults, man. You know what I mean? It's just what it is.
No, 100%.
It's a fuck place and a fuck society we live in.
Exactly. I mean, do you have any questions you want to ask me?
But young king, just keep doing what you do.
Jesus, right. You not like that because.
Are you got anything on you, cuz? Why are they stopping you?
Reason being, mate.
Why are they stopping you, bro?
Reason being, mate, a young child is just.
There's just been a knife-point robbery at this tram stop. And
yeah.
The description that came out on the pad is a young IC3 lad in a navy blue hoodie.
Okay.
So we're just searching him.
I'm just a bit worried. He looks a bit young because he's in school uniform and that.
The description.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I know, but you shouldn't be grabbing him like that. Does that make sense?
12 years old at the moment. They're
I know.
getting stabbed.
Until you determine that's the young man that's done it.
He matches the description.
A lot of people can match descriptions.
So what do we do?
Deal with him properly. I mean, that's a bit aggressive, isn't it? That's a bit aggressive. Bro, I'm here. Calm down, bro. Calm down. I'm here. I'm recording, yeah? They can't do you nothing, brother. Yeah? Don't worry, bro. They can't do you nothing, yeah?
Violent robbery just occurred in the area with knives, okay? You match the description.
He's a young boy. He's a young boy. He's a young boy, bro. He's a young boy. Look, you're being a bit aggressive. That's a bit aggressive.
Young boy.
Hey, bro, how old is he? How old is he?
I don't know.
That's aggressive, man.
Listen to me.
No, that's aggressive.
Listen to me.
I can't
listen to me.
That's not good in my heart. Seeing a young boy, he's in his school uniform.
Okay, he could have committed a robbery.
Yeah, but you haven't determined that. So
well, how are we going to determine that?
How you
answer me this? No, answer me this question.
Yeah.
Right. How are we going to determine whether he's involved?
But how you?
Answer me this question.
I'm answering that. You shouldn't be using excessive force if you haven't determined that's the young man that you're after.
Right. How are we going to determine?
Speak to him. Speak to him.
And what should we ask him? Have you just committed a robbery?
Haven't you got CCTV cameras? I want to keep this documented because
we actually haven't. We actually haven't.
You actually haven't. So you're going to use excessive force before you find out he's done anything?
No, we're not using excessive
force.
That's
excessive force.
We're using reasonable force.
Reasonable force.
Yeah. So listen to me.
Boy,
the explanation is that knife-point robbery has just taken place.
I know that, but you haven't determined that that's the young man who's done it.
Is a person carrying a knife, regardless of their age?
He's a young man in school uniform.
Once my colleagues have
you are a big adult, and look how you're tackling him down.
If he had
that's
a knife,
not reasonable force.
if he had a knife,
if he had a knife, that would be
got a knife.
story. You could have found it by now. You would have
We
found
don't need
it.
to deal with him like that. If
You
he
would
had
have
just
found the knife.
complied
Mhm.
and stopped, we wouldn't need to deal with him.
You
like
would have
that,
found
we?
the knife. That's a bit excessive. You would have found it by now. There's 4 officers here. You would have found the knife. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Well, we need to search him, don't we? People hide knives.
Are you not searching him now? Look at
People
the floor.
hide knives.
Come on, man. That's a young boy. He's in school uniform. He's in school uniform. Nah, man. That's too excessive. You know that's excessive. Would you have your child on the floor like that by 4 police
My
officers?
child would not
in
argue.
uniform.
My child would not firstly argue.
There's
My
4
child
big men.
would not
4 big men
struggle.
wrestling to
My
the
child
ground.
would not be
Come on.
hostile.
Come on.
Okay, so if he's doing that, why is he doing that?
Bro, listen, calm yourself down, let them chat to you. Bro, listen, calm yourself down and let them talk to you, yeah? Don't let them grip you down on the corner like that. Nah, man. Because you've tackled a little boy in uniform to the ground.
Ben, just carry on.
I'm recording it. I'm not aggravating nothing. He's a small boy in uniform with big 5 police officers tackling to the ground. It doesn't take 5 police officers. It doesn't take you. It doesn't take all of you to tackle him to the ground. Have you found the weapon? Have you determined it's the boy? Come on, that's not fair, man. You have children yourself.
How are we going to
You have children yourself. Have you determined it?
Firstly, my child would not be aggressive or hostile towards police officers.
I agree with you, and I've advised the young man to calm himself down. And
Does that not raise suspicions?
What, for him to calm himself down to speak to officers?
Our suspicions that he might be involved.
What of what I've seen, you've just jumped on him. You haven't asked him any questions. From what I've seen, you've just jumped on him.
Of course they've asked him questions.
I understand that, but young people don't listen.
Bro, listen, bro. Calm yourself down. You ain't that you're good, bro. Calm yourself down. You're good. That's it. Nah, man.
And I understand that, but that doesn't mean that
Nah, man. Before they even said anything, they just tackled him down.
he might not have had this experience before. So he may not know how to
Nah, man.
Regardless.
I saw it. I saw it from the beginning.
His face is flat on the floor.
I'm documenting this. I'm documenting this for safety reasons. Bro, calm yourself down. Trust me, calm down.
Have you got his badge number? Have you got the office
I've
number?
got all this
Have
on.
you got
I've
all
got
the
this on
details?
cam. I've got this on cam.
Okay.
Bro. Ask for your mum. Say you don't want to say nothing. What your parents did, bro. Oh man. You can't do that, man.
Mad. Pedophiles, man. Pedophiles, predators. That's all that is, pedophilia.
Yeah, exactly, bro. 100% pedophilia, bruv. Wayman is just grips a man up like he was enjoying it, bruv. You get me? He wasn't doing his job. He was doing something else.
And they ain't never doing that to the black man. They're just coming to try and shoot him, innit? Because they know, don't come next to the black man. 6 of you get knocked out. Exactly. Obviously, with the youth, they can drag them up. They can slap them in the face, cheeky slap. You black cunt, you're never going to amount to nothing. All of this good shit. You get what I'm saying? Because obviously they're young, innit? So you can tell them anything.
But then it's like, bro, what do we do, like, to protect the children? You get me? Like, you know, and we're not making a good example, Carl. You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool, that shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? But then the youth, them, you know, they are carrying knives. They are doing them kind of things as well. You know what I mean? And it makes them, you know, now have a reason to stop us or racially profile us. You follow that?
You know what? We just have to get to getting along with it. You get me? We just have to get to getting along again. The respect levels have gone so low. Man don't even care about nobody. You could be next to the Don, the top Don. Man's still moving to you. Man don't give a fuck what you say, who he is. Yeah, I'm trying to show you. So it's like the streets have changed, man. You just have to get in where you fit in, innit?
I say you just gotta get in where you fit in, you know. Shit.
Yeah, it's mad, bro. You get what I'm trying to show you. The best advice I'd give to the kids is go try and stay alive, man. If you can, you know what I'm saying? The police are pedophiles. The prison to pipeline system's real. All the rest.
Nah, I hear that. I hear that still. You know what I mean? I mean, the guy that was filming it, yeah, like he was doing his thing. You know what I mean? Like he exposed. You know what I mean? Like on TikTok, especially. You know what I mean? So it's global, in it. So at least, like, you know, that's gaining evidence. You know what I mean? Like there's evidence. You know what I mean? That this is happening. You know what I mean? And then you got like the badge numbers. You know what I mean? If there was someone out there that watched that TikTok, they can do something now. You know what I mean? If they wanted to. So
these
the guy
people
behind the camera was doing he was playing his position.
They're predators, bro. They only fuck with the elderly or the fucking vulnerable kids. These people are predators, bro. Same way how they knocked off my elder off his back. Knocked my elder flying off his back. Yeah, and then they had the cheek to slam him on the bonnet. You know what I'm saying? But it's only because these men used to walk with their machete and do their thing back in the day. But obviously, it's not now. It's back in the day, isn't it? Yeah, I'm saying. Like, how can you treat him like he's walking with a machete in his old age? You know what I'm trying to say? He's already done bare bird. So whatever he done back in the day, he got birded for it now, isn't it?
You get, yeah, exactly. Like you get me. That he's not at that present moment of time. You get me. He's innocent. So what's going? Like, why is it? You get it? Corruption going on.
Yeah, they're just predators, fam. And the easiest people to pick on are the youth, because you can tell the youth them a bag of fuckery, innit? Like, you're a black nigger, you know you're just a nigger, and yous ain't never gonna amount to nothing, and yous ain't worth to spit on my shoes, and all the shit I used to hear when I was a kid. You get what I'm saying, fam? So you can tell man anything, innit? You know what I'm saying? A man's just gonna hold it because man knows you're my enemy.
Nah, for real, for real.
You know what I'm saying? We're not going to complain to the police commission. We're not going to do none of that. You get me? You can scar a man in the face. I'm just going to take it as 1-0. Do you get what I'm saying? 1-0 to me. To them, sorry. And then I'll try and get one of them back. You know how it goes. So it's just fuck, bro. It's a mad cycle, bro. A mad cycle. They held my brethren down on the floor. They held his face on the floor and kicked it like a rugby ball. Yeah, fam, man. That was just a routine traffic stop, innit?
I hear that. I hear that still.
Yeah, so it's just like, you know what I'm saying? The things man seen from them, I don't expect nothing really different or no like better behavior.
Yeah, I hear you. Like, man is involved in them kind of thing, like the police brutality and that. You get it? And it's a techie situation, you know what I mean? Like, when police stop, man, you know, like back in the day, like, man, you know, was not aggressive, but, you know, try to stand ground in it, you know what I mean, and not comply. And then you get me, they'll do all of that shit to you, and then they'll even have the cheek now to even charge man for even defending themselves, you know, like when they take it too far and you're trying to get them off, like you kick them or whatever, like to get off you, they'll say you abused or you did something mad to them, innit? You know what I mean?
Definite, man. Remember, their MO is make up as much lies as possible, innit? That's their MO, innit? So, like, if you know them, good. Just whatever, just keep that. Best thing you can do. Whatever, because they're gonna make bare lies up on you. And obviously, when you get to court, 4 of them saying, and it's you saying what you said, then come on, you lost, didn't it? So that's what it is, bro. Just have to accept it. Like the system's so crooked and bent, it doesn't even make sense trying to fucking get straight again. You need a whole new thing. You get what I'm saying? It's so corrupt. You find out when you've got justice on that bit, you need 30 more justices on another bit. Like, look, we're up against housing, medical, NHS, fucking social care, this one, that one. We're up against education. Police brutality is kind of light on the list. Like low jobs, opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Police brutality is high, don't get me wrong, But I'm saying all the other shit we got to face, bad attitude from people, then you haven't done nothing. Like you could have gone into a place and said good morning, and a man's giving you a negative. What is that? No, you have to make him know. Fuck you. I don't know. I know what you know, and I'm not above what you know. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And because I have to liaise with white people every day, I get some of this negative attitude.
What happened, bro?
I don't know. I think you're playing a video.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, look, you just said, yeah, that you came back from holiday, innit? You came back from the Caribbean, yeah, and you're like, you don't want to live there, innit? Like, that's not the spot, you know what I mean? Like, man is a seasoned traveler as well. Like, I've been, like, bare different, you know, black countries. Like I've been to St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominican Republic, Sudan, Egypt, Nigeria, Ethiopia.
And that's your education there, innit? Keep that first alive, innit? Because like we're global citizens, innit? So keep that first for the globe alive. It should be all right, really. You'll find a place to fit in it.
No, I hear that, but you know, like to like all them, like you know, I believe that the Caribbean is easier to fix than Africa. You know what I mean? Cause at least the Caribbean is smaller.
Nah, bro.
Why don't you think so? Why don't you think so?
You know why, fam? Because I always admired African people, and I don't know, envied them in a little way. Because remember, I got taught I'm African from the get-go, innit? Like, fuck Jamaica. We got family in Jamaica, but that island's corrupted. Because my dad fought the CIA and British establishment in one. Like, he had to go train in Cuba and all these different things, you get me, just to defend his family and his homeland. You get what I'm trying to show you? I always knew that place Jamaica weren't really nothing to brag about. Do you get what I'm trying to show you, fam?
No, I hear you.
Yeah, and because it's so corrupt, remember 2 countries run it, US and America and UK, and they both got say in what happens. And then China's the 3rd country now, and then Spain. Sorry, how can I forget Spanish? Ooh, that's 4 countries involved in our shit. I don't want to go over there. To me, I don't like Africans have got so much history and pride. Why the fuck would you turn your head away from that? Like, the pride over there is deep, bro. Not a joke. And the history is lengthy. Do you get me? It's not a thing that a white man can poo-poo or a white man can sweep under the carpet. You get me? Like, look at them man's history, Nigerians. You get me? Them man's things thick blood. No white man can sweep that under the carpet and tell them they're nothing and they're rubbish and all this shit. You know what I'm saying, fam?
No, I hear you, family. You get it. Like, you know what I mean? I know my roots in terms of Nigeria and that. You know what I mean? Like, and then what you just said about Jamaica, I hear you, you know what I mean? But then it's like, where do we want to go with this? You can't, you know what I mean? It's not just Africa, you know, that's our homeland. You get it? Like, the motherland is the whole planet. You follow that. You know what I mean? Because we're the original. So even England, that's still the motherland.
That's right. Original. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to emphasize it, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think I'm a global citizen. Because anywhere I go, I find us. Like, even if we're hiding in the mountains, I'll go up there. I don't mind. My missus says to me, I'm dumb in it. But I'll go up there and find us. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. No, exactly, bro. I'm agreeing with you. Like, you know what I mean? Like if we are global citizens, or if we're the guardians of the planet, you know what I mean? Everywhere is home, in it. Like, there's no, we're not limited just like Caribbean, Africa. You know what I mean? And this is why, like, we're here as well. You know what I mean? Because remember, some of us, you know, are avenging our ancestors, innit? And some of us already know what that UK is like, the boss level, innit? It's the final level of this thing. Once you shut down UK, that's it. You get me? You've done the thing. You know, you've ended the game. You get me, Carl? It's not really America that runs things. Like, America pretends that they're the boss, but it's UK that's the boss. Because UK created America.
You get it?
No, nothing come disputing there. That's 100% right. If you can live here and settle in and mingle in and success this thing, you can go anywhere and make it. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree in that aspect. But it's what we got to do, is the sacrifices we got to go through to get a little belly in this place. I don't like it, fam. You get what I'm trying to show you, family. I'd rather live a simpler life, me personally, innit? I can't speak for the whole black nation. I don't pretend to do that. I'm Pan-African for me and mine. So whoever wants to get down with me and mine, that's cool. If you don't, well, God bless you, bless.
Exactly. It's not.
Not every black person I'm going to unite with, and that's 100% fact. That's 1,000,000% fact. There's black people that see me, they might not like, they probably want to hurt, man, and vice versa. You get what I'm saying? If I see certain black people, I'm not going to be happy. But it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I can't unite with everybody. That's a fallacy. But I'm deeply Pan-African. I love us. Yeah, I'm trying to show you.
I bet if they did an X-ray on man's heart is black, like proper Pan-African. You get it? Like it's just melanated rich. I mean,
yeah, because my wife and my child remind me, and the African people that I interact with remind me of my duties. And these are the things that I've just been reminded of ever since, fam. It's not a game or a gimmick why I say I'm African. You get me? I actually say I'm Ethiopian because I love their faith and culture the most out of the whole African continent.
What, Ethiopia, Abyssinia?
Yeah, I love that, man. And my cousins have been, my fucking mum went, all bare different people went, and I never went. But it's bucket list though.
No, Ethiopia is nice and that. Like I went there, you know what I mean? Like in terms of that East Africa, you know, it's there. It's they're doing things, but you know, it's still a long way to go. You know what I mean? And Chinese have infiltrated that as well. You get me? Like close network with China. Like China's doing bare things in Addis Ababa. You get me? Like so that like they can, and you know, like Ethiopia is not the same anymore. Like
nah, of course, a lot of dons have told me that as well. That's what put me off too, because bare dons have told me the same thing. Because remember, I've had dons going there from the early 90s, isn't it? So I've had dons going there from them times, 2000s, noughties, whatever, teens, and now. You get what I'm saying? And they told me it's a major difference.
No, facts, car. You know, even since they changed the flag, you know, like the flag that you see now, it's got the pentagram. You get it? So already, like that's a warning. That's a red flag. It's like, why has man got the pentagram as their flag? They used to have the Lion of Judah.
As you kind of sold out your thing, your heritage. Some of your heritage is missing.
Exactly, because Ethiopia, you know, when you talk about like Bible and that, like if anybody's Christian or you know Hebrew Israelite, you get me? Like them men are the original thing in it. Like, you know what I mean? Like they've got like their books are even older than the Hebrew. Like they got their own language called Ge'ez, which is like older than Hebrew. And you know,
but they're
trying
to make a little alignment with Israel, isn't it? So maybe that's a peace offering. You get me? When you look at how the geopolitics is going, from my eyes, isn't it? I might be wrong.
Well, look, let me tell you something, King. Yeah, because like I was in Ethiopia not too long ago, like 2 months ago, innit? Like, because I was coming from Sudan, innit? Because like man's got a wife and that as well, like in Sudan, like, and she's from like, you know, the pyramids, innit? Like the Nubian. Like,
big up your fucking damn self.
No, good thanks, King. Good thanks. You know
No,
what I mean?
wife from Sudan, that's big shit, man. That's not a wife from Leighton or Walthamstow or whatever.
No, I hear that.
It's a wife from out of town. You get me? OT for real.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah, man went there, and like when I was in transit from Sudan, like to come back to England, to you go through Ethiopia, innit? Car Ethiopian Airlines is like, you get me? Like that's the #1 airline in Africa, innit? So you use that, innit? And anyway, man was there, innit? Yeah, and
I noticed there was bare white Jews or Jewish people like in Ethiopia. I'm like, bruv, what the fuck are these motherfuckers doing here? Like, I'm telling you, like by the dozens, like dozens of them, you know, just in the airport. And I'm like what? Why are they there? Like, you get me? Like they don't need to be like. What's in Ethiopia that they need to come? Like, it's like they were on the pilgrimage. You get it? You know what I mean? You see, like when the Muslim people go to Mecca to do the Hajj, yeah, it was the same. Yeah, the same. Like it was like the Jewish people came to Ethiopia to do that. Then I asked my dad, and my dad is like, "Them man have got the original Ark of Covenant." You get it?
Yeah, definitely. And the Lalabella, you get me, the original Bible, innit? Do you get me?
Yeah.
And certain original artifacts, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? And you do well to align yourself with originality. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? You do well to do that. You know what I mean? But that's why I always took fond and kind-heartedly to that Ethiopian people, because their lineage. I didn't give a fuck what you showed me on Comic Relief, because that's not the reality on the ground, innit? I always knew to go to school and tell them that's bullshit what you see on the TV. Man's living in mansions.
No, it's true.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Like mansions, palaces, you know what I mean? Because they got so much resources and
Swimming pools and all of that. So yeah, I always was mindful to tell my little black virgins that don't believe the hype. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Like, but yeah. Anyway, let's get back to, like, you know what I mean, like UK, London. Yeah, let's just start off with London, innit, car? That's where we're at, innit? Like, bruv, like I said, like, so I've explained what happened last week Saturday. I mean, you know, like I said, it's not a beef thing. It'd be nice if my man, you know what I mean, like, can explain the situation and everything.
Hit him, fam, and say, yo, blood, listen, bruv, I don't like what you done, blood. You know what I'm trying to show you? You could have dealt with man different. That's all. You know what I'm trying to show you? And if you're a real man, you're gonna hit man back, innit? You know what I'm trying to show you? Because obviously you gotta air it out and make it be known. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? Like what you do in that moment. Do you get what I'm saying? But specifically with the gentleman, though. You get me? If you're due apology, you need one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, like I'm a guy that, you know, like I believe and I try, you know, like purposefully, like, you know, to destroy the ego, innit? Not have no pride in that. You get it? Like, you know, that's why I move like how I move in it, car. You know, I rarely get offended, you know what I mean, by certain things. Car, you know, that's all ego, innit? That's all pride. That's, you know, and that shit. That's not helping, man. You know what I mean?
That's massive. Well, that's massive. I'm telling you. For a young man to have that at your age, you do all right then. You get what I'm saying? Because those are good principles, bro. Because then no one can take you off your square. You get what I'm saying? You know what you know, and whatever a man says is whatever a man says. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if it burns your heart, you're not really supposed to be jumping up and making any noise about it. Because what's proven is proven, and what ain't proven ain't proven.
No, for real. Exactly. And you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, like you're like, I hear your advice, and like man will, you know, see what I'll go on in it. Cause like I would message him. You know what I mean? I won't.
Yeah, just shoot him 2 messages. Just say, yo, bro, I don't like how you dealt with me, and could I have an apology, please? Because you're supposed to be out here doing something for black people. And I'm a hurt black man that come out to support.
Wow, that's just, you know, that's just straight to the point, isn't it?
No, bro, I don't know what else to, like, my language is so fucked in it. Like, I ain't got much education. I can only get to the point. Like, any beating around the bush, I'll cut it out ASAP. You know what I'm saying? In my circle where I am, like around me and my friends. Any BS, we cut that.
No, I hear that, bro. I hear that still. Like,
You know what I mean? And it's simplicity, you know, is best. You know
Bro,
what I mean?
I sat down with the old Rasta man, brother. He was gonna die, fam. This was way before this institute ever came out. And he was like, bro, simplicity is the key. You get what I'm saying, fam? Just keep everything cool. You get what I'm trying to show you? Nothing to run down, heat your head over. You get what I'm saying? And when he told me that, I believed him. He said, if you can't explain it to a baby, forget it. Don't bother even start trying to explain it.
Bruv, you get me? Same like one of my elders, you get me? The same thing. Like, if a baby can't understand it, you get it, then it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Like, that's the same thing. Like, that's the same school of thought. You know, that's the same order, if anything.
Yeah, and this Don's been walking roll from the 30s. He told me that, innit? And he was on roll from the 30s. So I just said, you know what? I'll take your advice, because so that's it. I know you're a good guy. You know what I'm saying? And obviously he told me that, and then he dropped out. You get me? So I've been running with that ever since. Like 21, from 21. Been running with it.
I hear that, bro.
Yeah.
But
So,
then, okay, then what do you think the elders in our community are doing? Cause, you know, I don't really see them. Like, you know, they're talking a lot about certain things, and then they say about in their day that it was hard, it was tough, but man had to fight teddy boys and skinheads.
you know we can catch them, fam.
Where?
We do a documentary on Ladbrokes.
Where? Which Ladbrokes?
Any one of them in London. We could pick any one of them, and we do a documentary about black people from there. Get all the stories in Ladbrokes, because that's where they are, fam. After they're hiding somewhere.
It's in the bookies and that. Shit.
You go home trying to show you, fam.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Then Paddy Green, Green Paddy, one of them places hiding. You get me? Getting it in or doing their little hustling. You know what I'm saying? Behind closed doors. They're not on the road talking to the fucking youth then.
Yeah, but this is what we're saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they one of the elders, like on my radio, he'd be like, that's what the man them need to be really doing. Like, talk it, like trying to squash beefs, and because them man, you know what I mean, they got more wisdom than us.
Check the levels. We need Auntie too, you know. Not just the man them. We need Auntie to show out.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course.
She knows how to go to pack and get hair, innit? She know, like, my missus knows how to get a lot of hair in it and everything. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? I don't want to throw her in the mix. God bless her, love her to death. She spends her money, can do what she wants. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Girls in general like to do things, what they want to do, like nails done, whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? If they put that same energy towards the youth for half an hour of the week, shit would be running.
But then what about the man that are not involved in their youth's life, though?
Nah, but listen, I'm telling you, fam. You see the power of a woman, fam. I'm telling you, it's a different power, bro. If the sisters came out and took charge of shit how they're supposed to, like how they did back in the day, and got the man them fired up, things would be over.
So what are you saying, bro? Cause like, you know, like obviously, like I hear what you're saying and that, and like usually, like in the conscious community, obviously, they big up the sisterins, they big up the queens. Some man even say that the queen is the most high. You get it? You know what I mean? No, am I lying though?
That's last idea. Burn the room. Fire for Lucy, bitch. The second, fire for her. Oh my God. How can man say anything nasty like that?
Oh, that's what I'm saying, King. Like the man them say that the queen is the most high. You get it? You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Like, you get me? Like, and I'm saying, yeah, no, I hear that. No, I get it. Like I get it. Like, okay, man, come from woman. You get it? You know what I mean? They say, oh, woman have XX chromosome. They're complete, and man have XY chromosome. He's missing a piece of the X, and it turned into a Y. You get me? So like we're not complete in it, whereas women are complete. But then you just said something that the women, they're not playing their position, as in terms of
really. Nah, not really. Nah, we're good at balling at the end, but we ain't good at coming out and showing out. You get me? 'Cause even Jay reminded me something about the aunties, innit? Like, why is these poor boys killing each other? Why? It's a shame that they're doing it, and then they're off to work.
Oh, like that. No, I hear you. Like maybe the care and attention. No, I hear you. Like on that side of the thing, but then it goes back to some of the man them that weren't there for their queens. You get me?
Yeah. Because if I tell my girl to come on the march, she has to come. Not because she has to come, because I'm in control of everything. But you're gonna support me. Want to.
No, I hear that, and it's like, you see, like my wife in Sudan. You see my wife in Sudan. Like when I was out there, like she had to come with man everywhere. Like even to pray and that. Like she had to come. Like I was like, bruv, you have to come. Like when I'm doing the thing, you're there as well, getting your spiritual power as well. And she just accepted it. You get it, but like in UK, like it's difficult to find like a queen that is 30, and what I mean. I'm not saying that she has to submit in that, but at least acknowledge, her man, as like, let's say, she needs to be like a good Eve, support her man in every aspect or at any means necessary.
That's tough work. That's never gonna happen. That's like a myth. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
Go back Africa, King. But you see, if you go to Africa or Caribbean,
yeah, Africa. Sorry. Oh, you're talking about Africa. Sorry, Daddy.
No. I'm saying, King. Like obviously, like in Africa now, the queens out there, they're ready. Like
yes,
you don't even have to tell them to do anything. They're already on board. They're already intuitive. They're already connected. But in UK now, or in London, or UK, it's very hard to find like women that are on that level.
Yeah, that's why I said that's a myth, family in the UK. The woman's gonna do what she wants, and then you're gonna roll with her, and that's it. You get me? The law says that you can come out the house if you ain't dealing with certain things, right? You get me? And you pay the mortgage or whatever. You get what I'm telling you? So it's a lot right now. You get me? One of my brothers has got a patch in his head. Due certain stresses from wifey and all that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's technical out here. You get me? The woman them can have you running up and down if you don't know what you're doing. If you're dumb. You get what I'm saying?
For real.
Yeah, that's why my household, trust me, if I call my wife now, we always say the same thing. Fuck love. It's respect levels.
Exactly.
Yeah? And I have to respect my wife because she's a master at her law. Got to respect her. You know what I'm saying? She's a law master. I have to respect her.
Saying, like, she's a law master, like
the
law, like she knows the law.
Right, and she has to respect me for what I do and my thing. You get what I'm saying? And how I put the grind in. Do you get me? I build shit from nothing all the time.
No, I hear that fully.
Yeah, so she has to respect that level. And then it's just respect, generally. I respect her, and I do, and then the love and the admiration comes after.
No, for real.
Yeah, but the respect's gonna come first. We're not getting that twisted, because you're not doing nothing to disrespect. And I'm not gonna do nothing to disrespect my wife. I'm never gonna do nothing to disrespect. I don't give a fuck. Halle Berry could come, or whoever could come naked. You get me? Halle Berry's outdated, but you know what I'm saying. Whoever could come.
I hear you. Like you're loyal.
Yeah, I'm on it. You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to stay in one relationship, and that's it.
Once you're like in a relationship, like in the marriage and that, that's when the devil now is saying, you know what, I'm gonna try and fuck that relationship up, and I'm gonna bring the baddest thing. Like the baddest thing is just gonna come out of nowhere with the maddest body and everything, and she's giving you Nah.
Nah, I've had fun, fam, man. I've had bare fun. I've lived abroad, so I'm all right.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You get me. But I mean, like, the tests and that, you get it, the challenges, you know, even for me right now, like, you know, it's peak. Like, man is on road, my wife is not here.
Most definitely. And obviously, man get the urges and everything. You don't know, fam. Man's obviously human beings, isn't it? But I'm saying man's got to resist and fall back in it. You know what I'm saying? And just dedicate my thing and my brain to something else. Instead of trying to look about a secret date or some dumb shit like that, I could fucking look about improving my BI.
No, facts.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just doing all of that grown-up shit instead of just doing all the dumb shit.
No, for real, G. But yeah, well, listen, yeah, King and everybody that's in the group, even that man's gonna come out, yeah, because I'm gonna go and get something to eat, and you know what I mean, like,
family, blessing and love to chatting to you, man. And come back around, man, because this is a big platform, you know.
No, I see it, and
This
you know,
ain't no
like
platform.
vibes. Like I'm fully, you know, like the energy on this platform, like it's just so calm. Like it's not, no fighting. You know what I mean? Like,
Nah. Let me stop you there, fam. No. Let me stop you there, fam. This channel can get mixed up, but I'm saying.
Intimidation, fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye bye for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go bed, but my sleep is amazing. Yeah, that could be my real self. Nah, it's mad over here, brother. Don't slip. Trust me. It's mad over here. Don't ever get twisted. It's mad.
I hear that. No, I hear that, but still, like the hospitality of what I felt on this platform, like today. You know what I mean?
You're lucky I was about.
Well, you know,
yeah, man.
That's right.
You never know what you're gonna get. But yeah, man, you're welcome, and yeah, you told your story, and glad that brother Freddie was here for you to chat and that. You get me?
Yeah. And
man, it was good to
the rest of them man are just waffle, man. I told you, man.
No, it's good to
tell you
chat,
that
man.
Pan
Big up
African
X.
waffle, man.
Big
Yeah,
up.
brother. Yeah. When it
man.
comes down to it, man ain't got nothing. I swear that I'm starting to realize that it's just when it's like action time. I don't know. Maybe Kel. I don't even know. But I just feel like man,
Don't worry, man.
Gonna sleep on that. Like, oh, what are we talking about? This is a point that Sniper's been trying to bring up for a while. Like when it's boots on the ground time, because I was artsing Kel. So I'm going for this Chris Carver thing, and he's just talking about Dean Okai, Adpack, soon. Like, I don't even know. He shut it off. So remember, you was there, innit? You was there, Freddie. Anyway.
Yeah. Remember, you're not gonna get much sense out of Kel, you know. Love and respect to Kel, like every single time. But sense, you wasn't gonna get much sense from him, or I don't believe there's much sense there, because we was having an argument about music, and he tried to bring up white people, and then I had to remind him some of our favorite artists are white, bro. Like, how can you do that, bro? Forget that, bro. Music ain't got no color, bro. And then he came back to himself. You know what I'm saying? So I realized some of the things he says are bonkers, isn't it? I'm not gonna lie to you. You just have to allow him, innit? He's one of us though, at heart. You get me? He's soft. He's one of us. It's real.
Yeah.
But thinking about weathering it.
You say?
No, I said I hear you, man. I hear you, man. Still, I mean, like, what do you man do on the ground?
I said what?
Like on the ground level, like you get me. Like obviously, you know what I mean. Like campaigning and well, not campaigning, but you get me. You see, like what you just said about the ground, putting on the boots and that. You get me. Like obviously, man knows like you man have done it before, innit? Like what? You know what I mean? Like what activities? Like do you have any activities? You know what I mean, or events like that?
Yeah, well, personally, I'm always involved in like local events, youth events, and there's lots of things that go on. In terms of any kind of like strategy building, whatever, I don't really go to these places where people talk. I don't really go and talk anywhere. I'm not really interested. The
what
most
about
talking man does is here.
Like,
I don't go to none of the panel events or no, you know them. There's a circuit of things that people go to. I don't go to it. I'm not going to the Save the World's protest. I'm not going to. I'm just not going to none of them places. So I suppose you could say that. I'm waiting for things a little bit more concrete when it comes to that side of things. Like the protesting, demonstration side of things. There'll probably be one or two things that I might get drawn out to go to for other logistical reasons, but basically, I am not of the opinion that protesting is the most effective form of creating change. Yeah. So like anything like that, I'm not really that much involved in. And the rest, and every other movement just seems like in the end, you want me to vote for a certain politician. So I dropped out enough things because I started seeing that there was endorsing this person to run for the what was it, the councillor of this area and basically like senator positions. And I'm not involved in politics. I'm very steadfast in that belief. If you're into politics, then what you're into is not necessarily for me. If you want to get voted in, if you want to vote changing via your candidate, or I'm not feeling it. I ain't getting sucked into that. I let you lot do all of that.
Oh, I see it now. I get it. No,
yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned Jeremy Corbyn was there, which I find strange because the first one Stormzy was there, second one Jeremy Corbyn rose up. So imagine that because Stormzy was doing grime for Corbyn.
Right.
And
then Diane Abbott was there as well. Yeah.
Who?
You said it, Diane Abbott.
Yeah, Diane Abbott was there.
No, I never said Diane Abbott was there. I said that
she was there though. She was there at the first one.
Oh, she was there.
Yeah, she's there at the first one. She spoke at the first one.
On the stage.
Which I was like, why?
Why?
I even said, I reviewed it and I was like, why is, do you know what I mean? And Stormzy and Wretch. We had our things to say about it. You know, so to hear that Jeremy Corbyn was at the second one, fucking hell. Jeremy Bloodclot Corbyn, you know.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, and I did notice that there was bare press at the first one. I was like, right, that's kind of unusual. That there's bare official looking cameras there. So yeah, this is definitely one of them ones. From the get-go, you can see what it is. Unless you think that Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott are autonomous beings and they have no, man, just forget about it, man. You can see what it is. Let the energy speak for itself. Don't even what's understood don't need to be explained in this circumstance. That's what I'm finding. With today's whole conversation, I ain't said much because I don't need to.
I don't think so. No.
If you know me,
Big, what don't need to be said don't need to be. Well, that's a massive statement. I like to say it again. Say it again, please, sir.
Oh, what's understood doesn't need to be explained.
Fucking there you go.
Yeah. And there's certain things that we understand about this that you know, man being politically clean with it. You get me? So that I don't, you know. But yeah, and I don't, you know, I'm learning to try not to drag certain people down, you know, verbally all the time when I don't have to. So I'm being more cautious with my sword because you know I can be lethal. But yeah, these are the type of behaviors I've come to expect and know of. You just got to do your own thing. Everyone gave good advice, but do your own thing, man.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, you got to ask yourself what it is you're looking for out of these protests. Like, because I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, man, just fall back, cuz. Fall back when you hear that it's gone, and if anything, fall back, man.
I mean, like, with the protest.
Don't you feel drained after you go to these protests?
No, I do, but I
remember, yeah, you was there for Chris Kaba, but your energy was getting to the Queen and wherever they're sending that energy. Because on the same day, all of you were out there rampaging, giving out this energy in the same fucking square block, square mile, with the same ley lines, you lot better know where you are in the world when you're doing these things. It's always in the same areas, bare energy points. Man's just out there, just like yeah, for this controlled scenario that they created. And we just react to it and we give all our energy there and we boost them up even further every year around the same time. So imagine this. So you had the Queen thing going on with all that energy. Then you had the Chris Carver demonstration. Now you're telling me there was another place where they were demonstrating by where? With David Icke in that.
Brother, remember always before Halloween, you know.
Hey, you lot was lighting up the grid. You lot was lighting up the fucking.
Oi, Jay, remember that's a good fucking point. That's a good point you come out with, you know. Grenfell before Halloween, this one before Halloween, that one before Halloween. It's always before Halloween some type of sacrifice shit goes on.
That what was we calling it today, Sniper? That organ.
What?
Tachyon.
Yeah, tachyon energy, yeah.
Yeah, it was feeling like that tachyon.
The energy that's
getting me lighting up the grid. They're supercharged. Right now, they've got so much energy right now. It's scary. I wonder what they're gonna do with it. They got more than Super Bowl amount. They got some energy right now, boy.
With great power comes great responsibility, man. Boy.
Oi, you know what I forgot to mention? Man, did any of you lot see the clip of the Muslim MP that basically did sujood in front of the fucking coffin?
No.
Brother! This brother's bopping along, turns to the coffin.
We was banned.
Down,
I thought we was banned from talking about it, so I left it alone.
Head on floor. No, this weren't at the funeral. This was the lying in wait thing.
Oh shit!
I see a clip of it on Twitter. I said, "What is this? What we doing now? Yeah,
this is what we doing
in front of the fucking coffin." Some Muslim MP.
Crazy.
Crazy.
100 years ago, you'd get your head chopped off for being a Muslim in Hyde Park. That's what they do. Public executions of all their enemies and that. Because their crusades, the crusades were against Muslims.
And you're saying my man did sujood, which is basically, you know, salat or prayer. You know what I mean? And that's only for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he's doing that thing for the Queen.
Of course.
That's mad. That's fully mad. That's like
that's Stockholm. That's Stockholm syndrome, right?
No, man. You can't say that about the Prophet's niece. You can't say that, man.
Fucking hell, the Prophet's niece, you know. Oh,
that's what she's been rocking with for the last time. JEDI, I've been saying it. It's been public opinion. It's been public opinion.
I heard
for a while. Yeah, put it that way. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Hey.
Bro, you know when it comes to God, I get silent, innit? I just like speaking about him for 2 seconds. I don't even like getting involved with it.
What they're telling you, this is the daughter of God.
Especially the Islamic side. All I got is respect for the Islamics and the Christians.
The royal family say they're the daughter of God, man.
Well, what is it?
Yeah. They all say they're the family of God, right? The royal family. That's what they do.
What the royal family say they're descendant or lineage of God.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. But that's because it's our thing, bruv. They're just taking our thing and using it, you know, like pretending that they're the thing. You get it? Because that's our thing. But the queen, I mean, the pharaoh or the king or whatever, they're actually not even direct descendant. That they are the incarnated God, basically. You get it? Like you see, like when it comes, like with Pharaoh days and that, my man was basically God in flesh. You get me? That's what Pharaoh was. You know what I mean? Like it's not a thing like, oh, we should be, you know what I mean, like ashamed of that. You get me? Like, because at the time or them Pharaoh days, you know what I mean? We remember it's written in scripture that man is God. You get me? In the Bible, it tells man straight.
Of course.
You get it? Like we are the gods, in it. So
yeah, but not the God.
Not the God, not the most high.
Right.
But we are
we have the God essence. We got the God energy.
Yeah, but it kind of cheapens the thing because you know there's bare other gods. Yeah, there's bare other gods being talked about. Even gods get jealous and shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's lots of beings or entities about. Yeah, it's whether you're focused on the right one, according to the book.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So yeah, it's the disacknowledgement of other gods and other things, and they used to worship you and your ancestors as gods. Then it kind of has more relevance, and now the tables have turned. Look what we doing. You know what I mean? Worshipping white Jesus and all sorts. It's mad.
Yeah, it's mad, bro. Mad. But one last question though, yeah, cause obviously like man is gonna go, but like because I love the hospitality, I love the energy in these lives. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just wanted to know like in terms of the music side, like does anybody like have venue or want a venue, you know what I mean, or want to do an event like in terms of music and that? You know what I mean?
You
can't got a venue?
Yeah, man, the venue still. You get it. I've got the venue.
Check this before you
get to
before
the
you
right
go to
place.
the venue right now, yeah. Send me a message on Instagram, Red Pill Trill. Yeah, send me a message and we can talk about that. Venue
Man's got a pattern still. You get it. Like that's what I'm saying. Now let's get back to like just before I go with this white man thing.
Let's look at that Eddie one.
I think that Kale brother, you know what I mean. He was like, he's not really on it, but.
Man said Muslim patrol in Leicester, you know.
What hijab?
Yeah,
Did you
look.
see the hijab post? Oh shit, yeah, I saw it on fucking Twitter. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Wow,
we're not organized. We're not even on that level yet. You get me? Like, not as
man. Them man, trust me, them man are stutters, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
What you're saying? Them man are fake. Them man are just for
them man are fake, funky blood. Have you seen?
Camera?
Huh?
Them man are just for the camera.
Have you seen Boondocks? You know the greeny pastor, like that's what them man are.
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, what was it? Yeah. I'm on Instagram, so I'm gonna add you Red Pill Trill. So Red Pill Trill, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Down in Leicester though. Leicester's looking booky, bro.
Whoa.
What's that M-Stacks?
Oh, they're fucking up the Hindu temple, is that?
Wow.
What?
Feds are allowing it, yeah? Looks a bit organized to me.
Well, it's mad to be Hindu out there, man.
I'm telling you.
No, but it's good. It's good you show, man. Still, cause like my workplace, like they're kind of Hindu and that. You get it, like. So I'm gonna have to ask them, man. What you get it? Like I have to though. Like you get it. Like,
you might have to start playing some Bob Marley in the workplace.
They better screaming at Allahu Akbar. This is the thing, man. I don't know, man.
I know. What is it?
No, but remember,
that fighting? That's fighting.
Okay. A bag of shouting. No one got bored. No one got nothing. No scars, nothing.
Yeah, one brother got smashed up.
Oh, is it? Because normally they have a shout off, innit?
Yeah, got smashed up.
Mad still.
Who can shout the loudest?
Bear dogs coming to
with Hindus, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. You know, hear what they're saying. You know how we say Allah, where basically they've got their own chant. What, and they're allowed to do this?
I see one video where they were saying Pakistan Zindabad.
All of this commotion, nothing ain't coming out of it.
Mad!
I know, nothing ain't coming out of it, man.
You sure,
All of
bro?
this-
Nah, I don't know about that, bro.
Oh, boy, I don't think they're ready to set pace, man. They're not ready. They're good boys,
setting
man.
pace.
They're good boys. They're good boys. They're good boys.
They're setting pace, bro. I don't think you see what's going on.
Nah, nothing ain't gonna happen up there, man. No one's gonna get burst or nothing. Or you get what I'm saying? No one's coming with their machine to make sure the crowd moves one way. No one's doing none of that. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Everyone's just hee ha ha.
The first videos that we saw a few days ago or a week ago, man was swinging knife around. So I don't know what I'm saying.
He might have been doing that because his mum was there or something. You know, like showing off. You know what I'm saying? They're good boys. Most the majority, large majority, good boys. Yeah. That's my little sneaks impression. Sorry, Empress. Sorry, Empress.
Yeah, man. You man. One of you stop now. One of you stop. Yeah, and thank you for your guidance and protection. Yeah. Come. One of you stop now. One of you stop.
What's it? Set your fire to the. Is that a Hindu flag or something?
Nah, they're violating. They're violating. You're burning flags. Is that what you are doing now? You're over the top. You're over the top.
I don't know, man. The Hindus and the Muslims have been going back and forth. I don't know the truth of who started what. I don't know what it is.
And most of the Hindus are like Sikhs.
Everyone, the last bit of the recording. Record this, please, bro. Basically, we're down here on Belgrade Road right now. The way this whole situation started today, for the past week, everything's been calm. We've been telling the Muslim community, stay calm, stay peaceful, everything's under control. Yeah? The police have got everything under control, like their shoulders, etc. The reality is, the cowards, the thugs, were picking Muslims out one by one at night and attacking them 30 against 1. They all went into hiding. Yeah? In the past whole week, everything's been peaceful. None of them have been coming out. The locals in the area, here, Green Lane Road, they've all said everything for 1 week has been peaceful. They did not have to go to the police or anything for a change because the troublemakers went into hiding. Now today, out of the blue, there's about 200 of them. They marched through our area, past the masjid, provoking the Muslim community, chanting whatever they were chanting, yeah? Now they're inciting, they're causing a problem, and they're actually instigating it. This is why the Muslim community have now come out and just record this. Muslim community came out. We actually challenged them because we won't allow this. We won't allow this in our community. And the police kept saying there's a minority. Maybe there's a small 30, 40 of them. Maybe there's a small number of them who are causing this trouble. As we can see today, clearly, there's not a small minority of them. There's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of them. And nobody in the Hindu community is addressing or acknowledging this problem.
Yeah, we will allow this marriage down here, and this is why the Muslim community are extremely annoyed today, and they're out here in their hundreds today, bro. And you know what? We won't accept this kind of stuff in our community. Police got absolutely nothing under control. Absolutely nothing under control. They didn't even know what was going on. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys a quick update on what's going on. Update from Leicester. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Man.
What is he the shot caller over there?
Boy, it must be gang on gang. Gang. I don't know what's going on. It looks like two different gangs. This like the Muslim community and the Hindu community. These are supposed to be religious people. I mean, obviously shit happens, but boy.
Well, is it my understanding that mostly the Hindus are Sikhs, or?
No.
Okay.
Sikhs are Sikhs.
Sikhs are Sikhs. The Hindus are top most.
Hindus are Hindus.
Cool. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair dues.
You know, they may have some similarities. Whatever. Yeah. I know.
Well, good luck to them, man. As I said, you know, great news. I don't think nothing. It's not great news, obviously, but I don't think nothing come out. As I said, you know what I mean. They rarely drop a body on them.
Brown and brown crime, What?
It's more the black community probably killing each other over there more than them. You know what I mean?
I just feel that for the Muslim community, which I'm more familiar with than the Hindu community, it's a bad look in it, because yet again, man, them are being associated with violence. Looks bad, doesn't it? Especially when they're walking through the streets of Leicester, talking about Pakistan Zindabad, which I had literally seen the video myself. Just like it's hard to defend, because when the racists now start talking about it, it's hard to defend. You could say, "Oh yeah, well you lot do it," but it's like, yeah, well it's kind of our country. You know, if the Asian man in Jamaica, start grouping up in their hundreds and walking through the streets like they're on crud, it's gonna be mad in Jamaica. I lie.
Nah, that would never ever happen, Jay.
Exactly. See what I'm saying?
Batty man tried to march back in the days, and every garden tool and cutlass got sold out on the island. They had to tell people to stop going to DIY stores.
Yeah, so like, you know, so you gotta like from that perspective, I suppose. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm saying, man. I'm gonna try to shit.
It's crazy, man.
I just see mad videos of bear man walking through the ends like on beef, on crud. It's like man's ready for war, but it's like man don't come out when it's time to war for our freedom. This is what burns me, man. Bear soldiers, I see bear soldiers in their videos. They linked up with the man them. It would look insane. It would be insane. Do you know what I mean? Imagine though. Be fucking
crazy.
And then the white guys, all the crazy white dudes and that, they come out.
But the stereotypes, man, drawing up.
It'd be a mazza.
Stereotypes.
If they came out to fight for their freedom and what's right, it'd be a mazza. But they won't ever come together and fight for that. It's not gonna happen.
Well, they can't even get over the stereotypes, fam. Remember, they ain't got the courage to ask you, you know. So it's gonna be on their mind forever. Like some of them don't even ever have black interaction at all, apart from work. So the stereotypes they're thinking about is different from.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Spade says, I don't think your issues are theirs, but I beg to differ. I just happen to know it already. I've just known it for years. And some people are going to get to that realization one day when you wake up and you smell burning, and you realize it's been kicking off for 4 hours and you were sleeping through most of it and everything's burned up and people are dead out there. Yeah, when you get when a Range Rover pulls up with white people in it saying, get in quickly, we gotta get out of here. You ain't gonna be like, nah, keep your ride, cracker. I only ride with a black man. Or vice versa. Yeah. That racist man will jump in your car, hell's so quick, and all that racist shit he was thinking be out the window. Don't you worry, man. Don't you worry, man. I pray one day that day will come. But you want to carry your little thing that you used to carry to hate on other humans and see yourself different. You want that, but it's kicking off so badly through the smoke you can't even tell who's who. A helping hand to helping hand. You just start thinking about all of that. You get me? You see a little baby, a little youth, and you just grab that. Like, yeah, boom.
Imagine the day everyone looks at each other as equal, fam. That's bonkers, fam.
Yeah, you will when you're all dying, man. When you're all dying. When you've seen white people dying and black people dying over and over, so you know it ain't just a black thing. Because some people will wait to see if black people are dying too. You get me? Like we did with COVID. No one cared, didn't it? Until they said black people could catch it. We didn't care, man. Let's be real. It was cracking bear joke.
It ain't affecting us. It ain't affecting us. I was playing dominoes last night.
He's cracking up.
That's a lot, dude. Yeah. All right, what family? More love and protection. You hear that, fam?
Every time, my brother.
Come on, man. Every time, Jenna.
Come on.
All right, salute, Macquarie, man. S-Code. All the chat, man. Everyone that's supporting, man. Just all you gotta do is just keep it up, innit?
Yeah, man. Support the show, man. Hit the PayPal, the Cash App. You done know. Make a little donation. Slap the like button. Post a clip. Post it to your story or something. And just like that, man like Rose in the building.
Shit, I'm late. Hey, Freddie, big yourself up. Happy birthday, innit? Happy birthday, you know who to. Happy birthday, brother.
Yeah, he's dust. He's gone. You missed him.
Well, go on, S.
Yeah. I don't know. S hasn't spoken for a while.
Do you know what? StreamYard isn't streamlined for this gaming thing. So it clips a little bit when you talk sometimes.
A Hindu temple was attacked and vandalized by Islamists, and the police just watch on. If this was the other way around, how do you think the police would react? Now, how much money's going down there? Where they all coming from? Where they meeting?
It's one clown car at the bottom of that hill.
Should white people be concerned about that? The Asian infighting?
Man said, coming in from other cities, yeah?
Hold on, what's this? 1 second. The caption is mad. The caption says, so here we have Ali Dawa telling the Leicester community he doesn't agree with Mohammed hijab. He is instead trying to rally all Muslims from all countries to create unity to stand as one and fight. This guy is an extremist that needs reining in. What are they talking about? What's going on?
What happened is the Guardian paper say one guy climbed up on the rip. There you go. Finish. Let me tell you something. The Hindu was in India. Everywhere we're going to use that. You think you're history? You just.
There's a little echo.
Frustrated. But what I'm saying is, bro, you have to. Like I said to me, bro, you're gassed and hyped. If they came, how many of you guys going to stand? How many are going to stand? And this is physical. Done,
what happened is in the Guardian paper today.
No, exactly. There you
the
go.
Guardian paper say one guy climbed up on a rip.
There you go. Finish, brother. Let me tell you something. The Hindu was in India. Everywhere going to use that now. Thank you. You think in a victory? You just. What can I say? It's frustrating. But what I'm saying is, bro, you have to be straight. Like we said in MMA, bro, you're gassed and hyped. If they came, how many of you guys going to stand? How many are going to stand? And this is physical. This is big. And then when we come in, we're getting hyped. And then forget that you're fighting each other. I feel like if I was a Hindu, one of these guys who came in, wallahi, I'll be laughing, watching it. Mashallah, they're fighting each other. I'm not there, bro. I love every second of it. What hijab done, I don't agree with. I understand. But what I'm just saying is, bro, wallahi, it's just disappointing. Brothers coming and seeing you from London. SubhanAllah, do I say la ilaha illallah? Do you say la ilaha illallah? What the hell are you talking about, London, Leicester? There's Somalis here, Kurds, everyone's here. It's under the banner of la ilaha illallah, not Leicester. I didn't come here for Leicester, representing Leicester. I don't care about Leicester. I'm here because I see Muslim people, brothers getting stabbed. I see a picture, it hurts me, bro. Yesterday when I saw it, wallahi, my jihad kicked in. Wallahi, my jihad kicked in, bro. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, bro, we have to be strategic. Look what.
Brother, you can't be strategic because you know why? It's corrupt. You see, the local council, the police, were actually sponsored and having this the thing called charity. Yes. Charity, the proceeds of that charity. So when they marched through Leicester, they marched through Green Lane Road, where that was clear in sight.
Yes.
That was clear in sight. Exactly. Now these guys don't know any better.
Yes.
Now they see that their privileges are being.
Yeah. Bro, can you come here, please capture this, please?
I said, can you come this side and capture it? You know, man, just thinking about the visuals. Man's there, boots on grounds. I'm there with my fellow Muslims. My fellow Muslims. Man, I don't know what it is that he doesn't agree with hijab for. What hijab did. I don't know what he did. If he done something else.
Imagine. Well, go on. What you man been on?
Just been chatting, isn't it? Been chatting.
Normal.
Excuse me?
The normal stuff.
I don't know. A bit of normal, bit of different. It's been a very, very interesting stream today.
Okay.
Yeah, we can switch it up, bro. If you want to talk about something else, if that's your.
No. Just thinking because I've been on and off all day.
That's your way to say it. Let's chat about something else. I get you. Yeah, so kick it off because I've been working very hard today, bro. Trust me.
Right. So was Sneaky in that video that you just played? Down?
No, it's actually cool. I had it loud, so
my bad.
So it was who? Sneaks was what?
Yeah, was Sneaky in that video that you just played? I heard that she was in that video.
I don't know.
I'm playing. Don't kill me, Sneaks. I need to get the strap up material.
All right, man. Yeah.
Oh, you can't play that, bro. Hold on, you're gonna make it. Finish off. What are you doing, man? Hold on, you're gonna get so awkward. What are you doing?
Excuse me, brother, please, come on. You come up from London. You don't live here. I'm from London too. I'm a member of the press. Leave them alone. Step away, bro. That's the best thing. Come on, step away.
There's people that love you. You're just a soapbox for your ego. There's people that love you. Remember, there's people that love you as well. Listen, bro, there's people that love you. I've got. Just give it 1 second. I will give you. Yeah. You come to my gym, Drake. I'll check you. Yeah. What's that? Yes. Let's just go. That's where you come from, bro. That's not where you come from, bro. Hold it. Not now. Not now.
Little Slad doesn't pay me to speak in it. He's from Leicester. Where's the Slad, bro? Here he is. Yo, let go of that fight.
So I think they got some beef with Mohammed Hijab, and someone wants to box him, or he wants to box someone, or I don't know, because I think he's from London, and like, what are you doing up here? Like, what one? Were you getting involved? This is what I'm getting from all the little chatter I can hear. I don't know what's going on. Everyone's just touching.
So this is going on in Leicester in response to stuff that's happening in India.
Yeah, and stuff that's happening in Leicester. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it started from a cricket match.
Oh, so an international cricket match has kicked off
Between India and Pakistan.
Right. Always does though. Always does.
Which is kind of like a Hindu versus Muslim thing.
Yeah, yeah. Whenever them cultures are sort of borderline next to each other, like in my hood, a little bit in Gate, you know. It's just that Pakistanis outnumber them down there. So it ain't really no beef. But yeah, when there's cricket, it's on top. Wow.
Hindus are not usually on a beef thing though.
They're not.
No, man. It's the Pakistanis who are obviously aggrieved, a bit more man them than like my Hindu
I don't think
brothers.
I'm even familiar with what a Hindu is. Is there with the spot, right?
Nah, that's women.
No.
That's marriage. That's all sorts. That's not the average Indian. You know what I mean? Like an average Indian, you don't really know what they do, right? If you check it, you work with them, you do all of that. Yeah, it's gonna be one of three. But when they're Hindu, you don't really know.
Right.
It could
So
be
there's no
dharmic,
giveaway,
it could
there's
be
no-
anything.
It's nice. Tell me what you think's going on here, bro. Like, just,
Show some restraint. You trust the rock. Show some restraint. Show some restraint.
Man's touching man's shoulder, yeah? Right.
Oh, you can't give them, bro. Hold on, you're gonna make it. Finish off.
What's he doing? Signing autographs.
Who is he, Snipe?
You're gonna get some off with it.
Excuse me, brother, please, come on. You come up from London. You don't live here. I'm from London too. I'm a member of the press. I'm Muslim. Leave them alone. Step away, bro. That's investing. Come on, come on. Step away.
People that love you,
No, you're just a soapbox for your ego.
There's people that love you. Remember, there's people that love you as well. Listen, bro, there's people that love you. I've got. Just give it 1 second. I would have been You come to my gym today for hours. Yes. Let's just Is that what you come for, bro? Did he not know? Little Slad doesn't pay me to speak in it. He's from Leicester. Where's the Slad, bro? Here he is. Yo, let go of that fight.
No.
Give it to Little Slad. He's from Leicester. He's from Leicester.
How's man got mask on?
Assalamualaikum,
This
brothers.
even time here, yeah?
Can I just have you guys for no more than 4 minutes?
You're
4 minutes, brothers.
Fuck's sake.
Please, brothers, 4 minutes, no longer than that, inshallah. Brothers, wallahi, it's very, very sad to see what's happening right now. Every single one of us, we share the same thing, and that is La ilaha illallah. Please, brothers, this is not the time to be arguing, to be shouting at one another, to be fighting amongst ourselves, right? There is a verse in the Quran.
There was some kind of beef. I heard someone say you want to box for your ego or something to Mohammed Hijab. I don't know what. There was some kind of thing, and even before you heard Ali Dawah say Hijab was wrong for what he done. So I don't know what it is he done. Or he lost his temper at someone. Yeah. Well, yeah, you were saying about India before I played the video. What was you saying?
Who, me? Yeah, India and Pakistan, that they're different. Like my Hindu friends and my Pakistani and Bangladeshi friends are more together, right? Because they both share the same faith. But the Hindu one, he could be doing yoga, blah blah blah. He's a lot more laid back. He's not on a beef thing. Nigga bought his house early. Do you know what I'm saying? He's just on a calm thing. He loves his football and da. But with the other two, it's a lot more political. It's a lot more aggression towards India. Do you get it? Like, man's friends with man, but man's like, yeah, but he's Hindu, though. Do you get what I'm saying? So that energy has always come from the Bangladeshi and the Pakistani side.
So these two, these is one in the shades and one in the glasses, yeah? Big boy in the glasses. So these two are the ones that y'all have got history with, yeah?
Yeah, they go to Speaker's Corner. They used to go to Speaker's Corner.
Thought so, right. I've heard their names getting thrown around in the chat. I just don't know the history.
Yeah, usually the men are building wells, but I don't know what's going on lately.
If Tommy Robinson links up with the Hindus, it's peak.
Hey, now you put that in the universe, it might happen.
And the Sikhs won't be far behind, boy.
Damn.
Of course.
Oh wait, the Sikhs and the Hindus don't get on though, do they?
For Queen and Country, man, they'll get on.
For Queen.
For Queen and Country, man, will say, yeah, let's put our differences aside. You know what I mean? For the King, King Charles and that. Make sure you know. You know what I mean? Because they did a lot. The British Empire did a lot for us. They did a lot for us, man.
That's your Hindu accent, yeah? That's
yeah,
your
man. Hindu mixed in up north. Yeah, it's up north as well. I mixed it. I'm not talking London. London ain't got time for that. Some. But, yeah. The two who work. So Ibn Taymiyyah, that's the guy, yeah. See his knee.
Yeah, the Hindus. Again, provoking us.
Now, how are you in another man's ends to come
breaking the peace?
Or, sorry, in your own
breaking
ends.
the peace.
At the thing to combat you.
Breaking the peace.
It's very sad.
Cut them. Cowards. Cowards. Just remember who's breaking the peace. They're breaking the peace.
Anyone who's got a little bit of melanin.
They're breaking the peace.
Stay back.
Or is it the brimstone
Stay
fire
back.
test?
Look at them. Stop.
Right, Asians, just hold your L.
But why is man praying? This is what I say. Why is man praying?
Yeah, you're all here to hold your L. Hold your L, man.
Praying on that, bro. This is the thing. This is where it's bad. Like, I've seen a couple of videos of the man them going like, if you're going up there to do that thing, you can't be associating that with the whole prayer. You just
man, we're linking up.
Sending an advert saying, yeah, this is what we're on.
Yeah, someone said yesterday.
I know you got to defend yourself.
Got them man there.
I know you got to defend yourself, but because there's cameras everywhere, can you hear me, Snaps?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I know you got to defend. You're not hearing me. I'm saying, man is praying.
Right.
You get me? There's police there. It's going down, and then it's time to pray. And man is praying, and I'm saying, and you're shouting Allahu Akbar.
Yes,
you're doing an advert for Islam, whether you like it or not. You know how this thing goes. So you can't play no footage and it looks good.
Right.
Like, you must be well versed in this. So why are you not doing this, bro? Like, man is praying, bro. Like, look, man.
Okay. Sorry, my thing was unplugged for a little bit, so I couldn't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Like I was talking to myself.
I'm saying man is praying. Man is praying, bro. Like, do you not think that? What do you not think is a bad time to be doing that?
Yeah, of course.
Right next to the police car, like.
It's kind of insightful, to be honest.
I know you got to pray, but I don't know. I don't know what to suggest. Like, if
all of it is inappropriate, man. Like, what procedure is this?
I'm not too sure what's going on, though, like in terms of it. So, the reason that the Muslims are upset, does that make you upset, Sniper? You're some kind of Muslim, right?
Yeah, but no, it doesn't make me upset because they're not. They're
Right.
Asians.
So this is an Arab type of Muslim affair.
Asian.
Asian.
No matter how you look at it, they're all Indians or former Indians. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Yeah.
Right.
So they're all Hindus originally, and some converted to Islam. You get what I'm saying? The Pakistani and the Bangladeshi ones. So there's always been that like slight animosity between them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm saying even in normal life, my Hindu friend, he just works and he does yoga, bought his own house, an accountant, and he's like a swimming instructor. Yeah. The other two, bruvs, one's Pakistani, he just like they've got this sly thing about the Hindu guy, and this is their friend as well.
Wow.
But when it comes to certain things, they're different. Yeah. Like the Hindu one, he's on an Arsenal thing and like, yeah, give me the Theo Wilcott trim. You know what I'm saying? He's like, give me the Theo Wilcott trim until his hair started to thin. Mad. You could get it for a couple of years.
Theo.
Yeah, but there was always this thing between my Bangladeshi brother and the Pakistani brother against the Hindu. All the sly jokes, all the was against the Hindu. The Hindu was never the aggressor. From my point of view, did you get it?
Mad thing.
Yeah. I always noticed it, and I was like, allow it, man. Tidge is cool, man. Allow living, man. What's going on? You know what I mean? No, it's because he's Hindu. He don't care. He don't believe in nothing anyway. Like that type of attitude, you know?
Don't believe in nothing, you know? Wow. Wow. So who makes gods out of chalk and feeds it milk?
The Hindu.
That's Hindu, right?
They rub milk all over the lingam or
And
the shivling.
They like you can kind of make your own god.
No, these are penis and yoni symbols. You know what I mean? Representations. Sometimes you get two in one. Sometimes you get them separate. Yeah. So you got the shivling, which is obviously the penis. Yeah. And that's what they pour milk on, put flowers, and then you've got the lingam, which is shaped like say like a pom pom. You go what I'm saying? And they do whatever they do with that. So they got the balance. And sometimes you get a symbol that has the both.
Get on the floor, Marco.
Never that. But yeah. Some of the things are different. But yeah, the milk pouring is definitely a Hindu thing. I mean, they respect the cow and all sorts. So yeah, pouring milk is like a holy ritual or something that they do.
Maza, full maza, blood. Is it not? Do we not call that idolatry of some kind? Yeah, when you visualize the god. Straight up.
It's not a god. I mean, the god that they're visualizing is the penis and the vagina.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow.
That is not uncommon to Kemet, to other places, and blah blah blah. So I don't know. That's not the bit that's going to scare you, is it?
No.
You know what I mean? No, these representations of the male and the female organs, or two as one symbol. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's looked like a kind of urn, you know, like what do you call it? Like Aladdin's lamp. Yeah, at the bottom for the female bit, and then it'll have a cone shaped penis representation. So that's when the two is one symbol, and then they'll have it placed somewhere, and then they'll pour milk all over the penis, and then it will roll down the sides, which is the yoni. And
you're allowing it, look. The policeman's allowing the weapon. He's got a weapon. You're allowing it.
Crazy.
Yeah, these man ain't man them, bro. Like, come on, man. We've been fighting against these men and talking to them, and you know, some man know some of these attempted bait supposed terrorists and that. Like, it's just rubbish, bro. I mean, you just man with radical ideas. You can't exercise them. The most they're gonna exercise is the video you just saw. That's the most they've done in the 4 or 5 years that I've known a lot of them. Or either that, or they came to Speaker's Corner to try and fight Tommy Robinson and them lot. Got their ass whipped.
Why did they just seem out for violent resolve?
Because they've never been violent. Remember, when man's an accountant, when man's a bank manager, when man's got normal day to day, it's time off, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? Queen's dead. Asians are mourning, bare people are mourning, man. It's fucked.
So wait. This ain't in no way because the Queen died.
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean,
Coincidental, innit?
I mean, yeah, coincidental, as in it's an incident that is happening at the same time.
Right. It just don't mean it's a coincidence, though. Actually, yeah.
Not necessarily.
There's two situations that happen simultaneously. Mad. I'm out, man. That's not a coincidence. That is strategic. That is ritualistic. Because the fact that someone loses blood or blood is spilled is also a ritual. There's a ritual tomorrow. As soon as the clock hit 12, is another ritual day. Hold on. They bury the Queen before the next ritual, according to the satanic calendar, ritual calendar, right? The next day is the 20th, and this one's called Midnight Host. The type of ritual it is a blood ritual. The usage is dismemberment, and age infant to 21, female. Yeah.
Meaning what?
21, between the ages of a baby and 21 years old can be used for the ritual. You see, one thing I learned recently is that the rituals, the age is up to 30. This is why my man Weinstein or Epstein was raping off these girls all the way up to the age of 30. You understand? Because it's ritualistic, it's part of their thing. You see the last one.
Wait, you're trying to say that there is one of these rituals related to the Queen now?
No, I'm saying the ritual, satanic ritual calendar is what I have, right?
Right.
So it's from January to December, all the rituals, yeah. The celebrations, it says. Celebrations, type of celebration it is, whether it's blood, sexual, do you know what I'm saying? Orgy, there's so many here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but mostly orgy, sexual, and blah, 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 right? And then it says usage. Some say animal or human sacrifice. Some say oral, anal, vaginal. Do you know what I'm saying? Some communication of blood or dismemberment. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many different, each one has a different process, what it's for. Yeah. And this is called, in a book that's called Halloween, the Evil One Sabbath. I've had this book for a long time. But every time Jedi asks me, does this coincide with a date, or you get me? Because dates are always important with these guys, right? Yeah. Dates are important because she died on the 7th, right? And the 7th is a ceremony in the satanic, do you get what I'm saying? Ritual calendar. Is that coincidental? No, it's not. Do you get
die
it?
on some date.
So the 7th one is marriage to the beast Satan. Fucking hell. Yeah. Marriage to the beast Satan. Yeah. And the ritual type is sexual. It says sacrifice, dismemberment, and it says infant from 21. I mean, from infant to 21, female. That's on the 7th of September, the day she died, bruv. So the day she died, someone, especially those Freemasons, was involved in a ritual in Westminster, wherever they do it. Yeah? Someone was getting married to fucking Satan on the day the Queen supposedly died. I'm out, man. Goodbye. Done. That's the book of the book. You get me? Yeah, man. Get to know, man. Get your information up. Otherwise, boy, it's the end, bro. You just don't know how it's all connected. Can you imagine that the next ritual day,
time training with the Shetty.
I'm just saying the next ritual day, right? Even though a ritual's going in today, yeah, the next ritual day is tomorrow. How did that happen? How is that possible? And then let me see the one after that, just to put it into perspective. The next ritual day is 22nd, yeah, of September. I mean, sorry, yeah, the 22nd of September. It says feast day, fall equinox. Yeah, so that would be autumn equinox, right? It says orgy, oral, anal, vaginal, male, female, or animal, any age for the grouping of that one. I'm like, out, I'm done. So 2 days after tomorrow is another ritual. And rituals are usually held on our public bank holidays, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Halloween is one, right? Halloween is one. It's an open one. Yeah? It's the main one, but it's an open one, right? The Devil's Sabbath, yeah? All Hallows Eve, yeah? That means all the witches and warlocks and everything, they come together on All Hallows Eve, Halloween. Do we celebrate Halloween in this country?
Yeah, I think so.
Exactly.
You do. I mean,
no, I don't. I mean,
don't
but
lie,
you know
man.
what,
You're fully westernized, bro.
bro. I don't.
Brev.
I explained the story, yeah, of like even the guy penny for the guy thing. We didn't do that. The little white boys in the end, they did that. They had the availability. They was allowed out all the time. They had the little parks. They'll come to your house, collect old wardrobes and all of that shit. Yeah. But on this Halloween thing, never. My mom said it's tantamount to begging. We don't beg, right? But I took my brother and sister, yeah, on a Halloween, trick or treat or whatever, right? And they got racially abused. They never asked for trick or treating again. Yeah, because the first couple of houses they got sweets and that. It was nice. Yeah. We went across the motorway to the other houses on the other side. Boom. First house we went to.
8 Mile.
Yeah. When other side of the road, first house we went to was all dark. They didn't have the lights that used to switch on. You know what I mean? Floodlights and that. Yeah. All I had was fuck off, you niggas. Yeah. The look on my little brother and sister's face was enough.
Allow it.
This is why we don't do it.
So
I was 10, and they were 6 and 5. You get what I'm saying?
6 is a shit age to get it because you're confused. And you don't exactly realize why, but you know, but you don't.
No, you never ask it again. And that's the end of that story for fucking Halloween. Now, good knowing right knowledge, yeah. Guess what my fucking baby mother and her sisters do once a year? Fucking Halloween party with bobbing apples and all sorts. Yeah, they be doing makeup and all sorts. Like the sisters, like a makeup artist and that. Yeah, painting up their faces like grot bags and all of that type of stuff. Blabs, I don't entertain it, bro. told my baby mother what it is, and I'm out. Yeah. If you want to take the picnic to go and do that, good luck to you. Yeah. Some things you just can't avoid, but you don't have to participate. You know what I mean? Be a man and say
anything. I don't fuck with absolutely nothing.
Like I didn't get my children christened. I got them.
I would like to, but that's just to have the security and the family of more people involved.
I didn't
in
have
the
them
family.
christened. I didn't have them now. Yeah,
My
I don't do that
godparents,
shit.
though, like a couple of them are really good people. All of them really love me. But
does it make sense if you're not a Christian? No, my mom's a
I
Christian.
don't think it does. But I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, but
by
I'm not trying to
spirituality,
please
but I'm
mom.
not officially a Christian. I live in.
I'm not trying to please mom. They're my kids. Yeah. If I'm not a man,
I've got no one to please. I just
if I'm not a man, and I allow these women to, you know what I mean, have their way, it would have happened, bro. Yeah.
Like I said, I'd really just use it to extend the family. Because me and Super Mario, yeah, Smokey, we really close, and we're god brothers. We're not cousins. We're god brothers, actually. Do you know what I mean? But we move like brothers. And the same thing goes for me and the twins out of Bow. We're god brothers. Do you know what I mean? But we're close. Like it's different. So I don't know. I respect that kind of family.
Well, it depends if your woman's Christian. My baby mother might be
I think she's gonna be Catholic. I think that is, yeah.
Right. My baby mother was more or less an atheist, man. You gotta have right knowledge in an atheist, and it gonna work ideologically.
She's a Canaanite. Fucking.
Yeah, she's on some mad thing, bro.
What of Catholics then? Because I swear I'm a Catholic. I'm not. I don't think I'm a Christian. I think I'm a Catholic. They do the baptized thing as well, the christening, right?
No? Yeah.
I think they do.
I suppose they do, yeah. But it don't matter, bro. Whether you're doing it, you're doing it, innit? If you're not doing it, you're not doing it. I'm not doing it because I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense.
I know what you mean.
I know. So there was a little bit of pressure, but I just turned to my mom and just said, listen, how are you trying to make me do? No. What I'm going to do, I'm going to meet you in the middle. We're going to do something that is traditional and has always been done by our culture. Yeah. The naming ceremony thing is African culture. It has worked its way into religion. So I was like, yeah. All right, do that. Yeah. And then we'll settle 50-50. My mom was happy with that. I'm like, yeah, man, cool. Because that christening thing, I do that. But I have also been to a christening and been a godparent. So
this is what I mean. Don't you have you fucking hypocrite? Don't you have
No, I just gotta do like my duty.
Don't you have
if your best friend,
very appropriate for the role?
No, if your brethren is a Christian, right? And that's his thing, then you have to abide by that. Him and his baby
I don't think the God.
They went to the church. No, I'm the godparent.
I agree with the first reasoning. The second reasoning, not so much, because
why?
I got Rasta godparents here and there, and rah is what it is.
It don't mean you have to be Rasta.
Have an Indonesian godparent, 2 St. Lucian godparents, and a Rasta.
Does it mean that you have to be that? No.
No.
We're not talking about that.
But it's just
we're saying what the people are, innit?
They don't have to be Christian. Do you know what I mean?
I'm saying it's what the people are. So you invite me to be a godparent, ain't got nothing to do with blood clot religion. Yeah. But what it's got to do with religion for you is that when you baptize the child according to your religion and the godparents have to be witness.
Yeah.
So it's going to require me to go to the church. So I didn't mind that. I didn't mind that and all that. Yeah. Pour water on the baby's head and all of that. And yes, my godson. Boom. Yeah. It would
I'm
be
more about legal guardian sort of authority, though.
Well, it would be like my godson.
You know what I mean? If something happened to you and you had a young child, and you left that field unforeseen, and so you had a brother, or you had, I don't know who the fuck, or the system just coming through trying to vie for the child. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to a godparent who would be just come through and just recognized as the guardian. Yeah, boom.
But godparent is godparent, isn't it? It depends on each person's interpretation, how I perceive it. I'm just another elder who's, you know what I mean, the child can come to, or the foremost
Yeah, it
after
can
the
come to
parents.
in the event, yeah, or in life support. Yeah, of course, there's that as well. But then I don't know how much you have to even take that into consideration. Do you know what I mean? You have to be a parent in the absence of a parent.
What absence?
Yeah,
I gotta be a parent or a godfather to my nephew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
who
is a supporting kind. Yeah, supporting
who is
role.
like Mark Duggan's nephew, if he was still alive, God rest his soul. Yeah, because his older sister, yeah, his elder sister is like a friend of mine, family. We grew up together, we went primary school and everything, and her older sister is like in my class from primary school. So I know all the Duggans, well, they're not even Duggans. They're actually Harrisons and Halls. Yeah. So they have a Harrison or Hall. So the older brother, the one that's Mark Duggan's dad, we didn't meet him until late. Imagine you've grown up with a family, yeah? And then all of a sudden they say, yo, we got an older brother. And we're like, what? Then they brought him round, yeah, because my best brethren ended up with Mark Duggan's sister. So two people I've grown up with got together, basically. Yeah. So it was made in perfect in the sense that I went primary school with the mum, and the dad, he's like family to me. But he's from a Rasta background. Do you get what I'm saying? But people convert and turn Christian and do all sorts of shit. Man, the man's born again Christian now. Can't even look at him straight. He's acting weird to me. You know what I mean? But people do what they want to do, right? But they weren't even together that long, even again. But obviously, I got my godson, Tashawn. You know what I mean? And he always come and check his uncle and all of this type of stuff. We've been to so many like funerals. I'm meeting my godson. You know what I mean? And the mum, I'm like, yo, what go and call it? They're all meeting the auntie. Because that family's had a lot of controversy. As in the sisters and that. You know what I mean? In the ends. So there was lots we had to talk about.
Mad thing.
But yeah, man, it's a small world, like this whole thing. So when I first met Respect and he was talking about it, he was like, yeah, Mark Duggan and them. I'm like, bro, you don't even know. We had to counsel the brother. You know what I'm saying? The older brother, we had to counsel him. He was fucked in the end smoking crack after his brother got killed. On the bus crying, bro. People looking at him strange, and I'm having to tell them, like, no, allow him, bro. That's Mark Duggan's big brother. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, man. It's like,
oh, Dilla.
So the thing's set. But it's just one of them, yeah. What Duggan? That's your guy.
My next door neighbor, yeah.
Big up Duggan, man. Big up everyone. But yeah, you Asians got a lot to answer for. All of a sudden, you appeared in the chat. Jack Blaze, Flame. Yeah, man. What were we saying about Leicester and this Birmingham thing? What's going on?
Come on.
Hindus versus thing. None of you want to jump on the panel and talk. Come on, man.
Man, not trying to be on the panel.
We can only speculate on you lot's business. You lot come and rep your thing, man.
Adil, you didn't come and say hello yet.
Adil knows better, man. You can jump on, man. You just don't want to.
Yeah, because there was history. When I first seen him turn up, there was history. He's been a troll over here before, yeah?
Yeah, we fucked him up a long time ago, man.
But you know what? He's one of the, one of the like roadish sort of fuggy kind of Pakistani guys. He's not.
What does that mean to the man then?
He's not no knowledgeable kind of dude.
What does that mean to the man then?
Yeah, because if you're gonna come over here, you got to be reading up on your books. Yeah, if you're gonna hold court over
what does that mean to the man then?
What do you mean?
Gangster Pakistani. What does that mean to the man then?
What's wrong with
absolutely diddly squat, right?
Yeah, just as ish.
Let them know. Yeah, but let them know when you say things like that what's clear. It's a food chain out here, and man them on top of the food chain.
Yeah, he's a youngster though, isn't it?
No one's going to displace us.
Much younger than us.
But everybody wants to be us. That's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
these
yeah,
niggas
yeah.
is
But you
urban.
know what? They're far more like that in this hood, and a little
East
bit
is
more
east, yeah.
authentic. Like they own a little bit of the
Mm.
London swagger with it. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because yes, they were just come out of school just 2 months ago with a
'Cause
GCSE,
is
and now I'm in a
east.
Mercedes. Now I'm in an M3. They are the car club culture, the
Bruv,
M3 culture
east
in the
is
hood.
east. East is east.
East is
Yeah.
east, yeah,
East
exactly.
is
Like
east, man.
around
It's nothing to do
here,
with it.
they've been driving the cars.
In
They've been
north.
doing the thing, man. They've been doing the thing. They don't necessarily.
In
There's like more
north.
than one way to fug it up,
In
or
north.
just do your thing. You know?
In north, that looks like dinner.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. No, it did. It did.
That's
It
breakfast,
did. I
lunch, and
think
dinner.
times have evolved since
Mm.
I was doing my thing, like 10, 15 years ago. But
They stay over
it
there
used to,
in
yeah, I suppose. Yeah,
in
yeah.
Manor Park and all of that.
I know
I
what
see
you mean, I
these
know
man
what you
got menu with cards.
I know
Yeah,
what you
shot in whatever they're shotting, right? Got
Yeah,
menu.
come on.
You can get that card. Like, oh shit, you think you could do that in my hands? You think an Asian brother could do that in my hands? Be like, yeah, man.
You know
What
what? There's a
uncle?
lot of Asian food on the
Come
move, mate.
round to
Around
the
here, it's
farm.
unstoppable.
Come round to the farm and deliver.
See, I've grown up with them so close that I have no problem sort of seeing the proper ones as proper.
It looks more
I
gangster
don't
to you.
don't just disregard them myself
brother.
personally because more of them are sort of
Yeah,
peaceful or whatever.
it looks more gangster to you because they're in your ends. It's East London. East
No,
is east.
no,
But
no,
for
because
us
I know
in
men
north,
that go international and do bits and bobs. That's why they look gangster because they are gangster. But this one ain't. I didn't say gangster. I mean, they
Bruv.
kind of put that in my mouth.
as I said,
Pause.
there's no gangster when it comes to the mandem. Well, it might be to you, your perception, but
What do you mean?
to us, it means nothing. No Pakistani, Bangladeshi, or Indian is better than any mandem that I know. Any. They might have more money, but then they hire us. Yeah,
It depends on how high up you go, bro. Because obviously
but
over here
high
is
up
not
you
their
go.
power base,
Shush.
innit?
Bruv,
So I
how
know men
high
that are
you
foreign
go?
that are bad.
Bruv, what are you talking about? How high you go, yeah, you know, then there's more links to the mandem. That's how it
No,
works.
it's more hands-offish, but when we're talking bad, some of them people like they got to their position
Bruv,
because
you're in
they
the dream
were
world.
bad.
My brother lived in Leighton stuff.
Yeah.
Fully going gym with these men.
Yeah.
And if I tell you some of the stories and some of the things they asked my brother to do for them, it just throws everything that you're saying in the fucking bin. Because them man, they will snake their own family, their own cousins. Yeah. Oh, that nigga is picking up 40, 50K today. Yeah. Just go and deal with that, please. Da-da-da. You get me? They
Yeah.
don't even want a
It's money,
percentage
innit?
of it.
I know
Right.
that.
So what's that for the mandem? That's a eat.
I get
It's
it,
a
but
fucking,
there's
it's a lunchable.
Listen,
Yeah.
it would be racist of us to think that there is not anomalies. It would be naive of me to think that because I've met a couple.
In East London, yeah.
Not even just in East London, like anomalous.
I'm telling you what it is. I'm
Proper
saying like
gangster
there's
doggy.
gangster Asian, but they're not in the areas that we're talking about.
No,
not
they're
my
not
area.
because they're banned from the country and shit. They're too
They're
too
not
high for the
banned, bros.
place.
Like
Yeah,
one of
man.
the baddest Asians has his own YouTube channel,
Yeah.
but he used to make money. Do you know
I
what I'm saying?
know doggies that are banned. This is what I'm trying to say. My guys are on the run. They're out. They're out. They can't come back.
sorry,
They're
bro.
coming back. Or
I mean,
they're not even coming back. If they just step into British jurisdiction, they're probably gonna get shifted. Do you know
I
what I
don't
mean?
know about all that weak art stuff in North London.
Certain
That's
people
not.
have
It's
done
not a
it,
big
innit?
thing,
Certain
bro.
people have just got to get the fuck
Yeah, but
out.
everybody does that. Everybody does that. Where
Does
I come
what?
from, everybody has some form of gangster outside the ends. So the Asians from my ends, if they go to other ends, they fucking super gangster. But we don't care about that. You can be gangster to other Asians a little more, but you had training from us. Come on, bro. I'm saying we're not surrounded by them like you are in East London. We don't have
I
large
think I'm a little
communities.
bit more embroiled to
Yeah.
have met a few people that I can't just discontinue or cancel their gangster just because they're fucking Albanian or Colombian or fucking Pakistani or Moroccan. Like, I'm not throwing that out the window, I'll be honest.
Yeah, but as I said, everything
There's
comes after
mafias,
the
cartels and stuff that I've
My
worked
brother,
with
my
before, and bro, the man, they are just as heartless or just as gangster as any of us.
No, you're not. No, you're not, bro. Stop that nonsense. Because man, just come here, bro.
Where's
You're
the black
giving man
mob?
too
What
much credit.
black mafia are you talking about? The Italian mafia emulate?
We don't have no mafia.
Ah, that's what I mean. So where's the casinos?
So
Where's
that's the point.
millions? Where's the
That's
billions?
the point. One black man, yeah, can cause so much fucking havoc.
Oh no, I rate that. I rate that.
All
I
right,
do
then
rate that.
cool. Then every man is a general where we come
100%,
from.
100%,
Every man is
100%.
a soldier. Every man is a general.
100%,
Every
100%.
man can draw for a 50 man, 100 man, and to
100%.
back
But
them.
what I'm talking
in a
about is different.
situation.
What I call gangster is different. I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's why
we
you
have
don't
to
know
clean
what
up
gangster
that
is.
definition properly, because what I
There's
call
difference
gangster,
between gangster and making money. Now, there's money
there's
earners.
similar things. There's similar things.
Yeah,
They're
but
very
there's
similar.
not. There's not, because look,
Similar.
there's robbers.
Yeah.
There's robbers. There's
Yeah,
fucking
there's
doppy
bandits,
masters.
there's murderers, there's
Sorry,
whatever
why?
in it. There's bugs.
I don't know what you're doing, bro. Like, why are you talking over me?
Go on.
Yeah. So I'm saying there's loads of like money earners, right? People who make money. Africans make money, right? Loads of different groups of black folk make money.
Oh, you
Jamaicans
think
make
rich,
money.
right, yeah,
Ever
yeah.
did it. We make peace.
Of course.
Like, that's not the issue. Yeah. Now, who can take from another? Yeah. Because there's another set of men that we call robbers out here, right? Who are man them, but they specialize in eating these men as food. This is facts.
Yeah.
Straight facts. So I don't know why you're putting these men on a scale on the time these men get ratings is for knowing these individuals. That's the first thing that's going to come out of their mouth. I've met a load of Asian supposed gangsters, and all they're going to do to me is name drop.
Nah.
Bro, I'm telling you, even Dogger.
That's you, though. That's you. You're not telling,
I'm telling
me
you,
nothing.
bros. I'm telling
How
you.
are you telling me about what? Am I supposed
Bros,
to rep on my life experience?
I'm just telling you,
based
bro.
on what you're saying now in
Bro, I'm
2022.
telling you. But East London has never been the primal area for gangsterism. So like, allow it.
Here's you coming with your bucket of tar and your
No,
brush.
I'm just
Come
telling
again.
you.
Come
I'm
again.
just
Come
telling
again.
you.
Say again.
I'm just telling you.
East
yeah?
London never been what?
Well, hold on. If you're saying Asians are the gangsters in East London, then obviously not.
No,
Because
I'm
as
saying
far
I
as
know a
I
couple.
knew, it was
I'm
white
saying
boys.
I know a couple. I'm saying I
My
know
brother,
a couple. There
my
ain't
brother,
nothing wrong
my
with me
brother,
harboring that
my brother,
opinion.
my
And
brother.
it's actually racist to
My
say that
brother,
there are
man.
no
Come on, man.
Pakistanis gangsters. Simple
No,
as
there
that.
are, but they're restricted
Of course they
in
fucking
the
are. I know
areas that
some. I know some.
they're from. Yeah, but the area that they're from is fucking East London, you dickhead.
So what?
Yeah? So we
That
don't know about it in other areas of London. Like they're in Southall and blah, blah, blah. Wow. So there'll be some gangsters,
Location
Asian.
isn't nothing.
My
I
brother,
think that's probably assisted
My
their
brother.
gangster, but whatever.
What do you mean assisted
what I
their
mean?
gangster? What do you mean assisted their gangster?
Because of where they from. Because of
So
what
if
they
you're
right
from
next-
Southall, how does that make you gangster? Explain.
I don't know nothing about Southall.
Oh,
I'm
then
talking
shush
about the
then.
ones from
You don't
here.
know what
I'm
you're talking
the ones-
about. Yeah,
I'm
but
talking about
those
the ones
niggas,
from here.
those
My comment
niggas,
was based
hold
on
on.
the people that I
Those
know
Asians,
from Kingford, from Walthamstow, from
my
Leighton.
brother, shush. Yeah, them Chingford and
What, so you can
Walthamstow
misconstrue me?
means nothing on the scale of
Say again.
things.
Sorry. Say again. Say
This,
again.
this is just an emergence in the last 10, 15 years. We can't talk about 20, 30 years ago, Chingford.
No,
we
we're
can't.
not. We're talking
We
about.
can't
people
talk
who I
about
know now.
Ilford. We can't even talk about Brick Lane before a certain point, bro. Like this is just all last minute, and it's your ends. So I can say yes safely. There's Asian gangsters, there's Sikh gangsters, blah blah blah, right? But I'm telling you, bro, they don't work outside of their area. So you cannot tell me what you perceive as a gangster is not a gangster to me.
Well,
Yeah?
considering we have,
He might be a money maker. Hold on.
I don't know how you can say
Hold
that.
on.
No, it's not always
He might
hold
be a
on. Sometimes it's full back. It's a flow, innit? It's supposed to
Nah,
be
it's
swings and roundabouts.
I'm saying,
and
but
ups and downs.
I'm saying that
Right, go on.
he might be a money maker, though, right? This Asian guy you
How
talk
is
about
that?
makes money. right?
We're still not clearing up the definition. If you're just going to assume all this or all
Nah,
that,
you're saying
and
gangster.
then plant that on me.
You're saying gangster like man could roll up on man and blow man away. Asians don't do that.
Well,
They
some
don't
do.
fucking do that. Shut up,
Some
man.
fucking
They
do.
don't fucking do that.
Yeah,
what
some
they
do.
do, they'll put out a hit.
Big shotties.
Hold on. They'll put out a hit. They'll pay for some brother to
Maybe.
fucking do the job.
Maybe,
you
but
mean
if
maybe?
if it's internal, if it's another Pakistani on their level, if it's another underboss, then yeah, he's just gonna splash.
It's not Pakistani. I'm just saying in general. So it's kind of helping your cause, but at the same time debunking your bullshit. Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
Because Asians, there was an Asian guy, yeah, who put out a hit on a brother who's a doppy master, top robber in East London. Yeah. And everybody knows the guy even paid for the fucking funeral. Yeah. But to say he's gangster, no. But did he have security? Polish and all of that. Checking everybody at the funeral.
And that
making
makes,
sure.
I don't know.
One second. But the reason why they say he's even somebody is because of wealth, not gangsterism. Yeah. He ain't picking up a gun and going shooting anybody. So I'm being realistic. And these are the top
but it's
man.
anecdotal. It's not realistic.
It's not
anecdotal,
bros. It's not anecdotal.
Of course it is, because it's just your personal experience, your personal story.
No, this is
and then
real.
you're with your you're brushing your tar, just saying you can't be gangster because
This
you're
is not.
Pakistani.
Sorry. This is not a personal thing. This is
No, it's just a broad racist
Hold
statement.
on.
If you was
Hold
no,
on,
I
man.
need to speak, bro. There's no hold on and monologue for fucking 10
How
minutes.
are you not understanding the situation that I'm
You're
explaining?
not going to
Was
represent
in
me
the
like
public.
that. I need to put my opinion in there as well,
Sorry. It was in the public domain just the other day.
But so what? It's one
that's
fucking
personal or
anecdote.
secret.
It's one story from one guy.
Recently.
Anomalously, there is going to be a gay black guy, or a gangster Pakistani dude, or a hench Chinese dude, bro.
The guy
it happens, innit?
that was
Generically,
assassinated.
men are
Sorry.
small, but they can be big sometimes.
Sorry.
Some women can bench press more than you. It's just what it is. Anomalous.
I'm not talking about. What are you talking about? Anonymous, bruv.
Anomalous, as in one of a
If you
kind,
can bench,
unique.
hold on, wait 1 second. If you can bench more than me, and you're physically stronger than me as an agent, how is that making you more gangster than me?
As a woman,
I'm saying, forget a woman. I'm talking about Asian.
I'd said as a woman. That's my example. So if we're using that, let's use that.
There's no woman that can outdo me at anything. What are you talking about? What, physically?
Okay, then I think the conversation's over then, because
What do you
that's
mean,
just a
physically?
big wall of belligerence that I refuse to even try to scale.
Hold on, what are you talking about though? I want to know
refuse.
what
I
aspect.
absolutely point blank refuse,
Bro,
mate.
Stop.
I got love for you, but yeah, there are women that are banging more on the chest than you, bro. Poof, poof, poof,
Oh,
poof, poof.
you mean on the weights?
On anything. There's a woman out there that's faster than you. There's a woman out there stronger than you. There's a woman out there can rap better than you. There's a woman out there, whatever, in everything.
Bro, you're kind of moving away from the point we were trying to make.
I know we are, because essentially.
Sorry. Now you don't want to let me speak. Like, come on, man.
I don't think we ever stopped letting you speak.
Bro,
Go for it.
you speaking over, man, and telling me you didn't even let me. What are you doing, man? Fix up, Vic, man.
Bro, I don't know how you're perceiving it over there. I thought conversation's supposed to go back and forward.
I'm trying to speak, though.
Sentences. Yeah, but you're linking sentences
you're
into
assuming
paragraphs,
shit.
and then linking paragraphs into monologues, and
what
then
are you
linking
doing,
monologues
man?
into.
How are you going to
into
say
this
I'm
rubbish.
monologuing and I'm just trying to speak? I'm
Well,
just
not
trying to
gonna let you,
speak,
because
and I
you're not
can't
gonna represent
speak
me like that.
with. I'm not representing you when I speak, you dickhead. How am
If
I
you're
representing
talking-
you?
If you're talking
How am I
directly
representing
about
you?
my
Shut up,
opinion,
man.
and then
Shut up, man.
building it up
You're
and then
chatting shit,
defeating it, it's like it's all coming
Bruv,
from you.
Are
It's
you
one
trying to
way.
wind me up purposely?
How is that, bro?
I'm just trying to have a conversation with you, yeah? And you're not letting me speak, and you keep fucking talking over me, bros. I don't understand this style that you're trying to use, bro. And remember who you're talking to. I'm going to examine everything that we're talking about with a surgical blade, bro. Like, come on, bro. I'm just trying to say to you that Asian man, yeah, outside of East London, yeah, are not recognized. So all this gangsterism and all this ideas of who's gangster and who's not gangster, and a woman stronger than me and more powerful than me, it means nothing at the end of the barrel of my fucking gun.
Wicked and wild. Watch out.
Yeah, it's kind of dead.
No, I'm just saying facts, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
you talk
you're
about
more
East
gangster
London,
than
East London.
every Asian in existence. I
No,
get it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying even the
Basically
one I
just-
tried to mention, yeah, which is a situation that's been in the media, yeah, that only people only know the surface. Yeah, Dutch of
Bro, I know a guy that
right?
went to jail for £250 million fraud like 15 years ago. How the fuck are you telling me that guy ain't gangster? Okay, that's what I'm
To-
saying. It's just
no,
not the
gangster,
same.
yeah,
We're not even
I-
talking
I
about the same
understand.
experiences in life.
Yeah. As I said, you heard me earlier. I said, are we talking about wealth, like making money, money makers, right?
Yeah, exactly. We
Yeah.
haven't really defined
Right.
gangster, have we? Between
So
us?
no,
We
no,
haven't-
no. I've defined it. I said gangster is the money takers.
That's to you. That's just a jack. What is that? That's just a jacker or a robber or a thief or a bandit or a
I
crook.
told you
is
what it
that?
was. I told you what it was.
Yeah, there's
It's
millions
still-
of words
it's
for it.
still-
I get it, but
it's
gangster
still
is a little bit more
it's
than that.
still
isn't it?
low level. No, I'm just saying it's still low level, but it's still showing you parameters. The top
No, I
Asian
think
guy
gangster goes to
is
the top.
still my brother. The top Asian guy is gonna hire the man. Them is gonna hire a guy, a black guy, yeah, a brother, yeah, to do what needs to be done because he can't
In your
be
opinion.
seen. Sorry, he can't be seen to be doing it. It's not that he couldn't do it or whatever. He just can't be seen to be doing it. It's his fucking cousin. Yeah? But his cousin got 40, 50 bags transferring out of his yard and to his some other location. And, bro, if you want to eat it, because we're in business rivalry, this is what Asians do. Like, if you're not privy to the upper echelons of Asians, yeah, and what they do and what they ask and what they demand, and that's your business. But I'm
What
telling
about-
you about
what
people.
about the
Hold
lower-
on. I'm talking about people in your ends. As I said, my brother lived in East London for quite a while. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying, like, rah, is what he's telling me. I'm like, rah, bro, really?
You're saying a lot is what you're doing, bro. I was in jail with gangsters.
Remember,
by
you was
that
the
definition.
one. Remember, you was the one who said you didn't want to come out yourself.
Who said I didn't want to come out?
So like, I can't take anything
Whatever.
from you.
What the fuck? Have I
No,
done
but that's
to-
what you said, though. Is that
Well,
what you
then
said?
ask anyone that was in jail with
That's
me
what you said.
if I was any kind of fucking cell dwelling.
I don't know what you was doing. I don't know what you was doing. You said it though.
Whatever. Good talk.
You saying what you're doing? You,
What
you
I'm
said what you was
doing-
doing.
I was
in my
jail.
cell. I was in my
Welcome
cell and I didn't want to come out.
By your definition, yeah,
Yeah.
maybe in a certain time.
Yeah, I
maybe if
didn't want
was
to.
on
I
the edge
didn't
of
want to. You
sleep,
get me?
let's
Because
be
I didn't
open,
want
find the
nothing
clip
to
in it.
happen
What are we
to me.
talking about?
And I'm
Let's
saying,
listen.
oh,
Either way,
I'm
I don't
in-
care. Listen,
when
what
I
I
was
was
in
telling
jail,
you-
I was unfamiliar with that. I don't know about
Forget
that.
when you was in jail.
Right,
when
so
I'm
that's
saying
what I'm trying
I
to
was
say.
in
Don't
jail
tell me no
with
jail
gangsters
story.
by that
Yeah?
definition that were
Yeah,
Asian.
but you're just making it up.
So who's talking over who now?
How do you know it's gangster?
Mr.
How do you know they
Mature,
were gangster?
Mr. Want to have a
When
conversation
you're a
and
pum-pum.
dialogue.
How
Bro,
does that make sense?
I started a sentence
Yeah?
and then you jumped on top
You
of it.
said
with
you
a
were
slur.
quivering
That's
in your
pathetic,
cell.
sniper. Come on, man.
You
Sort it
said
out.
you was quivering in your cell.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah?
I said I was fucking taking it in the ass and I was fucking, man. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, you
Just
said
put
you
whatever
didn't
word
leave
you
your
want on
cell.
it, snipe. I don't care.
All
bro.
right, then let me finish then.
Slur
Yeah?
all you want.
And let me finish what I'm saying then. What do you mean?
Well, finish your
Yeah?
slur. Your
It's not a
fucking
slur if you
Pokemon
said it.
fantasy world
It's
slur
not a slur
about
if you
Vic's
said it.
fucking jail time. I
It's
swear they've
not
probably done more
a
jail time than
slur.
you and you're chatting
It's
shit.
not a slur when you said it. Yeah.
What did I say?
When
I
you
didn't say
said
fuck
about
all
your
like that. I've never
experience
said that.
in
So how could
jail,
I have said that?
you just
That makes no
reiterated it
sense.
as well. That's what you're even
No,
making
no,
it
no.
worse.
I might have. I remember
Okay,
talking
you
about
might have.
something with
Right,
regards
okay.
to sleeping. If
And
you
not coming
bust
out
my
yourself,
cell
right?
door while I'm sleeping and it was dinner time or something, I might kick it shut and just skip dinner. Yeah. Sometimes. But that's a completely different context. You're trying to paint it like I'm some kind of Fraggle. And it never happened. And
Well,
it never
you
left
said
my
it.
mouth.
Okay, okay.
Well, I didn't
okay.
say it.
You said it.
You misconstrued it because you haven't got the experience. To
Why
put
would I
these
misconstrue?
things.
Why
Right.
would I?
So
Why
what
would
I was saying
misconstrue?
is that
Why
I've
would
been
I
in jail with
misconstrue jail
Asians
that I've been?
who were gangster by your definition.
Probably before
innit?
you.
They were armed robbers
Huh?
who got caught, right?
What are you doing?
Guys that are got murders or attempted
Your
or
little
gun
Fraggle life in
charges,
jail.
yeah? And it
it's
just
got
happened to be
nothing
Asian.
on when man was in jail.
And I
bro.
mean,
Like,
what's the
what you
problem
doing?
with that? I don't get it. What? Just because they Pakistani, they can't raise up in a London way or in a Luton way or in a Bristol way or in a Birmingham, Manchester, London, Leeds way. I'm not understanding.
Yeah, to do that
how
on
you
each
think.
other is cool, but as I said, on us,
Oh,
nah.
of course, on each other.
No,
Yes, on
no,
each other. Yeah,
yeah.
definitely. 100%.
No,
I agree.
not on
More
no
so
one.
on each other than outside of the culture. But
So
yeah,
when
they
I
might, yeah.
when I was in jail with an Asian youth from what's that place?
Oh, that
Trillers
one that
area.
told me Sniper was gay.
No, I'm saying like
Yeah,
this
that
guy had a bullet hole in his fucking forearm. So I had to ask him the question like, how did this happen? He's saying he's from Trillers area. What do they call it? We was talking about it already.
Southall,
Southall, right?
Southall.
Right. But I knew they were gangster in Southall because when I first went there, they were screwing, man.
What's that?
Me
The
and my-
Asians in Southall. I've never heard that
Yeah,
until I
yeah,
come here on this panel. I don't know nothing
Okay,
about that
well,
hood, bro.
Yeah, as I said, look, if you want Asians and Asians where they think they're gangster, there's lots of places in this country where you can go, right? And I'm saying that in London, in North London, it's non-existent. That's not how it works. They either man them or they just getting on with life.
But those man-dem
there's
ones,
no
can
other
they not turn out to be gangster? Don't you
outside
get
the
odd one
ends.
like, you know, like the white guy that plays basketball and he's all dunking and shit. He's,
Yeah,
he's like
but this is an exportation thing. We export fuckery. You understand? So when you hear of a white guy, black guy, and an Asian guy went out and they did some mad stuff, kidnapped, they're probably from the ends, but they don't do that in the ends. Wait, what? What amount of respect and what amount of gangsterism has now allowed you to do fuckery in the ends? No,
you
I
don't
don't
shit
think
on
that's
your
how
own
it works.
doorstep, of course.
Right. So everybody in the ends is gangster outside the ends. So it's like a false perspective. When they come back home, nah, bro, they're relaying their story to real bad man, innit? And they're only acting like that because they can't act like that at home. You can always be a bit more wild away from home.
Of course, innit?
Are we lying? No, it's truth, innit? Because I'm not from your ends and do. If I do you something, no one ain't gonna know. No one gonna care. You gotta be more careful. Yeah, because I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm not from your ends. I'm gonna have people coming after me and do. I live in some other part of the. Yeah.
I just see a comment there. Shadow, do you know what? I slyly deep down have harbored these opinions. Yeah. I had a problem with a Pakistani friend of mine who I stopped speaking to because he said he was the top shotter from here to Baker's Arms. And it's like, bro, shut up, innit? Like, you know what I mean? It just that guy wasn't, I know that guy and he wasn't Asian, innit? And it wasn't Asian. It wasn't even an Asian thing for a long time. And I get that. Like, you're bigging up and you're moving bricks now. It is what it is, but not back then. Like, don't go back that far. I've had these sort of opinions. I've stood on those grounds and held that. But I've also met anomalous guys, and I can't generically just write someone off in terms of the road or the gangster or the hood culture about them just based on their race, innit? Especially like coming from London. I've met people that are extremely Londonified who were not genetically from here, but they were born here and they were raised here, and they're just like English man. They're gangster in just the very same way, but they just happen to be Turkish or they just happen to be like
As far as I
Pakistani.
remember, right? As far as I remember, a lot of these Asian groups got together because they were being oppressed by
a Turkish
Europeans. Europeans, like there's not even.
That's right. That's right. Talk it.
On the roads here.
Well, listen, fall back and wait and listen. You get what I'm saying? Before you jump in.
I'm just
You know what I
questioning
mean?
is
Before
that
you
here,
roll,
local.
before you walk the roads of East London, I walk the roads of East London. So
Yeah.
like, let's get it right. Yeah, Ilford. You know, what's that place? Island, Ilford, and all of that. Listen, these are venues for man.
Bagley's
Yeah.
venue.
Yeah, well, bro, when we used to have car, all our raving places were in East London. Yeah, from Rosebery's place to Oasis to Shinola's to all sorts of places. Oh, we're all in East London. So for us, we couldn't have beef with East Londoners. Yeah, because we were going trends. We're going, you know, like the whole weekend sorted out. From Thursday, I'm going moonlighting. Friday, we're going trends. Saturday, we're going Choice FM. Sunday, we're coming back to Rosebery's place, Oasis. Yeah. Christmas Eve, we're going Shinola's, or New Year's Eve, sorry, for that.
Rex, warehouse, no?
Right. So that's what we're trying to tell you. So like, we know how it rolls in East London. We know the gangsters, the Cowboy Rangers, the Junior Demas, and all of these type of men for my age group, right? And these guys will be like triple OGs when we're talking about East London. But East London is massive. Yeah? Because Barking never used to be a place. Now Barking's somewhere. Ilford never used to be a place. Now but Ilford's somewhere. You understand? Leighton never used to be nowhere, and now it's somewhere. Do you get what I'm saying? Chingford never used to be jack shit. And now it's something. Do you get it? Because incidents have happened there. Man, them are there. And you know, shootings, blah, 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 over the years, some certain gangster shit. That's all recent, though, bro. And while those things were going on, Asians.
Intimidation, fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation.
Jeez. Yeah, they were about, man. They were about still. So, yeah, man. Big up to the Asians, but this gangster shit, it's levels, man. Trust me. Yeah, I don't call man gangster because man make peace. I call man money makers or hustlers or
I don't call man gangster
earners.
because they're black or white. Like, or
No,
even
I don't
British.
do it on color. I just do it on. I think that the gangster thing is British, right?
Yeah, I feel that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that when black folks more dominated the scene, it kind of killed that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, this is what I mean. If
killed
your
that
argument
because
was based on the fact
we're
that we
all
were here,
individual.
30
Hold on, bro. We're all individuals in that sense. You've got like groups of us, like Rastaman, and then you'll have the baddest Rastaman. You'll have the But in general, my point is that anyone, man, them, yeah, can be a ruler of a certain area because he's just him. You don't have to do nothing. You don't care about that gang shit. Oh yeah, they're related to the Richardsons. Fuck that shit. You think niggas cared about that shit? Oh no, they're the Smiths. Oh, they're the Thompsons. Fuck that shit. We changed that shit. That shit means
From North,
nothing.
we never said Adams. Come on.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We know about the Adams.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah?
Of course I know.
But as I said, but they know about the man them.
Of course.
Right. So this is the difference. You know what I mean? Like it's a
Show
harmony
that
kind
love,
of
though.
thing
You still
and
got to show
respect.
that love because there's no unity in the man. Them. It's different.
Nah,
You
they gotta
can't miss
respect
them.
it.
You're
They gotta
fucking with
respect it. They
family.
gotta
You're
respect
just a one singular entity.
They gotta respect it because remember that black and Irish, we ain't got no issues. You know what I'm saying? We've lived in areas together, Kilburn, all of them areas. There's areas where they've all been together. No blacks, no dogs, no Irish. So we ain't got no issues with no Irish. And those, some of those are the real gangsters. When you talk about Adams, they're gangsters. That's gangsters.
When it's coming to this island here, come on, you're not more gangster.
But not
This
the
is what I mean.
Patels.
It's more the make money when it comes to gangsters.
Not
Some
the
of those IRA
Patels.
dudes were
Hold
gangsters.
on. Not the Patels and not the Singhs. No.
No, thanks for that.
You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to making dough, I gotta be honest.
I mean, so not the Patels and the Sings, you know.
No, like, yeah. Oh, you know my man Patel.
You just dissed half the world, though. You do realize 22% of the world ish. If you said anything about Smiths, Smileys, and Johnsons, you would have just dissed 40% of the world like that.
Yeah, I told you what it is, right? Yeah, there's no such thing. Yeah, but we know that the Sings, there's a couple Sings in the ends. We've got
Throw
nice
the Dyers
big
in
whips.
there as well.
Sorry, the Dyers again. Yeah, thank you. I know Dyers, bear Dyers. You know what I mean? Gal, man, oh yeah, been in jail with some. Like it's mad. Yeah. So they are families.
Big family.
No,
But they're not
these are
all connected.
Right. Are they gangster or it's just a family?
Some are.
Thank you. It's not gangster business. It's family for us. Yeah.
It's
Or do you know
individual.
this family? Do you know that family? Do you
But
know the Williams? Do you know the Johnsons?
Is it the same when
Yeah?
you're from a small town in Colombia or Italy, and your family is everyone in the family is doing something for the family to wet the family beak? You know.
No. I'm saying like your business, your thing is personal, right? Your personal family and community, right? Really, in reality, right? As we say, your house is where you're from. So like my parents are Nigerian, so inside my house was Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, it's Nigeria. They don't speak English in the yard. We speak English when we go out on road and we took it to the neighbors or mom's talking on the phone. But in the yard, she's not asking me to go and get something in English.
What do you speak in Nigeria?
Yoruba.
Okay, yeah.
Related to my tribe, right?
Heard of that.
So anyway, yeah. So it's one of them. And my Greek friends the same. My Turkish friends the same. I said a lot of them never even spoke English when they came nursery.
And is
When we
Turkey in
started
Asia?
nursery-
Do you consider Turkey Asia, or is it like border? What is it? Is it Asia, right?
No, it's Africa.
It's Europe.
Huh?
So what did you say?
it's
Sorry,
not Europe.
Africa.
Yeah, it's Northeast Africa, isn't it? Like the bit
Turkey.
they're calling the Middle East now. Yeah.
Right. So that whole thing you're calling that Africa then. So them.
Yeah, they're calling it Asia Minor.
Extremely,
But
exceedingly thuggish, gangsterish, mafia-ish Turkish brothers that have been here for 25, 30 years.
more than
Those
that.
guys are not gangster.
More than that,
Like-
I'm saying. They had gangs in the time of the craze.
Right.
Right. So
Okay.
that one where you saw them going to
It
the
makes
pub.
sense because they've got deep
Sorry.
influence, especially in North London, innit?
No, I've read the book on it.
Okay.
You know, in jail. You read all them crime books. I'm sure you read them as well. You know, the Poisoner. Yeah, the Poisoner Woman.
Monster
Yeah,
Cody.
all of that. Yeah. Even what's his name? The Yorkshire Ripper. All of that. I read every single book. The Craze.
I had to read the whole library, yeah.
Right. So there was one called Gangland Britain or something like that. Gangland England or London or something like that anyway. But it started way back in the 50s, just after the Second World War. And then they got to the Craze bit. And then they said, oh, the Craze at first were in beef with Turkish gangs. So I said, Ross, to show you how long Turkish gangs have been here. And that first scene, you know, that first scene where they walk into the pub and they let off shot, but the guys are waiting in there with knives. Yeah. That was the situation with the Turkish gang. The first situation where they go in there and they start using guns now. They're not using knives and swords and all of that, which is what they were all known for, right? Like the Craze basically upped the game in their area. Remember, everyone's got guns, so necessarily, but that's like only for serious shit. To have a little scrap in the pub.
One of them was a visionary when it comes to it. There was a lot of gentlemanly romance with the crime thing interlinked.
But that first one you see, like in the different depictions of the movie, right? Even the one with the anyway. Yeah, but the first scene where they go into the pub and do that, is basically from what the book is saying, is one of the original Turkish gangs.
Turkish, okay.
Right. So I was like, raw, that's deep. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's lots of people here who've been gangs and gangster and but as I said, that concept of the Craze, the Richardsons, the Turkish gangs, this one, that all kind of went by the 60s.
That is dead. I think I might be just about the last sort of age group to maybe pick up on that mystique, that romance right there.
No, the difference is in East London, there is still evidence of the Craze thing. The club that we went to, Trends, was called the Region. It was called the Region, which was owned by the Craze. So this is Stokey. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're raw. This building, this big, massive building, right? Round the corner from Brockwell, one of them parks there. Yeah. I think it's Clisso or Brockwell or whatever. Okay. Yeah. Not Brockwell, sorry. East London, innit? Shit. It's just behind Dalston there. And at the end of the road where the Trends is, you take the left.
We're talking about a pub.
Park.
Okay.
You've got what have we got? Is it Clisso? I think it's Clisso Park.
No idea.
Yeah, you got a couple parks in East London, right?
Yeah,
like where we used to go for festivals and all dayers.
Yeah, like Vicky Park and shit.
Right. Yeah, Victoria Park or London Fields even. You know what I mean? But they never did events in those ones. Yeah, they did the events in the one that is at the top of Green Lanes. You know, when you cross over the lights at Manor House.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a park on your left-hand side as you're going down towards Sutton Green or whatever. Newington Green.
Some shit like that.
Yeah. But there's another one in not far from I think it is Clisso Park. Where we used to go for all dayers, but it's kind of round. And the building is on the end of a road where 2 or 3 roads meet, and then one road is Sanjiam Road off that little junction. It's like 5 points, you know what I mean, or the 5 points. Yeah, but that building was called the Regency, and that was, you know, been in the movies and all of that, and it was like a 3-story building where they just played bashment and all of that. I
See
knew the
that-
owner in that.
That though, right there, you see that era of gangster. For me, right, that embroils or it embodies a lot of what being gangster is. It's a set of principles, morals. So sometimes, like I got a friend, literally, yeah, this brother's called Ali, yeah, and it's so easy to offend Ali. Do you know what I mean? And he doesn't care what the fuck the odds are. Do you know what I mean? If like once he's offended, once he's just one of those like a mastiff, he sees red and he's on it. And to me, that bar, that level to where you take offense sometimes, especially when it comes to other men. Do you know what I mean? Like I think that there's something in there that is gangster. Do you know what I mean? There's something in there tied to that some of the most gangster people that I've met, it's so easy to offend them as a man or as a business partner or as a worker or something. Do you know what I mean? And it's like you're offending a man based on principle somehow or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, or they respect the opposite, like complete and total honesty. Do you know what I mean?
Well, bruv, they're all skullduggeries and batty, man. So I don't know. You know what I mean? I ain't fucking with the craze. They're gay, man. Them niggas is gay. Homosexuals.
There's a lot of fruit.
Right.
It's amazing how man's forgot. It's amazing how man's forgot about ranking dread and Ebola from them man's there, brother. Them man's there. Them man's rivaled the craze, brother. They're rivaled them.
Allegedly, there was a dark skinned hitman who was apparently my mum's, like when I was growing up, the man my mum was with until I was 10 from 1. Apparently that's his dad. I went to visit him in prison. He was doing life my whole life. Do you know what I mean? His name was Slim, and he was like one of the first dark hitman for these brothers. Do you know what I mean?
Man.
Dark.
Yeah, my uncle's told me about them man's there, man. Them man's are veterans, brother. You think man can mess about with them man back then?
But again, you know, like there's a venue. My friend's dad, his dad owned a venue in, I think it was South London, where a lot of these gangsters used to think. So him growing up, he grew up around them, being a young man in his dad's venue or whatever. And you've seen craze, whatever, who's supposed to be gangster. He don't rate one of them. You know what I'm saying? He was a panther, you know, back in the day. You see him with his beret, or that he grew locks and whatever. My man is gangster. They call him Ivan the Terrible. Yeah, his name's Ivan. He's from Guyana. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And he married my brother's mom is like Jamaican. So yeah, but like bruv, he's a real terrorist in the end. He run over policeman. There's a police sergeant named Ginger, obviously because he's Ginger, right? And Ginger was a bad motherfucker. Yeah, he locked up Bear Man. He was just horrible. You know what I mean? For a particular generation, right? Until Ivan got hold of him and ran him over. And my man's been at the desk ever since in Hornsey police station. The same police station where they killed Joy Gardner. You know what I'm saying? So this guy's upstairs
desk
in there.
job, yo.
Yeah, give him a desk job. Now, imagine your dad done that. He's got ratings. Everyone rates my Bridget's dad. You get me? My Bridget is doing so hard. He tried so
I got a
hard
lot of
to
that
try.
stuff, but I can't speak like that.
To try and get halfway to what the reputation of his dad. So when he was younger, he was more of a user of his dad's name. You know what I mean? And then one day he got into beef with a guy our age, right? Because we're the same age, yeah. Who went to another school, right? And his dad found out about it. He was so upset because his dad said, "I badded up the dad. Yeah, I don't understand how this has happened. It's like a curse. Yeah, that now the sons are beefing, and he's badding up my son. It doesn't make sense. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I'm going to go around there now, bad up the dad, because I badded him up before, innit? Like you know when you badded up a man, like you can go around like your son punched my son. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? And he'd be like, "Oh no, sorry, Ivan," and rah, rah, rah. So after this, they went to the house and spoke to the dad. The dad told the son, "Bros, you're embarrassing me, bro. Yeah, because I badded up these man from a long time. Yeah. Now I'm having to come here with you because you got beef with the son. You say, what's about that you up? It's DNA. Yeah, you're my son. You let me down, bro. You let me down. I was laughing my head. You get me? I was like, yeah, how you let next man bad you up still? You get me? Because yeah, that guy was bad, but he started to roll with the real bad boys and they ended up stabbing him. You know what I mean? That's how the real bad boys roll in the heads, man. You didn't want
them gangsters will go toe to toe with the police. They will go and take out the police, the gangsters in the 50s and that. You know what I mean? They used to go there with the police. I'm not promoting anything like that, but there was a situation with the police in 1993. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and the thing is as well, brother Vic.
Chop it off.
Yeah,
like
the thing is, brother Vic, right? You see these Asian gangsters and that, brother. Where were they when they?
Like they were. They
but
were
brother Vic, where were these
Asian
Asian gangsters when the Europeans used to bad them up?
Yeah, come on. They only just came here in 71, bro. Like the Pakistanis.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you it's more recent.
You know what I mean?
That...
Like, give them a chance. But furthermore, look. Notice though, if we went back,
it was for self-protection, bro.
I didn't actually say he was gangster. I actually said he was thuggish, which is just a fucking completely different thing. You know, the ones there. I gave him another verb, but I forgot what it was. But it wasn't gangster because I remember thinking it in the very same second as I got accused of calling him gangster, and then we got sucked into that cyclone. But yeah, I know they're exceptionally rare people, real people. You know what it's like, yeah, to come out in jail and be amongst 200 or 100 of your peers, yeah, and only like 1% or 2, like maybe you could get to 2 fingers, like double figures. Do you know them ones there? Like maybe there's 10 real ones on the whole wing like that, and the rest of them are just caught up in pack mentality and fronting and this and that and all different phases and stages of like immature. But it ain't know thyself. It's not like real. Do you know what I mean? And it's crazy, bro. Like it's like that out on the road as well. It's even more diluted, I feel like. Do you know what I'm saying? They're even more one away, real ones. But I don't think it matters what you are, innit? I've got a big ginger uncle. Yeah, big white ginger uncle is known as one of the realest of the real. You know, he's dead now. Stephen Rowe, I could talk about him. Do you know what I mean? Like, I got Rasta man. I got all sorts of different man that I've known to be gangster, just in my general life. Do you know what I mean? And in my life as a criminal or whatever, other people that I've just encountered, associated with or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Definitely, all sorts of races can be.
Mine's different. Mine's different. The first and most fundamental gangster I know and look up to is my mom. Yeah, she fucking gangster. Yeah. So everybody know their place.
I put a lot of them characters, them characteristics of a psyche into what it is to be gangster as well. I think that some of that.
Do you know what I mean? Gangster, man, and being a black woman in this fucking England and survive and have picnic and you get me?
That's right. That's right.
I rate my mom for doing it on her own. She's not a black woman, but I rate her for doing it on her own and just coming from the family that she come from. She basically had no support. She was their support. So it's like, how the fuck did you juggle that, man? That's crazy.
I see my mom. I see my mom broke up racist, broke up police, broke up
about
every blood clotted.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's why they say, "Oh, Sniper, you too angry. You got too much attitude."
You know what I mean?
Like mother, like son, they say, right?
Strong upbringing, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Now, but I get that from you all the time. I get that from you all the time when it comes to, like, especially when you're talking from experience or about your elder family. I get the pride. It shines. You know, like when we were talking the other day, someone was saying we can hear the smile in Reggie's voice. You can hear the pride when you talk about your elder people like that. And I know why, because you'd be talking about like people that have really set high bars for you.
Because my heroes and the people I look up to are in my family.
I don't think we all have that. I don't have that. Like,
I think we should all have that. Yeah.
On one side,
in the sense that you don't have to. It doesn't always have to like be your dad. could be your uncle, your mom's
Yeah,
brother, or
yeah,
your dad's,
Yeah,
you know what I mean, your
yeah.
dad's brother. It's
But
like
that
you've got
ain't
so
that ain't
much.
that ain't the realm where are you comfortable like hailing up the gangsters or the criminals in your history? Do you know what I mean? It's not really the world that we should promote about ourselves, or the factors that we should, the elements that we should.
In some
promote about
respects,
our history.
some of us might be the first official in this country. Do you get what I'm saying? But back home, yeah, it's the same thing. Nothing changes. There's always going to be one black sheep, or there's always going to be one in the family. It's just that brother, they're wild. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like one of my uncles, the other uncles tell me that, bro, I've seen him doppy, man, you know. I'm like, bro, really? They're like, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to my uncles. He's gone now. But I'm saying, like, yeah, the other uncles, they got wide eye, like, you know what I mean? My mom's got
And
enough brothers, though.
And it's even, come on, you're older than me, right? So it's even gonna be by your stage, of course, peers as well. Do you know what I mean? Because I've got so many friends who were super real, you know, like cousins and family, like, you know, big up Esco, big up like
But
Jason.
you know
Alex,
why all the OGs
certain
rated
people
me?
have passed who were real with it, you know?
You know the OGs rated me?
Definitely
because
gangster.
I fucking listened and kept my mouth shut. Yeah? They do not like young man who think they know it all. And loud niggas always get moved to.
Yeah,
So,
if you don't know, then
you've
don't
only
speak,
got one
innit?
other choice.
That's right.
You've only got one other choice. Keep your motherfucking mouth shut. While they're telling their war stories and all of that, I just sit there and listen.
Yeah.
Say, me like you know, Mikey. Yeah? Because you more listen. And I'll be like, yes, big man, yes, big man. Whether it's the Rasta man, do you get what I'm saying? Whether it's the bad man on the block, whether it's whoever. Yeah.
In some pure days as well, bro, to come up, like, I don't even think a millennial could even quantify what it is to have come up in your era in particular. It's a really golden era for being gangster or road or criminal. Do you know what I mean? It's just
I know.
at a point where the technology isn't great. Do you know what I mean? And it's like,
we're not proud.
well, is it y'all were able to?
Well, they're gonna benefit off it though. They're gonna benefit off that legacy though.
I'm saying we're not proud of the 90s because the 90s has led
or
to
even the 80s though. That's what I mean. Like,
no,
yeah, the 80s was hectic.
I wasn't doing
the 80s and 90s are hectic.
No, my dad was active in the 80s.
I wasn't doing anything in the 80s. I'm a youth. Yeah,
but he was like just everything that I was in the noughties, but he was
in
that
the 90s when I was a teenager. Yeah, it was a mazza. I left school in 89. So once it turned 1990, brobs, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
geez. Wow.
By 1992, I was in jail. So
yeah, me too. Fucking hell. Exactly that. Because like I'd have left in 2000, I'd have already been jail, but it was for a tiny bit. And by the end of 21, gone for years. You know?
Yeah, so the thing said. But I got mine out early. So before when I was in my early teens, this is when it happened. And then after that,
the last went back was 06.
Enjoy life. That's what it is. Because like once you've been through that experience, you're like, yeah, I ain't going back there.
Yeah.
There was no gal in there. Like, nah, that's dead food.
Yeah.
Man.
Life on pause. Yeah. Bollocks. Nothing to really be.
And all you're getting told is, you're too smart to be in here. You're too smart to be in here. I'm like, bruh. Violence is violence, isn't it? I never went in for anything stupid.
You know what? I had
the criminal stuff I used to do. We was very
I had some
smart.
laws changed in it. I had some laws changed, bro. So by the time, like, I met certain man, then by like the last half of my big sentence, I had production equipment in my cell in it. I had like keyboard with a track recorder built into it and shit like that in my cell. So I was making like 15 beats a day, just, you know, making tape after tape after tape after tape in jail, bro. So I sort of, I definitely don't regret the time that I done. Can't lie. Like my formative years, whatever, boy to man years, whatever. I don't care what I missed out here on road raving and all of that shit. You know, I did like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 like that. You know, I couldn't give a fuck. I can't lie, because I come out with a lot of, like, I read a lot of books. That's the only time I've really exercised in life, and I made a lot of music, man.
Big up, brother. Big up. Big up, man.
Bro,
Big up.
when I was in jail, we were doing slop out. So I don't know about no studio business.
Yeah, I only had
We didn't
one
have-
wing like that.
We didn't
in
even
my
have
whole-
toilet.
Yeah.
In Brixton. Mine was in Brixton, bro. I'm telling
Allow
you,
it.
we didn't have toilet, so
Allow it.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I'm in another world when it comes
Allow
to
it.
even jail.
Did you have? What did you have? Did you have buttons?
Big up to
come
them
out in the
gangsters who
nighttime?
protect the black community, though. Big up to them.
Did I have what?
Button in your cell to come out in the nighttime and use communal bathroom?
No.
Nah.
You better hold that shit in or use your potty.
Damn, son.
Yeah, you hold that shit in though. Yeah. If you want to go poo, you just hold that in. And when you let you out in the morning, you go and do your thing. But some man, yeah, if you was weak and you went into a big man cell, because I was a young offender in a big man cell, yeah, and that nigga shit in your cell, bro, you're pissed. Yeah, you have to be like beyond your years and say to him, no, big man, no shitting in the cell, yeah? Yeah.
Let's just establish some ground rules.
Yeah, some ground rules, you have to. You know what I mean?
I've
And
never
I'm the
really
newbie.
had problem with man them or like roadman gangsters. Any just sort of normal people. I've never had problem as cellmates, but heroin addicts in it. Like that's the problems I've had. I've had problems. Pentaville tried to stitch me up. They put back to back like 15 of them, like sometimes 2-3 a day. Yeah, it just went. Yeah, they're terrible in it. They're like the insides are just completely liquid. They can't stop farting. Do you know what I mean? They're just out of it. You know, cold turkeys. It's not the way to be. Some of these guys. So I've never really had problems with other people. I was in with some gruff-looking old black man, bro. He looked like a Tekken character. Yeah, bro. He was in for murder. Like, and I never gave a fuck. And one day I just casually asked him. And he said, caught my wife cheating. And that's all he ever had to tell me. I was like, no, I understood. Yeah. Caught your wife cheating, went into a rage, bang a man over, whatever, shot him, cut him up, whatever you did. Because choked him up. Do you know what I mean? And I didn't give a shit after that. But like even cellmates that look dangerous like that, I never had a problem with them, man.
Yo, jail is there. I've been in riot, prison riot. I've been in all sorts. Man. The experience is just the experience, bro. Level one. I was in many jails. They put me in Reading prison. Where at one stage I was the only black man in the prison.
Damn, son.
Yeah. Until they brought some Bristol brothers. You get me? Then I got home. I know every supposed gangster, white boy gangster, any type of gangster from Bristol. Because of those situations. But bro, life is life, man. Okay.
Bristol is an extremely fucking place.
You know what I mean? Everything is like, even jail is like road. It is like road. You know what I mean? You just carry yourself a certain way and you won't have no problem. When you need to fight and defend yourself, you need to fight and defend yourself. Fortunately for me, that was my specialty. You know what I mean? If one thing that I can do is I can fight. You know what I mean? I think I'm 36
I just
and
had
all.
to fight very rarely in the YO. Yeah, fighting all the time.
One day I'm gonna get beat up. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie. One day I might be fool that person who can do the thing. But so far,
African genetics help in that situation, though, bro. Like when you're stripped down raw. Hey, okay, I'm not joking, bro. You don't have to be a Pan-Africanist to know this. Yeah. Like when it comes down to just raw muscles,